encountering the silver-grayed demon wolf. Xiao Zhan woke up from his coma. His whole body ached unbearably. He was shocked to discover that he had soul transmigrated to another world. This place was a divine demon mountain in the Eastern Victory divine continent. The place he lived in was called Beast Tamer Village. Beast Tamer Village was nestled by the mountains and rivers, its area comparable to a small city. There were many cultivators in the village skilled in beast taming. They awakened their beast taming spiritual roots at a very young age. The levels of the beast taming spiritual roots varied, classified into iron, bronze, silver, gold, extraordinary, earth, divine, and divine king levels. Beast tamers would gain different combat powers, depending on the types of demon beasts they could tame. The attributes of the beast taming spiritual roots were fire, wind, thunder, space, shadow, earth, combat, guardian, etc. Typically, a beast tamer could only awaken one beast taming spiritual root. Awakening two was already exceptional. Those who could simultaneously tame demon beasts of two different attributes were seen as prodigies. Awakening three spiritual roots made one a contemporary genius. Countless major sects would go to great lengths to compete for such disciples. They might even fight fiercely, risking life and death for them. Shennong, having no parents, was now 20 years old and had not awakened a single spiritual root. As a result, he had endured countless humiliations. He had been ridiculed and insulted by many children who had awakened their spiritual roots. However, Shennong had a passion for medicine since childhood. He tasted hundreds of herbs and cured numerous ailments for many poor villagers free of charge. Thus, he had a good reputation among the lower class of the village. But why was he beaten to death? Shennong's head throbbed. A memory surged within his consciousness that it made him feel indignant. He recalled being seduced by the village chief's daughter. She had tempted him to reveal the secret of the heavenly Tao star cloud map. Shennong felt that the village chief's daughter, Suchiyu, must have lost her mind. What heavenly Tao map did he have? If he had such a treasure, would he be in such dire straits? Would he still be ruthlessly mocked and bullied by those cultivators? Anyway, hiding that treasure map is useless since you have no spiritual roots. Why not hand it over? I'm willing to marry you. Right now, I'm sorry, Miss Su. Where did you hear such rumors? I really don't have the heavenly Tao map and don't even know what you're talking about. Shennong could no longer withstand Su Chiyu's seduction. He tried to break free from her embrace, but Su Chiyu's delicate face suddenly changed. Help! Someone is assaulting me. A dozen strong men suddenly rushed out, pinning Shennong down and beating him mercilessly. They interrogated him about the treasure map's whereabouts. After failing to get any answers, they tossed the barely conscious Shennong into the treacherous and perilous divine demon mountain. Damn, what a vicious little wench. I must take revenge. Shennong cursed, but then became dejected again. How could he take revenge? With his current injuries, it would be a miracle if he could survive and leave the divine demon mountain. One must know that the mountain was full of demon beasts. Even if their levels were low, they could easily devour a mortal. Suddenly, a series of divine light chains lit up in his dantian, consciousness C, internal organs, and spine. That's right. That divine light was the beast taming spiritual root. Beast tamers could use it to contract with demon beasts that I can actually see inside myself. And I've awakened so many beast taming spiritual roots. Shennong jumped up in excitement. Even his heavy injuries were rapidly healing at the moment the beast taming spiritual roots lit up. Could it be that those thugs indirectly opened my meridians? Shennong was still immersed in the martial arts novels of his previous life. If those beast tamers knew I awakened so many beast taming spiritual roots, they would surely be jealous to the point of madness and ashamed to the point of suicide, right? Amidst his excitement, Shennong couldn't help but feel a bit worried. That little wench Su Chiyu was fixated on some heavenly Tao star cloud map. Looking at these beast taming spiritual roots, they seemed to contain the vast universe and countless star systems. They were as thick as the heavenly dragons formed by converging star rivers. Could it be related to the star cloud map that little wench was looking for? Shennong certainly had parents, but his impression of them was extremely vague. He had no idea what secrets his ancestors might have hidden. But with 9 prominently glowing beast taming spiritual roots in his body, would that lead to a quicker demise? What does it mean to have 9 beast taming spiritual roots? That was at least divine level. As the saying goes, an innocent man is guilty for possessing a treasure. If those prodigies discovered his extraordinary spiritual roots, wouldn't they fight to seize it? However, Shennong's concerns were unnecessary. After the 9 spiritual roots lit up in succession, they quickly dimmed like lamps extinguishing. Shennong felt lighter and healthier than before, but nothing else seemed unusual. Unfortunately, there weren't many high-level demon beasts on the divine demon mountain. In Beast Tamer Village, the highest-level demon beasts tamed by the Beast Tamers were mostly silver grade. Only the village chief had tamed a gold grade demon beast. No one in the village dared to provoke it. Oh, whoa! Just as Shennong was filled with ambition. Under the blood-red setting sun, in the white mist rising in the mountains, dozens of emerald-green ghostly lights flickered. It was a pack of silver-grade, emerald-eyed demon wolves. There were at least a dozen of them. Shennong felt no fear, only excitement and anticipation. Having awakened so many beast-taming spiritual roots, if he couldn't tame a few silver-grade demon wolves, then he might as well die. The speed of the demon wolves was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Shennong. The pack surrounded him. Their pairs of emerald eyes burned like clusters of green flames. They faced off against Shennong. The higher the level of the demon beast, the higher its intelligence. The silver-grade demon wolves were very cautious. They were testing him, not understanding why this powerless mortal not only was not afraid of them, but also wore a smile of anticipation. Was this mortal simple-minded? The Wolf King, approaching gold grade, howled to the sky. The sound shook the ginkgo leaves in the mountains, causing them to fall like rain. Huh, you are the one. Shennong had set his sights on the Wolf King that he raised his left arm, trying to activate a beast-taming spiritual root to intimidate the Wolf King first, and then force it to bleed and contract it. Beast-taming spiritual roots correspond to demon beasts of the same level. That if the level is lower than the demon beast, it is impossible to contract it. If one contracts a demon beast of too low a level, it will waste the spiritual root. Thus, beast tamers must be cautious when selecting their pets. After all, spiritual roots below bronze grade can only contract one demon beast. Silver grade can tame two. The higher the level of the spiritual root, the more demon beasts can be contracted. For someone like Shennong, whose spiritual root level was unfathomable, contracting 9 silver grade demon wolves would indeed be a pity. But Shennong was now somewhat desperate due to hunger. Shennong was alarmed that if the spiritual root did not light up, he would be unable to contract the Wolf King, and would be eaten by the Wolf King. Oh, the Wolf King was enraged by Shennong's foolish actions. That it let out a furious howl and viciously pounced toward Shennong. Chapter 2. The Abyss of Gods and Demons. Facing the 9-star silver-level blue-eyed Wolf King, Shennong had no power to fight back. Unable to use his beast control ability, he had no choice but to flee in panic. However, the silver-level demon wolf moved as quickly as lightning. Could he outrun the demon wolf? With a sense of despair, Shennong turned and sprinted desperately. To his slight comfort, after awakening the 9 beast control spiritual roots, he felt as light as a swallow. As he ran with all his might, it seemed that every muscle cell in his body was activated. His physical potential was unleashed like never before. The sound of sonic booms faintly rang in his ears, and he shot forward like a cannonball. The wolf pack was stunned, not understanding why he was running so fast. The Wolf King shot him an incredulous and furious glance from behind. It howled, leading the pack like a cloud of gray smoke, leaving countless streamlined afterimages in the air, relentlessly pursuing Shennong. Although Shennong was fast, his stamina and endurance were far inferior to that of the blue-eyed demon wolf. After running for half an hour, he was scratched by bushes in multiple places and was panting heavily, feeling as if his chest would explode. Shennong's speed slowed. The wolf pack was already closing in behind him. Suddenly, the wolves let out a chilling howl, a sound like tearing fabric, extremely piercing. It was mixed with a sense of warning and fear. Shennong felt the air around him change, turning bone-chillingly cold, with the wind blowing like a knife. The weight on his body suddenly increased. Each step felt like trudging through a swamp. He anxiously looked up and was horrified to find a swirling black calamity cloud appearing ahead. That black cloud seemed like a massive cave entrance, as if the mouth of a primordial beast could swallow the heavens and the earth in one bite. The malevolent aura of the black calamity cloud shot straight up to the sky, and the terrifying pressure extended for thousands of miles. Could this be the legendary abyss of gods and demons? Shennong felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard that the abyss of gods and demons was the most terrifying existence in the mountain of gods and demons. It was mysterious and elusive. Countless powerful cultivators from all over the world had come seeking its secrets. Gradually, the abyss of gods and demons had become a taboo in the mouths of cultivators. There were even rumors that not only entering the abyss of gods and demons, but even discovering it would bring endless misfortune to cultivators. It was best to turn and flee if one encountered it, and some crazed individuals had even gouged out their own eyes for this reason. The more Shennong thought, the more afraid he became. The wolf pack was already retreating in fear, their sounds no longer resembling wolf howls, but rather the mournful cries of dying sheep. With the abyss of gods and demons ahead and the wolf pack behind, Shennong was truly caught in a dilemma, just as he was trembling in anxiety. The 9 beast control spiritual roots within him lit up one by one. As all 9 spiritual roots lit up, Shennong felt as if a subtle connection had been established between his body and the abyss of gods and demons. The abyss seemed like a massive magnet, pulling him in and forcing him to quicken his pace. No, Shennong cried out in alarm. Did the 9 spiritual roots want him to rush to his death? However, no matter how much he resisted and struggled, it was futile. His body seemed to have entered another dimension, another space, another world. He felt the air around him thickening and sticky, making it extremely difficult to breathe. His body felt as if it was undergoing ruthless compression and tearing. Boom. A mountain roared down upon him. Roar. A beast tore at his flesh. Caw. A bird of prey pecked at his eyes and the back of his head, causing excruciating pain. Although these were merely illusions before Shennong's eyes, the pain inflicted upon his body was incredibly real and vivid. His bones felt as if they were being crushed by an inexplicable force, cracking under pressure. His skin split open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. His eyes were filled with blood vessels, even igniting with flames, burning with a fervent madness. He ran faster and faster, eventually soaring like a cloud, covering dozens of miles with each step. Although the abyss of gods and demons seemed close at hand, it felt as if it were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. With his leaping speed, Shennong felt he had been running for at least half a day before he could barely see the dark entrance of the abyss of gods and demons. To his horror, Shennong discovered that his flesh was mutating. His entire body sprouted greenish fur, as hard as steel needles. The bones in his shoulders cracked open, growing 2 massive bird wings. His feet transformed into golden claws, and his mouth became a sharp beak. In pain, he wanted to roar, but the sound that came out was a terrifying screech. His hot blood sprayed out, gathering behind him into a rushing river. Then, his body changed again. Like a savage, giant tiger, his beastly eyes shone like golden lanterns. With a roar, the heavens trembled. In an instant, his massive beast form transformed into a light and agile butterfly. With a gentle flap of his wings, he could cause mountains to collapse and create a terrifying butterfly effect, with one mountain after another crashing down, turning to ashes in the explosive sounds. It seemed he had experienced countless transformations in an instant: a one-eyed demon, a 1,000-handed guanyin, a colossal Buddha, a sage holding a scripture, a dragon sweeping across the galaxy. If it weren't for the resounding chime of the star chain within him, erupting with brilliant divine light to keep his mind anchored, Shennong would have gone insane. When he finally regained full consciousness, he found himself inside the abyss of gods and demons. The stone walls of the abyss were adorned with various patterns of demon beasts. Before he could clearly see the shapes of those patterns, the 9 star chains within him transformed into 9 dragon spirits of different colors and forms, roaring and surging out. They spiraled through the abyss of gods and demons, and the images on the stone walls seemed to come alive, breaking free from their confinement, shattering into dazzling starlight. Like the sea and tides, they merged into the 9 star chains. Boom! The abyss of gods and demons vanished. The boundless anomalies and demonic aura disappeared. The stars shone brightly in the sky, and the bright moon hung high. The wind in the mountains carried the fragrance of leaves and flowers, refreshing and invigorating. Shennong discovered that a little white cat had appeared beside him. The little white cat, with a tiger-like head, was exceptionally cute. Its white fur was crystal clear, without any impurities, as white as the snow on the mountaintop. "You are my contract beast?" Shennong felt a bit disappointed. How could it be just a little cat? Although he was unclear how the beast control spiritual roots had formed a contract with the little cat, he had established a wonderful mental connection with it. Shennong could even sense the little cat's pride and reluctance. "Please call me the White Tiger King." The white cat spoke human language, and calling a tiger a cat was truly a crime. A demon cat? It can even talk. Shennong was even more surprised and delighted. But he could not tolerate the white cat's arrogance. Instinctively, Shennong began to chant a spell. The overly proud white cat immediately broke down, suddenly rolling on the ground. It whimpered while covering its head in pain. "If you meow like a cat, I'll let you go," Shennong pressed. Meow? In unbearable pain. The white cat had no choice but to give up its sacred dignity and lowered its noble head to Shennong. Chapter 3. The 8 Tigers of the East. Although the white cat prided itself on being a divine beast, arrogant and wild, it had no choice but to submit under Shennong's silver might. Once contracted, it would be Shennong's beast in life and his ghost in death. The talking white cat made communication easier, saving him a lot of trouble. "Master." The white cat struggled to suppress the grievances and anger in its heart, trying hard to control the impulse to eat humans. with lowered brows and a submissive demeanor. It said, I come from a distant ancient era. I don't know how many epochs have passed since then. Our cultivation has been sealed. Our true power could destroy heaven and earth, devouring the universe. After a long time, no one has been able to save us from the fire and water. The demon god cave is the shackles that imprison us. Fortunately, a master like you, a natural-born genius, has descended to the mortal realm and taken us under your wing, allowing us to see the light of dawn again. There is hope for restoring our strength. Who sealed you? Shennong asked curiously. Who else was sealed along with you? Seeing that the white cat's fierce expression did not seem like it was lying, Shennong did not press further. And how will your power be restored? You must know that, right? Shennong asked again. Of course I know, the white cat said, raising its head and wagging its tail. By killing other beings and devouring their souls. Great. Follow me to battle, Shennong said with satisfaction. It was time to test your combat power. As they walked a short distance, they saw a pack of wolves retreating ahead. The green-eyed demon wolves, led by their wolf king, hurriedly fled. Clearly still shaken by the earlier encounter with the demon god cave, Shennong quickly surpassed the wolf pack, and he and the white cat aggressively blocked their path. The green-eyed wolf king saw Shennong again. Shocked, it was even more filled with anger. It was astonished that this fool had managed to survive after barging into the demon god cave. It was furious that this person, not only foolish but also mad, dared to rob them with a white cat. It truly did not take the green-eyed wolf king seriously. This time, it absolutely could not let this scum escape. The green-eyed wolf king howled to the sky, issuing commands to the pack. The wolves rushed forward, surrounding Shennong and the white cat. Hey, little cat, I'm counting on you, Shennong said, feeling a bit uneasy under the gaze of dozens of green beast eyes. The wolves coordinated well, and their training made them unbreakable once they surrounded their target. Even attempting to escape was impossible. Don't worry, master. I just happen to need these little fish to fill my teeth, the white cat said, striding forward leisurely to protect Shennong. Its eyes shone like bright lanterns. And when they stood upright, the cuteness and clumsiness of a cat vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of ferocity. A kingly presence swept across the surroundings, causing the wolves facing it, including the wolf king, to tremble. It was a suppression that came from their bloodlines. Some of the weaker green-eyed demon wolves were directly scared to the ground, howling in despair and not daring to approach. Oh, the wolf king was also very fearful. But wolves, by nature, are fierce and difficult to tame. After a brief moment of panic, it desperately unleashed its bloodline power. The Wolf King's combat power instantly rose to 2-star gold level. It bared its fangs, shrouded in a bloody wind, and its figure turned into countless afterimages. With a leap, it pounced into the air, condensing 2 massive wolf claws. Each claw seemed like a bright knife blade, tearing through the void and fiercely lunging at the white cat. A few stronger green-eyed demon wolves also managed to shake off the mental pressure from the white cat and charged alongside the Wolf King. The white cat smiled. It wasn't a human smile, but a roar of a fierce tiger. Its back arched like a bow, and then it leaped ferociously into the fray. Its small paws striking left and right, transforming into countless afterimages. Almost simultaneously, the air was filled with the tragic howls of several green-eyed demon wolves. Some had their skulls crushed, while others had their chests pierced. Wolf blood splattered everywhere, creating a foul stench. A total of 8 green-eyed demon wolves fell dead on the spot, their bodies thudding to the ground without a trace of struggle. The Wolf King suffered the worst. Its head was knocked off. Wolf blood sprayed out like fireworks from its neck. 8 soul shadows rose from the corpses of the green-eyed demon wolves. These soul shadows were faint and would dissipate in no time. The higher the level of the beast, the more solid the soul shadow, and the slower it would dissipate. Peak golden level wolf demons could be reborn using their soul shadows, but it required many years of restoration, unless they seized a suitable body to be reborn. The white cat opened its mouth and leaped out, swallowing all those soul shadows. It then killed all the fleeing demon wolves and devoured their soul shadows as well. Shennong discovered that the white cat's realm had restored to 1-star gold level. A warm current surged from his sea of consciousness, flooding his body, warming him and filling him with boundless power. His combat power also directly reached the peak of silver level. Master, I'm not bragging, right? I've now restored to the state of a 100-battle spirit tiger. Although I'm still too weak, I can easily handle a few ordinary demon beasts. The white cat boasted. Haha, you call that a 100-battle spirit tiger? It's clearly a 100-battle spirit cat. Shennong laughed. From now on, I'll call you Little White. Humph. The white cat was dissatisfied but had no countermeasure. It turned its head to the side, no longer paying attention to Shennong. Old Four, did you just hear something? It seems like there are demon beasts fighting. We could rush over to pick up the spoils and see if we can subdue a golden level pet beast? Forget it. With your broken spirit root, you'll be lucky if you're not eaten by the demon beasts. Damn. Old 3, Do you dare to underestimate me? My spirit root may be silver level, but I have enough strength to subdue golden level demon beasts. I have a secret weapon. What? Did that little vixen Su Qiyu give you some favoritism? Reward you with a beast taming artifact? TCH, do I need her rewards? It's a treasure I stumbled upon in the Demon God Mountain, but none of you better have any funny ideas. Or if you get hurt, I want to take responsibility. Enough with the nonsense. Let us go see. That little vixen Su Qiyu told us to rush up the mountain overnight to find Shennong's corpse. I think she has gone mad. Boss, why are you in such a hurry? Did that little vixen secretly promise you some benefits? Haha. If we're talking about the 8 tigers of Dongshang, that little vixen probably favors the boss the most. Once, I even saw the boss secretly meeting that little vixen. Old 8. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. As the noisy voices drew nearer, Shennong's anger surged, reaching its peak. He was too familiar with these voices. They were the 8 tigers of Dongshang, who had beaten him half to death and then thrown him into the Demon God Mountain. The 8 tigers of Dongshang were the most loyal dogs of the old village chief and the most devoted sycophants of Su Qiyu. Even a flirtatious glance from Su Qiyu was enough for any one of them to boast for several days. Shennong gritted his teeth internally. He hadn't gone looking for them yet, and they had come knocking on his door. This was truly a case of divine intervention. Eager to meet the King of Hell. Chapter 4. The army of demon beasts approaching on the waves. The bright moon hung high, and the stars were woven like a tapestry. In the Beast Master Mountain Manor, Su Qiyu was complaining to Su Qingtsong in his grand and luxurious mansion. Father, why do you want me to get close to that disgusting and lowly Shennong? With his character, how could he possibly possess a treasure like the heavenly Dao star cloud map? Little you, what do you understand? Su Qingtsong said solemnly. Although that Shennong appears to be just a commoner known for his medical skills, he must be hiding a great secret. How do you know, father? I've never heard you mention this before. Su Qiyu pouted, unconvinced. She had never seen her father with such an expression. And then, that mysterious guy claimed that the treasure map is in the heavenly Dao Palace and insisted that I must find it for him. Otherwise, he would lead the demon clan to flatten the Beast Master Mountain Manor, slaughtering all living beings within. Is he being unreasonable? Su Qiyu asked angrily and in confusion. But what is Tiandao Palace? What does it have to do with the useless Shennong? Since they can make my father afraid, it means their cultivation must be impressive. Why don't they ask Shennong for the treasure map themselves? According to that mysterious person, the abandoned house where Shennong lived is the old site of Tiandao Palace. Su Qingtsong said they are outsiders and cannot act against Shennong for now, but once they possess a suitable body in this world, their strength will be nearly restored. And they will be able to unleash a massacre in this world. Did my father really believe him just based on a few words? Su Qiyu remained unconvinced. How is that possible? Su Qingtsong suddenly trembled and said, I once tried to ambush him, but I couldn't hit him at all. He seemed to exist like an air spirit. Once attacked, his entire body would become ethereal, as if separated from the real world by a screen. But it seemed he was also helpless against me at that time. He only said that our residence would collapse in 7 days. What day is 7 days from now? Su Qiyu sensed something was wrong. It seemed that it was today. Before Su Qingtsong could finish his sentence, he suddenly became alarmed. He waved his hand and unleashed a golden energy vortex, wrapping Su Qiyu and making her disappear on the spot. Boom! The magnificent hall collapsed with a thunderous sound. The aftermath of the explosion sent clouds of dust and waves of air swirling, carrying fragments of stone, broken tiles, and wooden debris flying everywhere. The scene was momentarily out of control. The servants and family members of the Su family screamed and fled in panic for some unknown reason. Under Su Qingtsong's loud reprimand, their uncontrollable emotions gradually stabilized. Now, do you believe what your father said? Su Qingtsong said with a bitter smile. Yes. Su Qiyu, terrified, turned pale and nodded heavily. So during the day, that strange person came again, saying that those who want to see Shennong alive must see his corpse. They have already organized an army of monster beasts and will soon occupy the beast control manor. Father, I have already sent the 8 tigers of Dongxing up the mountain to search for Shennong's corpse as you instructed. Su Qiyu trembled as she spoke, but they may not find it. The demon beasts in the demon mountain are frequent, and even if Shennong is not dead, he is likely already in the belly of a monster beast. Father can seek help from the officials above. If it really doesn't work, we can still surrender. Those outsiders might not be devoid of emotions. After finishing, Su Qiyu puffed out her proud chest. Hey, Su Qingtsong stomped his foot. If you mess this up, they are half human and half beast monsters. Do you really think they will let it go after satisfying their lust? The implication in Su Qingtsong's words was clear. Silly girl, if you really fall into their hands, you don't know how miserable it will be. Father, the treasure map may not be with Shennong. Let's search his residence now. Maybe the treasure map is hidden in a place even Shennong doesn't know. Su Qiyu said excitedly. They had already thoroughly searched Shennong himself and the dilapidated house where he lived, but found nothing. Suchiyu suspected that if the treasure map truly existed, it was either hidden in an absolutely safe place by Shennong or that Shennong was completely unaware of its existence. That day when she seduced Shennong, his words did not seem like lies. It's useless, Su Qingsong shook his head. I have already used the treasure-seeking mirror to inspect that house. And even the entire beast control manor has been scanned without any findings. I'm afraid to find the treasure map. Shennong is the only breakthrough. Sigh. I hope the 8 tigers of Dongxing can achieve something. Suchiyu also felt completely deflated. The beast control manor was backed by the towering demon mountain and faced the vast ocean to the south. At this moment, in the center of the sea, waves were raging and demonic energy was surging. Dozens of huge, oddly shaped ships carried thousands of half-beast men and human experts, braving the wind and waves toward the beast control manor. Most of those half-beast men were tall and fierce-looking. Some held weapons in their hands. Some wore skirts made of animal skins around their waists. Some dragged magical artifacts, and some rode eagles with snakes coiled around their necks. They had various shapes and exuded a murderous aura. The most terrifying thing was that fierce demonic birds circled above their heads, their wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. The giant beasts let out deep roars, stirring up towering waves. The ferocious aura condensed into rolling dark clouds, pressing down from the horizon. Even land predators like lions and tigers floated on the vast waters, treading the giant waves as if they were on solid ground. Their target was the beast control manor. If they didn't achieve their goal, they would inevitably flatten the manor, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. To them, these mortals were no different from a swarm of ants. On Demon Mountain, Shennong encountered the 8 tigers of Dongxing in a narrow passage. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red with hatred. Oh, you useless one actually didn't die. There is indeed something strange. The leader, Qingtian Tiger, was the first to spot Shennong and exclaimed. The other 7 tigers also gasped in surprise. TSK, TSK. How did your injuries heal? Was it with your pitiful medical skills? Ha. The second, Chiwi Tiger, mocked loudly. Just now, there were clearly howls from a pack of wolves, and now, those demonic wolves are all dead. Could it be you? The fourth, Yinxiong Tiger, had the keenest eyes. When he saw the pack of wolves lying scattered in the distance, Yinxiong Tiger's voice trembled. Impossible. How could such a useless person kill a pack of wolves? He must have accidentally passed by and encountered a conflict with them. The fifth, Xiaomian Tiger, said with a fake smile. As for why the wolves turned on each other, no one could explain. The pack of wolves was killed by me. A dignified voice suddenly echoed, exploding in the hearts of the 8 tigers. What the hell? There's even a talking white cat here. The sixth, Fathead Tiger, shook his big head as if he had discovered a new continent. Ahem. Shennong cleared his throat. The white cat quickly corrected. Let me clarify. The pack of wolves was killed by my master. Ha. Am I laughing? Brothers, have you ever seen a talking cat demon? The seventh, Liedi Tiger, pointed at the white cat and laughed heartily. This cat demon is of high rank. I should capture it as my pet. The fourth, Yinxiong Tiger, stabilized his emotions and revealed a glint of greed and ruthlessness in his eyes. With a contracted beast of the master, as long as the master is killed, the contract halo within the pet will extinguish. At that time, it can be contracted again. Chapter 5, Annihilation. Brothers, don't you find it strange? The eighth, Giga Tiger, was known for his cunning and caution, and he was the team's strategist. He waved his feather fan, appearing to point out the situation. This trash is a waste. Yet it can contract a golden-level cat demon. There must be something unusual. Ha. Even if there is something strange, it doesn't matter. Eighth brother, why don't you go and try? You will understand. The fifth, Xiaomian Tiger, always smiled, yet his smile had a knife. He kicked Giga out, sending him flying toward Shennong. What the hell? Giga could no longer maintain his elegant posture and cursed Yinxiong Tiger in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. Yinxiong Tiger's cultivation was far above his. Wisdom was insignificant in the face of an absolute strength gap. For the first time, Giga felt that being wise was a burden. The other 6 brothers neither stopped Yinxiong Tiger nor showed any intention to help. Giga is right. How could a waste subdue a golden-level monster? There must be something fishy. It was not wrong to let Giga go and test it. After all, Giga had been smart since childhood and could resolve dangers alone. Damn it, Giga lamented. What the hell is this wisdom good for? Encountering these pig teammates, I am instead harmed by my own wisdom. Giga had no choice but to grit his teeth and release his pet, a silver-level ice rock shield light tiger, to block the white cat. He himself condensed a shiny long knife, and with a flash of knife light, he aimed to behead Shennong. Giga was cautious by nature and feared death the most. Since the beast control spirit root was of the ice attribute, he chose a pet that focused on defense, which was an ice rock shield light tiger. Zhuge planned to end the battle quickly, as long as the shield light tiger could hold off the white cat for a moment. he would be able to behead Shennong. Once Shennong was dead, he could merge the power of the Shield Light Tiger and would not be unable to subdue the newly ascended golden-level white cat that had lost its master. Roar. The ice-flamed Shield Light Tiger let out a roar that shook the mountains. Its entire body became as hard as rock and steel. The energy waves released were chilling to the bone. A cold wind like knives swept through the area for dozens of feet, covering the grass and fallen leaves with a layer of white frost. The temperature in this space suddenly dropped. If it weren't for Shennong's recent breakthrough, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture in no time. Let alone fighting, he wouldn't even be able to move a finger. Even so, Shennong felt that his limbs were somewhat stiff and numb, making his movements slow and clumsy. It was not easy for him to dodge Zhuge Jin's swift and whistling blade. "Little White, I'm frozen," Shennong complained. At this moment, the Shield Light Tiger was holding a protective light shield with one claw while tentatively swiping at the white cat's head with the other. The white cat's level was higher than its own, and the Shield Light Tiger was well aware of this. Therefore, this strike was primarily defensive with an offensive aspect. Got it. The white cat lazily stretched. Suddenly, it unleashed a deafening tiger roar, its whiskers flaring up and its tail erect. The majesty of a king swept across the heavens and the earth, completely erasing any hint of the cute and gentle kitten demeanor. The Shield Light Tiger was startled, its ears ringing, and in a moment of panic, its tightly gripped shield nearly flew out of its grasp. The other 7 brothers also felt a chill run down their spines. They seemed to see a divine tiger roaring in the sky, its length unknown. And with a single roar, the universe cracked and the stars shattered, as if the heavens were being destroyed. What the hell? Is this really a cat demon? This cat demon only has golden-level combat power? Boom. The white cat leaped up and struck out a paw at the Shield Light Tiger. The Shield Light Tiger hurriedly raised its shield to block. Bang! The shield shattered. The white cat's paw continued with unstoppable force and smashed the Shield Light Tiger's head. Thud! The massive body of the Shield Light Tiger crashed to the ground, cracking the stone beneath it. A soul shadow floated up, which the white cat swallowed whole. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. With the Shield Light Tiger dead, the surrounding frost quickly began to melt. Zhuge Jin stood there in shock. And from the corner of his eye, he saw the Shield Light Tiger's head being smashed into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. This completely exceeded his expectations. But in a life-and-death struggle, every negligence is fatal. Shennong stepped forward, snatched the long knife from Zhuge Jin's hand, and with a swift motion, a head rolled to the ground. The soul shadow also floated up, only to be devoured by the white cat. Shennong then took a yellow-patterned storage bag from Zhuge Jin's waist. This type of storage bag was of considerable quality, with a large capacity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold such a massive creature like the Shield Light Tiger. How about that? It's your turn now, beasts. Let us see who the real trash is. Shennong sneered as he approached the remaining 7 brothers. The 7 brothers felt a wave of fear and involuntarily stepped back. Damn it, there are 7 of us and just one of him. What is there to be afraid of? The eldest, the sky-raising tiger, roared. Although he was at the back of the group, everyone halted, no longer retreating. The sky-raising tiger was right. They had no way to retreat. They could only capture Shennong to avoid death and gain Misu's favor. Except for the 4th brother, the Cloud Tiger. The other 6 tigers each had their own contracted beasts. Among them, the eldest, the sky-raising tiger, had the highest level pet, a 9-star silver-level beast. The 6 tigers released their contracted beasts, 6 silver-level demon tigers. In an instant, the roars of tigers filled the air, their fierce presence overwhelming. There were the combat-skilled iron-winged tiger and the earth-shattering tiger, the stealthy cloud tiger and the short-legged tiger, as well as the deceptive changeable tiger and the 3-headed tiger. The iron-winged tiger spread its wings, sending ancient trees flying and giant stones rolling. The earth-shattering tiger struck down with a claw, cracking the ground and sending dirt flying into the sky. The cloud tiger seemed to be able to command the clouds and rain, its massive body disappearing and reappearing from the rolling smoke, launching surprise attacks on the white cat from different angles. The short-legged tiger was a demon tiger capable of burrowing underground. Although its level was still low, it could tunnel through hard ground like a groundhog, creating a considerable wave of dirt and moving back and forth underground to catch the white cat off guard. A typical newly ascended golden-level demon beast would not be able to withstand the coordinated attacks of 6 different attribute silver-level demon tigers for long and would likely be killed in retaliation. However, the white cat grinned. It loved battle more than anything. The more enemies there were, the stronger they were, the more it ignited its fervent fighting spirit. But the 6 demon tigers were far too ordinary in its eyes. The white cat let out a deafening roar. Above its head, a massive illusory white tiger appeared. Its movements were equally simple and brutal, fast as lightning. The 6 demon tigers only saw a flash of white light shooting into their midst. Then, The air was filled with the piercing sound of explosions and cries of agony. The cloud tiger's belly was completely sliced open, and it fell from the sky with a tragic howl. Its bright red intestines and tiger blood splattered everywhere. The short-legged tiger had its spine broken, rolling out from underground, struggling for a moment before dying. The combat-skilled iron-winged tiger and earth-shattering tiger had their heads smashed indirectly. The deceptive changeable tiger and the three-headed tiger fared even worse. They suffered multiple severe injuries, with blood holes appearing one after another, quickly draining their massive amounts of tiger blood. The white cat feasted, devouring the 6 tiger souls and licking its lips, gazing greedily at the East Victory 7 tigers. Chapter 6, Galaxy Dragon. Seeing Little White so valiant, instantly killing 6 silver-level demon tigers, Shennong was very satisfied. Little White, leave the rest of these scraps to me. Shennong gripped the bright long knife, feeling powerful surges of energy rushing through him, expanding his meridians, strengthening his organs, washing his marrow and tempering his bones, and enhancing his spirit. After some refinement, Shennong had undergone a complete transformation, truly stepping into the peak of silver level. He had directly leaped over the iron and bronze levels, becoming a master of his time. In any era, such a feat was exceptional and unparalleled. As long as the master was happy, Little White had no objections. The white cat was not greedy for power nor confrontational, maintaining the basic ethics of a qualified contracted beast. After all, Shennong did not consume soul shadows. The food would ultimately belong to it. It only needed to prevent anyone from escaping. You beasts have made me suffer greatly. Now, your retribution has come, Shennong said without further ado, transforming into a shadow and charging straight at the earth-shattering tiger. The 7 brothers were now like startled birds, having lost most of their pets, equivalent to losing their left and right arms. Moreover, if their contracted beasts died, their consciousness would also suffer a backlash, resulting in serious injuries that could not be recovered in a short time. Facing a freshly ascended, thriving, and vigorous Shennong, they truly felt powerless. Crack! The earth-shattering tiger, knowing it was no match, dared not clash head-on with Shennong. It planned to burrow underground to evade Shennong's swift blade. However, as it began to dig, Shennong's blade arrived too quickly, slicing it in half. Its organs mixed with blood gushed out like fireworks, looking extremely tragic. The white cat easily harvested the earth-shattering tiger's soul. With one blow, Shennong laid the earth-shattering tiger to rest, greatly intimidating the remaining 6 brothers. Everyone stay calm. Let us go together. This kid has just broken through. His foundation is unstable. The eldest, the sky-raising tiger, shouted enthusiastically. But he still dared not take the lead to attack Shennong. Damn. 4th, don't you have a treasure that can subdue golden-level monsters? Hurry up and take it out. Even when the smiling tiger was angry, his chubby face still maintained a smile. Killing that cat demon would be like severing Shennong's arm. Let's see how arrogant this kid can be now. The smiling tiger's words were like a wake-up call. Not only did it awaken Yunzhong Tiger, but it also energized the others. Everyone looked at Yunzhong Tiger with judgmental and angry eyes. Yunzhong Tiger felt guilty and awkwardly said, "Brothers, I forgot just now. Let me summon my treasure, and I guarantee that this person and this monster will turn to ashes." With a wave of his hand, a pitch-black serpentine scepter appeared in his palm. The scepter was covered with intricate golden symbols. Yunzhong Tiger infused energy into the scepter to activate it. The symbols on the scepter moved like dragons and snakes, bursting forth with dazzling and intense light. The serpent's head of the scepter let out a sharp howl, automatically flying high into the sky. Golden light, like the sun, illuminated the dim night sky. The scepter instantly twisted and transformed into a long black chain. The thick chain coiled and surged like a dragon or snake, spanning the sky, unleashing unparalleled power. With a long howl, it descended towards the white cat. The dark spirit binding chain. The white cat, usually so relaxed, was taken aback. Clearly, this binding chain was no ordinary item. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shocked and frightened a god-level pet like the white cat. In its prime, it would have no fear of the binding chain. Unfortunately, now that the tiger had fallen into the valley, its strength had only recovered a bit, and it truly felt uncertain about facing this chain. But since it had already boasted, the white cat had to grit its teeth and let out a fierce roar. It activated its potential, mobilizing all the demonic power within to condense a faint white tiger phantom above its head, charging towards the dark spirit binding chain. Hiss! The dark spirit binding chain loomed in the sky, imposing and unstoppable. The black light it emitted suddenly ignited into black dark spirit flames, shattering the white tiger phantom into pieces, leaving the white cat in a sorry state. The white cat let out a painful roar, as its true form was also ignited. The flames were unquenchable. Soon, the scent of charred meat wafted through the air. But the white cat belonged to the fighting-type demon beasts. It was naturally combative and would rather die in battle than submit. Its beastly eyes spewed forth golden flames, like two divine lanterns hanging high. It clawed at the dark spirit binding chain, desperately biting and pulling, attempting to tear it apart. However, it was currently injured and already weak. Crack. The binding chain was only pulled to the point of cracking, but did not break. The white cat's condition was extremely dire. Its body was severely burned, turning it into a fire-bathed white cat. Even its mouth was ignited. Its roar became hoarse and tragic. The binding chain held it tightly. Ha ha, got it. Yunzhong Tiger laughed triumphantly. He had picked up this treasure, not expecting it to be so against the heavens. The other 5 tigers also laughed wildly. Their faces twisted as they approached Shennong. Little brat, you were so arrogant? Without your pet's protection, you're just trash. Let's see how we deal with you. Qing Tian Tiger rushed to the front this time. With a free ride, he couldn't fall behind. Shennong was in unbearable pain. The binding chain burning the white cat was equivalent to burning him. Unless he severed the contract with the white cat. They were like grasshoppers on the same rope. If one suffered, they both suffered. He couldn't even save himself, let alone save the white cat. He was already surrounded by the 6 tigers. In such a weakened state, Shennong wouldn't last long before he met his demise. He watched helplessly as the white cat was about to be burned to death, feeling a burning pain in his heart. Yet he had no intention of severing the contract with the white cat. Just at the moment when both man and cat were in extreme peril, a thick Beastmaster spirit root in Shennong's body suddenly lit up. That Beastmaster spirit root was located in his spine. When the contracted beast was seriously threatened, the Beastmaster spirit root could no longer endure. It automatically burst forth from Shennong's body, gathering above his head to form a river of stars like a dragon. It traced a beautiful arc, but with immense and overwhelming power, it surged downward. Like a divine dragon waving its tail, it crashed into the void, sweeping away the dark spirit binding chain. Crack. Boom. The binding chain was unable to withstand the blow from the river of stars. The flames extinguished, and the chain broke. The light of the symbols dimmed entirely. It transformed back into the serpentine scepter, but it was already broken into 2 pieces. There was no longer that sense of divine authority. What? How is this possible? The 6 tigers were dumbfounded. Shennong actually had such a heaven-defying treasure hidden away. They never dreamed that it was the Beastmaster spirit root, which completely exceeded their understanding. What is possible or impossible? Die. The river of stars surged into Shennong's body. With a swing of his long knife, heads rolled. Little White, are you okay? Shennong asked with concern as he looked at the charred and pitiful white cat. I'm not dead yet. The white cat waved its paw and said, Master, don't stop me from replenishing energy. Haha, am I blocking your shot? Shennong laughed. Once the white cat consumed the soul shadows of the 6 tigers, the charring and injuries on its body gradually faded, and it became lively again. Chapter 7. The Frenzied Beast Tide. Shennong himself did not expect that his Beastmaster spirit root could actively protect the contracted beast, successfully destroying the terrifying dark spirit binding chain and turning it into 2 pieces of scrap metal. He killed the 6 tigers, allowing the white cat to consume the souls of 6 people. Only then did the white cat's injuries gradually recover. That was close. Shennong felt a lingering fear. He regarded the white cat as his trump card, believing it could win every battle. Who would have thought that in the end? It was he who saved the white cat. It's all because I was too weak, the white cat lamented, feeling deeply ashamed for startling its master. Little White, is consuming soul shadows the only way for you to recover your strength? Shennong asked curiously. Of course not. The white cat shook its head and said, for example, proactive cultivation, spirit pills, miraculous stones, and symbols can also help me restore my cultivation. But consuming soul shadows is the most convenient and relatively fast method. This is the God Demon Mountain, with countless demon beasts. How about we kill more demon beasts tonight to help you restore your realm? Shennong suggested. The white cat recovering its strength would also relatively elevate his own realm, a win-win situation. Great. I was just thinking the same thing. The white cat immediately became spirited upon hearing about the battle. However, Master, as a mortal, don't you need to rest? The white cat asked. Haha, Little White is so considerate. Shennong bent down and affectionately stroked the white cat's smooth fur, praising, Little cat is very understanding. The white cat's fur and tail fluffed up. If an ordinary person dared to touch it like that, it would have long since gotten angry and torn the other party apart. It was a great demon of the king level among the heavens. How could it allow others to play with it? Actually, I'm also very tired and want to rest, Shennong sighed. He was indeed very tired, especially after the Beastmaster spirit root actively flew out to repel the enemy. He felt an even deeper fatigue from his soul, because that was irrational. It would cause a significant backlash on the cultivator, especially on the mental level. But I still have a great revenge to take. Once you elevate your strength to the peak of the golden level, come with me to take revenge, and then we can rest properly. Shennong thought. Although it was not easy to find a peak golden level or even extraordinary demon beast on the outskirts of the god demon mountain, with good luck, they could still encounter one within a night's time. If the white cat's strength did not recover to the peak of the golden level, he would not dare to easily descend the mountain to seek revenge on Su Qiyu. He had heard that Su Qingsong had a demon beast close to the extraordinary level. Su Qingsong himself was also extremely terrifying in strength. As for what kind of guardian artifact the Su family possesses, Shennong knew nothing about it. Therefore, to be safe, he must wait for Xiao Bai to recover a certain level of strength before going down the mountain to seek revenge. Boom, boom, woo, woo, roar, roar. Suddenly, the distant peaks were engulfed by turbulent winds and clouds. Thunder rumbled, and golden clouds churned as if a crack had opened in the sky. The celestial river poured down from the heavens, shaking the mountains as if an earthquake had occurred. Some peaks collapsed, and boulders fell like rain. Great trees were uprooted, and leaves and debris filled the air. Unknown ferocious beasts roared, and demon birds soared across the sky, their wings spread wide, covering everything. The sky wailed, and the earth trembled. It was a beast tide. The beast tide has erupted, Xiao Bai exclaimed. At the same time, its beastly eyes narrowed. Excitement mixed with a hint of worry. This beast tide was extraordinary. The demon beasts were panicking and going mad, which was extremely dangerous. It was a significant opportunity, but it came with great risks, and the master must be cautious. Oh, why would the demon beasts be startled and go on a rampage for no reason? As the sound of the beast tide, like the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, grew closer, Shennong was also moved. He had lived in the Beastmaster Villa for many years and had never heard of such a thing. There must be a more terrifying creature appearing, Master. Look towards the southern sea. The white cat's fur stood on end, and its vertical pupils fixed on the southern sky as it shouted. What is there? Since it was nighttime, Shennong could not see clearly in the distance. There was a calamity cloud covering half the sky above the sea, with thick pillars of lightning rolling down from the calamity cloud, and enormous demon birds soaring through the air, far surpassing those of the beast tide in level, Xiao Bai explained. Even if there were higher-level beings, or even divine beasts appearing, it wouldn't cause ordinary demon beasts to panic and riot like this. Xiao Bai said with an expression of someone well-informed. Then why is that? Shennong cooperatively asked for guidance. Because the group of demon beasts coming has murderous intent towards the human race. Their will to destroy extends for thousands of miles, and while the human race remains unaware, it cannot escape the keen senses of the beast race, Xiao Bai explained. Indeed, in terms of sensing danger and disaster, the beast race has an innate advantage over humans. Are you saying that those powerful beings are coming for the Beastmaster Villa? Is it possible they might even attack the Divine Demon Mountain? Shennong frowned. If the Beastmaster Villa is filled with people like Su Qingtian and the 8 Tigers of Dongsheng, he would be glad to see them all perish. However, there are many poor and honest commoners like him in the villa. Those people are not cultivators. When disaster strikes, they would be the first to die. Among those poor commoners, many are patients Shennong knows well. Although he has treated them for free, the vast majority of patients have not forgotten Shennong's kindness. They would secretly bring him eggs, various foods, rush to fetch water, chop wood, cook, wash clothes, sew and mend, repair houses, plant vegetables, and water them. Through long-term interactions, Shennong has built a deep bond with these simple villagers. If these villagers are in trouble, how could he just stand by? With this thought, Shennong couldn't help but feel even more anxious and worried. As for why those higher beings would target the Beastmaster Villa, Shennong had no idea. What he needed to do was to quickly improve his cultivation and protect the common people. Looking at the approaching beast tide that surged like ocean tides, Shennong no longer felt fear. All that remained was fervor and anticipation. Master, we can't blindly seek death. We should first find a weaker spot in the beast tide and use that as a breakthrough to kill in, which may ensure the master's safety. A charming and melodious voice suddenly rang out. It made Shennong's scalp tingle and his back chill. He couldn't help but shudder and ask, Xiao Bai, why has your voice changed? Humph. Xiao Bai clearly expressed disdain and dissatisfaction. I am not Xiao Bai, but if the master wishes to call me Xiao Bai, I would be delighted, the sweet and soft voice teased. Who exactly are you? Shennong already felt something was off and said sternly. Chapter 8, Moonlight Fox. Shennong felt a chill run down his spine. That feeling, in some ways, was more terrifying than facing the surging beast tide. Although Xiao Bai appeared cute and silly, the voice speaking was steady and authoritative. It would never produce such a feminine tone. Hee. Master, don't be afraid. I'm here, as a silver moonlight fell. Shennong blinked, and a delicate and lovely silver fox appeared before him. This silver fox not only had a charming voice, but also loved to pose. It looked quite adorable. You are also my pet beast? Shennong sensed something. Yes. I am the Moonlight Fox, the most beautiful moonlight fox in the world, from the Shadow System, good at stealth and assassination. I wonder if you are satisfied with my introduction, Master? The Moonlight Fox's voice was sweet, and after speaking, it didn't forget to twist its slender waist. I see you are the most shameless little fox spirit in the world. Xiaobai couldn't stand the Moonlight Fox's coy demeanor and said disdainfully, "Hey, this princess is talking to the master. What are you, a wild cat, doing butting in? Go away." The Moonlight Fox scolded Xiaobai sharply, hands on its hips. "You dare call me a wild cat? Watch me not tear your mouth apart." Xiaobai was furious and suddenly pounced at the Moonlight Fox, but it missed. The Moonlight Fox's beastly form suddenly became ethereal, dissipating like mottled moonlight. The next second, a scream from Xiaobai was heard. Bang! The sand and stones stirred. A large pit appeared on the ground, and the golden-level Xiaobai was violently smashed into the pit. Hee, a stinky cat dares to provoke this princess? Master treasures you. But this princess won't indulge your stinky habits. If you're not convinced, let's fight again. The Moonlight Fox laughed, shaking with pride. Roar! I will fight you. Xiaobai roared, shocking the surroundings. Even the demon beasts at the forefront of the beast tide were moved. Many demon beasts instantly snapped to attention. They saw Xiaobai from afar, as if they had discovered some monster, causing the already chaotic beast tide to become even more uproarious. The demon beasts bit and trampled each other like boiling magma. The scene was tragic, spectacular, and thrilling. What time is it? Why are you still fighting amongst yourselves? Shennong shouted loudly. Because of the upheaval in the heavens and earth, the roars of beasts and the thunderous sound of trampling made it deafening. Shennong had to shout to be heard. In fact, even in such chaos, they could completely communicate with their divine senses. Facing a great enemy, Shennong was genuinely anxious. However, the combat power of the Moonlight Fox was clearly superior to Xiaobai's. Its appearance at this time was akin to giving him a capable assistant, allowing Shennong's tense emotions to relax a bit. Xiaobai and the Moonlight Fox still expressed their unwillingness to back down against each other, but absolutely obeyed Shennong's commands. Master, Yuer will lead the way as the vanguard. You just need to follow Yuer into the beast tide, and Yuer will ensure your safety, the Moonlight Fox said proudly. As for that wild cat, let it fend for itself. I think you're disgusting and deserve a beating. Xiaobai spoke fiercely but did not oppose the Moonlight Fox's proposal. It also knew that its current combat power was inferior to the Moonlight Fox's. All right. Shennong nodded immediately, suggesting they insert themselves into the flanks of the beast tide, which could both consume soul shadows and ensure everyone's safety. Assessing the situation, Shennong provided his advice. Master is truly both courageous and wise. Yuer admires you so much. I'll follow the master's orders, and Xiaobai chose to attack from the weaker left flank of the beast tide. With a flash of silver light, the Moonlight Fox instantly engaged with the surging horde of demon beasts. Shennong saw a silver ribbon dancing in the air, like a stunning beauty showcasing her graceful dance skills. The ribbon, adorned with flowers, dazzled and enchanted, yet was extremely dangerous. Where the ribbon fluttered, the beasts howled and fled in all directions. Even the massive mountain-opening beast and bone dragon beast could not escape. Some of these beasts had their necks snapped, others had their spines severed, or their bellies cut open, resulting in a gruesome and bloody scene. The beast tide was primarily composed of common iron, bronze, and silver-level beasts, with gold-level beasts being in the minority and extraordinary beasts being even rarer. Very few extraordinary beasts appeared around the perimeter of the Divine Demon Mountain. Tonight, a few extraordinary beasts ran out from deep within the Divine Demon Mountain, standing out in the beast tide. The Moonlight Fox scorned the soul shadows of beasts below the gold level and only chose to consume some peaked silver-level beast soul shadows. This was merely to nourish Shennong, helping him strengthen his foundation to break through to the next realm. Without sufficient energy reserves, his foundation would be unstable, and even if Shennong barely entered the next level, he would struggle in battle and risk going mad. The Moonlight Fox's combat power had already reached the peak of 9-star gold. Unless it consumed extraordinary beasts, it could not continue to recover its cultivation. However, consuming soul shadows of the same level could help it heal its injuries. Soul shadows are invisible to ordinary people. Only those who have reached the peak silver level can barely see them, with exceptions like Xiaobai and the Moonlight Fox, who are powerful beings undergoing recultivation. Shennong and Xiaobai charged into the beast tide alongside the Moonlight Fox. Xiaobai fought bravely, dashing left and right to kill enemies while consuming silver-level soul shadows and protecting Shennong. Shennong swung his long knife, also slaughtering the beasts. He did not need to worry about running out of energy, as Xiaobai and the Moonlight Fox would continuously provide him with energy. What he needed to train were his skills and techniques for killing. When he truly mixed it up with the beasts, Shennong realized that his cultivation was indeed inadequate. The beasts had thick hides, and even though their realms were lower than his, he found it exceedingly difficult to chop them down. A rampaging unicorn rhinoceros charged at him. Shennong swung his knife at the rhinoceros's head. Clang! It was as if he had struck steel, and the blade even chipped. He had to dodge the rhinoceros's frontal charge, and instead struck its head with a punch from the side, knocking it out. Xiaobai followed up with a punch, completely killing the unicorn rhinoceros. A gold-level purple flame eagle swooped down, opening its mouth to spray a stream of purple flame at Shennong. The temperature of this flame was extraordinarily high, capable of melting even rock. Shennong barely dodged the purple flame eagle's attack and countered with a knife that struck its steel-like claws, causing sparks to fly. The purple flame eagle was unharmed. But Shennong's long knife had already become dull. This weapon is so poor, Shennong complained. Although he could fight opponents of a higher level, killing the purple flame eagle in the air was still quite difficult. Bang! The white cat leaped several meters and crashed into the purple flame eagle's chest, collapsing its breastbone. The injured purple flame eagle did not retreat in fear. Instead, it became even more ferocious, abandoning the white cat to continuously spit purple flames at Shennong. The purple flames intertwined like fire serpents, enveloping Shennong and posing a severe threat to him. The white cat jumped several times, but was evaded by the purple flame eagle. As long as it did not engage directly with the white cat, Xiaobai had no way to deal with the purple flame eagle. Just as Shennong was suffering from the scorching heat of the flames, a sudden white light swept in like a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing, fiercely wrapping around the purple flame eagle's neck and yanking its head off in an instant. Chapter 9. Xian Water Poison Bee. Following the Moonlight Fox, Shennong charged into the beast tied from the left flank. The Moonlight Fox's combat power was at the peak of gold and adept at stealth, so it felt little pressure entering the beast tide. Xiaobai, naturally combative, had lost count of how many years had passed, coupled with some memories being blocked for it. Such a bloody spectacle felt like the first time in its life. It roared and howled to the sky in excitement. The white tiger phantom above its head seemed to be strongly stimulated as well, becoming even more solid. The aura of a king swept across the land, causing the beasts in the tide to tremble in fear. The weaker ones scattered in all directions, trampling, biting, and colliding with one another in chaos. Silver-level beasts dared not provoke them and took detours. However, some completely mad silver-level beasts, relying on their teamwork, showed no fear of any strong enemies, such as terrifying swarms of bees and flying scorpions, as well as out-of-control ant and wolf packs. There was a type of Xian water poison bee that was incredibly abnormal. This was a water-type poison bee with a natural ability to manipulate water. Normally, humans must reach at least the late silver stage to harness elemental abilities effectively. However, the Xian water poison bee could unleash terrifying water arrows as soon as it reached the bronze stage. The most terrifying aspect was their innate toxicity. Once an enemy was struck by their water arrows, they would quickly become numb all over and die from poisoning within seconds. A single Xian water poison bee was already formidable, but a swarm of them was enough to scare anyone away. Thus, wherever the swarm of Xian water poison bees passed, they left behind numerous corpses of beasts. These corpses turned a dark purple and gradually rotted, emitting a foul stench. Even the smell they released contained potent toxins. Where the stench was swept by the fierce wind, the vegetation withered, and rocks changed color. The ant swarm had an astounding ability to consume. Even large and tough beasts like iron-skinned giants and long-snout crocodiles would be completely devoured to the bone by the overwhelming ant swarm. There was a type of thunder attribute illusory thunderwolf that could unleash powerful lightning. The lightning power released by a single illusory thunderwolf could stun a large beast. If a group of such wolf beasts released their lightning simultaneously, they could generate a thunderbolt powerful enough to flatten a small mountain. There were also fierce birds adept at arson and pangolins that could create high walls of dirt and stone for attacks. When various beasts clashed, aside from the differences in their realms, the key factor was whether they possessed sufficient abilities to intimidate their enemies. When elemental abilities are cultivated to a certain extent, one can completely kill enemies of a higher level. The Moonlight Fox charged ahead, avoiding the more dangerous beasts. It was no longer fighting for itself, but rather to protect Shennong's safety. After the Moonlight Fox killed the Purple Flame Eagle, Xiaobai also unceremoniously consumed the soul shadow of the Purple Flame Eagle. Haha, that stinky wild cat is really shameless, even stealing my food. The Moonlight Fox mocked Xiaobai while fighting. Humph, that's the master's food. Who do you think you are? Xiaobai was indeed quite proud. Shennong's long knife was continuously damaged, and in frustration, he threw it away, starting to practice empty-handed techniques or directly using his fists and feet to kill enemies. Generally, upon reaching the peak of silver level, one could release energy, harnessing the free elemental power from the air to condense one's own weapons. As the number of soul shadows consumed by Xiaobai and the Moonlight Fox increased, The energy they provided him gradually transformed from a trickle into a flowing river of energy within his body. His foundation rapidly solidified. After reaching the peak of silver, Shennong began attempting to push towards the 1-star gold level. The energy he absorbed was quite mixed, including water, fire, lightning, and earth attributes. He had a particular affinity for lightning. Therefore, he first discarded the other attributes and focused on refining lightning attribute weapons. After one attempt, then another, Shennong quickly grasped the knack. The lightning elemental energy within him was successfully stirred up, enveloping his entire body in a golden glow. This golden light rapidly condensed in his palm, drawing in external lightning elemental ions. The nearby thunder elements were completely drained and gathered at the golden long knife formed in his hand. With a crackling sound, a terrifying power of lightning surged outwards. Great! For the first time crafting a weapon, Shennong was very satisfied. He swung the long knife and continued to slay the demon beasts. The effect this time was astonishingly good. The hard armor of the demon beasts no longer held an advantage under the lightning long knife. In fact, one golden level mid-stage demon leopard, which was much stronger than him, was sliced in half with a single blow, its defenses shattered. Moreover, the wound of the golden demon leopard was scorched by the lightning, turning into a charred mess. Shennong became braver and more excited as he killed, with demon beast corpses continuously falling around him. Beast blood splattered everywhere, forming rivers of blood. However, danger was approaching. The group of Xianshui poison bees suddenly changed their flight direction, rushing towards them like a dark cloud. At that moment, Shennong was at a critical point of breaking through. He felt a barrier within him about to be breached, the barrier of the golden level. Master, are you okay? The Xianshui poison bees are coming. The Moonlight Fox called out. Let us give it a try. As long as I can wield the lightning knife without gaps. Those poison bees shouldn't be able to harm me, Shennong replied. He noticed that those poison bees were quite large, even bigger than rats, and were definitely not like ordinary bees or wasps. Moreover, most of the poison bees, aside from the queen, were at a lower level than him. Thus, Shennong wasn't too worried or afraid. He was primarily in high spirits from the killing and had built up his morale and fighting spirit. Even when facing Golden Peak demon beasts, he wouldn't flinch or be afraid. Master, these poison bees are the most troublesome. They can shoot out incredibly deadly water arrows. And the poison gas they release is equally hard to guard against. Once you're hit, you'll quickly lose your fighting ability, the Moonlight Fox patiently explained. So, I'll teach you a method to hold your breath, which can effectively avoid the poison gas. The Moonlight Fox was very clever. It didn't say I'll teach you or I'll pass it on to you, but rather used the word tell, making it sound refreshing. Alright, Shennong gladly accepted the Moonlight Fox's mental transmission and quickly mastered the method of holding his breath. They were in sync and learned from each other effortlessly. Buzzing. The Xianshui poison bees were hovering ominously above them. Wherever they passed, the demon beasts wailed and collapsed, rising in terrifying purple smoke. Before long, it turned into a pool of pus and blood. The pus and blood continued to dissolve and evaporate, turning into black-purple smoke that drifted away with the wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Xianshui poison bees gathered the water elemental power around them and shot out shimmering water arrows, raining down on Shennong and the Moonlight Fox like a storm. Even golden-level demon beasts couldn't withstand such a dense barrage of water arrows and would be breached. Chapter 10. Hunting the Extraordinary, the Diamond Demon Ape. The water arrows spat out by the Xianshui poison bees poured down like a waterfall, and their power was so strong that they could pierce gold and shatter stone. If it were the previous long knife, even if Shennong could wield it so skillfully, he definitely wouldn't be able to block such a concentrated and fierce attack. Shennong wielded the golden lightning knife, moving like the wind, forming a golden ball of light. Clang, clang, puff, puff, bang, bang. The rain-like water arrows exploded against the golden ball of light, all bursting apart and turning into streams of purple-black mist. Shennong used the method of holding his breath to stop his breathing, preventing the purple toxic smoke from seeping into the knife circle. Just a whiff could make him weak all over, losing his fighting ability. The Moonlight Fox also created a golden energy shield around itself. Having consumed a large number of soul shadows, including those of golden-level demon beasts, it successfully advanced to mid-gold level with a 6-star rating. It was soon expected to break through to the peak. The energy shield formed by ordinary golden-level demon beasts couldn't withstand such a dense barrage of water arrows for long. However, as a divine beast that had survived since the primitive era, the Moonlight Fox's defensive shield was as solid as a fortress. No matter how strong the wind and rain outside, the Moonlight Fox remained safe within the shield. Even when the Moonlight Fox reached the peak of the golden level, it still seemed reluctant to provoke the swarm. It hid in the shadows, its body invisible, avoiding this trouble. Shennong certainly wouldn't sit idly by. According to what the Moonlight Fox said, a large number of high-level beings were attacking from the sea, and they might pose a threat to the Beast Control Villa. Only by breaking through to a higher realm as quickly as possible could he hope to save some of the impoverished people of the villa. There were too many high-level beings, and their momentum was overwhelming. Therefore, facing them head-on to repel them was nearly impossible. Although the Moonlight Fox and the Moonlight Fox were strong, they hadn't even reached the extraordinary realm. How could they fend off the enemies? The more Shennong thought about it, the more anxious he became. The Beast Control Villa was in imminent danger, and he started to regard personal grudges as less important. After all, when the strong enemies arrived, even if he didn't take action, Su Qingtian and her father would also be in trouble. However, what if they surrendered? What if they abandoned the safety of the people and fled? Shennong felt a surge of hot blood rise within him, and he shouted loudly, swinging the lightning knife more fiercely. The accumulated thunder elements within him erupted from his dantian like a volcano, pouring through his arms into the long knife. Outside the golden knife circle, the lightning surged greatly, forming one golden thunderball after another, continuously flying out and exploding in the air. Boom, boom, the thunder roared, and the powerful wave of explosions dealt a devastating blow to the swarm. A large number of Xianshui poison bees were reduced to ashes. The swarm diminished in large numbers, shrieking in despair as they tried to escape, yet they met their end beneath Shennong's unstoppable, rolling lightning knife. Both the Moonlight Fox and the Moonlight Fox praised Shennong greatly, but they did not forget to devour the countless soul shadows of the Xianshui poison bees like a whale sucking water. With the nourishment of these Xianshui poison bee energies, Shennong would be immune to such toxins in the future, and the greatest gain was that he could also release the Xianshui bee poison himself. After the battle with the swarm, Shennong successfully broke through to the golden level, and it was a 2-star rating. With strength came confidence, and Shennong was no longer satisfied with merely operating on the edge of the beast tide. He wielded the lightning knife, taking the lead, and charged towards the center of the beast tide with the Moonlight Fox and the Moonlight Fox. Even some golden-level demon beasts could no longer threaten Shennong's safety. After just a few exchanges, they would be slain under his knife. As for some golden demon beasts of similar level, Shennong could basically behead them with a single strike, splattering beast blood as if he were in an uninhabited realm. The trio of golden beings charged through the beast tide, unstoppable, slaying countless demon beasts. Even the Moonlight Fox's realm had broken through to 9-star golden level. If they fought the Moonlight Fox again now, the Moonlight Fox would no longer be at a disadvantage. While the combat type might not be as mysterious and changeable as the shadow type, the combat type had a fiery vigor with a strong and resilient body, excelling in hard battles and prolonged fights. The Moonlight Fox seemed to sense some kind of crisis. Master, why don't we hunt that extraordinary demon ape? The Moonlight Fox suggested. Now, only hunting the extraordinary can pique the interest of the two pets. Shennong nodded. The two pets had already consumed a lot of golden demon beast soul shadows, including some peak golden level ones. The energy they provided was enough for him to break through to the peak of the golden level. However, once he reached the golden level, he could no longer break through as quickly as before. He needed to be steady and take his time. Otherwise, his body might collapse from the strain of a violent breakthrough. The golden level was equivalent to a master, while the early extraordinary was equivalent to a grandmaster. His breakthrough had already been fast. One might say it was like 1,000 miles a day. But Shennong hoped to be even faster. As long as his body allowed, he would decisively break through. One person and two beasts charged towards that extraordinary demon ape. The extraordinary diamond ape is displaying its tremendous power. Wherever it goes, giant trees are uprooted, fierce winds arise, and sand and stones fly about, as if an unparalleled great demon has descended. Massive stones float around it, effortlessly tossed aside like marbles using its secret power. They crash down, causing wolf packs to scatter in panic and breaking the bones of demon beasts, leaving them dead on the ground. Even the once invincible ant swarms are shattered, unable to maintain their unity, and flee in all directions. Huh, there's actually a human? The diamond ape spots Shennong and is somewhat surprised. Moreover, this human is leading two golden demon beasts to charge at it. It seems they are targeting it. This further astonishes the diamond ape. Is this human not insane? Who gave him the courage to challenge such an extraordinary demon? However, the thunderblade in this human's hand seems to have some tricks. I am feeling somewhat restless and depressed. Killing a human to relieve the boredom wouldn't be bad. The diamond ape certainly won't choose to dodge or turn to flee. It charges aggressively towards Shennong. Rocks fly through the air and energy waves surge. With a casual wave, a gust of hurricane sweeps around it. With a single step, it covers 100 meters, as if riding the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it is in front of Shennong. Aside from the extraordinary, who dares to provoke these four great deities? All other demon beasts retreat, giving them space. Seeing the demon ape actively coming towards him, Shennong is quite pleased. Without wasting words, he leaps up like a great rock, swinging his thunderblade. With arcs of electricity darting like golden snakes, accompanied by a rumbling sound of thunder, fiercely striking at the diamond ape's forehead. This diamond ape is likely at the 3-star extraordinary level, a full realm higher than Shennong. However, the energy foundation Shennong has accumulated is enough to support him in breaking through to the peak of the golden level. So he is not intimidated by the extraordinary at all. Yet, when they actually engage, Shennong truly feels the strength of the extraordinary. Clang! The long blade strikes the diamond ape's forehead, producing a sound like metal on metal, erupting in bursts of golden flames. Despite receiving such a heavy blow, the ape is completely unharmed. Chapter 11. No Martial Morality. Clang! Shennong strikes down. Sparks fly, igniting flames. Like ringing a great bell. He fails to even scratch the diamond ape. Boom! Immediately, thunder roars from the thunderblade. It only singes a patch of fur on the ape's head, not even breaking the skin. This diamond ape is indeed as hard as diamond, unbreakable. So tough. Shennong exclaims, the extraordinary realm is indeed remarkable, stronger than he imagined. Oomph. A human trash dares to challenge my authority, thinking you can. Just as the diamond ape is about to mock Shennong and then swat him down like a mosquito, it suddenly lets out a piercing howl. Any demon beast that has broken through to the extraordinary realm can speak human language. The diamond ape was too complacent. Just as it was triumphantly mocking Shennong, Shennong's left hand suddenly aimed at the ape's beastly eyes and executed a 2 dragons play with pearl move. This sudden attack was as quick as lightning. 2 water arrows shot out from the tips of Shennong's index and middle fingers, carrying an overwhelming force, deeply piercing into the diamond ape's eyes. Both water arrows penetrated its brain, piercing through the brainstem and exiting from the back of its skull. Other parts of its body may be harder than fine iron, but that doesn't mean its eyes are the same. Normally, even if the brainstem were pierced, with the diamond ape's extraordinary rank, it would only be severely injured, not dead. However, those 2 water arrows contain the deadly poison of the mysterious water bee. The blood seals the throat, making it extremely difficult to resolve. The diamond ape never expected that Shennong would be so unscrupulous and launch a sneak attack. Filled with unwillingness and hatred, it cried out in pain, its massive body crashing down like a small mountain. After struggling in pain on the ground a few times, it lay still. For a moment, both Xiaobai and the Moonlight Fox were dazed. They couldn't react to what had just happened. How did an extraordinary demon beast die in the blink of an eye at the hands of its master? It should be known that even they, being strong, would need to exert considerable effort to kill the diamond ape. Immediately, both pets almost simultaneously wanted to blurt out 4 words, which were exactly what the diamond ape wanted to say before dying. No martial morality. But the Moonlight Fox was much more agile than Xiaobai's mind. While Xiaobai was still immersed in, what's happening in this world? Master, you're being unscrupulous. The Moonlight Fox had already soared through the sky, swallowing the light golden soul shadow of the diamond ape. Even this fox spirit is unscrupulous. Xiaobai suddenly woke up, regretting it and repeatedly cursing the Moonlight Fox in its heart. Although it despised beings who lacked martial morality, especially humans who often used dirty tricks like eye poking and groin kicking. But that soul shadow, whoever swallowed it first would regain their extraordinary state first. Shennong could certainly sense Xiaobai's dissatisfaction and disdain towards him. However, he feigned indifference, appearing completely unaware. Throughout history, who among those who achieved great things has not faced criticism? Hee, you silly and dumb wildcat, you will always be a step behind me, failing to catch the warm food. The little fox laughed so hard that it trembled, having successfully returned to the extraordinary realm. Although its realm was still a bit unstable, it was more than enough to deal with Xiaobai. Only when its strength completely overwhelmed Xiaobai would it dare to be so reckless. That soul shadow is unclean. It will cause diarrhea, Xiaobai retorted angrily. Oh, diarrhea? The Moonlight Fox feigned surprise, then laughed joyfully, saying, no, I not only didn't have diarrhea, but I also feel very comfortable. You're just a silly cat who says grapes are sour because you can't reach them, right? Being uneducated is truly terrifying, Xiaobai said, clearly indicating that it was the fox that couldn't reach the grapes, hence claiming they were sour. Shennong almost laughed at Xiaobai. This divine beast really knows a lot. But I gotta eat them. Only the wildcat didn't get to eat them, the Moonlight Fox argued. No martial morality, and still showing off. How shameless. Suddenly a low, ancient voice came from the clouds above. Who is there pretending to be mysterious? Hurry up and get down. Xiaobai was already in a state of confusion, and upon hearing a great demon acting pretentious, it angrily shouted upwards. As that ancient voice sounded, the clouds parted, revealing a blue rock shadow. Its beastly body wasn't particularly large, with outstretched wings only about 10 meters. However, at the moment of its descent, a fierce wind swept across 100 miles. A massive wave of energy surged like an ocean. The raging energy wave directly sent the nearby observing demon beasts flying dozens of miles away. Even some early golden demon beasts could not escape. Only Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox stood their ground, firmly rooted like they had grown roots. In a hurry, Shennong desperately activated the Earth-type energy stored within him. He constructed several high walls of soil and stone, all of which were swept away by the hurricane. He himself staggered back several meters before barely regaining his footing. So powerful, Shennong was deeply moved. This rock's combat power is at least 3 to 4 times higher than that of the Diamond Ape, and its realm should have reached at least 6-star extraordinary, if not higher. However, Shennong firmly believed that this rock was definitely not the legendary golden-winged rock king. That being is a mythological existence. Its fame surpasses even that of Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox. Not to mention taking action, just a single thought could obliterate him and even this world. How could it possibly appear here? A few weaklings, only knowing some dirty tricks, truly have no real cultivation. Come at me with your lives. The weakened golden-winged rock looked down on Shennong and the others, dismissing their excessive chatter. With a flap of its wings, dozens of blue feathers shot out, transforming into giant blue swords. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the heavens, they formed a mysterious and terrifying sword formation that descended upon Shennong. To avoid repeating the fate of the Diamond Ape, the golden-winged rock didn't hold back or test the waters. It unleashed its killing move right away. It had to kill Shennong as quickly as possible because it sensed the extraordinary power of Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox. Only by eliminating Shennong first could it focus on dealing with these two fierce beasts. The blue giant swords roared through the air, their momentum unstoppable. Before the swords even landed, their power was already felt. The earth could not withstand this formidable sword force. With cracking sounds, the ground sank, and sand and stones were stirred up, becoming lethal weapons in the swirling winds. Anyone caught and would be ground to dust. Shennong was greatly shocked. The golden-winged rock was incredibly strong. He channeled all his energy, water shields, earth walls, fire dragon shields, and thunderballs came forth. Some were used to counterattack, attempting to shatter the blue giant swords, but most were for defense, hoping to withstand the blow from the golden-winged rock. However, all efforts were in vain. Boom! The fire dragon shield shattered, the water shield collapsed, the earth wall exploded. And even the energy from the golden thunderballs only temporarily slowed the descent of the sword formation without causing any damage to it. Chapter 12. The Golden-Winged Rock. The golden-winged rock soared through the sky. The blue energy surged, stirring up a misty sea of energy that roared like a dragon. Truly a master at the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. Its blood energy was vast and powerful, like a burning blue sun in the night sky, illuminating the cosmos. The golden-winged rock was determined to avenge the Diamond Ape, so it unleashed its killing move right from the start. Its blue feathers shook free, transforming into dozens of giant blue swords, forming a sword formation with overwhelming power. Shennong was ruthlessly locked and crushed by the sacred sword formation. There was nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide. Shennong's body sank with the ground. The pressure of the sword force was unbearable, causing his chest to surge with blood. And he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Before the swords even arrived, he was already unable to hold on. His skin surface showed many spiderweb-like, menacing cracks. Roar! Xiao Bai let out a loud roar and charged into the sword formation. The strong intention to protect its master ignited all of Xiao Bai's fighting spirit and killing intent. Boom! It collided with the sword formation with its physical body. It charged left and right, knocking the blue giant swords askew when they fell towards the ground. They even deviated from their original path. At the same time, Xiao Bai was drenched in blood, its fighting spirit boiling, fiercely striking and sweeping with its claws and tail, attempting to destroy and shatter all the giant swords. Clang! 2 of the giant swords showed cracks along their blades. Boom! With a sweep of its tail, one giant sword was even exaggeratedly broken in half. Xiao Bai's fighting spirit grew stronger. It roared continuously, and the white tiger phantom above its head was even more fearsome. With a wave of its big paw, it unleashed a wave of energy that could destroy everything. Crackle! Over a dozen giant swords shattered like scrap metal under the overwhelming might of the white tiger. However, the white tiger phantom also dimmed rapidly due to this strike. The golden-winged rock was taken aback. It didn't expect Shennong's pet to be so powerful. To break the sword formation with its physical body was too insane. Just as the golden-winged rock became slightly distracted, it suddenly felt a tremendous crisis approaching. It tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The Moonlight Fox suddenly appeared behind it, and with a shake of the moonlight silk, it tightly wrapped around its neck. The golden-winged rock's physical form became ethereal, trying to escape the strangulation of the moonlight silk. But after several attempts, it failed each time. The moonlight silk clung to it like a parasite. No matter how it twisted and turned, it was futile. Crack! With a violent shake, the moonlight fox instantly snapped the golden-winged rock's neck. Shennong let out a long breath. The powerful transcendent beast was indeed ferocious, almost taking his life. Just as Shennong was secretly celebrating his victory and praising his two pets, he saw the moonlight fox in the air with a grim expression. Showing no joy of victory at all, a shadow escaped from the corpse of the golden-winged rock. That should have been a soul shadow, which Xiao Bai and the moonlight fox would compete to devour. But the shadow quickly solidified and truly transformed into a golden-winged rock. Ha ha ha, little rodents. Now you know why I am called the golden-winged rock. Because I have two lives. This transformed physical body is my true pinnacle state. The golden-winged rock laughed wildly. Shennong, however, felt an inexplicable horror. He sensed that his physical body could shatter at any moment. The aura of the golden-winged rock grew even more intense, rapidly rising to the peak of the transcendent realm. Its fierce aura hung like a great sun, spanning the vast expanse, illuminating the world like daylight. The frenzied beast tide quieted at this moment. Beasts hundreds of miles away began to crawl on the ground, trembling in fear under the overwhelming pressure of the golden-winged rock. Enough, little fox. You've angered me. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish and send you on your way. The golden-winged rock lightly waved its wings, and a golden giant handprint materialized. It spanned the void and struck towards the moonlight fox. Boom. A small mountain on the opposite side exploded under the pressure of the golden handprint. Dust and debris flying everywhere. Those beasts that couldn't escape were directly crushed into dust and ash by the golden handprint. Just one strike, and it was terrifying. Boom. The moonlight fox's physical body could not withstand the impact of the golden handprint. It exploded on the spot, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Caw! The golden-winged rock laughed wildly. Ah! Shennong cried out in shock, heartbroken. But strangely, he did not feel his soul being backlashed or severely injured. The spiritual connection between him and the moonlight fox remained intact. It seemed that it was not over yet. A voice echoed in the void, ethereal, like a fairy's sigh or a beauty's resolute farewell. What? The golden-winged rock looked around in terror. Who are you? Where are you hiding? Before it could finish speaking, it felt a tightening around its neck. A white silk, like a water snake, appeared and spread like ivy, wrapping around its neck and constricting its entire body. No, get away. The golden-winged rock was terrified and struggled desperately, using its steel-like claws to tear at the white silk. However, this time the moonlight fox had already merged with the moonlight silk. The white silk was the moonlight fox, and the moonlight fox was the white silk. The golden-winged rock could not break free, no matter how hard it tried. Boom. The golden-winged rock dove towards the ground, crashing into the hard mountainside, causing a tall peak to explode, destroying a third of it. Boom. Boom. A mountain was flattened under the relentless collisions of the golden-winged rock, yet it still could not escape the strangulation of the moonlight silk. That was the moonlight fox's life weapon. Merging with the moonlight fox, it was said that not even a beast of a higher realm could stand against it. The golden-winged rock struggled for a while, but gradually lost its strength. This is not good. Xiao Bai suddenly dashed out, swiftly pursuing the direction the golden-winged rock had fallen. What do you mean? Shennong was puzzled. In his view, the battle was over. The golden-winged rock could not possibly defeat a true, unparalleled great monster again, even if these great monsters were pitifully sealed for countless years. Not only had their realms dropped, but some memories were also blocked. But ultimately, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Was Xiao Bai so startled because the golden-winged rock still had the strength to counterattack? When Shennong hurriedly followed, he couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the scene before him. He saw the moonlight fox and Xiao Bai fighting over the soul shadow of the golden-winged rock, each unwilling to give way. The primordial spirit of the golden-winged rock screamed in pain, cursing one moment and begging for mercy the next. However, no one paid it any attention. Once a creature reaches the level of the golden-winged rock, its soul shadow tends to solidify, if preserved intact. It can condense a physical body and be reborn in just a few decades. If one were to use body snatching or the technique of borrowing a corpse for revival, it could be reborn immediately. However, whether through body snatching or borrowing a corpse, one must find a suitable body that matches the original's spiritual roots and foundation. Chapter 13, Unknown Fears. Shennong's injuries quickly healed. He had absorbed too many energy elements of different attributes. The mixing had its benefits. When he saw Little White and the moonlight fox fighting over the soul shadow of the golden-winged rock, Shennong smiled. Little White fought bloodily to save me. So you two should share the food, Shennong said. The golden-winged rock was taken down by the moonlight fox. Logically, even if it didn't monopolize the spoils, The Moonlight Fox should have received the larger share. Little White rushing over to fight for it was a bit unfair, Shennong secretly complained. But Little White had indeed risked its life for him. He couldn't let the hero feel disheartened. There was also another crucial point. The Moonlight Fox had already returned to the extraordinary 3-star level, while Little White was still stuck at the peak of the golden level and unable to break through. From a broader perspective, it made sense for the two pets to share the food. Stinky Wild Cat, if it weren't for the master feeling sorry for you, I wouldn't let you take advantage today. The Moonlight Fox said proudly. Do you still want face? Want to break through yourself and hunt the extraordinary? Competing for food with this princess is simply like a mangy dog. Although the Moonlight Fox scolded Little White, it still shared the soul shadow of the golden-winged rock, as Shennong suggested. Once the soul shadow was torn apart, the golden-winged rock fell silent. Little White ignored the Moonlight Fox's barbs and consumed half of the soul shadow of the golden-winged rock. A real man can bend and stretch like this. What does it matter to be scolded a few times by a little fox? Little White comforted itself. It quickly immersed itself in the thrill of breaking through. In the end, the Moonlight Fox broke through to the extraordinary 5-star level, while Little White returned to 3 stars. Master, what about those demon beasts? Little White pointed to a large group of demon beasts in the distance and asked. It and the Moonlight Fox devoured the soul shadows of beings of the same realm to consolidate their levels. To break through, they needed to consume the soul shadows of higher-level beings. There were hardly any extraordinary beings in the beast tide. After fierce infighting, death, and fleeing, most of the remaining ones had lower realms, with the peak of the golden level being rare. The remaining demon beasts mostly cast looks of either fear or admiration at them. They whimpered softly, as if begging or mourning. Can you two subdue them? Shennong suddenly asked. There were still hundreds of these demon beasts left, and their levels were quite average, most at the silver and golden levels, as the weaker ones had mostly died. Moonlight can't do it, but the Wild Cat can. The Moonlight Fox teased Little White. After all, it used to be the king of cats. Little Fox, I've tolerated you for long enough. If you say one more word, I'll definitely tear your mouth apart. Little White angrily retorted. Oh, when sharing the golden-winged rock. I didn't see you so spirited. The Moonlight Fox mocked. All right, Shennong waved his hand, seeing that this group of demon beasts admires you both. I believe either of you can subdue them. Since Little White is good at this, let it take the lead. Shennong felt that to resist the enormous force from the sea, their combined strength was still too weak. Although the average combat power of this group of demon beasts was low, commanding them to fight against those outsiders from the sea was somewhat unrealistic. They could only become cannon fodder, but they were still a force, lying in ambush on the mountain, perhaps useful at some unknown time. Little White took the command to subdue the group of demon beasts. Moon, when do you think those outsiders from the sea will reach Beastmaster Villa? Shennong asked the Moonlight Fox. Master, I can't be sure either. The Moonlight Fox pondered seriously. With their speed, they should be able to come over quickly. But they seem to be in no hurry. Looking at the speed of the clouds rolling, they might not reach Beastmaster Villa until dawn. Good. Shennong's furrowed brows relaxed a bit. Moon, guard my path. I want to break through with all my strength and strive to reach the extraordinary before dawn. Master, this is too rushed. It's very easy to go into a devilish state or have your body collapse. At that time, even Moon. The Moonlight Fox was shocked and tried to prevent Shennong's reckless act. This was tantamount to self-destruction. The master had no need to be so anxious. How could it understand Shennong's worries and concerns? Just guard my path. I know what I'm doing. Shennong waved his hand at the Moonlight Fox and chose a relatively hidden cave, sitting cross-legged inside to begin breaking through. In just one night, he attempted to leap from having no cultivation to becoming extraordinary. It sounded unbelievable. The plan was too crazy, but Shennong didn't mind. Ever since he inexplicably awakened the 9 reverse spiritual roots of beast control, he knew he was destined to walk an unusual path, a path filled with thorns, dangers, and excitement. Destined to bear responsibilities and loneliness that ordinary people couldn't shoulder. When heaven endows you with a gift, it is destined to take something from you. In the night of Beastmaster Villa, no one slept. Was there an earthquake on Demon Mountain? It shook the entire Beastmaster Villa. Some old and dilapidated houses and courtyard walls directly collapsed. Some frail, elderly, and lonely people unexpectedly lost their lives. Scattered cries began to rise. What could be heard most clearly were the continuous barks of dogs and the mournful cries of various livestock and poultry. Could disaster befall tonight? Beastmaster Villa suddenly turned from deathly silence to noisy commotion. Quick, go find the Villa Master and ask what happened. The Villa Master is closed for seclusion, and the steward has orders. Anyone spreading rumors will be executed on the spot. What rumors? No one is spreading rumors. We just want to know the truth. Someone died. The officials must arrange for the deceased's funeral, right? Moreover, many of them are lonely old people. How can the officials not intervene? Go find the funeral home. Is it necessary to disturb the villa master for such a small matter? Are you out of your mind? Is the people's business all a small matter? Suffering while alive. And no one cares when dead. We demand to see the villa master. Let the villa master seek justice for us. Do you not understand human language? The villa master is in seclusion. How can there be time to see you commoners? If you continue to cause trouble, I'll have the villa guards arrest you and throw you in jail. Outside the residence of the villa master Su Qingsong, many people had gathered. Everyone clamored to see Su Qingsong. Although the steward scolded loudly, his eyes were also erratic, revealing a demeanor of false bravado, as if he had something to hide. On the official road heading east, 2 horses were galloping. It was Su Qingsong and his daughter. Su Qingsong was always restless, sensing impending disaster. So he only took some gold and silver valuables and planned to flee to Liangzhou in the east with his daughter Su Qiyu. He had sent someone to Liangzhou for help, but unfortunately, all those sent had died. Each messenger had bled from all 7 orifices, their bodies shriveled, as if drained of their blood and flesh essence by some monster, dying in a horrific and tragic manner. Chapter 14, Black Wuchang. The stars were disordered, and the Yin wind wailed. The remnant moon hung high, burning like a flame of death. Su Qingsong, with his daughter Su Qiyu, planned to escape to the eastern Liangzhou under the cover of night, away from the trouble of Beast Master Villa. He even abandoned his wife and concubines. If it weren't for Su Qiyu coincidentally catching him preparing to flee, he might have even abandoned his daughter. In Su Qingsong's view, women were merely entertainment after a feast. When disaster strikes, they are burdens, only adding to his load. Don't mention his wife and daughter. Even his 80-year-old mother, Su Qingsong, did not bid farewell. He would only carry things that were beneficial to him, and as for his daughter, he could use her as a shield at critical moments. In short, as long as he could survive, Su Qingsong did not care about committing heinous acts and bearing the eternal infamy that came with them. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in the void ahead. The person wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured most of their face. Dressed in a black cloak that seemed to flicker in and out of a mist, they appeared mysterious and eerie. The cloaked figure hung in the air, resembling a hanged ghost. Their green eyes even burned with a faint, ghostly fire. "Ah, there's a ghost." Su Qiyu cried out in shock, nearly falling off her horse. She didn't fall, but the horse let out a mournful whinny, stumbled, bled from its 7 orifices, and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Su Qiyu's reflexes were quick. She managed to perform a roll in the air and landed safely on the ground. However, after this incident, she was terrified, her face pale, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Su Qingsong's steed, the red hair, also fell and died. Not only was it bleeding from its 7 orifices, but its originally robust and round body had mysteriously been drained of vitality, leaving just a withered skeleton. It should be known that the mounts of Su Qingsong and his daughter were not ordinary warhorses. They had reached the combat power of a silver-tier demon beast. Yet, upon encountering the cloaked figure, they died on the spot in an instant. Su Qingsong and his daughter had not even seen how the cloaked figure had struck. "What do you want?" Su Qingsong tried to mask his fear with anger. He was certain that this cloaked figure was the outsider who had visited him twice before. Although they had changed their attire and even their appearance, that familiar aura remained unchanged. The eerie pressure was still there. Unlike the last 2 times, the cloaked figure seemed to have fully integrated into the present world. They had become a tangible person. Undoubtedly, the cloaked figure had successfully taken on a suitable vessel. How strong was their combat power? Could he escape from the cloaked figure? If he couldn't win, would the cloaked figure kill him? Should he beg for mercy? Would begging for mercy lead to contempt from the cloaked figure? Because some strange and temperamental masters would not spare you the more you begged, the more you bravely resisted. Even cursing them, the more they might think you had guts and might spare you. Hehe. Su Zhuangzhu, you don't need to be afraid. As long as you offer your daughter to me, I will let you go. How about that? The cloaked figure smiled sinisterly. If you think you can win against me, feel free to fight. But I'm someone who doesn't hold back when I strike. It's easy for me to kill. So the choice is in your hands. Su Zhuangzhu, do you want to offer your daughter, or do you want to fight me? Dad, let's fight him. We are 2 people, and he is just 1. What are we afraid of? Su Qiyu shouted. Although she was somewhat frivolous, the man she was willing to sacrifice herself for had to at least be a person, right? The thought of sharing a bed with a hanged ghost made her feel cold all over, gave her goosebumps, made her nauseous and uncomfortable, and felt worse than death. Xiaoyu, you're not a child anymore. Women must marry sooner or later. Moreover, the cloaked brother is not bad. His cultivation is unfathomable, and in the entire Jiuzhou, I doubt anyone can rival him. He is truly a remarkable figure of this era. Su Qingsong said earnestly, every word making sense, all for his daughter's sake. Dad, you. Su Qiyu was stunned. Is this still the father who always claimed to love her? He abandoned her mother and grandmother. And now he wanted to give his own daughter to a monster. Growing up, Su Qiyu always believed that Su Qingcong had profound cultivation. With combat power at the peak of the golden level, which would count as a great master even in the entire Liangzhou. Moreover, her father also had a powerful pet and 2 family heirlooms. He shouldn't be this cowardly. Could it be that the chaos of the beast tide in the divine demon mountain had scared her father? Otherwise, how shameless could one be to abandon a wife and daughter, and even his own mother? I wonder if Su Zhuangzhu could heed my advice? Cloaked brother, you are too modest. Our Zhuangzhu is certainly willing to comply. Su Qingcong quickly clasped his hands and said, but I am dull. What exactly do you want me to do? And what is your esteemed name, cloaked brother? If there is anything I can assist you with, I will certainly not hesitate to lay down my life. Hehe. Let me tell you the truth, Su Zhuangzhu. I am a messenger of the Soul Palace, called He Wuchang. However, He Wuchang is a title, not just one person. As for how many soul messengers there are in the Soul Palace, I am not clear. He Wuchang paused, and his tone suddenly became cold. Su Zhuangzhu, why pretend to be confused? What I want is Shennong. You once promised to hand him over to me. But where is he now? You promised something, yet you're eager to leave and act as if you have no responsibility. Isn't that too lacking in chivalry? Lord Soul Messenger. This is a misunderstanding. I am not going back on my word. Su Qingcong said in fear, since I received the order. I have been exhausting my efforts just to fulfill what you entrusted me with. Unfortunately, my subordinates were incompetent and accidentally killed Shennong, throwing him into the divine demon mountain. I sent those servants to search, but there has been no news. I'm afraid Shennong's body has already been devoured by the demon beasts. No, Shennong is not dead. Your subordinates are the ones who died. He Wuchang suddenly interrupted Su Qingcong decisively. I can also tell you that they were killed by Shennong himself. Su Zhuangzhu may doubt this and be confused. Then I can tell you that whoever acquires the Heavenly Tao Star Cloud Map can create miracles anywhere at any time. Hearing He Wuchang speak with such certainty, both Su Qingcong and his daughter were inexplicably shocked. The 8 tigers had actually died. Shennong was so against the heavens? What kind of organization is the Soul Palace? Why do they want to take the Star Cloud Map? Why not go directly to find Shennong? What do they want with the father and daughter? Isn't this going in the opposite direction, seeking the far instead of the near? Chapter 15, 3 Divine Eagles. Ahem. Su Qingcong cleared his throat and bravely asked, the Soul Palace has existed for thousands of years, ruling the martial world, able to control the lives and deaths of countless people. The Soul Messenger is even more powerful, laughing in the world of martial arts. Wherever the sword points, no one dares to disobey. If the Soul Messenger wants to catch Shennong, what is the difference between that and an eagle catching a sparrow, reaching into a bag to take something? Why abandon the divine sword for a butcher's knife? I am dull and truly perplexed. Ha ha. You are somewhat interesting. Seeing a strong person, you flatter them. Even sacrificing your wife and children if necessary. You hide a knife in your smile, speaking with 2 faces. And it's hard to find a term to describe your despicable nature. He Wuchang laughed. Then, with a serious expression, he said, what Su Zhuangzhu doesn't know is that the map has already fused with Shennong. Unless Shennong willingly hands over the treasure map, no one can obtain it. If we forcefully take it, it would go against Shennong's will, and we might not even get a complete star cloud map, potentially provoking Shennong's fierce resistance, leading to the destruction of both the treasure map and ourselves. Wouldn't our efforts be in vain? I see. Su Qingcong listened to He Wuchang's explanation, as if suddenly enlightened, yet also felt like he understood nothing. As for the words He Wuchang used to ridicule him, Su Qingcong was indifferent. So, does this mean that Su Qingcong wants to get to the bottom of what these outsiders are really after? Su Zhuangzhu is exceptionally clever. How can you be confused for a moment? He Wuchang said, does Shennong have any close people? Does he have anyone who cares for him? Su Qingcong was taken aback, as if he had suddenly understood something. Apart from mingling with some lowly people, Shennong had no parents. Would he really hand over the treasure for a few commoners? Hehe. If it were the owner of the Su family, not to mention the deaths of a few commoners. Even if all the women in his family were humiliated and the men were killed, he would never hand over the treasure map, right? He Wuchang sneered. Su Qingcong was speechless. He was indeed that kind of person. Unfortunately, Shennong was not the owner of the Su family. Otherwise, all our hard work would be in vain. Fear comes from the unknown. Since the matter has been clarified, these outsiders are not targeting him, Su Qingcong, then there is nothing to worry about. At least in the short term, the Su family should be safe. Wait. He Wuchang suddenly stopped Su Qingcong and said, the owner of the Su family might still be regretting not being able to test my skills today. Why not take a step back? An opportunity is coming. He Wuchang drew a circle around Su Qingcong and his daughter. The circle seemed to be imbued with some kind of magic. Water blue ripples surged within the circle, slowly rising to lift Su Qingcong and his daughter high into the air, not to mention anything else. Just this move alone allowed He Wuchang to completely outshine the father and daughter. The two of them looked up towards the east. Under the deep blue sky covered by starlight, 3 dark red eagles flew over. It was not unusual for monstrous birds to pass by at midnight. What was surprising was that there were 3 people sitting on the backs of those eagles. Su Qingsong had already reached the peak of the golden level. His eyes like lamps illuminating the night sky, with excellent vision. He immediately recognized the 3 people on the eagles' backs. They were top masters from Liangzhou City. All 3 had extraordinary cultivation levels, one in the early stage, one in the mid-stage, and one at the peak. Even the eagles they rode were extraordinary monstrous birds. With terrifying strength, the 3 extraordinary ones were brothers. The eldest was Ing Wucai, the second was Ing Wujiao, and the youngest was Ing Was. However, Su Qingsong knew the 3 brothers well. The one named Wucai was greedy for wealth, the one named Wujiao was fond of alcohol, and the one named was lecherous. All 3 brothers were middle-aged, having trained for decades, and with exceptional talent, they had developed their remarkable skills. What were the 3 brothers doing at Yusho Mountain Villa? Hadn't the messenger been killed? Su Qingsong felt puzzled. At the same time, his spirit was lifted. What kind of cultivation level did the 3 brothers have? Not to mention being earth-shattering, they were certainly famous throughout the 9 provinces. He Wuchang dared to provoke the 3 brothers, which was purely seeking death. He could take the opportunity to kill He Wuchang with the hands of the 3 brothers, easily escaping to the safe lands of Liangzhou. The 3 brothers had also noticed Su Qingsong. However, they had never seen him before, only pictures. They did not understand what this person was doing in the air at midnight. Ing was immediately focused on Su Qiyu. Eldest brother, second brother. That must be Su Qingsong and his daughter ahead. What a coincidence that we are going to Yusho Mountain Villa to provide assistance. How about we go over and say hello? Ing was smiled. Ing Wucai and Ing Wujiao knew their younger brother's thoughts well. Wait, we must be cautious. Ing Wucai said in a deep voice. There seems to be something strange here, as if a top master is lurking. If that is indeed Su Qingsong and his daughter ahead, they should have already been taken hostage. We brothers must be careful. Haha. The eldest brother has the highest cultivation level, yet he is the most cautious. With our 3 brothers' abilities, who would dare to compete with us unless those sea monsters come? Ing was laughed heartily. The court has also sent powerful beings at the saint level to come, and I heard they are carrying many treasures to combat enemies. When we gather together, what are we afraid of from the great monsters at sea? There came an army of monstrous beasts from the sea. Even if Su Qingsong did not send someone for help, the cities along the coast had already been alerted. Therefore, some officials reported to the court, requesting to send masters to reinforce Yusho Mountain Villa. Liangzhou was the closest, and the 3 divine eagles arrived first. The strength of the sea monsters was hard to assess, but it was definitely not low. They were likely at the extraordinary and saint levels, posing a formidable challenge. Masters from the 9 provinces? No matter how many come, we will annihilate them. He Wuchang materialized in the night, a green flame burning in his eyes, looking eerie and terrifying. What kind of monster are you? Ing was shouted angrily. He had never seen such an ugly monster. I am a divine envoy from the upper realm, and you 3 are the real monsters. Dare to be disrespectful to a divine envoy, and you will die a terrible death. He Wuchang said coldly. Are you trying to assist Yusho Mountain Villa? But I see you can't even save your own lives. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship with those monsters at sea? Ing Wucai shouted sternly. Once you go to the underworld, I will naturally tell you. He Wuchang grinned sinisterly. Eldest brother, why waste words with him? Let me kill him. Ing Wujiao, fierce as fire, slammed a massive palm towards He Wuchang, as if mountains and seas were surging, crushing endless void, enveloping an overwhelming force. Trivial skills. He Wuchang scoffed disdainfully, shaking his hand and throwing out a green ruler. Chapter 16. Masters of the Soul Hall. Su Qingsong and his daughter intended to escape, but were blocked by He Wuchang from the Soul Hall. What kind of existence is the Soul Hall? Su Qingsong did not know. However, He Wuchang's cultivation was indeed powerful, so powerful that it was beyond imagination, making Su Qingsong and his daughter feel fear and tremble. From his conversation with He Wuchang, Su Qingsong finally understood the general background of the whole bizarre event. Shennong had obtained a treasure map, the Heavenly Dao Star Cloud map. As for why Shennong managed to get the treasure map only at the age of 20, was it a coincidence, or was someone manipulating it from behind? Su Qingsong could not guess. What should be asked? What should not be asked? As an old hand in the world, Su Qingsong had a measure in his heart. The more you know, the quicker you die. This has always been an unchanging iron law of the martial world. Undoubtedly, that treasure was of great importance, even attracting the attention and coveting of the upper realm. What kind of place is the upper realm? Is it heaven or hell? Su Qingsong was also unclear. Why were these beings in a soul state? Why did they need to seize the physical bodies of this world to interfere with the present world? Su Qingsong was also very confused about this. That star cloud map was also strange. Once integrated into Shennong's body, it could only be obtained through clever means, not by force. The risk of forceful acquisition was too great. The people from the Soul Hall could not completely separate the star cloud map from Shennong's body. If Shennong went berserk, it would result in the destruction of both him and the star cloud map, leaving the people from the Soul Hall in vain. Therefore, He Wuchang's intention was to threaten the poor people of Yusho Mountain Villa to force Shennong to comply and obediently hand over the treasure map. This idea sounded very foolish and despicable, but it was also the most effective. Shennong was content with poverty and had a stubborn temper, but he liked to get close to the lower-class people and interacted closely with those commoners. Killing those commoners would be like stabbing a knife in Shennong's heart. He would never stand by and watch. Understanding the general intention of the Soul Hall eased Su Qingsong's mind a bit. There was no way to escape now. However, Su Qingsong still had a knot in his heart. His lack of courage to confront He Wuchang did not mean he did not want to understand the strength of the Soul Hall. When in a soul state, the strength would be greatly weakened. Seizing a body of lower cultivation would further diminish combat power because the integration of the soul and body required a process. If He Wuchang's soul forcefully released the original realm's combat power, then the skin he had seized would easily collapse due to the overwhelming energy beyond its capacity. Once the body collapsed, He Wuchang would return to a soul state, unable to interfere with the present, making him no longer a threat. For all these reasons, Su Qingsong was very eager to have a duel with He Wuchang. Fortunately, the three divine eagles from Liangzhou City had come to the rescue, perfectly satisfying Su Qingsong's hidden desire. In the void above, beneath the dark blue dome, the three divine eagles are confronting the black impermanence. The black cloak of the black impermanence billows in the wind, making a rustling sound. His face, hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, is not visible. Only his eyes burn with a green flame, resembling a vicious wolf crawling out of the eerie underworld. Eagle Wujiao is as fiery as a blazing flame, and he finds no common ground with the black impermanence. He unleashes his unparalleled powers, smashing down with a massive palm print that collapses layers of void, carrying the might to annihilate worlds, descending upon the black impermanence. Among the three divine eagles, Eagle Wujiao's cultivation is moderate, at the mid-stage of the transcendent realm, roughly at 5 stars, still far from the peak. However, with this palm, Eagle Wujiao concentrates 9/10 of his power. He aims to demonstrate his strength to the black impermanence and establish his authority in front of Su Qingsong and his daughter, showing them that the experts from the big city are indeed different. Facing the mountain-like palm print descending upon him, the black impermanence sneers. After merging his soul with this body, he has barely managed to elevate and stabilize his cultivation to the mid-stage of the transcendent realm. But his original realm was far higher. Even though his realm has fallen repeatedly, the combat power of this body is still above Eagle Wujiao. Compared to Eagle Wucai, however, he falls short. Even with superior combat power, the black impermanence seems unwilling to engage in a physical struggle. He cherishes this hard-won body. The black impermanence brings forth a treasure, a green ruler. Its radiant light illuminates the night sky. The power is immense, capable of turning rivers and seas. The treasure ruler rises to meet the mountain-like pressure with a rumble. It shatters the endless void, the black runes on the ruler emanating a dark glow, as if birthing some terrible monster. The green treasure ruler easily shatters Eagle Wujiao's mountain-suppressing palm print. Not only does its speed not diminish, but it also suddenly accelerates, smashing towards Eagle Wujiao's face with the force of thunder. Initially arrogant, relying on the numbers of the three brothers, Eagle Wujiao disregarded the grotesque black impermanence. At this moment, faced with imminent disaster, he is truly frightened. He hurriedly gathers and concentrates all his spiritual power, forming a thick energy shield, attempting to block the overwhelming green treasure ruler. However, the green treasure ruler suddenly disappears. Just as Eagle Wujiao breathes a sigh of relief, thankful to have escaped death, he hears Eagle Wucai shouting, "Be careful." But it is too late. With a sound, the green treasure ruler appears mysteriously behind Eagle Wujiao's head. The most terrifying aspect of this treasure ruler is that every time it encounters an obstruction or changes direction, it suddenly accelerates. The black runes on its surface writhing as if a vengeful spirit is cursing it. This is an ominous ruler, born to reap lives. With a dull and heavy sound of impact between the ruler and flesh and bone, Eagle Wujiao's head is directly severed. Even his primordial spirit is crushed. The treasure ruler seems to instinctively target the primordial spirit. Only Eagle Wujiao's headless corpse remains seated atop the eagle, blood gushing from the neck like a fountain of sparks, staining the sky red. Second brother, third brother, Eagle Wucai and Eagle Wuz are horrified. Even if the black impermanence's combat power and cultivation are slightly higher than Eagle Wujiao's, they never expected the battle to end so quickly. The eagle beneath Eagle Wujiao, having gained sentience, mourns for its dead master. As its rage ignites, the eagle transforms into a sea of flames. It opens its mouth and breathes out a fire dragon. The fire dragon, magnificent in its force, resembles a heavenly river formed from a cascade of molten lava, roaring into the sky as it rushes toward the black impermanence. Wherever the fire dragon roars, all things are annihilated, jade and stone alike burn. Just as the dark fire eagle attempts to unleash a second fire dragon, its head suddenly vanishes. The green treasure ruler circles around the dark fire eagle, easily severing its head, and the formless, eerie fluctuations utterly shatter the dark fire eagle's soul shadow. The headless corpses of the man and eagle plummet to the ground, kicking up dust. Who would have thought that they had once been transcendent and invincible in their prime? Dominating a realm? Eagle was, in a panic, hurriedly summons a flying sword, striking at the treasure ruler. This flying sword is also remarkable, named the Sword of Slaying Saints. While it cannot truly slay a saint, it can cut down those at the saintly level. Even Eagle Wutsai, a peak transcendent, must treat it with caution. Concerned that he might be next to suffer, Eagle summons the flying sword to intercept the treasure ruler. This Sword of Slaying Saints is also the beloved item of Eagle master, a treasure of the sect. Granting it to Eagle shows his master's favoritism. As for the reason for this favoritism, perhaps it is because they share similar tastes. Crash! The Sword of Slaying Saints and the green treasure ruler collide fiercely, shattering into pieces. Silver-white sword shards fill the air. Suddenly enveloped in a sphere of white holy light, the Sword of Slaying Saints actually begins to reassemble on its own. Just as Eagle was as pleased, ready to control the flying sword to strike the green treasure ruler again, his expression suddenly changes. The treasure ruler mysteriously disappears for a second time. In Eagle's memory, every time the treasure ruler vanishes in such a strange manner, it heralds disaster. Chapter 17, The Dragon Tiger Divine Movement Seal. As powerful as Eagle Wujiao is, he could not withstand even one exchange in front of the black impermanence and was shattered into pieces by the precious Green Ming ruler. This outcome not only shocks and terrifies the remaining two divine eagles, but even Su Qingsong and his daughter, who are watching from afar, are left dumbfounded. Su Qingsong constantly wipes the sweat rolling down his forehead with his sleeve, muttering to himself, "What good fortune. It's fortunate I didn't act impulsively, otherwise. Even if the black impermanence didn't kill me, I would have been thoroughly humiliated by him." Su Qiyu, too, is shocked, her mouth agape and tongue out, looking rather ungraceful. She has always admired the strong. Earlier, when Eagle looked at her, she pretended to be shy and sent him flirtatious glances. She understands men well and knows how to make powerful figures take an interest in her. Unfortunately, with the three divine eagles continuously defeated, the lustful eagle likely won't last much longer. Su Qiyu quickly loses interest in the three divine eagles. She suddenly finds that the black impermanence isn't so ugly after all. While Eagle's Sword of Slaying Saints can shatter and reassemble, he himself is not so fortunate. Seeing the Green Ming ruler disappear again, Eagle knows that misfortune is approaching. Sure enough, bang! The Green Ming ruler seems to come from another world. It disappears in an eerie manner and appears without warning, silently, and without a sound. The Green Ming ruler heavily strikes Eagle's left temple, shattering his skull completely. The eagle beneath him, sensing the impending doom, transforms into a dark red whirlwind, trying to escape. This old eagle does not wish to repeat the previous fate. However, the Green Ming ruler does not intend to let it go. The black runes on the ruler surge, swelling into a mass of black ink clouds. From those ink clouds, a net woven from black underworld threads spews forth. The net, like a heavenly net, ensnares the blood-colored whirlwind formed by the old eagle and then tightens violently. Inside, the cries of the demon eagle's short and mournful wails can be heard. Blood rains down like a torrential storm. It is the blood of the demon eagle, which in the blink of an eye is dissolved into blood water by that underworld net. Eagle's corpse has already fallen to the ground like a broken sack. Crack! Your two brothers are dead. What do you think? The black impermanence grins widely, exposing his pale teeth as he mocks Eagle Wutsai. Do you really want to eradicate them all? Despite the tragic deaths of his two brothers, Eagle Wutsai remains surprisingly calm. He is merely using this calmness to mask the fear, anger, panic, sorrow, and despair within. Eagle Wutsai feels he cannot defeat the black impermanence, mainly because he cannot overcome that perverse green treasure ruler. What level of treasure is that? Eagle Wutsai has no way to judge. Knowing oneself and the enemy is essential to win every battle. He knew nothing about the Black Wuchang. That's right. Black Wuchang laughed grimly. You, like Su Qingsong, are both turtle heads. Your two own brothers were killed by me, yet you feel neither sadness nor anger. Even this deity feels embarrassed for you. In the distance, Su Qingsong couldn't help but darken his face. He was caught in the crossfire. What if I submit to the great deity? Ing Wucai asked, struggling to suppress his nearly collapsing spirit. Sorry, our soul palace doesn't need useless trash like you, Black Wuchang mocked. If even the 7-star transcendent is trash, then what face do the cultivators of the 9 provinces have left? Bastard, what are you comparing? Ing Wucai finally exploded. With a grip, he condensed a great staff of wind and fire, riding the divine eagle. Borrowing the eagle's momentum, the eagle aided his might. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, he charged fiercely at Black Wuchang. The 8-star transcendent was not to be underestimated. In the 9 provinces, such cultivation belonged to the existence at the top of the pyramid. The great staff in Ing Wucai's hand possessed both wind and fire attributes. It stirred the winds and clouds, raising a tornado that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Roar! The heavenly fire ignited, flames soaring. Fire borrowed the wind's power, wind aided the fire's might. A thick wind dragon and fire dragon intertwined, their roars shaking the heavens and earth, carrying overwhelming power that rumbled toward Black Wuchang. Not bad. You've got some brute strength. Black Wuchang stood still, like a mountain, watching Ing Wucai charge at him with all his might, commenting lightly, as if a great man was pointing out the landscape, laughing at the clouds. He replicated the move, also urging the Qingming ruler to confront Ing Wucai. The Qingming ruler howled as it clashed head-on with the great staff of wind and fire. This time, Black Wuchang was somewhat surprised. The Qingming ruler surprisingly didn't crush the great staff in one blow. The wind dragon and fire dragon tightly entangled the Qingming ruler. Though it was only a few seconds, it made Black Wuchang feel as if time had stagnated, the air had frozen, and even he was suffocating. A sense of inexplicable danger rose in his consciousness. Not good. Black Wuchang desperately dodged, but it was still a bit too late. A Dragon Tiger Divine Seal flashed and smashed hard against Black Wuchang's back. It struck him with a scream, sending his soul out of his body. Had it not been for his deep foundation, this blow would have shattered his soul. Ing Wucai first feigned weakness to Black Wuchang, then pretended to be enraged, with the intent to mislead Black Wuchang into thinking he was weak before suddenly unleashing a treasure to catch him off guard. The Dragon Tiger Divine Seal was originally fast, and under a surprise attack, it was even more effective. Seeing that he had struck successfully, Ing Wucai was extremely excited. He wielded the great staff of wind and fire, ignoring the threat of the Qingming ruler, and struck fiercely at Black Wuchang. This was a contest of speed. Whoever was faster had a chance to defeat the opponent and survive. But Ing Wucai still underestimated the Qingming ruler. His great staff was still several zhang away from Black Wuchang when the Qingming ruler, sensing its master's danger, broke through the defense with all its might and suddenly struck Ing Wucai's head. This was too fierce. It directly penetrated Ing Wucai's head, neck, and internal organs, smashing him to pieces. The force was not yet spent. Even the demon eagle beneath Ing Wucai was destroyed. Hoo. Black Wuchang collected Ing Wucai's slaying saint sword and Ing Wucai's dragon tiger divine seal, breathing heavily, filled with regret. The body he had just nearly integrated was almost shattered by this, and now he had to reintegrate, which was very troublesome. But having killed the 3 divine eagles and obtained 2 treasures was some compensation. Although these 2 treasures seemed ordinary in Black Wuchang's eyes, they were more than enough to deal with mortals. The great deity is immensely powerful, truly worthy of being the messenger of the divine, truly opening the eyes of my father and daughter. Su Qingcang exclaimed in amazement, showering praise. This battle seemed easy, yet he was also severely injured and needed to rest and recover. Wait, Su Qingcang suddenly shouted. Chapter 18, The Yiming Dao Body. Black Wuchang killed the 3 divine eagles. The whole process took less than a stick of incense's time. It seemed simple, but it was extremely dangerous. After all, Black Wuchang could only intervene in the present world through soul possession. His original realm was greatly diminished, and he faced the difficulty of stabilizing the soul with the possessed body. He had just managed to stabilize his state when he was ambushed by Ing Wucai during the battle, receiving a hit from the Dragon Tiger Divine Seal, which nearly caused his physical body to collapse and his soul to be damaged. Even though he ultimately counter-killed Ing Wucai and preserved his physical body, his condition was still very poor, needing to be readjusted and stabilized. Black Wuchang was very annoyed and just wanted to send Su Qingcang and his daughter away to recuperate in peace. Who would have thought Su Qingcang would suddenly stop him loudly? Su Zhuangzhu, do you think you have an opportunity now? If so, how naive. Black Wuchang's expression darkened, his tone cold. He was now very worried about Su Qingcang fighting him desperately, especially since the sudden ambush made it impossible for him to summon the Qingming ruler. Black Wuchang was even considering whether to eliminate Su Qingcang and support Su Qiyu as the master. But he didn't dare to make decisions arbitrarily. What if the people of the Beast Control Mountain didn't accept it? Would he have to suppress them all? I have absolutely no intention of competing with the great deity. Nor would I dare to provoke the deity's authority. Su Qingsong spoke politely, but his expression was no longer as respectful and fearful as before. This old fox was really difficult to deal with. Black Wuchang cursed inwardly. I see that Brother Wuchang is weary and needs consolation. So how about leaving my little daughter to accompany Brother Wuchang for a while? Su Qingsong smiled. Although my daughter is dull in martial arts, she is understanding, gentle, and virtuous, just the right person to soothe Brother Wuchang's weary body and mind. As the saying goes, beauty matches the hero. Good birds choose high branches. I hope Brother Wuchang will not refuse. Ah, father. Su Qiyu feigned surprise, blushing and timid, flustered like a lost lamb, making her even more endearing. Black Wuchang didn't want to get involved in any romantic entanglements. Moreover, his physical condition was very poor and needed rest. But seeing Su Qiyu's confused and flustered demeanor, something deep in his heart stirred and awakened, instantly igniting into a raging fire. His various negative emotions, such as annoyance from being injured, depression, and loneliness, exploded, urgently seeking an outlet for release. And the charming and lovely Su Qiyu was undoubtedly the best choice. All right, Miss Su can stay, you get lost. Black Wuchang was already somewhat impatient. Su Qingsong left quickly, disappearing in an instant. Black Wuchang cast a spell, and the mist rolled, instantly isolating this world from the outside. In the mist, indescribable sounds soon echoed. Su Qiyu was no longer afraid. As long as the man was interested in her, she wouldn't be scared. Even if this man was hideously ugly or fierce-looking, or a supreme powerhouse, she believed they wouldn't harm her anymore. What was there to fear? But when Black Wuchang removed his hat, Su Qiyu couldn't help but scream uncontrollably. This was no longer a matter of being ugly or fierce. Who could have imagined that what was on Black Wuchang's neck was a decaying skull? Except for the green ghost fire burning in his eye sockets, the rest was rotten, withered, emanating a breath of death. Su Qiyu's legs trembled in fear as she tried to flee. But the more afraid she got, the more excited Black Wuchang became. As Su Qiyu leapt away, she happened to crash into Black Wuchang's embrace. Black Wuchang grinned in triumph. Su Qiyu screamed repeatedly, calling out loudly. But here was isolated from the outside world. No matter how much she screamed, no one would pay attention to her. She even wished she could faint from fear, so she wouldn't have to face that zombie-like face. But she realized that no matter how scared she was, she wouldn't faint. Instead, she became increasingly awake, even generating an inexplicable thrill and excitement deep within her. Damn it! Su Qiyu scolded herself for being ridiculous. She didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, in the mist, a terrified exclamation from He Wuchang rang out. Yiming Dao body. You are actually the Yiming Dao body. No, no, let go of me. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. The energy within him had already been drained. The entire process was completed amidst that illusory pleasure. The faster his energy flowed away, the more he felt an exhilarating joy as if he were soaring into the heavens. It wasn't until he was nearly drained that He Wuchang suddenly woke up, but it was too late. Ugly monster, go die? Su Qiyu's pretty face turned pale and flushed, sometimes enchanting and charming, sometimes hideous and terrifying. After completing this feat of swallowing an elephant with a snake, she had not fully digested the essence of He Wuchang's soul body. Even she herself could not have dreamed that she was actually a naturally born Yiming Dao body. And the unexpected dual cultivation with this ghostly entity awakened her, leading to an uncontrollable situation. However, He Wuchang's soul body was too powerful, and Su Qiyu could not refine it all at once. Sometimes He Wuchang's soul body would gain the upper hand, causing Su Qiyu to occasionally transform into a monstrous form. Moreover, after refining He Wuchang's soul body, Su Qiyu's temperament drastically changed, becoming more evil and cruel, arrogant and bloodthirsty. Yet Su Qiyu was completely unaware of this. She was already very satisfied. From a silver-level rookie, she had leaped to become an extraordinary big shot in just half an hour. If this got out, it would be a legend. But this legend was better left unspoken. After all, it was not glorious. With a wave of her hand, the physical body that He Wuchang had possessed turned to dust, completely dissipating with a gust of wind. The outsiders are simply too powerful. If I ally with them, I will gain endless benefits, Su Qiyu pondered to herself. Even if the outsiders learn my secret, they wouldn't blame me, but rather take revenge for He Wuchang, right? After all, I am so beautiful. A beauty and an ugly monster. As long as that man isn't an idiot, he should know how to choose. And that's Shennong. Just thinking of Shennong made Su Qiyu excited again. If she could seize Shennong's nebula map, wouldn't she be soaring to the sky, becoming a top master? Who in the world could rival her? No, she must go find Shennong. Without hesitation, Su Qiyu transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from her spot. With her extraordinary cultivation, along with treasures like the Qingming ruler, slashing Saint Sword, and Dragon Tiger Divine Movement Seal. What could Shennong use to fight her? In a relatively secluded cave, white mist swirled around Shennong's head, and holy light spilled down, making the cave resplendent with gold and jade. He was steadily making breakthroughs. At this point, he had already advanced to golden level 8 stars. Xiaobai had tamed nearly 1,000 demon beasts and scattered them around for concealment, acting as Shennong's sentinels. What pleased Shennong was that 4 extraordinary demon beasts had also been tamed by Xiaobai, willingly joining Shennong's ranks and pledging their loyalty. The Moonlight Fox stood guard outside the cave, personally protecting Shennong. In this area, the Moonlight Fox was already a king-level great demon, and no one dared to disturb or ambush them. What Shennong worried about was only the army of demon beasts at sea. Chapter 19. Support Shennong. Jagged rocks pierced the sky, and crashing waves slapped the shore, stirring up piles of snow. However, on the sea south of the Beastmaster Manor, towering waves rose one after another. Yet, there was no sense of poetic grandeur, only endless fear and despair. A great demon is coming from the sea. Everyone run. I saw with my own eyes a monster's eye peering out from the clouds, larger than the sun, cold and eerie, like a deity emerging from the underworld. There was turmoil among the demon beasts on Demon Mountain, and now monsters were coming from the sea. We really can't stay at the Beastmaster Manor. Who knows which bastard angered the deity, provoking it to punish us. We need to leave, but the Manor Lord should lead us to relocate. After all, he is the only one with the highest cultivation in the entire manor. If we escape on our own, what will we do if we encounter a demon? We're still waiting to see the Manor Lord. I think the Manor Lord has already been captured or eaten by the demon. Otherwise, why is he hiding from us? Just as the crowd was shouting in panic, suddenly a beam of golden light flew from the side, splitting the young man in a short shirt in half. The crowd panicked and stirred, looking around, unsure of what had happened. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. Manor Lord! Manor Lord! As Su Qingsong appeared, he dispelled the rumors of escape and death. Although this person had questionable character, he usually pretended to be refined and noble, with an extraordinary demeanor. Coupled with his high cultivation, he was regarded as a godlike figure in the eyes of the common people. This person spreads rumors and confuses the masses. He must be executed. Everyone need not panic, nor need to relocate, leaving this land where we have lived for many years. Su Qingsong stood with his hands behind his back, appearing as if he alone was sober among the drunken crowd, strategizing and determining the outcome from thousands of miles away. But Manor Lord, there really are monsters at sea, and it seems they are coming for our Beastmaster Manor. If we don't move, will we die? Someone with courage asked. Deities? What do deities have to do with us mortals? If they lost something, why would they come to our Beastmaster Manor to claim it? Could it be that their belongings are still in the Beastmaster Manor? Someone questioned. You are very clever, but also very confused. Su Qingsong half praised and half criticized the youth in the green shirt who asked the question. May I ask everyone, what were the deities before they became deities? This, most likely, is just like us, also mortals, right? Oh, I understand now, the previous youth in the green shirt exclaimed. It must be that before the deity became a deity, they once lived in our Beastmaster Manor. When they became a deity too hastily, they forgot to take something very important with them. Therefore, many years later, when they needed that thing, they traveled thousands of miles to retrieve it, right? This youth had a strong storytelling ability. Not only did he believe it himself, but the surrounding crowd also nodded in agreement. Su Qingsong greatly admired this youth. Indeed, Su Qingsong gave a thumbs up to the youth. The deity had sent a messenger to convey this message to me, and that was exactly what they said. Moreover, their belongings have fallen into someone's hands, and that person must willingly hand over the items for the deity to be satisfied. Who is that person? The youth in the green shirt asked. Shennong, Su Qingsong said. Shennong has stolen the deity's belongings and has already escaped into the deep mountains. Impossible. Shennong is absolutely not that kind of person, an emaciated old man immediately retorted. Exactly. Shennong often treats the villagers for free and has never charged them a single penny. He is a great person, a Guanyin Bodhisattva sent by heaven to save the suffering. Next to that emaciated old man, a simple-hearted man shouted loudly. This man had bronze-colored skin, a square face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes that sparkled with righteous kindness. Simple cow, you are really simple. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. That Shennong is secretly lurking in our Beastmaster Manor. Who knows what kind of wicked plans he has in mind? The steward sharply reprimanded Simple Cow, saying, although he doesn't charge money, has he not accepted the eggs and ducks sent by the villagers? Has he not made the villagers sew his clothes, cook, fetch water, chop wood, and repair houses? Those labors, food, and daily necessities, which one of them is not money? A girl dressed in a plaid dress, with a delicate face and tall stature, straightforwardly refuted the steward. This is outrageous. The steward maliciously pointed at the spirited young girl and said, and you, Chun Tao, a big girl, not keeping to your womanly duties, running to the men's house all day, doing this and that for them, making beds and folding blankets. Are you not ashamed? You and that Shennong are always flirting. Who knows if you two, alone together, have engaged in any inappropriate behavior? Slap. The silly cow jumped over and slapped the butler hard, almost knocking his teeth out. You are not allowed to slander Miss Chuantao's innocence, or I will fight you to the death. The silly cow shouted with red eyes. What the hell? Silly cow, are you crazy? You dare to oppose the official for a girl? Oh, you must have taken a liking to Chuntao too. Unfortunately, that girl is already involved with Shennong. Aren't you afraid of being cuckolded? The butler, furious after being beaten, shouted, someone, capture the silly cow. Throw him into the dungeon. Slap. Another crisp sound of a slap echoed. This time, the butler was directly knocked away. Half of his face instantly swelled up. Who the hell hit me, huh? Master. What are you doing? The butler was about to curse when he saw that the one who slapped him was Su Qingsong, and his arrogance immediately dissipated. However, he really didn't understand what Su Qingsong was up to. Was he trying to win people's hearts? Silly cow, Miss Chuntao, everyone, I'm really sorry. My butler has a loose tongue. Please forgive me if he has offended you. Su Qingsong comforted Chuntao and the others, but secretly noted their names in his heart. Chuntao? Silly cow Laozhong. These people would become hostages for the Soul Hall, the best candidates to threaten Shennong and force him to submit. After all, these lowly people were strongly supporting Shennong, which made him a bit jealous. Master, you are a good master. Even if Shennong has obtained some treasures, that is the favor of heaven. Good people will surely be rewarded. You must protect Shennong's safety. Lao Zhong, with tears in his eyes, earnestly pleaded with Su Qingsong. Chapter 20. The Azure Law Manifestation. Alas, Lao Zhong, Su Qingsong sighed. You are loyal and sincere to Shennong, even willing to sacrifice your lives for him. But what about Shennong? He has hidden away in the mountains, not caring about your lives at all. If he truly cared about everyone, he should bravely come out and return that item to the gods. Then everything would be over. It would also count as a great merit for Shennong for our Beastmaster Villa and the common people. Just think, as mere mortals, even if we have some martial skills, how can we contend against the gods? It is no different from hitting a stone with an egg, seeking our own destruction. Master, Shennong is not at the villa. I believe he has his reasons, his difficulties, and his concerns. Perhaps he has already encountered danger and misfortune. Otherwise, he is a man of iron and steel, and he would have stood up to protect everyone long ago. Lao Zhong was right, Chuntao echoed. But I firmly believe that Shennong will not die. He is the great hero in our hearts and will never leave us without a word. Shennong will not die. More and more common people raised their arms in response, their voices rising higher and higher. Su Qingsong's voice was not loud, but every word struck at the hearts of the common people. Every word he spoke was transmitted with immense spiritual power hundreds of miles away, drowning out the clamor of the people. Lao Zhong and the other commoners who supported Shennong were taken aback. Su Qingsong's words were not without reason. They were willing to die for Shennong, but the Beastmaster Villa had tens of thousands of common people. Why should they accompany Shennong in death? Boom, boom. Two giant waves crashed down from the sky, smashing hundreds of houses along the coast into powder. The elderly inside, who had not had time to escape, did not even let out a scream before being buried alive under the collapsed houses, dying tragically. Master, didn't you say that the gods do not target us mortals? Only Shennong? Someone cried out in anguish. Their relatives had died too tragically. They left not even a word behind. If Shennong does not appear, the gods will certainly vent their anger on us. So if anyone knows Shennong's whereabouts, please let me know quickly, so he can obediently hand over the treasures. Otherwise, as everyone can see, the wrath of the gods cannot be resisted by mortals, and those who attempt to resist the gods are only seeking death. Before Su Qingsong's words fell, the waves at sea suddenly calmed down. But there were clouds more terrifying than the sea rolling in, darkening half the sky. The unfathomable clouds morphed into a giant azure human face. The face was dignified and benevolent, as if the Buddha had descended to the mortal realm. Around that giant face, within the dark azure clouds, countless golden rays burst forth. The entire world transitioned from darkness into light. That face, resembling a Buddha yet not a Buddha, exuded an eerie aura, simply because its color was indigo. The gods, that is the god. The manifestation of the gods appeared, and everyone still didn't kneel? Humph. What of the gods? They slaughter innocents indiscriminately, falsely claiming to be divine. Damn it. Lao Zhong, you don't respect the gods. Don't drag us down with you. People shouted, and a large number knelt down. In the face of such divine pressure, the power of mortals was insignificant, more contemptible than ants. So master, have you completed the task entrusted to you? The giant azure face spoke. Its tone was not fierce, but rather peaceful and calm. Almighty God, Su Qingsong said respectfully. Shennong has fled into the deep mountains. It is very difficult to find him, and it is even harder to make him voluntarily hand over the treasures of the gods. Cough. The god is disappointed. The god is merciful, compassionate to the people, and benefits the living, but the god is not weak and will not be bullied. If you cannot hand over Shennong, perhaps the entire Beastmaster Villa will have to accompany him in death. Boom. The azure giant face opened its mouth, and with a single breath, energy descended like an ocean, causing countless houses to collapse and hundreds of thousands of common people to die tragically, turning to ashes. This scene was too shocking. Everyone was terrified, trembling and prostrating themselves on the ground, continuously crying out and pleading for the god's forgiveness. What kind of god are you? You indiscriminately kill innocents and treat human lives as grass. I see you are a complete demon. Lao Zhong's bones creaked under the pressure, yet he stood firm, pointing at the azure giant face and angrily rebuking. Who is this? The azure giant face was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting that there were still mortals daring to oppose him. Lao Zhong, do you want to get everyone killed? Su Qingsong shouted sternly. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Almighty God, this old man is a close associate of Shennong, and there are others. Su Qingsong pointed at Silly Cow, Chuntao, and others, pretending to be indignant. I suspect that these rascals conspired with Shennong and have hidden him away. As long as the god captures them and uses them as hostages, there's no worry that Shennong won't walk into the net. Very well. Starting now, I will kill one person every incense stick until Shennong appears. Almighty God, the meaning of this little one is, don't kill too quickly, torture them more. Otherwise, if they all die, Shennong will be even more unbridled, Su Qingsong hurriedly said. He was both delaying time waiting for the court's reinforcements and worried that the gods would kill him in a fit of rage. No need to say more. This deity has its own discretion. The azure giant face gradually rose, revealing most of its body from the sea of clouds. It sat atop a black lotus platform. The black lotus exuding a terrifying aura as if it came from the depths of hell, the sea of demons. With a wave of its hand, Lao Zhong and the others floated up, and steel hooks suddenly emerged from the air, piercing into their backs and shoulders. The pain was excruciating. They had to endure the heart-wrenching agony without losing consciousness. That feeling was no different from being tortured in hell. Seeing this, everyone was horrified, and no one dared to speak up for Shennong anymore. Even those who previously supported Shennong and were being hung up began to turn against him. Almighty God, I have no ties with Shennong. I have long disapproved of such greedy little people. He deserves to die at the hands of the gods. That is his own doing. A very short, chubby black man shouted loudly. Hey San, how can you be so heartless and ungrateful? Han Nyo endured the excruciating pain, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead. He shouted angrily at Hey San. Last year, your brother went hunting in the mountains and was bitten by a poisonous snake on his back. If it weren't for the Shennong brothers personally sucking out the venom for your second brother, he would have been dead long ago. Later, your second brother survived, but Shennong nearly lost his life because of it. You now insult the Shennong brothers. Surely your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Hanyo, do you think it's your place to meddle in our family affairs? What do you count as? My second brother has a natural poison body. Even without Shennong's meddling, he wouldn't have died. Are you hoping to kill everyone before you feel satisfied? Hasten screamed while crying out in agony. Since you have nothing to do with Shennong, you are no longer of any use and can die. As soon as the voice of the Green Law Avatar fell, Heisan's physical body immediately exploded. He was finally completely liberated. Chapter 21, Su Qiu. Just as Lao Zhong and the others had hoped, Shennong not only did not die, but was also steadily breaking through his realm, having touched the threshold of the extraordinary. His body was enveloped in auspicious clouds, golden light blossoming, with white mist swirling around his head, like a celestial being comprehending the Tao, holy and extraordinary. The extraordinary is the first step away from the mortal coil, condensing the true body, producing strands of Tao rhythm within. One can traverse the void with a sword, sprinting thousands of miles and defeating powerful enemies. Even in a big city, an extraordinary strongman can be considered a top expert. For example, the three divine eagles in Liangzhou City could easily look down upon all challengers, with no rivals in sight. From a village healer with no cultivation foundation to someone about to step into the extraordinary, Shennong only took one night. The energy from Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox continuously nourished him, stabilizing his breath, clearing his meridians, refining his vital energy, and sublimating his soul body. At times, he was as steady as a meditating monk, and at other times, as restless as a runaway wild horse. When the fire was boiling, there would be holy light rain falling, extinguishing the unnamed karmic fire. When silence and torment reigned, there would be horns blowing and drums beating, stirring up high fighting spirit. Shennong was only a hair's breadth away from the extraordinary. Ahead lay vast skies and lands, allowing one to gallop freely, and even though there were countless perilous peaks, it gave people a vision of the future where they could see all mountains as small. However, just as Shennong was about to step into the extraordinary, a white light suddenly flashed like a lightning bolt splitting the night, invading Shennong's territory. A demon bear burst forth from the mist, accompanied by raging winds and thunder, charging towards that flash of light. The black demon bear resembled a small mountain, massive in size and capable of moving mountains. Its realm had already entered the extraordinary, between 2 and 3 stars, belonging to the combat type of demon beasts. It was tamed by Xiao Bai and became Shennong's most loyal guard. This time, it was arranged by Xiao Bai to guard Shennong in the east, and upon discovering any intruders, it was to immediately sound the alarm. The tyrant demon bear, eager for merit, roared but rushed ahead impatiently, attempting to crush the intruder with a single palm to earn praise in front of its master. Unfortunately, the strength of this intruder far exceeded its imagination. That graceful figure turned out to be a human woman, who with a single hand strike split the physically resilient tyrant demon bear in half, its corpse crashing down on either side. Roar! Xiao Bai heard the commotion and rushed over like a whirlwind, stepping on thunder. Who are you, daring to disturb my master's meditation, and even kill my subordinate? Xiao Bai glared at the woman in white. Hee, a demon beast can talk, how interesting. The woman in white smiled, exuding charm while also revealing a chilling malice. Is Shennong here? Is your master that little trash? Wow. In just one night since I left, he has tamed an extraordinary demon beast. It seems that the star map is indeed extraordinary. The woman in white laughed. Little kitty, although you are an extraordinary demon beast, you are still just a cute little kitty. Kitties should speak kitty language. Why imitate a tiger? Get out of the way and let me find Shennong, or that demon bear will be your fate. I am no longer the sister I used to be. Killing people is as easy as slaughtering dogs. Roar. I see you as a madwoman. Go die. Xiao Bai sensed that the mental state of the woman in white seemed off, but her realm was indeed too high, at least above it. Could it be that madmen cultivate faster? Boom. Xiao Bai's body trembled, and a phantom of a white tiger appeared above its head, a large paw tearing through the sky towards the head of the woman in white. Hee. Little kitty is indeed strong, but I don't have time to play with you. Take this magical treasure. The woman in white waved her hand, and a stream of green light darted towards Xiao Bai. The distance was too close. Xiao Bai found it hard to dodge. However, it had sensed the crisis early and had already condensed a thick energy shield on its body surface. Bang! The Dragon Tiger Divine Movement Seal struck solidly against Xiao Bai's protective energy shield, which shattered instantly, sending Xiao Bai tumbling. The magical treasure was powerful, nearly shattering its bones. In shock, Xiao Bai searched for the woman in white, but she had already vanished without a trace. Oh no, master! Xiao Bai transformed into a brilliant white light and shot up into the sky, heading straight for the cave where Shennong was cultivating. Originally, with the moonlight fox guarding the cave, it should be foolproof. But Xiao Bai felt that the woman in white was too sinister, an extremely dangerous presence. It kept glancing into the cave, feeling that the young man who was cultivating was truly extraordinary, handsome, and charming. Suddenly, the distant cries of the demon bear and Xiao Bai's furious roars echoed. The moonlight fox couldn't help but laugh. The more Xiao Bai got into trouble, the happier it became. After all, relying on a little kitty to protect the master was not feasible. It needed to step in as the Saint-Light Fox. But the Moonlight Fox was also curious. Who was this formidable figure daring to disturb the peace? Its physical body then became ethereal, seemingly merging with the green rocks. Most demon beasts only heard the roars of Xiao Bai and the tyrant demon bear, unaware of the woman in white. Some rushed towards the incident site, while others went to the cave to assist the Moonlight Fox in repelling enemies. For these tamed demon beasts, Xiao Bai was more important than Shennong. They were too slow. The woman in white had already found the cave where Shennong was cultivating and crashed into it. Suchiyu originally would not have found Shennong so quickly. It was the dense demonic energy in this area that aroused her suspicion. As she approached this area, she caught a whiff of Shennong's scent. Boom! The white light exploded like white thunder. Suchiyu seemed to encounter some powerful resistance, and her body was flipped like a wheel, flying out. The Moonlight Fox's moonlight silk was both soft and hard. When soft, it moved like a python. When hard, it was comparable to a stick. As Suchiyu crashed into the cave, the Moonlight Fox swung the moonlight silk and struck Suchiyu with a blow. To the Moonlight Fox's surprise, it had used at least 70 to 80% of its strength, yet it failed to smash Suchiyu's head. This woman's head was indeed hard. Her realm was probably above its own, a tough opponent. Who is there, hiding like a rat? If you have the ability, come out and fight me. Suchiyu, having been struck hard, felt a splitting headache and was quite uncomfortable. How dare someone ambush her? This made Suchiyu furious. Shennong, You really didn't die and even hid in a turtle shell. This time, I will definitely drag you out. But whether you want to live or die depends on your performance. Su Qiyu acted arrogantly and confidently. She indeed had the capital for it. Chapter 22. Mist Avatar. Shennong was sitting cross-legged in the cave, just about to step into the extraordinary. He saw the energy tide around him boiling, like an abyss, with golden radiance bursting from every pore of his body. Inside his body, it seemed as if a spiritual dragon was roaring and surging, clashing back and forth, washing away impurities and refining his essence. Black substances occasionally seeped out from his skin, purging impurities and making the spiritual energy within him more pure. He had attempted to break through the extraordinary barrier several times, but had always failed. This made Shennong feel a bit anxious. Suddenly, a starry light illuminated his consciousness, and a great star slowly rose. 1, 2. More and more starlight gathered, becoming denser, with a dazzling array of stars reflecting the heavens. Shennong was astonished. The beast-controlling spiritual root in his consciousness unexpectedly manifested on its own, quickly condensing into a river of starlight as it surged like a tide of great stars. The starlight river rumbled, howling through the clouds like a great dragon. Then it shattered and reassembled. The beast-controlling spiritual root underwent multiple transformations, and it felt as if Shennong's soul was torn apart countless times, the pain of that rupture making him feel as if he were falling into the Avicii hell. Enduring the torment of the knife and the altar, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and he occasionally let out muffled groans of pain from his nostrils. Finally, he could no longer bear the heart-wrenching agony and fainted. No, I still have great revenge to take. The beast-controlling manor has thousands of villagers waiting for me to save them. They suffered because of me. How can I fall at this moment? One will after another arose. Like a drowning person grasping a straw, he struggled to escape the waters of death. Suddenly, starlight shone ahead, guiding him toward the light. A starlight path illuminated the vast darkness. A bright road was paved over the dark abyss and the sea of death. At the end of the starlight, on the other shore of life, pure lotus flowers bloomed, and the sound of the great Tao roared, echoing in waves, with the awe of Buddha. The truth of the Tao and the guidance of sages, the universe hanging like a bright mirror. Blessings came to his heart, as if he were in another world. From chaos to darkness, from darkness to light, he comprehended suddenly in the light, turning the pages of the great Tao scripture. On the other side of that starlight bridge, Shennong saw another self, an identical self, more real than the self in the mirror, richer in life and spirit. You are, Shennong was astonished. Just about to speak with it, the starlight dragon suddenly vanished, the starlight bridge collapsed, the great Tao's sound fell silent, and everything returned to nothingness. Reality and illusion were merely a thought away. Shennong was horrified and abruptly opened his eyes, only to see that the energy aura in the cave had dissipated, and indeed, another Shennong stood before him. I am you. You are me. The other Shennong said. I am you. You are me. Shennong was even more surprised. This is not a soul out of the body. This is a true doppelganger. He hadn't even entered the extraordinary state, and he could already manifest the doppelganger technique. That was a supreme technique that even saint-level experts might not be able to display. Even if it were a doppelganger, it wouldn't be achieved overnight. It required a long process of cultivation. For example, one must experience soul detachment, soul-body differentiation, soul-body solidification, and a series of difficult transformations. Even if the doppelganger technique were cultivated to the highest realm, the doppelganger's realm and combat power would never surpass the main body. But Shennong saw that this doppelganger seemed a bit strong. It appeared to be at a much higher realm than his own. Damn, who is whose doppelganger? Shennong felt a bit depressed and overwhelmed. Just as the thought of complaining flashed by, the doppelganger's aura quickly diminished until it was slightly inferior to Shennong. Interesting. Shennong finally nodded in satisfaction. This doppelganger was not talkative, but absolutely obedient to his will. You're too conspicuous like this. It's easy to expose yourself, Shennong muttered. Immediately, a mist rose around the doppelganger, rendering it invisible. When Shennong had the thought of retracting it, even the mist disappeared, and he saw a shadow rush into his body, merging with him as one, without any discomfort. Huh, this was indeed my doppelganger. I was too paranoid. Shennong chuckled self-deprecatingly. As for why the doppelganger's realm was so much higher than his, Shennong couldn't figure it out and didn't want to think about it anymore. Outside the cave, Su Qiyu was still shouting. The Moonlight Fox had fought her several times without gaining an advantage. Xiao Bai and a group of demon beasts were watching from the sidelines. Would their participation in this battle affect the overall situation? It seemed like it wouldn't. Low-level demon beasts would be crushed and killed instantly. Xiaobai had a grudge against the Moonlight Fox and was too lazy to help. She thought that when she had embarrassed herself earlier, the Moonlight Fox must have been thrilled. She simply couldn't understand Why had Shennong subdued so many extraordinary demon beasts so quickly? Could it be that the starry nebula could command 10,000 beasts? No, I must stop Shennong from breaking through further. Su Qiyu simply threw out all 3 treasures on her body. A saint-slaying sword, a dragon and tiger movement seal, and a Qingming ruler. The saint-slaying sword and dragon and tiger movement seal were aimed at Xiaobai and the surrounding demon beasts. The Qingming ruler was aimed at the Moonlight Fox. Su Qiyu had realized that the Moonlight Fox was difficult to deal with. The saint-slaying sword and dragon and tiger movement seal might not be effective against it. If she wasn't careful, they could even be taken away by the Moonlight Fox's moonlight silk. The Qingming ruler was a precious treasure, and Su Qiyu had seen its power. Even the leader of the 3 divine eagles, Ing Wucai, a formidable 8-star extraordinary, had been shattered by the Qingming ruler. The Moonlight Fox was only at the mid-exceptional level. Even with the Moonlight Silk's enhancement, it might not be able to withstand it. Whoosh! The blue treasure ruler flew through the air, with black runes swirling on it, emitting a hellish demonic power. When the Qingming ruler collided with the Moonlight Silk, boom! It was as if a nuclear weapon had exploded, creating a deep pit in the ground and sending waves of earth and stones soaring into the sky. The Moonlight Fox was pushed back several steps by the powerful recoil. Looking at the Qingming ruler, in surprise, realizing how domineering this ruler was. It didn't seem like a treasure of this world. It urged the Moonlight Silk in an attempt to entangle the Qingming ruler, but the treasure ruler suddenly vanished mysteriously. Not good. The Moonlight Fox was horrified. It was the first time it felt a deep sense of powerlessness while facing an enemy. The main reason was that it couldn't control the Qingming ruler's whereabouts. This treasure was too mysterious and strange, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Crack! Boom! The defense barrier at the cave entrance was easily torn apart. And the speed of the Qingming ruler not only did not decrease but instead accelerated, howling as it struck hard against Shennong's forehead. It directly shattered Shennong's skull. But no blood flowed. Shennong's flesh cracked, dispersing into starlight and disappearing at the spot. Outside the cave, a figure flashed, and Shennong stood before Su Qiyu. Bitch! I was just looking for you. We need to settle our score. Chapter 23, Ghosts and Monsters. Su Qiyu's saint-slaying sword had already slain more than a dozen demon beasts, unstoppable, with sword energy like a rainbow. But soon Xiaobai, along with the dragon and tiger movement seal, forcibly seized them through sheer violence. The dragon and tiger movement seal could ambush Xiaobai, but once Xiaobai was cautious, combat-type golden energy would erupt, forming a golden armor around it, making it barely able to contend with such a level of treasure. Su Qiyu snorted coldly, casting a spell, causing the 2 treasures seized by Xiaobai to vanish into thin air. Not only had she refined most of the soul body of the Black Wuchang, but she had also integrated many of its memories, especially regarding combat skills and supernatural powers related to cultivation. Su Qiyu could easily display them. However, these 2 treasures could no longer pose a threat to Xiaobai and the other demon beasts. Xiaobai, familiar with the power of these 2 treasures, would strike again with ease. When Su Qiyu and Shennong faced each other, her surprise grew even more. This guy's aura was too strong. It could be said that the higher the realm of the strong, the more extraordinary Shennong seemed when they saw him. This person's spiritual energy was like an unfathomable ocean, making it impossible to gauge or judge. In the evening farewell, I didn't expect you to have undergone such a transformation, truly making this girl look at you with new eyes. Even though Su Qiyu was eager to destroy Shennong and seize the star cloud map, she still didn't forget to throw flirtatious glances at Shennong to numb him. At the same time, she was also puzzled. Once the Qingming ruler was summoned, it was like a maggot attached to the bone, unwilling to give up until the other party was dead. Why didn't she pursue Shennong this time? Could it be that the broken ruler had sensed Shennong's strangeness? You vile person, your change seems even greater. Have you fallen into demonic cultivation? Shennong carefully sensed the energy fluctuations on Su Qiyu. He noticed that although the aura within her was vast and rich, it was chaotic and violent, heading toward the abyss of demonic cultivation. I also feel very uncomfortable. Su Qiyu deliberately puffed out her chest and said, just thinking about finding a beloved husband to cultivate together, and you are undoubtedly the best choice. Previously, I was forced by my father to treat you that way. But now it's fine. This girl is no longer afraid of her parents' orders. If we could become husband and wife, singing and following each other, loving each other, far away from this noisy world, seeking a paradise outside the mundane realm, living as a pair of immortal lovers, enjoying a carefree life together, wouldn't that be wonderful? You're even more disgusting than before you fell into demonic cultivation. Shennong pretended to gag. If these words were spoken from the mouth of a beloved, they would be as intoxicating as the spring breeze. But from an enemy, they were just nauseating. Shennong's first reaction was to quickly kill this vile person to make her shut up. A knife had already formed in his hand. The bright knife god, bursting with golden thunderous power. It was about to break through to the extraordinary realm, and surely the thunderous might on this knife would be even stronger, right? Just the right time to test this vile person. Shennong, I am speaking from the heart. I truly want to resolve our grievances and fly away together. If you don't believe me, I will prove it to you right now, Su Qiyu said with sincerity. And she actually began to remove her clothes in front of the crowd of monsters and beasts. What a shameless person. A vile person like you is truly unnecessary in this world. Shennong couldn't take it anymore, and with a flash of the knife, he fiercely slashed at Su Qiyu. Su Qiyu did this merely to tempt Shennong, hoping to make him willingly hand over the star cloud map. She thought this was the simplest and most effective method. Because when Shennong was first seduced by her, he was blushing, and his body's reaction was quite significant. This time, she wanted to make a greater sacrifice, but instead, it attracted Shennong's long knife. The long knife whistled, accompanied by the roar of thunder. One golden thunderball after another exploded, nearly collapsing this space. Kid, don't think that you are heartless and ungrateful. Your aunt still likes you very much. Once I subdue you, we can get close, it's not too late. Su Qiyu's body continuously became ethereal, easily dodging Shennong's long knife. Then she simply used the Qingming ruler as a weapon, dancing like the wind, fighting against Shennong. The sheer gauzy skirt fluttered, and Su Qiyu's graceful figure was partially hidden and partially revealed, with curves that were exquisite and delicate. The alluring spring color, however, couldn't hide the eerie and terrifying murderous aura of the Qingming ruler. Clang, clang, clang. The Qingming ruler continuously clashed with the thunder knife. The explosive aftermath of the energy tidal wave overturned the soil and rocks, creating deep pits, flames raging, and dust roaring. Shennong's thunder knife originally couldn't contend with the Qingming ruler. After all, even extraordinary masters like the three divine eagles had suffered a disastrous defeat under its attack. They couldn't even last 3 minutes, let alone escape. The thunder knife was continuously damaged and cracked, lingering on the edge of being blown away. Shennong was shaken to the point where his palms cracked, his vital energy surged, and even his internal organs suffered serious injuries, repeatedly hovering on the brink of being defeated. But he had stored a vast amount of soul shadow energy in his body, and with Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox continuously supplying him with mysterious energy, Shennong's injured body quickly healed, becoming more and more resilient, broken yet standing tall. Thus, Shennong stepped into the extraordinary realm amidst the battle. Boom! A barrier within him was shattered, and a torrent of spiritual power surged from his dantian, causing his primordial spirit to undergo transformation, giving birth to great power. The thunder knife swung out, golden thunder flashing, like a diamond body crossing the void, no longer appearing so ragged under the violent impact of the Qingming ruler. Oh, you're actually getting stronger the more you fight. I really love you, Su Qiyu teased, but the Qingming ruler, in her hand, intensified its attack. After becoming extraordinary, advancing further became more difficult. No matter how Shennong broke through, he was still far inferior to her combat power, only passively enduring the beating in front of her. However, Su Qiyu, who had been fighting Shennong for a long time, was increasingly anxious. She frantically urged the Qingming ruler, and the black symbols on the precious ruler began to stir as well. The black symbols wriggled, and the black energy fluctuations and light surged like a tide. Countless dark factors gathered and combined, condensing into a ghostly figure covered in black fur. The ghost howled, with its cold and eerie luminous claws. It grabbed Shennong's thunder knife and crushed it to pieces. Roar! The black ghost howled to the heavens, opened its huge mouth, and with a strong inhale, it sucked Shennong entirely into its mouth filled with sharp, knife-like fangs. Master! Master! Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox were horrified. The Qingming ruler was too bizarre. It could actually give rise to monsters. Chapter 24, Guanyin Dao Body, Dai Yunqi. The Qingming ruler could actually condense monsters. The monster was covered in black fur with barbed spikes, sharp teeth, and claws. Although its size was not particularly large, it was exceptionally fierce. The thunder knife was weak and vulnerable under its claws, easily broken and shattered, with knife fragments flying and light falling like raindrops. It even opened its mouth and forcefully sucked Shennong in whole. Using its knife-like bright teeth, it began to gnaw on Shennong's flesh and bones. This was too violent. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered, bones shattered. That ghost seemed like a killing machine, bloodthirsty and frenzied. As long as Shennong's soul body did not perish, he could completely reshape his true body. Su Qiyu laughed. It didn't matter if Shennong's physical body was destroyed. She could force his soul body to submit or directly search his soul, stripping away the treasure map. Even if the treasure was damaged, it didn't matter. She believed she could deduce the remaining content of the treasure map completely. She was not as cautious as the people from the Soul Hall. She just waited for Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox to be killed, then take Shennong's soul body. Shennong had a treasure to protect his body, so he probably wouldn't submit so quickly. Let the black ghost torment him for a while longer. After all, watching Shennong being tortured was also a form of enjoyment. Just as Su Qiyu was feeling pleased, another Shennong suddenly appeared behind her. This Shennong had an expressionless face, silent and ghostly, as if it had walked out of hell. I'm going to die." Suddenly, a sharp voice shouted, piercingly loud and unpleasant like a ghost crying. Su Qiyu's back of the head split open, revealing a decayed skull face. That was the black Wuchang that had not been completely refined. In a moment of crisis, even the residual soul of the black Wuchang was screaming in fear. Of course, Su Qiyu sensed the terrifying killing calamity, everything that the black Wuchang could see. She could see as well. Su Qiyu screamed as she desperately tried to etherealize her body, attempting to escape. But that cold figure reached out and plunged its hand into the back of her head, grabbing her primordial spirit. "Don't kill me, Shennong. I am willing to be your servant," Su Qiyu cried out. She never dreamed that Shennong had actually cultivated a clone. Moreover, Shennong's clone was unfathomable. Anyone facing him felt like ants facing the heavens, subjects facing their king. The pressure he brought to Su Qiyu made her tremble, her limbs numb, and she even lost the courage to resist. She was actually a mid-stage extraordinary master. Bang! Without words, without communication, even from beginning to end. Shennong's clone had shown no emotion at all. Just like that, it forcibly crushed Su Qiyu's primordial spirit. The black ghost was stunned, its gaze falling into confusion and stagnation. His mouth contained the shattered body of Shennong, wrapped in a halo of sacred light rain. Not long after, it fused into the form of its original body. "Master, so you did it on purpose? You actually mastered the art of splitting your body? That's so cool." Xiao Bai scratched his head with his paw, grinning foolishly. "I knew the master wouldn't be so easily defeated," the Moonlight Fox said, feeling extremely happy at this moment, as if it had survived a catastrophe. In hindsight, how do you know the master's brilliant strategies?" Xiao Bai scoffed. "Xiao Bai, you err, we've already delayed too long. The situation at the Beast Taming Manor is not optimistic. We must hurry over." Shennong interrupted their conversation eagerly. Su Qiyu's fervent search for him not only brought him treasures like the Qingming ruler, but also news from the mountain below. Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox had already consumed Su Qiyu's soul shadow, and to be precise, a small part of He Wuchang's residual soul as well. From the feedback of their memories, both could sense the danger facing the Beast Taming Manor. On the vast and boundless sea, dozens of massive ships floated. Above the giant ships, fierce birds circled, stirring up waves of terrifying stench. Around the giant ships, sea monsters leaped, creating towering waves. On the smooth deck, which was spacious enough for horses to gallop, powerful monsters were also present. These monster birds and beasts were all contract beasts, each with their own masters. The half-beast people or humans aboard the giant ships were their masters. In the center, on the most luxurious and largest giant ship, there was an 8 immortal table and 2 dragon and phoenix chairs. A man sat on the dragon chair, elegantly fanning himself, looking suave and charming, holding a goblet filled with amber-colored fine wine that sparkled and exuded a rich fragrance. Sitting on the phoenix chair was a stunning beauty. This beauty, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, appeared noble and dignified even with light makeup, outshining the world. She seemed to possess an enchanting power, otherwise the handsome young man holding the goblet wouldn't be so infatuated with her. "Yunshi, if you're coming to play across the boundary, you should be happier. Why always look so troubled?" the charming young man teased. "But the beauty is without blame, like a flawless white jade, regardless of joy or sorrow. She is pleasing to the eye, like savoring fine wine, intoxicating and mesmerizing. You have never changed this frivolous disposition. Life is like a cultivation journey. Any greedy thoughts will affect your progress." Dai Yunshi sighed. "Yunshi," the charming young man said, dissatisfied, "I am already the young lord of the Soul Hall. My elder brothers are no match for me. My beast taming route is unparalleled, and my talent in cultivation is outstanding. Is that not enough to be considered excellent? Why do you always refuse me? Why not give us the chance for that fishwater joy? After all, your father has promised you to me. This hurdle must be crossed sooner or later. Perhaps once you share a bed with me, you will go crazy for me, become infatuated with me, and won't be able to part with me." The charming young man grew more emotional as he spoke, downing the fine wine in his cup and standing up, hazily walking towards Dai Yunshi. "Young Master Qin, you've had too much to drink." Dai Yunshi frowned and said, "If you cannot change this frivolous nature of yours and your habit of bloodshed, even if my father has promised me to you, what difference does it make? You will never have me. After all, you know I am the natural body of Guanyin, protected by the chastity robe. Even if I have a slight reluctance or repulsion towards you, the chastity robe cannot be dispelled, and you will only end up hurt. I simply do not believe in evil. The charming young man, taking advantage of his tipsiness, lunged at Dai Yunshi like a hungry wolf. Anyway, we are far from the demon slaughter hall now. Without your father's protection, isn't it easy for me to get you? Bang. As young Master Qin touched Dai Yunshi's dress, a golden robe suddenly appeared on her body, woven from golden threads. It burst into brilliant golden light, not only repelling young Master Qin, but also severely burning his skin, causing him to scream in pain. Even though young Master Qin had profound cultivation, reaching the peak of the saint level after cutting his realm, he still could not extinguish the flames burning on his body. Yunshi, spare me. I won't dare again. Young Master Qin rolled on the ground, loudly begging for mercy. Chapter 25, The Bronze Law Mirror. Dai Yunshi and young Master Qin both came from the extreme abyss star domain, which exists in a higher dimension. However, to reach the nine continents sacred land from the extreme abyss star domain, one must traverse the stellar barrier. Breaking through the barrier comes with great risks, and many people lose their lives in the process. Yet, to explore a brand new world, powerful cultivators willingly risk their lives. The Soul Hall and the Demon Slaughter Hall are two massive assassin organizations from the extreme abyss star domain, causing other sects to tremble at the mere mention of their names. Not long ago, the Soul Hall received a job offer with a high price from an employer who hoped the Soul Hall could send someone to the nine continents sacred land to seek the heavenly Tao star cloud map and provided detailed addresses. At that time, young Master Qin had just been appointed as the young lord and, filled with ambition, volunteered for the task. One reason was to enhance his prestige in the Soul Hall, and the other was that he harbored an ulterior motive, to seize the opportunity to obtain his fiancée, Dai Yunshi. Logically, since his fiancée would eventually marry him, young Master Qin did not need to rush. However, he was a notorious lecher. Captivated by Dai Yunshi at first sight, losing all thoughts of food and drink, eager to consummate their relationship immediately. Unfortunately, Dai Yunshi was a very traditional girl, rarely seen as she often stayed in her boudoir. Moreover, her father, Dai Zhinshan, was a formidable obstacle, causing young Master Qin to be repeatedly turned away when he sought to meet Dai Yunshi. However, this time, when young Master Qin suggested that Dai Yunshi accompany him to the nine continents sacred land, both Dai Zhinshan and Dai Yunshi unexpectedly agreed to his request. Dai Zhinshan did not want to offend his in-laws, as the Soul Hall's power was slightly stronger than that of the Demon Slaughter Hall. Dai Yunshi, on the other hand, wanted to leave the land of slaughter and ease her gloomy mood. After all, as the body of Guanyin, unless she was completely willing, no man could get close to her. Thus, they crossed over to the nine continents sacred land. It is worth mentioning that the higher the realm, the greater the cost of crossing. Moreover, most travelers must use their soul bodies to cross, leaving their physical bodies in the extreme abyss star domain. This posed great danger to their physical bodies. Young Master Qin and Dai Yunshi relied on precious treasures to cross with their true forms. Even so, young Master Qin still had to cut off half of his cultivation. Dai Yunshi, who hated violence, studied martial arts only for physical fitness or self-defense, thus having a low realm and not needing to cut her realm. The other subordinates used their soul bodies to cross, seizing suitable physical bodies upon arrival in the nine continents. They had prepared for a long time and devised meticulous plans, creating chaos, killing civilians, and forcing Shennong to comply and hand over the heavenly Tao star cloud map. Injured by the chastity robe, the two elders of the Soul Hall quickly cast spells to save young Master Qin, but the raging flames only grew stronger, and no method could extinguish them. Young lady, have mercy. Please spare the young lord. He has realized his mistake. One elder knelt at Dai Yunshi's feet, pleading. Dai Yunshi collected her thoughts, calmed her anger, and the chastity robe on her body became invisible, extinguishing the flames on young Master Qin. Thank you, Yunshi. I was reckless. I love you too much, young Master Qin. Grinning through the pain, fixed his injuries, and changed into a new outfit. Your lecherousness is one thing, but what I despise most is your habit of bloodshed. Dai Yunshi said. Just now, you manifested your Dharma image with a precious treasure and slaughtered countless innocent civilians. Who among them does not have parents or children? Who does not have siblings? They suffer the pain of losing loved ones for no reason. How can you bear it? Well, young Master Qin replied, Yunshi, to achieve great things, sacrifices are inevitable. Not only will the enemies suffer losses, but we ourselves will also lose troops and resources. The soul of He Wuchang has already perished. I wonder how many more will die next. Yunshi, Qin Xiaoyu was somewhat displeased by the discussion. Do you know that obtaining the nebula map is not that simple? It requires Shennong to willingly hand over the treasure map. If we could solve it purely by force, why would we need to mobilize so many people and expend resources? If we don't exert pressure on the Beast Master Villa, will Shennong willingly hand over the treasure? A wise strategist has countless clever plans. Must we resort to this inferior strategy? Daiyunchi questioned. Since the lady is so clever, why not give me some guidance and offer a brilliant plan? Qin Xiaoyu's words were laced with sarcasm. Young lord, look, Shennong is here. Suddenly, an elder from the Soul Palace excitedly reminded. It was already dawn, and Qin Xiaoyu's vision extended hundreds of miles away. He glanced toward the shore and saw a strong young man, as if riding clouds in mist, with the ground beneath him exploding and rolling like waves as he charged down from the divine demon mountain. Qin Xiaoyu and the others had seen Shennong's portrait and could immediately confirm that the person was indeed Shennong. A young man with such an imposing demeanor and handsome features was rare, even in the extreme abyss star domain. This is great. Qin Xiaoyu no longer felt anger towards Daiyunchi, and a playful smile appeared on his sinister face. He conjured a bronze, with complex and profound Tao patterns engraved on its surface. Upon closer inspection, those symbols formed a green that exuded overwhelming malevolent energy. Earlier, Qin Xiaoyu had used this mirror to manifest his. After breaking through to the next realm, he had to rely on precious treasures to manifest his, and his actual cultivation had significantly weakened. Qin Xiaoyu infused spiritual energy into the bronze, causing the symbols to glow brightly in dark, rolling clouds to rise. The edges of the dark clouds radiated countless golden lights, brilliant and resplendent, illuminating the surrounding world. Within the black calamity clouds, the green coalesced, with a black lotus beneath it, grotesque and fierce, releasing a grand and overwhelming demonic aura. Look, the deity has manifested again. Shennong has also arrived. He is the one the deity seeks. I hope he quickly returns the deity's belongings and doesn't he let the villagers sacrifice themselves for nothing. Shennong will definitely return it. If not, how can he face so many villagers? What difference is there between him and a beast? The crowd was in an uproar, discussing fervently. Shennong naturally heard these discussions, but he did not speak. Instead, he raised his head, looking towards the green within the dark clouds. Shameless monster. Quickly let Chongbua and the others down. If you want to deal with me, let us just duel directly. Why slaughter innocent civilians? Shennong rebuked loudly. Chapter 26, A Battle with the Deity. Chongbua, I have brought trouble to everyone. I, Shennong, feel deeply guilty, but I will never let those beasts go. Even if it means perishing with them, Shennong said with grief and anger. He did not dare to rashly act against Lao Chong and the others. He could only watch helplessly as their vitality rapidly faded. If he remained still, these people could be temporarily safe. If he acted recklessly, it would likely accelerate their deaths. Brother Shennong, hurry and run. You can't defeat them. They are all monsters. How can we mere mortals fight against them? Han Yo shouted. Even if we die? It doesn't matter. We die for Brother Shennong, and we have no regrets. I curse the ancestors of this group of monsters. Han Yo cursed endlessly, and two more steel hooks appeared on his body. They almost tore his body apart, leaving Han Yo with no strength to continue cursing. At the same time, a mass of black mist enveloped his body, forcing him to endure the pain, neither allowing him to die nor to lose consciousness. Brother Shennong, listen to Han Yo. Hurry and escape. As long as there are green mountains, we need not worry about firewood. You are a great hero, the hope of our Beast Master Villa. Even if we all die, you must not die. Chun Tao shouted as well. Moreover, what significance is there in dying together? Shennong's heart ached as he was about to speak, but Su Qingtsong interrupted. No, as long as Shennong hands over the deity's treasure, everyone will not die. Su Qingtsong said, looking at Shennong with a pleased expression. Shennong, you are indeed a man. You have not disappointed everyone's hopes for you. Since you are here, hurry and follow the deity's orders. The heavy responsibility of saving the Beastmaster Villa relies entirely on you. Yes, quickly hand over the deity's treasure. You cannot be selfish. For your own benefit, you cannot disregard the lives of tens of thousands. The deity cannot be resisted. Resistance only leads to death. Therefore, obediently listening to the deity's words is the only way to survive. The crowd was in an uproar, boiling like a pot, with most voices condemning and rebuking Shennong. Shennong, what is the matter? Since you're here, hand over the nebula map. You have no second choice, Qin Xiaoyu said to Shennong through the green. His voice authoritative and grand. Infinite pressure descended, like the will of a god, instilling awe in mortals, making them feel compelled to prostrate themselves. I'm just curious. How do you know the nebula map is with me? You are merely an outsider. Shennong did not deny the matter of the nebula map. Denying and evading would only lead to more innocent civilians being harmed. He could understand from various signs that there was indeed something strange about him. But whether it was related to the nebula map, Shennong could not know. I can tell you clearly. Otherwise, you will not be convinced, the green said. The secret of the nebula map was inadvertently revealed by your father, Xiao Zhan. He and your mother are in the upper realm, in the extreme abyss star domain. Your father's intention is also for you to hand over the nebula map, as it was originally something he stole from the Divine Clan. The Divine Clan became very angry upon learning of this, so they commissioned us to retrieve it. We have no malicious intent, and it has nothing to do with these mortals. As long as you hand over the nebula map, we will leave immediately, and you and the Beastmaster Villa will have no further entanglement. If you do not comply, do not cooperate, or even desecrate the will of the gods, then you can see for yourself. With just one thought from me, not only will Lao Chong and the others die, but the Beastmaster Villa will be reduced to ruins in an instant, and all the people will be caught in the disaster, turning into a pile of bones. The green was solemn and dignified, and what it said seemed reasonable. This intensified the crowd's feelings of betrayal. They all shouted at Shennong, "Stop dawdling and quickly hand over the treasure." The deity's concession is already the greatest grace to the tens of thousands of people in the Beastmaster Villa. Shennong's shock was beyond measure, because he had never heard news of his parents until now. It turned out that his parents were still alive, just living in another world, in another star domain. He could hardly suppress the urge to open his heart and let the green investigate the secrets about him. But wait. Shennong suddenly shivered. I can hand over the treasure map, but you must let me see my parents. Or take me to the extreme abyss star domain to see my parents. As long as they are safe, I will immediately hand over the treasure map without hesitation. Shennong said. Shennong, am I too good to you? You dare to make demands of the deity, to negotiate conditions? Do you know that your parents are criminals of the Divine Clan? Even I cannot see them, and you want to see them? What a joke. I will count to 3. If you still remain obstinate, I will first kill Lao Chong and the others, then slaughter the Beastmaster Villa, turning this place into a hell on earth. Remember, all of this is because of you. All the cause and effect must be borne by you. Stop, Shennong shouted, waving his hand. What? Are you scared? Don't play tricks with the deity. The deity knows everything about you, the green said smugly. Since you claim to be a deity, isn't a deity invincible? Isn't it omnipotent? Shennong said sternly. That depends on who is being compared. The competition between deities is unpredictable, but compared to you mere mortals, you might feel unconvinced in your heart, but crushing you is no different from squashing an ant. The green said arrogantly. Shennong, are you confused? How can mere mortals compete with deities? Lao Zhong said with a hoarse voice, full of resentment. Shennong, you need to stay calm. Menu cried out in pain. Shennong, don't act impulsively, Chun Tao urged anxiously. I can't help but feel that the treasure map originally belonged to your family. These demons are unreasonable, trying to seize it by trickery, ignoring justice and morality. Let's go. Shennong, once you've perfected your training, you can seek revenge on these demons. Ha ha ha. The Blue Law avatar laughed wildly, its laughter stirring up giant waves and causing countless houses to collapse. Interesting. Since you have the courage and determination to challenge the gods, I might as well grant you this chance, but this is your last opportunity. If you go back on your word, the gods will be enraged, and you will bear the consequences. The Blue Law avatar said sternly. Chapter 27, Best of 3. Shennong actually wants to challenge the gods? The crowd immediately erupted with sighs, laughter, and even curses, thinking Shennong had gone mad. Lao Zhong and the others sighed. They were not afraid of the painful torment. They just feared the lack of hope. Shennong was still too young and did not understand endurance and restraint. A gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. If one is eager to fight a strong enemy, a tragic ending is already destined. But no matter what, being able to die alongside Shennong, Lao Zhong and the others had no regrets. I want you to retreat 500 miles. We will duel on the sea, Shennong declared resolutely. He was worried that the aftermath of the battle would harm innocent civilians. Good. I understand your intention. I agree, the Blue Law avatar said nonchalantly. After all, he was not here for the ordinary people unrelated to Shennong. To be honest, killing how many ordinary people would not bring him any thrill or pleasure. It would only increase Dai Yunqi's aversion towards him. Moreover, 500 miles was a mere snap for him, and he did not need to worry about Shennong playing tricks. Boom. Dozens of giant ships retreated, moving away from the Beastmaster Villa and into the depths of the sea. Due to Dai Yunqi's opposition, their fleet had never approached the Beastmaster Villa. Retreating another 500 miles was relatively safe for the Beastmaster Villa. Shennong walked on the waves, closely following Qin Xiaoyou's fleet. He appeared to be striding through the waves, with an imposing aura and boiling fighting spirit, truly like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Dai Yunqi sighed softly. She had heard every word of Shennong's conversation with Qin Xiaoyu through the law mirror. She admired the young man's courage, but also felt regret for Shennong's recklessness. A mortal, accompanied by 2 cute pets, dares to challenge Qin Xiaoyu. Could it be a heroic feat? Or merely a display of foolish bravery? Or perhaps it was a suicidal act, ignorant and laughable. Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox neither complained nor opposed. They swore unwavering loyalty to their master, their eyes revealing a firm and resolute intention. Especially Xiao Bai, who, facing thousands of powerful demon beasts, showed no fear, but rather exceptional excitement. It scratched its ears and cheeks, eager to try, as if it had not had a chance to fight for many years and was already impatient. It should be noted that the contract beasts under Qin Xiaoyu, with the lowest realm at the peak of the extraordinary level, mostly reached the saint level. Beasts contracted by Qin Xiaoyu and the Elder Protectors were all at the Saint King level. The mid-stage of the extraordinary level against the early stage was a dimensional suppression. The peak against the mid-stage was even more like a chasm, utterly incomparable. The result of the Saint level against the extraordinary level was even more predictable, not to mention the powers at the Saint King level. However, after Qin Xiaoyu broke through, his Dao body was damaged, and when releasing Saint King level combat power, his body would also endure great pain. As for the Elders, Protectors, and Divine Envoys, their Saint King level realms were even more tenuous. They had crossed over in a soul body state, and finding a physical body that matched their attributes and realm was very difficult. In the 9 provinces Holy Land, there were too few powerful beings at the Saint King level. They had to settle for second best, seizing the bodies of those at the Saint level or even extraordinary level. Then, in a short time, they would barely raise their realms to Saint King level. In a soul body state, the impact on the current world would weaken again, and their combat power would sharply decline. The Elder Protectors and Divine Envoys stood behind Qin Xiaoyu, hands clasped behind their backs, their faces filled with amusement, looking at Shennong with a gaze of ridicule. They had never seen such a foolish mortal, daring to challenge a god from the extreme abyss star domain with the weak strength of just entering the extraordinary level. They were all brainwashed by Qin Xiaoyu, thinking that having come to the 9 provinces Holy Land, they had truly become godlike beings. Even their contract beasts looked down their noses at Shennong, Xiao Bai, and the Moonlight Fox, treating them with indifference. They simply did not understand why these 3 little shrimp, clearly ordinary, were so confident. Who gave them the confidence to have the courage to strike a rock with an egg? Speak. How do you want to compete? Qin Xiaoyu smiled at Shennong. You just entered the extraordinary level. You probably can't hold on for long on the sea, so why humiliate yourself? Once you are defeated or accidentally injured by me, and hand over the treasure, then you will lose all dignity. If a man loses his dignity, what face is left to live in this world? Even if you survive, how is it different from a walking corpse? You've talked too much, Shennong said coldly. I've heard that those who talk too much usually die a miserable death. And gods are no exception. You should know that Lao Zhong and the others are suffering for you. Trying to buy time is of no benefit to you. How about we do best of 3? Shennong said. I just happen to have 2 contract beasts, plus myself. Let's compete in 3 rounds. The one who loses 2 rounds has to admit defeat and obey the other's demands. Good. This idea is wonderful. I happen to want to have some fun with you. Qin Xiaoyu was extremely pleased, turning around to glance at his subordinates, who were all laughing and cooperating with him. Who wants to be the first to fight? Qin Xiaoyu asked. Although it was somewhat disgraceful to fight a mortal, it was still for the sake of our soul palace. So let us all do our best and make some sacrifices. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiaoyu laughed heartily, almost to the point of tears, saying to Shennong, did you see that? This person is named Yufan. His name sounds both redundant and ordinary, and even he looks down on you to the extreme. Don't you think it's funny? There's nothing funny about it. Once he dies, it will prove that he is indeed both redundant and ordinary, Shennong said indifferently. Dead people are not funny at all. Yufan, did you hear that? He has the confidence to kill you, but you can't kill him. You can only torment him as you wish. Break his arms, legs. Dig out his eyes, cut off his nose. Do whatever you want. Go. Don't embarrass our soul palace. Don't let me down. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly extended his arm and patted Yufan on the shoulder, stopping 50 meters in front of Shennong. Chapter 28, The Extraordinary Battle. The sky was already bright, but the situation at sea was still unclear. Dark clouds rolled over the sea, demonic miasma raged, giant waves surged, and monsters roamed freely. The combat power of peak extraordinary beings was violent and dangerous, although this level of cultivation was insignificant in the extreme abyss star domain. It was already considered outstanding in the 9 provinces Holy Land. Xiao Bai, who should go first? The Moonlight Fox glanced at Xiao Bai and asked. The general directs the rear, so of course, you should go first, Xiao Bai said without any courtesy. Haha, overestimating yourself, shameless. I think you must have eaten too much soy sauce from the human race, the Moonlight Fox mocked. If you lose later, the little fairy won't spare you. I feel like throwing up. You disgust me. Hurry up and get to work. Xiao Bai pretended to retch, looking very uncomfortable. For Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox, facing the army of demon beasts was no pressure at all. They had seen too many grand scenes. The Moonlight Fox stopped wasting words and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing on the surface of the sea. The waves surged, and the fog was thick. It wanted to discover the source of the crisis while trying hard to expand its consciousness to lock onto the location of the threat. However, all its efforts were in vain. The Moonlight Fox, in its invisible state, was elusive and unpredictable, as intangible as air, making it difficult to lock onto a target for attack. Whoosh! A streak of white light sliced through the void, resembling a knife, a sword, or a halberd, akin to all deadly weapons in the world. Thud! Qin Xiaoyu frowned, and he and his subordinates instantly retracted their arrogant expressions. What the hell is going on? A peak extraordinary against a mid-level extraordinary should have been a one-hit kill for us, right? How did we end up being killed instead? Thud, thud, thud. Dark green blood stained this sea area, making it nauseating and disgusting. At the same time, its remaining 8 tentacles waved wildly, like thousands of clubs, attempting to block or severely injure the Moonlight Fox. In this rapidly spinning situation, its attack power would double. The hardness of the 8 tentacles, infused with secret power, would also double. If dealing with other mid-level extraordinaires, one tentacle would have swept across, smashing the opponent into meat paste by now. The white light had not appeared for a long time. Thud! After the contract beast was killed, Yufan's primordial spirit suffered a backlash. It was equivalent to sustaining serious internal injuries, making it even harder to resist the Moonlight Fox's assault. There's nothing to be proud of, Little White said dismissively. Just watch. My achievements are at least 10 times more glorious than yours. Hee. Is that so? The Moonlight Fox teased. Be careful not to burst the hides of those cow demons opposite you. Little White ignored the Moonlight Fox and walked leisurely towards the enemy ranks. It didn't look like it was facing a formidable foe, ready for a bloody battle. Rather, it resembled a stroll in the garden, admiring the scenery. Qin Xiaoyu's expression had turned grim. This was an inauspicious start. He didn't expect that Shennong's contract beast would have the ability to kill opponents of a higher level. Useless. Qin Xiaoyu cursed. It was indeed a mundane and unnecessary waste. You all pay attention. If it's 3 rounds, 2 wins, the second round is crucial. If you're not sure, don't go up and embarrass yourselves. Did we come all this way just to be humiliated in Jiuzhou? Under Qin Xiaoyu's stern admonition, the experts from the Soul Hall were all silent, trembling in fear. Young master, I am willing to fight. If I lose, I will accept death. At this moment, an old man with white hair bravely volunteered. This old man was a protector of the Soul Hall, with a black flood dragon as his contract beast. The contract beast was at the peak of entering the Holy Realm, while the old protector Ding Mian was at the early stage of the Holy King level. Moreover, Ding Mian had the ability to sever his connection with the contract beast when it was killed, thus avoiding the backlash on his primordial spirit. In other words, Ding Mian fighting Mit, it was a 2-on-1 situation with a Holy King and a contract beast at the entering Holy level. If he still couldn't defeat a little cat with only initial extraordinary cultivation, Ding Mian would truly have no face to live in this world. Alright, Protector Ding. It's rare to see your loyalty. Qin Xiaoyu nodded and said, you have followed my father in battles, never losing, and have established remarkable achievements. Every brick and tile of the Soul Hall is imbued with your blood and sweat. Even if you accidentally fail, I will not blame you. Qin Xiaoyu was quite adept at winning people's hearts, and his words moved Ding Mian to tears. A killer is heartless. But the Soul Hall had indeed treated Ding Mian well, making this aged killer feel genuine emotion. Rest assured, young master, I will never lose. Ding Mian's tone was firm, almost as if he was betting his life on it. With a wave of his hand, a black flood dragon surged down from the swirling clouds. The peak extraordinary power of the black flood dragon erupted, causing the energy particles within 100 miles to stir and boil. Thunder rumbled from the sky, and heavy rain poured down. The flood dragon's innate ability was to summon wind and rain, and being a thunder attribute dragon made creating a torrential downpour easy. Thick bolts of thunder struck down at Little White, and an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the water level in this sea area to drop sharply, forming a massive whirlpool. Little White stood at the edge of the whirlpool, seemingly on the brink of being swallowed and buried in the depths of the sea, yet it did not succumb. It effortlessly dodged the thunder's onslaught. Boom! The thunder crashed onto the surface of the sea, massive waves shot up into the sky, and muddy spray mixed with the torrential rain, creating a spectacular scene. Chapter 29, I Want to Fight 10. Let the mid-level extraordinary face the peak extraordinary. Yet let the initial extraordinary face the peak of the entering Holy Realm. What kind of strategy is this? This is not how horse racing works. Qin Xiaoyu and his subordinates were all dumbfounded, puzzled in their hearts. They did not understand what kind of scheme Shennong was concocting. According to Qin Xiaoyu's speculation, Shennong planned to send a 3-star extraordinary to fight in the second round intentionally to lose. After all, How could an initial extraordinary possibly win against someone at the peak of the entering holy realm? Then in the third round, Shennong would make a comeback. But this idea was too absurd and ridiculous, was it not? Shennong's realm was even lower than Little White's, having just stepped into the extraordinary. How could he possibly win the third round? Moreover, in the third round, Qin Xiaoyu intended to personally fight and utterly defeat Shennong. Even Dai Yunxi's pretty face showed a look of confusion. If the first round was unexpectedly won by Shennong, it could still be understood. However, the operation in the second round was too bewildering. Nevertheless, Shennong's team only had 3 capable fighters, while Qin Xiaoyu's side had over 1,000 capable fighters. No matter how cleverly Shennong arranged things, defeat was inevitable. For some reason, Dai Yunxi found herself hoping that Shennong could win. Not only out of her usual sympathy for the weak and disdain for power and violence, but also due to her own situation. She was in a family of killers, where her ancestors lived by killing. Every time she went to see her father, she might encounter assassins from the Killing Demon Hall, going out on assassination missions, or already bringing back bloody heads to report. This made her loathe it deeply, regretting being born into a family of slaughter. Thus, most of the time, Dai Yunxi would hide in her room, as the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. But she had grown up, and the extreme Abyss Star region was not a conservative and closed-off world. She longed for the outside world, and had even thought of escaping multiple times. That thought finally erupted after a long period of repression. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to follow Qin Xiaoyu to the Jiuzhou Sacred Land. Little did she know that upon arriving at the Jiuzhou Sacred Land, she witnessed even more slaughter. Moreover, it was the slaughter of the powerful against the weak. Of gods against ants. Oh, God, what a despicable and ironic term. Boom, boom. At this moment, Little White and the Black Flood Dragon had clashed several times. Little White had been driven deep into the sea multiple times, blasted by thunder to a disfigured state, its body covered in scorched wounds, with some areas even exposing white bones. The Black Flood Dragon not only had astonishing thunder attribute combat skills, but its Flood Demon Fist was executed with incredible finesse, fierce and ruthless. In contrast, although Little White's fist techniques also appeared profound and powerful, unfortunately, when compared to the Black Flood Dragon, its explosive might was far inferior, completely not on the same level. No matter how fierce Little White was, its realm was ultimately too low. Fighting against the mid-level entering Holy Realm was already quite strenuous. And facing the peak entering Holy Realm, from an outsider's perspective, it was purely self-torture, seeking death. Little White was covered in wounds, with blackened cuts, and hot blood continually sprayed from its wounds. If it weren't for its secret power protecting its cracked bones, its body would have already exploded. If Little White died, its soul would also suffer backlash. Shennong could not be sure whether the Beast Control Spirit Root would intervene a second time to save it. After all, the Beast Control Spirit Root was still not fully under his control. Little cat, don't be stubborn. I know you're strong, but there's no need to prove yourself with your life, right? If you keep fighting, you will die. The Moonlight Fox was also calling out. Despite its naturally proud disposition and superiority complex towards Little White, it couldn't help but feel heartache as Little White fought desperately on the brink of death. Admitting defeat is not difficult. What is difficult is letting go of dignity and face. Qin Xiaoyu saw the Black Dragon gaining the upper hand, pressing down on Xiao Bai and beating the opponent to a pulp. He couldn't help but laugh proudly. I see the battle situation is very clear now. How about we count the second round as your loss? Shennong, do you really hope your pet beast dies in battle? Although Qin Xiaoyu appeared pleased and relaxed on the surface, he was not calm inside. He noticed that even though Xiao Bai was repeatedly hit by the Black Dragon's Dragon Demon Fist, sinking to the bottom of the sea and covered in injuries, the internal energy and blood were not waning. Instead, they were becoming more vigorous. Even more incredible was Xiao Bai's fighting spirit, which grew stronger, boiling like lava and surging like waves. It seemed like something dangerous was gestating within Xiao Bai, like seeds sprouting in spring, then growing wildly like plants in summer, bursting with limitless vitality. That kind of vitality and drive was ostentatious, terrifying, and frenzied, unstoppable and difficult to gauge. It could be like a collapsing dam, bringing forth a flood that would drown the world, the villages, the cities, and the forests, even surging into the heavens, engulfing the 9 continents and the celestial realms. Honestly, it was the first time Qin Xiaoyu sensed such terrifying and unfathomable combat power. It might not only destroy the opponent, but also itself. Stop. Suddenly, at this moment, Xiao Bai roared, shaking the heavens, and the entire noisy sea seemed to calm down under this roar. What? Are you scared? The Black Dragon sneered. If you're scared, just admit defeat. No, I want to fight 10. Xiao Bai looked extremely miserable, with many parts of its body revealing pale bones, but its spirit was vigorous, and its blood was boiling like a furnace. Fight 10. Fight 10. Is this little monster insane? Haha, this is truly ridiculous. Qin Xiaoyu's team, upon hearing Xiaobai's demand, couldn't help but mock loudly. They had never heard such arrogant words or seen such a ridiculous act. The black dragon was panting heavily. It didn't understand why it was so tired. It was clear that one more punch would kill this cat demon. But why had it thrown hundreds or even thousands of punches, and the little cat became more spirited while it itself grew more exhausted? Fine. For a person, even for a contract beast's dying request, I shall satisfy it. Qin Xiaoyu was worried, but hearing Xiaobai take the initiative to make this self-destructive demand, he couldn't help but feel happy. The being standing in line with Shennong indeed had low IQ. Chapter 30, Bloodbath. Roar. Chirp. Howl. 9 holy level demon beasts surged up from Qin Xiaoyu's team, surrounding Xiaobai along with their masters. In an instant, demonic energy surged, and murderous aura filled the sky. In front of these enormous demon beasts and demon birds, Xiaobai appeared too small and pitiful. It seemed that with just one pressure from these holy level demon beasts, Xiaobai could be crushed. However, that did not happen. Drops of beast blood fell like translucent blood-colored agates, radiating a sacred and dazzling light. Under the sunlight, they looked both tragic and magnificent. The beast blood shone brilliantly, bathed in divine light. They were continuously transforming, combining, and eventually igniting into flames. Moreover, that sea of fire gradually changed from blood red to golden. Xiaobai was burning its essence blood, attempting to force itself to enhance its combat power in a short time. And a painful expression appeared in Shennong's eyes. The consequences of burning essence blood were terrifying. Falling into weakness and dropping in realm are needless to say. It could even lead to death. Roar. Essence blood burned into a sea. Above that blazing golden sea of fire, the massive figure of a white tiger emerged. This white tiger was infinitely close to a solid state, and the majesty of the beast king swept across the heavens and earth, causing even a powerful contract beast of the holy king level to tremble. Is this the legendary divine beast, the white tiger? Qin Xiaoyu was shocked, showing fear on his face. He did not expect Shennong to have tamed the divine beast, the white tiger. This is unfair. How could a mere mortal have such fortune? It must be that star map causing trouble. Qin Xiaoyu's face turned ashen, his expression twisted, and jealousy burned fiercely within him. He longed to obtain that star map even more. Although the envoy of the divine race had warned him that not everyone could merge with the star map, and that forcibly merging would lead to unimaginable consequences, Qin Xiaoyu still felt unconvinced. How could he know if it was suitable without trying to merge? Dai Yunqi was also somewhat surprised. Shennong's contract beast was too extraordinary, exceeding everyone's understanding. However, this divine beast seemed to have been sealed before, and its realm had fallen heavily. At this moment, it had forcibly repaired part of its combat power by burning essence blood, but how long could it last? Once its energy was exhausted, it might not even need the soul hall to act. The white tiger would collapse on its own. Roar. Xiaobai let out another deafening roar, and its physical body exploded into a shower of light, rushing into the almost solid white tiger's body. It was fierce and imposing, clearly becoming the true master of this world, this sea. With a massive paw swipe, it shattered the exhausted black dragon in one hit, devouring the dragon's soul like eating popcorn. Boom. The white tiger king rampaged, launching continuous attacks. This was truly a tiger entering a wolf pack, slaughtering the demon beasts as they wailed and cried out in misery. 10 holy level demon beasts and demon birds were swept away like a gust of wind, crushed by the white tiger king's massive paws, their skulls bitten through by its razor-sharp teeth, directly devouring their primordial spirits. Even those who controlled the beasts were mostly killed, leaving only Ding Mian and 2 others, still struggling with magical artifacts and divine weapons. Roar. The white tiger king grew bolder as it fought, actually abandoning Ding Mian and the others who wielded heavy treasures, directly charging into the demon beast horde. Hundreds of powerful demon beasts were ambushed by the white tiger king, howling in despair, instantly suffering heavy casualties. Young lord, Shennong, and they have clearly violated the rules. Should we gang up on them? A sole envoy dressed in white suggested. Fool, didn't you see the group fight has already started? Qin Xiaoyu's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with fierce light. Shennong's contract beast was extraordinarily remarkable. It could not be allowed to leave alive. Although the divine beast was strong, it was also in a precarious situation, having suffered a significant drop in realm and relying on burning essence blood to enhance its combat power. This was the perfect opportunity for us to eliminate it. Send the order down. Do not engage the white tiger king head-on. We must adopt a strategy of encirclement without attack, exhausting its energy until the white tiger loses without a fight, making it easy for us to kill it. Qin Xiaoyu quickly adjusted the strategy, not blaming Shennong for the violation. and actually hoped the White Tiger King would make such an impulsive move. Just right to provide an excuse to kill the White Tiger King. After slaying dozens of demon beasts, over a dozen half-beasts, and hundreds of Soul Hall assassins, the White Tiger King suddenly felt something was off. These Soul Hall experts were no longer chaotic. Their order was well maintained. And they no longer urged the demon beasts to launch fierce attacks against it. Instead, they began to change strategies, surrounding without attacking, or using heavy treasures to take opportunistic strikes and defend, significantly slowing down its killing speed. Even worse, some of these Soul Hall treasures were extraordinarily remarkable. Even though its realm had been forcibly raised to the Holy King level, it still felt a tremendous threat. Boom. A5 Mountain Soul Tower, smashed down from the sky. The black treasure tower shining with profound light. The runes engraved on the tower burst forth with brilliance, actually condensing 5 great mountains that crashed down, rumbling ominously, heralding the power to fill the sea and stabilize the world. Ding! A deafening bell rang. As an elder in a yellow robe from the Soul Hall summoned a 2 instruments imperial clock, the great bell pushing mountains and rivers aside, erupting with boundless golden light, transforming into several bell shadows, sweeping across the universe, invincible. Wham! Ma! And I! Ba! Me! Hum! A protector dressed in yellow monk robes formed hand seals, reciting incantations. And throughout a purple-gold demon-subduing pestle. The demon-subduing pestle is sacred and solemn, containing endless pressure from the Buddhist realm, with golden rays shining in myriad directions. The might of Buddhism is unfathomable, and a great lotus appears, suppressing all demons in the world. Furthermore, the 7 soul envoys form a formation. The 7 saints demon-slaying sword formation suspends 7 divine swords, with dazzling sword light and surging killing intent, sword energy soaring to the heavens, sword shadows like a forest. Boom. The White Tiger King had just sent the 5 mountains soul-settling tower, flying, shattering the 5 great mountains. Bang! It then struck the 2 instruments Emperor's Bell away, causing the multiple bell shadows of the Emperor's Bell to fade and disappear. However, the White Tiger King was also shaken by the 2 treasures, spitting blood profusely. Its burning essence blood having shrunk several feet. Bang! It violently caught the purple-gold demon-subduing pestle, the heavy pestle radiating furious Buddhist might, forcing the White Tiger King to stagger back repeatedly, spraying blood wildly, its fierce aura sharply diminishing. When the 7 saints demon-slaying sword formation descended, the White Tiger King was already exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Alas, this little wildcat, without a diamond drill, insists on stirring up trouble. The Moonlight Fox sighed. Master, it seems that both I and Little White need to rest for a while. Fiercely, the Moonlight Fox's body also ignited with intense essence blood. Chapter 31, The Buddha's Divine Palm. Moon dear. Shennong lovingly stroked the Moonlight Fox's flawless fur, saying, "Let me go personally." His tone was melancholic. Even as the flames of burning essence blood scorched his skin, he remained oblivious. "No, master." The Moonlight Fox shook its head, as Little White said. "The general must be the last to appear. This battle between me and Little White will eliminate most of the Soul Hall's trash. The remaining small part can only be left to you, master. After this battle, Little White and I may fall into a long sleep, but we will definitely not die. As long as the soul fire is not extinguished, we will not be in danger. As for you, master, in the upcoming battle against Qin Xiaoyu, you must be extra cautious. He has the powerful Bronze Law Mirror, which is extraordinary. Even if it can eliminate a saint-level expert, it should be easy. Although you have mastered the clone technique, you can only rely on wit, not brute force." After the Moonlight Fox finished speaking, it disappeared amidst a blaze of flames. The surrounding assassins and demon beasts surrounded Little White, seeing Little White's immense exhaustion and barely holding on. They all began to roar and shout. Moreover, the blood, bones, flesh, tail, and brain of the tiger, the divine beast, are treasures all over. Dividing some will surely be immensely beneficial, perhaps even stronger than miraculous pills, and can break through realms on the spot. Suddenly, the enemy encircling Little White fell into chaos. Some demon beasts roared, their heads severed by a white light, while some half-beasts screamed, split in half by a ghostly white silk. Several divine envoys and guardians were also struck down by white light, their bodies torn apart. Brain matter and internal organs splattered, making the already blood-red sea even more tragic. "It's that fox spirit again." Qin Xiaoyu stood up in anger. "It seems I must teach them a lesson, or they truly think my soul hall has no one." Seeing his subordinates and contracted beasts being slaughtered by the Moonlight Fox as if they were vegetables, Qin Xiaoyu felt pain, but more was the rising fury. "Young Master Qin, calm down. That Shennong hasn't made his move yet. You should be the one to face him in the end," Dai Yunqi said, seeing the soul haul in chaos. Not only feeling sad, but also a strange excitement. Is this what they call, the killer is always killed? You want to help Shennong? Qin Xiaoyu's anger flared, furiously pointing at Daiyunchi. But his anger was suppressed deep inside, not showing on the surface. What he expressed was only intense jealousy. Haha. Young Master Qin is truly joking. Daiyunchi chuckled lightly. I just want to ensure young Master Qin preserves his strength. After all, I think, since even Shennong's two contracted beasts are so powerful, his combat strength should be even greater. I just want to remind young Master Qin not to be careless, lest he capsizes in the gutter. As for whether young Master Qin listens to me, what right do I have to influence that? Humph. Even if I kill those two beasts and then Shennong, it would still be more than enough. Yunchi, don't forget you are my fiancée. The man you will share a bed with is me. Do not let other men overshadow your husband's might. Qin Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Daiyunchi was speechless. This Qin Xiaoyu truly could not stray from his usual topic. Do as you wish. Daiyunchi shook her head helplessly. Hiss. The seven sacred swords soared, their brilliance dazzling. With the sword formation's power pushed to the extreme. Inside the sword formation, there was a howling sword light, capable of cutting through the galaxy and shattering the universe. Clang. Clang, clang. The White Tiger King withstood the seven sacred swords with its physical body, and the sword light rained down upon its tiger body like raindrops. It ignited clusters of fierce fireworks. The White Tiger roared, its claws striking horizontally, its tail sweeping wildly, shattering countless sword lights, but it itself was severely injured. With little essence blood remaining, its body on the brink of collapse. Little White, don't panic, this fairy is here to save you. As soon as Little White heard the transmission, a white light like a silver snake waved, shattering all the sword light in the sky. The powerful sword formation was thus broken by the Moonlight Fox transformed into Moonlight Silk. After burning essence blood, the Moonlight Fox's realm rose even higher. Nearing the peak of the saint level, even Qin Xiaoyu had to concede to the Moonlight Fox. Moreover, it had merged itself into its life-bound artifact, the Moonlight Silk, making its power even more unimaginable. Little White, can you still fight? The Moonlight Fox asked. No problem. As long as I have a breath left, I can fight. Even though Little White's breath was exhausted, its fighting spirit surged. It didn't know how long it had been since it had fought so fervently. To kill fiercely. What does death matter? All right, then let us rampage. The rest will be left to Master to solve. The Moonlight Fox's tone was also fervent. One fox and one tiger surged into the enemy formation, leaving a trail of beast blood and rolling heads. The Moonlight Fox fought alone, charging left and right, clashing with artifacts, slaying powerful enemies, and as the enemies dwindled, it grew more excited. Just as it was in the heat of battle. Suddenly dark calamity clouds rolled in the sky. From the towering calamity clouds, a giant green law form slowly rose. The green law form was no longer solemn and dignified. Its expression filled with fierce killing intent. Little Fox Spirit. Enough. The green law form scolded loudly. A large green palm print descended. This move was the legendary Buddha's divine palm, condensing almost all of Qin Xiaoyu's energy. Qin Xiaoyu had to kill the Moonlight Fox in one blow, because after cutting through the realm, he could no longer continuously activate the Bronze Law Mirror in battle. Each time he used the Bronze Law Mirror against a strong enemy, his own consumption would be severe. Boom. The giant palm blotted out the sky, locking onto the Moonlight Fox, enveloping it under the magnificent palm print. The Moonlight Fox knew that Qin Xiaoyu would activate the Law Mirror against it, but it did not evade. It was seizing every moment to inflict damage on the enemy's living forces, clearing the thorns from the path for its master. Now, your helpers are all dead. What else do you have to say? Qin Xiaoyu put away the Law Mirror, standing in midair before Shennong. He was unaware of the two faint soul fires of Little White and the Moonlight Fox, thinking that the two great demons had already been killed by him. Thus, despite suffering heavy losses himself, with less than a third of his forces remaining, Qin Xiaoyu's sense of achievement was still overwhelming. Chapter 32, Daiyunchi. Even knowing that Little White and the Moonlight Fox were not dead, only severely injured and fallen into a long sleep, Shennong's heart was still filled with sorrow and rage. The resentment in his heart burned like a blazing flame, scorching his flesh and bones, cells and nerves. His body was nearly turned to ashes and ruins. He just wanted to shout to the heavens and kill all enemies before him to release his pent-up anger. Little White and the Moonlight Fox had consumed a large amount of soul shadows, including those from demon beasts, half-beasts, and assassins from the Soul Hall. Despite the collapse of their physical bodies, with only a faint soul fire remaining, various energies continued to surge into Shennong's body like a tidal wave. These energies had different attributes, including fire, wind, thunder, water, wood, and even space. They greatly consolidated, enriched, and enhanced Shennong's combat power. allowing him to break through his realm once again and reach 2-star extraordinary. Since breaking through to the extraordinary realm, Shennong felt that each small breakthrough in his realm became particularly difficult. He was also unclear where those vast energy torrents disappeared to. However, it was comforting that the combat attributes of Xiao Bai and the shadow attributes of the Moonlight Fox were mostly conferred upon him. Therefore, at this moment, Shennong not only had the combat attributes boosting his strength, but he could also easily defeat opponents at the early stage of the Saint level. Even when facing mid-stage Saint level opponents, he had the strength to fight back. Moreover, after absorbing the shadow energy of the Moonlight Fox, Shennong could already etherealize his physical body and hide in any shadowed area. However, like any shadow cultivator, while he could evade detection from cultivators of the same realm, he could not hide from enemies of a higher realm. Even if he were invisible, as long as he emitted even the slightest energy fluctuation, it would be detected by higher-level cultivators, who would then lock onto his position. When Qin Xiaoyu faced Shennong, his face revealed immense confidence. No matter how much Shennong's realm had broken through, what difference did it make? He was merely at 2-star extraordinary. Theoretically, he could crush his opponent with just a finger. In reality, Qin Xiaoyu was already releasing energy fluctuations to pressure Shennong. Shennong, surrender. Your 2 left and right arms have been killed by me. What do you have left to fight with? Qin Xiaoyu mocked, looking at the pained expression on Shennong's face. As long as you obediently hand over the treasure map, I can guarantee your life, but your cultivation is likely lost. I haven't lost, you have. It's 3 rounds, 2 wins, you've already lost 2 rounds. Shennong gritted his teeth in retort. Who would have thought that someone who claims to be a god would also play tricks? Haha, ridiculous. Truly laughable. You bastard. Don't forget that it was you who broke the rules and caused my soul hall to suffer heavy losses. It would have been merciful of me not to kill you. If you anger me, I will skin all your lovely villagers alive. Qin Xiaoyu continued to exert pressure, and Shennong's body had no intact bones left. Blood flowed from all his 7 orifices. In fact, it was a miracle that he could still stand here. Don't forget, Xiao Bai continued to kill after winning the 2nd round. It did not break the rules. That was not against the rules. What it wants to do after winning is its freedom. What made Qin Xiaoyu feel strange and panicked was that Shennong was still smiling despite the blood flowing from his 7 orifices. This smile sent chills down his spine. Don't smile. Later, I will make you feel like death is better than life. By then, you probably won't even be able to cry, Qin Xiaoyu said sternly. Hee. Don't you want that treasure map? Shennong chuckled coldly. When you treat others with gifts, you must have something to seek in return. You not only refuse to give me a gift, but also torment me in every way. Such a way of begging for something you want is truly wishful thinking. Huff. Qin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, trying hard to control his irritable emotions. I have already seen through it. You are nothing but a brick in the latrine, stinky and hard. I no longer consider obtaining that complete star cloud map. What is the fear of losing a bit? The Soul Hall has plenty of talented experts. They can restore it easily. I have decided to kill you first, then search your soul. No, searching your soul while you are alive is even more thrilling. That feeling is simply wonderful. Perhaps I can even find the complete star cloud map in your memories. So, I give you one last chance. Will you voluntarily open your consciousness, or will I forcibly search your soul? If you choose voluntarily, you will suffer less. And those common people will also gain peace. If forced, after I finish searching your soul, I will first level the Beast Master Villa to the ground, making you watch your fellow villagers die tragically, and then I will slice you into 1,000 pieces. TSK. Just thinking about that process is exciting. Young master, stop wasting time with him. Talking compassion to him is like playing music to a cow. Quickly search his soul. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Elder Ding Mian loudly suggested. Qin Xiaoyu, I bet you don't dare to search my soul, nor do you dare to recklessly kill the people of the Beast Master Villa. Shennong suddenly laughed, blood continuously flowing from the corners of his mouth. This smile was particularly eerie, unless you don't want her to live. What? Qin Xiaoyu shivered. It felt as if the air around had solidified. How could this bastard possibly have a clone technique? Or does he have a twin brother? This brother must be much stronger than Shennong. Behind Dai Yunqi stood a youth identical to Shennong. However, this youth was expressionless and indifferent, exuding an air of superiority as if he looked down on all living beings. He held a gleaming short sword in his hand, the sword's aura chilling. Its sharp edge pressed against Dai Yunqi's long, fair neck. It should be noted that although Dai Yunqi was born into an assassin family, she hated killing and was too lazy to cultivate martial arts, resulting in a very low realm. If she were killed, she would have no way to reconstruct her true body using the soul body. Bastard, let her go? Qin Xiaoyu shouted angrily while gripping the back of Shennong's head. With just a bit of force, Shennong's skull would shatter. However, Qin Xiaoyu also knew this move seemed somewhat redundant. A cultivator who had mastered the clone technique effectively had an extra life. Shennong would not care much if his main body was killed. What does it have to do with a weak woman for your previous battles? Are you even human? Qin Xiaoyu was furious, cursing Shennong endlessly. Chapter 33, Kidnapping the Beauty. Now it was Qin Xiaoyu's turn to be angry. His rage erupted like volcanic lava, causing his brain to spin. The despicable Shennong actually used a woman to threaten him. This worldly scum had actually cultivated the clone technique? Despite knowing that Shennong's current body was no longer important, killing him would only be redundant, and searching his soul would likely yield no results. However, Qin Xiaoyu still smashed Shennong's main body with a palm. Without the primordial spirit and soul body, Shennong could freely transfer his primordial spirit and soul body. The moment he created his clone, he had already done so. Shennong dissipated into mottled light and shadow, while his clone coldly stared at Qin Xiaoyu. Bastard! Let Dai Yunxi go. She is someone you cannot afford to provoke. Qin Xiaoyu roared. If you dare to harm her in the slightest, I will make you wish you were dead, turning the Beast Master Villa to ashes. Humph. She is someone you cannot afford to provoke, right? I might not be unable to provoke her, Shennong snorted coldly. What if I harm her? If you don't care about her life or death, feel free to vent your anger on the Beast Master Villa. But I warn you, if one more person dies in the Beast Master Villa, Dai Yunxi will also be buried with them. As he spoke, Shennong reached out to touch Dai Yunxi's smooth, tender face. That face was truly soft, delicate, and elastic, like a perfect piece of art, stirring an unusual feeling in Shennong's heart. Dai Yunxi's heart raced violently, like a startled deer. Aside from nervousness, she felt more shame. At the same time, she was puzzled. Because she was an Avalokiteshvara body and had the color-restraining cassock to protect her, ordinary men could not approach her. But why could Shennong get close to her? Why could he brazenly take liberties with her? Where was her Avalokiteshvara body? Where was her color-restraining cassock? Why had they all lost their effect? Allowing Shennong to break through her defenses so easily? Could it be that Shennong is the reason for her enmity? Does he have no ulterior motives towards her? Is there only disdain and hatred? Could it be that Shennong is a truly virtuous gentleman, unmoved by feminine beauty? Anyway, Dai Yunxi would never admit that it was her own willingness that led to Shennong's abduction. After all, Shennong is just a mortal, and this is their first meeting. Dai Yunxi also does not believe in the legend of love at first sight. Those touching love stories she has only seen in novels. The other elders, guardians, and spirit hall subordinates were dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that Shennong would abduct Dai Yunxi. Mainly, Shennong had already been subdued by Qin Xiaoyu, and they were all watching how Qin Xiaoyu would deal with Shennong's torment, how Shennong would struggle and resist him, having long forgotten about Dai Yunxi's existence. What they found even harder to understand was that Dai Yunxi is a manifestation of Guanyin, protected by a chastity robe, and Qin Xiaoyu's attempts to approach her would only result in him being burned and howling in pain. What right does Shennong have to get close to Dai Yunxi? To even touch the beauty's face? What the hell is going on? Shennong, stop right now. You will pay for your actions today. Qin Xiaoyu was going crazy. The beauty he had longed for and suffered for was being treated so lightly by Shennong, especially since Shennong had no resistance, no danger, and could just charge right in. How could he possibly not feel humiliated? Compared to Dai Yunxi, Qin Xiaoyu was even more eager to know where the problem lay. Shennong was also surprised. The expressions of both Qin Xiaoyu and the Spirit Hall assassins were very unusual, looking inexplicably perplexed. The information and emotions contained in those gazes were so complex. Aside from shock and anger, there was more confusion and misunderstanding, but no worry or fear. This made Shennong feel a bit uncertain. Could it be that this woman, standing out among the crowd and on equal footing with Qin Xiaoyu, was not important to these people? If that were the case, his plan to use Dai Yunxi to threaten Qin Xiaoyu would likely fail, and Lao Zhong and the others would still be unable to escape danger. Dai Yunxi's pretty face flushed red, like the dawn's first light, becoming even more beautiful. She swallowed and sighed. What is the young lord thinking? Yunxi understood that if the young lord did not trust her, he could just act directly. Let Shennong kill her, and she would have nothing to complain about. No, Yunxi, you are my woman, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed loudly. No matter what, I will rescue you from danger. If anything happens to you, not only will Shennong die, but the Beastmaster Villa will be leveled, and the entire 9-continent Holy Land will be buried with you. Qin Xiaoyu spoke passionately, with a heroic spirit that would move any woman who heard it. In fact, aside from his relationship with Dai Yunxi, this girl was the beloved pearl of Dai Laoma, the lord of the Demon Killing Hall, who had warned him repeatedly to ensure Dai Yunxi's safety. If Dai Yunxi died in the lower realm's 9-continent Holy Land, would Dai Laoma not seek vengeance on him? It might even provoke a conflict between the Demon Killing Hall and the Spirit Hall, leading to severe consequences for both sides. Therefore, even setting aside personal reasons, Qin Xiaoyu absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Dai Yunxi. After hearing Qin Xiaoyu's vows, Shennong finally felt at ease. It seemed that his plan was not wrong. Qin Xiaoyu, you say I am despicable, say I am shameless, for taking a defenseless woman as a hostage. But what about you? Not only have you killed many innocent civilians, but you also threaten the lives of millions in the Beastmaster Villa. Aren't you even more despicable and shameless than I am? Let's cut the nonsense. I will take Dai Yunqi away now, and first release Lao Zhong and the others. Anyone who dares to stop me, anyone who dares to target the Beastmaster Villa, I will first cut off Dai Yunqi's ears, then her nose. If you really provoke me, I will do even worse things to her. In short, if you have the guts, come at me, Shennong alone. If you can capture me, kill me, or even dismember me, that's my own incompetence and has nothing to do with the millions of innocent people. As Dai Yunqi listened to Shennong's threats, she couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Was it really necessary to be so ruthless to her? But thinking about how she could use her frail body to save thousands of civilians, Dai Yunqi felt a sense of relief in her heart. She had always felt that her life was meaningless, like a walking corpse, but now she had finally done a great deed, which made her feel very satisfied and joyful. Even though this merit was forced upon her by Shennong, what did it matter? After Shennong finished speaking, he wrapped his arms around Dai Yunqi's slender waist and transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the Beastmaster Villa. Chapter 34, The Hunt. Seeing Shennong attempting to abduct Dai Yunqi, Qin Xiaoyu became truly anxious. He threw out a treasure, the binding immortal rope. Most treasures have ostentatious names, and the binding immortal rope was no exception. Though it might not truly bind immortals, it was more than enough to bind a Saint King level powerhouse. Before Qin Xiaoyu reached the Severing Realm, this binding immortal rope was even more tyrannical, capable of binding diamond level powers. What is diamond level? After transcending, one enters the Saint Realm, after which comes the Saint King, then the Nurturing Spirit, and finally, the diamond level. Before entering the Severing Realm, Qin Xiaoyu was at the peak of the Nurturing Spirit level, and with this treasure, he could subdue diamond level powers despite the level difference. However, against a peak diamond level powerhouse, the effect would be minimal. If a peak diamond level powerhouse were enraged, they could move mountains and fill seas, shattering the void. Even if the binding immortal rope could not be broken, they could still escape easily. A flash of golden light appeared, and the binding immortal rope, like a golden snake, locked onto Shennong. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Shennong. The Qingming ruler, originally a treasure of Black Wuchang, had been acquired by Shennong. The blue treasure ruler whistled sharply, tearing through the void while accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, and collided hard with the golden binding immortal rope. Clash! The two treasures collided, producing a sound like ringing metal. The space tore apart, and the sea was violently ripped by the explosive energy, creating a terrifying, deep chasm. All treasures have spirit, divine weapons have souls. The spirit of the binding immortal rope is a golden long snake. Suddenly, golden light surged from the binding immortal rope, and a powerful golden snake shot out, wrapping tightly around the Qingming ruler. The golden snake opened its exaggerated jaws, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, and bit down on the Qingming ruler, attempting to swallow it whole. The Qingming ruler did not back down. Its blue flames surged, and black symbols flowed across its surface, releasing rolling black, demonic energy, coalescing into a ferocious ghost. The fierce ghost fiercely clung to the head of the golden snake and began to bite and wrestle with it. However, in the end, the treasure of Black Wuchang could not withstand the binding immortal rope's overwhelming power. After less than an incense stick's time of entanglement, it fled in embarrassment. In fact, being able to escape under the binding immortal rope's immense power was already a remarkable feat. Taking advantage of the timing when the two spirits were desperately fighting, Shennong had appeared above the Beastmaster Villa. He first rescued Lao Zhong and the others, supplying them with energy and feeding them herbs. Soon, the heavy injuries on Lao Zhong and the others began to heal slowly. Shennong, are you okay? Lao Zhong excitedly grasped Shennong's hands, examining him closely, tears streaming down his face. I knew the heavens would not let good people suffer. Uncle Zhong, Brother Shennong. You weren't saying this before Brother Shennong went to confront those bandits, Han Yo teased. Everyone appeared relaxed on the surface, but they understood that the crisis had not been completely resolved. Uncle Zhong, Han Yo, Chun Tao, Uncle Chung, Xiao He, you are temporarily safe now. And the Beastmaster Villa is also safe for the time being. Rest assured, I will do my best to ensure your safety in the future, Shennong assured, patting his chest. Brother Shennong, who is this? Chun Tao asked, looking at Dai Yunqi in confusion. This girl was too beautiful, like a fairy stepped out of a painting. Pure and flawless like Chang'e in the Moon Palace. She is. The hostages I captured from those outsiders are precisely why they dare not act recklessly against the Beastmaster Mountain Villa, Shennong explained truthfully. Dai Yunqi remained silent. She neither showed anger nor sadness, nor did she attempt to escape. Her expression was calm, like an untouched fairy, seemingly above the mundane world. Shennong, are you leaving here? Chun Tao's expression was complicated. Facing Dai Yunxi, she felt a deep sense of inferiority, though she found it amusing that she secretly admired Shennong. When another outstanding beauty was with him, she felt a pang of bitterness deep inside. Yet, she concealed this bitter cup of love, still smiling, feeling happy for Shennong and offering her blessings. Even though this extraordinary beauty was an outsider and their enemy, Chun Tao still felt that only Dai Yunxi deserved Shennong. She was merely a rough country girl. I will take her into the Demon God Mountain, Shennong stated his plan. If those outsiders refuse to give up, I will play a game of cat and mouse with them. I'm leaving right away, everyone take care. In order to quickly divert the powerful figures of the Soul Palace, Shennong was eager to enter the Demon God Mountain. The Demon God Mountain stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with countless majestic mountains, providing the perfect place for him to fight against the Soul Palace's experts without worrying about collateral damage. Shennong, you can't leave. Quickly release the divine person and apologize to the divine. Su Qingtsong rushed over, scolding Shennong. Shennong ignored him and, with a swift chop of his hand, split Su Qingtsong in half. The crowd was in an uproar, but seeing that Shennong could move freely under the divine's watchful eye without suffering any harm, and even easily captured the divine maiden, they developed a sense of awe towards him. Therefore, no one dared to voice objections or accusations against him for killing the Villa Master. After bidding farewell to Lao Zhong and the others, Shennong took Dai Yunxi into the Demon God Mountain. Qin Xiaoyu's divine sense was incredibly powerful and had long locked onto Shennong, leading his subordinates in hot pursuit. He had given strict orders to the Soul Palace experts to eliminate Shennong at the first opportunity. Qin Xiaoyu thought, even if Shennong has taken Dai Yunxi as a hostage, he certainly won't be with her all the time, right? At least Dai Yunxi would need to bathe, relieve herself, change clothes, etc. There would be times she must keep her distance from Shennong. As for whether Shennong would avoid suspicion during those times, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't guarantee that either. He gritted his teeth, feeling chaotic and frustrated. This mission was going poorly, and being thwarted by a mere mortal made him extremely annoyed. As long as Miss Dai escapes, that little brat Shennong would be easy to handle. Chapter 35, Powerless Fury. Exactly. Qin Xiaoyu patted Ding Mian's shoulder and said, the tighter we push, the more vigilant Shennong becomes. But if we pretend to relax, his guard will inevitably lower. Once he relaxes, he will reveal flaws. Qin Xiaoyu's face darkened, as if he had truly captured Shennong and was about to extract his tendons and cut his flesh, crushing his bones to ashes to avenge past humiliations. What a thrill. Qin Xiaoyu's father, the head of the Soul Palace, Qin Bubi, placed great importance on this mission, providing him with over 300 Soul Palace experts. Although these experts were not the top-tier forces, they formed the backbone of the team. With experts from various systems, there was concern that Qin Xiaoyu might fail. After the battle with Shennong, over half of the 300 experts, along with their contracted beasts, were killed or injured, suffering heavy losses. However, the remaining 100 or so were the elite among the 300 killers. Moreover, there were no fewer than 10 experts in shadow and space systems. Qin Xiaoyu gathered these 10 and sent them to closely track Shennong. The 10 received their orders. Some became invisible, some opened spatial passages, and others split off a portion of their soul to execute the mission in soul shadow form. Experts in the space system, upon reaching a certain level, could open spatial passages, which initially were quite narrow, but could expand as their realm improved. The space system was more concealed than invisibility. Even if they didn't restrain their aura, the outside world wouldn't perceive them, as if they existed in another realm. Thus, the Soul Palace experts began to track and hunt Shennong, both in the light and in the dark. Qin Xiaoyu led most of the Soul Palace experts at a distance, occasionally releasing a strong pressure to harass and threaten Shennong. Ding Mian and the others supported each other, concealing their presence, using divine sense to communicate, with less than 10 miles separating them from Shennong and Dai Yunxi. However, they faced a tricky problem. Dai Yunxi was protected by the chastity robe. To rescue her, they would need to communicate in advance, informing Dai Yunxi to lower her guard. Otherwise, not only would they fail to save her, but they would also suffer the pain of being burned. Time flew by quickly. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Xiaoyu and Ding Mian had no opportunity to rescue Dai Yunxi or assassinate Shennong. Yet Shennong was never far from Dai Yunxi, making Qin Xiaoyu and the others anxious but unable to act recklessly. Even when Dai Yunxi needed to relieve herself, Shennong would shamelessly let his clone keep a close watch. Although that clone was cold and emotionless, like a puppet, it would symbolically turn its head away from Dai Yunxi. But who could guarantee that the corner of its eye wasn't peeking? How utterly shameless. Qin Xiaoyu was furious. Despite his strong divine sense, he couldn't see Dai Yunxi. When she needed to relieve herself, she would find an extremely secluded place out of shyness, and Shennong would create some fog to obscure Qin Xiaoyu's divine sense and vision, clearly intending to guard against theft. Furthermore, Shennong would alternate between watching Dai Yunqi with his clone, so there was no risk of fatigue or dozing off. Heavens! How long must this go on? If Shennong and Dai Yunqi spent too much time together, who could guarantee what might happen? Even if Shennong hadn't developed wicked thoughts yet, Dai Yunqi had never been close to a man due to the chastity robe, frequently being in close contact with a decently attractive male. Who could guarantee that her heart wouldn't stir and she wouldn't take the initiative to embrace him? Damn it, this is too dangerous. Qin Xiaoyu was in a state of suspicion and anxiety all day, feeling restless and agitated. It should be noted that although Dai Yunqi was his fiancée, he had never even held her small hand, let alone spent time alone with her. Yet Shennong was doing exactly what he had always dreamed of, and occasionally, he would provocatively wrap his arm around Dai Yunqi's slender waist, climbing mountains and crossing ravines, or when faced with a cliff or deep valley. Embracing her waist to fly was a must. Furious, Qin Xiaoyu felt blood rush to his nose, wanting nothing more than to rush over and chop off Shennong's limbs, preferably turning him into a eunuch, so he could finally feel at ease. Shennong led Dai Yunqi through the mountains, picking wild fruits when hungry, roasting a demon beast, and drinking mountain spring water when thirsty. At night, Shennong would find a cave for Dai Yunqi to rest while he sat cross-legged at the entrance, practicing breathing exercises. Qin Xiaoyu could no longer see Dai Yunqi, which made him even more troubled. He guessed that Shennong must have his clone accompanying Dai Yunqi in the cave. Although the clone was dull and rigid, it was still one with Shennong, right? Whatever the clone could see, Shennong could see. Whatever the clone could think or feel, Shennong could think or feel as well. As for what enticing sights the clone might see in the cave, Qin Xiaoyu didn't dare to think about it. Nor did he want to. What frustrated and infuriated Qin Xiaoyu even more was that during the day and night, when Dai Yunqi was kidnapped by Shennong, she displayed neither anger nor sadness. She was completely obedient, allowing Shennong to manipulate her. Shennong's avatar guarded her convenience, and she did not protest. When Shennong held her slender waist and flew, she did not loudly accuse him. When Shennong caught a monster to roast, she even accompanied him to look for firewood. When Shennong's avatar and she went into a cave to sleep, she didn't utter even a curse. These two don't seem like a robber and a hostage at all. They clearly look like a couple in love, enjoying the mountains and waters together. Qin Xiaoyu was restless in the cave, unable to close his eyes all night. Report. Young lord, Shennong has started a bonfire and is roasting deer meat with the young lady. Early in the morning, a killer from the Soul Palace reported to the cave. Get lost. Qin Xiaoyu impatiently scolded, and the killer immediately turned and left. Report. The young lady choked on the deer meat and has been coughing. Shennong is currently patting her back and rubbing her chest. What the hell? Does choking require chest rubbing? Get lost. Qin Xiaoyu was so angry he shouted. And this time he didn't wait for his subordinate to leave on his own, but raised his hand to create a gust of wind that sent the subordinate flying. The subordinate, half-beaten, cursed in his heart. Didn't you ask us to observe Shennong and Dai Yunqi's every move and report at any time? Why are you turning against us now? You can't even keep your wife safe. Why are you angry at us? Chapter 36, Confiding Feelings. Shennong, you scoundrel. If you have the ability, let Yunqi go, and let's fight openly. Qin Xiaoyu rushed out of the cave, floating in midair, and shouted angrily in Shennong's direction. His divine consciousness could extend 100 miles, and with a tremor of spiritual power, he could transmit his voice hundreds of miles away, clearly reaching Shennong's ears. What a nuisance. We can't even eat in peace. Shennong ignored Qin Xiaoyu and used his homemade chopsticks to pick up a piece of roast deer meat, offering it to Dai Yunqi's cherry-like lips, saying, "Come on, Yunqi, don't mind that mad dog, eat meat." Dai Yunqi obediently opened her small mouth, took the piece of deer meat, chewed it slowly, and swallowed it, softly saying, "Thank you." Yunqi, have you forgotten your identity? Have you forgotten that you already have a fiancé? How can you be so close to a strange man? After witnessing their intimate behavior, Qin Xiaoyu was so angry he almost spat blood, loudly reminding and accusing Dai Yunqi. Young Master Shennong, Dai Yunqi hesitated and said, "I know you are a good person. And I also understand that Qin Xiaoyu has done many things wrong to the Beast Control Villa. What exactly do you want to say?" Shennong's expression suddenly darkened as he asked. I want to say that we were originally strangers and have no deep-seated hatred. It is all because of that star map that connected us unrelated people together. Do you think Qin Xiaoyu will listen to you? Shennong sneered. I kill his subordinates and abduct his fiancée. He kills the people of the Beast Control Villa and destroys our fields and houses. Even if there was no hatred before, it has become as deep as the sea now. It was unclear whether she was talking to herself or speaking to Shennong. Her delicate face showed a complex expression, with loneliness, disappointment, and a shame born from provocation. Young Master Shennong, you may not know that although I am engaged to Qin Xiaoyu, he has never laid a finger on me. Why are you telling me this? Shennong was taken aback and said, in our 9 continents, most engaged couples are like this, as it is a traditional society, a traditional place. I just want to tell you that I am not a casual person. Dai Yunqi felt that Shennong misunderstood her. In the eastern wilderness of the extreme abyss star domain, it is not a feudal place, and engaged couples usually have some interactions before marriage. Oh, Shennong was slightly surprised, then calmed down. This is not surprising, in any era. There are frivolous women, and there are also those who adhere to the woman's way, being virtuous and chaste. One can only say that you are the kind of woman who leans toward tradition. Or perhaps, your family education is very strict, and your parents do not allow you to do anything out of line before marriage. But after Shennong finished speaking, he felt something was amiss. Young Master Shennong, don't you find it strange? A woman like me, who is so traditional and adheres to the woman's way, would come to seek treasure across borders with her fiancé. Dai Yunqi's delicate face flushed as she said, Qin Xiaoyu is a lecherous and flirtatious person, even if I adhere to the woman's way. How can I maintain my integrity in front of a lustful scoundrel? Dai Yunqi's meaning was that the tree wishes to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Her cultivation was shallow, and Qin Xiaoyu was a powerful figure who could easily force her into a relationship. Shennong nodded and shook his head. He could not fathom what Dai Yunqi was trying to convey anymore. This girl looked stunning, steady, dignified, virtuous, and elegant. If she had a very strict upbringing and was traditional, there should be no reason for her to risk accompanying Qin Xiaoyu. Since she came, it indicated that Dai Yunqi trusted Qin Xiaoyu and liked this fiancé. Then, if they did not have some interactions, it would be puzzling. Young Master Shennong, I did not come to the holy land of the 9 continents for Qin Xiaoyu. Dai Yunqi gathered her courage and said, but to escape the depression and oppression in my heart. I was born in a family of assassins and have seen much killing. I detest it deeply and have long wanted to escape that place. But as a weak woman, where can I escape to? Later, under family pressure, I had the engagement with Qin Xiaoyu. But I do not like Qin Xiaoyu at all. I only came to seek treasure with him to relieve my boredom and frustration at home. Qin Xiaoyu has long coveted me. This opportunity is rare. How could he not take action? But he could not succeed at all. All his fantasies and schemes are futile against me. So you have a treasure to restrain Qin Xiaoyu? Shennong finally understood. I am originally an Avalokiteshvara body. This kind of body is very mysterious. If a man with ulterior motives approaches me and tries to take advantage of me, my body will emit light and condense into a chastity kasaya. This kasaya will burn lustful people. Even experts like Qin Xiaoyu are no exception. Unless I willingly allow the man I admire to approach me. Dai Yunqi's face grew redder as she spoke, and her voice became weaker. Interesting. This is the first time Shennong has heard such an intriguing thing. A delicate girl is telling him her secret without reservation, which makes Shennong feel a warmth in his heart. That warmth was entirely different from the warmth he felt when being cared for by Chuntao. He treated Chuntao like an older brother treats a neighbor's younger sister. But toward Dai Yunqi, Shennong's heart suddenly rippled, feeling a bit flustered. I can get close to Miss Yunqi. Perhaps it is because I have no wicked thoughts about you. Shennong laughed heartily to ease the sudden awkwardness in the air. Young Master Shennong, I know you are a gentleman. Dai Yunqi expressed her gratitude. Otherwise, you could have taken advantage of the opportunity to be close to me, but you have never. Not now. Doesn't he mean it won't happen in the future? Shennong laughed again. In fact, how I wish I could be born in the holy land of the 9 continents. Dai Yunqi sighed, but her delicate face revealed a sadness of being unable to change her fate. Here, marrying, having children, establishing a family, even living an ordinary life. As long as it is happy and peaceful. Why must Miss Yunqi be sad? If you are not satisfied with the marriage, you can leave that beast Qin Xiaoyu and marry me. Shennong boldly pretended to be lecherous, staring intently at Dai Yunqi's blooming peach blossom-like face. Chapter 37, Surprise Attack. Seeing Shennong and Dai Yunqi being intimate, like a pair of young lovers, Qin Xiaoyu felt as if he had a field of green grass on his head. And smoke was rising. Dai Yunqi had never spoken so much to him, nor had she ever looked at him with such gentle eyes. She was neither close to him nor distant, as if facing the most familiar stranger. That feeling was suffocating, like chewing vinegar. He had thought Dai Yunqi was just a cold person, treating every man the same, until she got together with Shennong, and his worldview completely collapsed. It turned out that this woman was merely elegant on the outside, but her inner self was quite different. Young master, what did you see? A middle-aged man dressed as a Confucian scholar, wearing a square cap, boldly asked. Get lost, oh. It's Mr. Wu, my apologies. Qin Xiaoyu was about to curse when he suddenly realized this person was the clever Wu Qian, known as the strategist of the Soul Palace. who was cunning and adept at schemes, thus had always been respected and valued by Qin Xiaoyu and his father, Qin Bubi. Mr. Wu, that little vixen Dai Yunxi has really infuriated me, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed angrily. When she was just kidnapped by that bastard Shennong, I was worried sick about her safety, fearing she might be harmed. And now, after just one day and night with Shennong, they are already very intimate. That bastard even fed her. They are simply a pair of adulterers. It's infuriating. The clever Wu Qian listened attentively to Qin Xiaoyu's outburst, began to ponder in silence, and eventually stroked his chin with a smile. Hee, young master, don't be so impatient. This may not be a bad thing, Wu Qian said, appearing calm and composed, with an air of ethereal grace, as if he were a strategist in control of the situation. Damn, have I been too nice to you usually? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes were blazing with anger. I've been cuckolded, and you're still so happy? Young master, please don't misunderstand, Wu Qian said, feeling a chill in his heart as he saw Qin Xiaoyu's fierce expression. He quickly waved his hands and said, please let me explain. Speak quickly. Qin Xiaoyu barely suppressed his anger. From my observations, there are only two possibilities for why the young lady is acting this way. One, she did it out of self-preservation, being forced to do so, but in her heart, she still loves you. The second situation, though somewhat unfavorable, is actually very beneficial for us. That is, the young lady has never been close to a man before, and upon suddenly becoming close, it's natural for her to develop curiosity and affection. But you need not worry too much about it. As the saying goes, feelings develop over time. They have only spent one day and night together. What real feelings can arise? Wu Qian's words were quite reasonable, and Qin Xiaoyu's anger finally subsided somewhat, but he still retorted. But what is there to be happy or celebrate about? Young master, may I ask why we have not dared to move against Shennong? Wu Qian asked, shaking his head. Isn't it because he kidnapped Dai Yunxi? Qin Xiaoyu frowned. Exactly. If we were to kill Shennong before, we would have to consider the young lady's safety. But now, regardless of the situation, we can act against Shennong without worrying about her safety anymore, because it's highly unlikely that he would harm her again. Wu Qian patted his chest confidently, saying, as the military strategy states, there are different times for different actions. Is there such a phrase in military strategy? Qin Xiaoyu was skeptical, but he found Wu Qian's analysis quite convincing. Wu Qian's meaning seemed to dawn on Qin Xiaoyu. They could have Elder Ding and the others launch a surprise attack on Shennong. As for whether Shennong would harm the young lady, that was something they could find out. Wu Qian said with a sinister smile, from what you've seen, Shennong is likely reluctant to harm the young lady. Mr. Wu, your plan is brilliant, Qin Xiaoyu said, half praising and half mocking. But could you please not smile so lewdly? Yes, yes. Wu Qian quickly nodded, instantly suppressing all expressions and becoming serious. I also know that Shennong is just joking, right? Dai Yunxi said, not angry at Shennong's teasing, but instead sighed. I do hope that Shennong is indeed joking. Because if you really take a liking to me, it would bring endless disaster and calamity. My father is extremely stubborn and hard-hearted. He would never easily change his mind. If I were to do anything unethical, even as his daughter, he would hunt me down to the ends of the earth to kill me. Of course, before killing me, he would first kill you. Shennong smiled but did not respond. The assassin organization kills without mercy. And Dai Yunxi's father appeared to be a conservative and prideful old stubborn. He believed that since Dai Yunxi married Qin Xiaoyu, she should die as a member of the Qin family. Having an affair with another man would be a disgrace to her family and is unforgivable. Your father might not kill me, but those who want to kill me are already here. Shennong's expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head, and an arrow made of ice shot past his cheek. The ice arrow came like lightning, silent and swift. A typical extraordinary being would have been shot through the throat and killed instantly. Shennong relied on the vast amount of combat elements stored within him and the backing of combat laws. His crisis alertness was not inferior to that of a peak saint. Barely dodging the arrow. Swish, swish, swish. The ice arrows fell like rain, and wherever they struck, there was a loud explosion, and debris flew everywhere, immediately covering everything with a thick layer of frost. It was clear that the assassin attacking Shennong was not only a master of the shadow system, but also possessed ice-type battle soul attributes. This was likely related to the demonic beast he had contracted. He probably had an ice attribute demonic beast. Very few masters possess dual attributes. Most only excel in one combat attribute throughout their lives. The same goes for those in the shadow and space systems. If the contracted demonic beast had a different attribute, then the contractor could unleash or seamlessly switch between two combat attributes. Shennong was different. His beast control root was extremely extraordinary. With 9 beast control roots, he could cultivate multiple combat attribute systems simultaneously. Furthermore, with simple fusion and tempering, his contracted beast could feed back combat attribute energy to him. Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox belonged to the shadow and combat systems, respectively, and these two systems were his most prominent. However, he could also unleash other attributes like thunder, fire, water, poison, and wind, making him quite mixed, though none were as proficient as his shadow and combat systems. As long as there was a shadow, his body would be invisible. In places without shadows, his body would appear as a shadow. However, the assailant's realm was far above his, and even if Shennong had virtualized himself, his aura could not be completely concealed. For low-level cultivators, trying to use the shadow system to obscure the eyes of a high-level cultivator was indeed quite difficult. Dai Yunshi continuously cried out in alarm. Although her realm was low, her insight was not shallow. Those ice arrows were lethal, and the hidden assassin was undoubtedly a formidable character. She could see that at a glance. A flash of light from a knife slashed through the air, resembling a silk ribbon, with the blade's energy like a startled swan, fiercely striking Shennong's back. Boom! A fiery red spear crossed the sky, carrying the might of thunder as it pierced Shennong's chest. Bang! Midway, the fiery spear's energy exploded, flames igniting along its shaft, causing the air in its wake to boil and crackle with a series of explosive sounds. Ice arrows, knife lights, and the fiery spear tightly surrounded Shennong from all directions. Each strike possessed enough power to kill him on the spot, scattering his soul. Shennong darted left and right, flickering and leaping, rolling through the air with a speed as fast as a meteor. At times, his shadow twisted at an incredible angle to evade this life and death calamity. Avoiding the encirclement of the three deadly weapons was already difficult. He could no longer care about Dai Yunshi. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out by Dai Yunshi's ear. "Madam, do not be afraid. I am Crow, under the command of the young lord. I have been sent by the young lord to protect and rescue you." Crow's voice was hoarse, and his transmission was equally raspy. "Cough. Please relax, madam, and do not resist, otherwise, I will not be able to successfully rescue you. Can you please retract that robe on your body?" Earlier, when Qin Xiaoyu attempted to be disrespectful to Dai Yunshi, he was burned by the chastity robe. And Crow had witnessed Qin Xiaoyu's miserable state clearly. He did not want to repeat Qin Xiaoyu's mistakes. Seeing that Dai Yunshi did not respond, Crow urged further, "Madam, you are, after all, a fairy from the extreme abyss star domain. Being mixed with a mere mortal in the lower realms tarnishes your identity and undermines the prestige of the Killing Demon Hall. Moreover, if you do not leave, Shennong will not be able to focus on fighting the enemy and may die even faster." Crow's last words undoubtedly moved Dai Yunshi. A complex expression emerged in her beautiful eyes, filled with reluctance, sorrow, and helplessness. Dai Yunshi lightly nodded her head in the direction of the voice, indicating her agreement to Crow's request. Crow was overjoyed, but, out of caution for his own safety and knowing that Qin Xiaoyu was secretly observing, he did not dare to wrap his arm directly around Dai Yunshi's slender waist like Shennong. Instead, he unleashed a wave of spiritual energy that solidified, resembling a tangible ribbon to wrap around Dai Yunshi's waist. Bang! Suddenly, Shennong's clone appeared beside Dai Yunshi. The clone was cold and silent, exuding an air of superiority, and it seized the ribbon made of spiritual energy, shattering it with a loud crash. Then, it punched out, striking Crow right on the forehead. Crow let out a terrible scream as his skull was completely crushed, and the violent energy wave violently shook, shattering even his primordial spirit. Although Shennong could not perceive Crow's clone for the time being, the prolonged communication with Dai Yunshi and the obvious ribbon made it easy to trace Crow's position. Crow was not weak. His combat power was quite strong, being in the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, and he was very close to the peak. His realm had been even higher in the extreme abyss star domain. However, he had crossed over in a soul-body state, and after seizing this physical body, he had not spent enough time adapting, making it difficult for him to fight effectively, putting him at a disadvantage. With Crow's death, his body fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Of the 10 assassins, only 9 remained. Qin Xiaoyu, watching from above, cursed loudly. He used his divine sense to transmit to the remaining 9 assassins, urging them to intensify their attack, while he himself hurried over with the majority of his subordinates. Since Shennong had no intention of killing Dai Yunshi, it would be easy. If he personally intervened, he could crush Shennong into dust in the blink of an eye. "Miss Dai, the enemy's firepower is too fierce, and the situation is urgent. We must leave here," Shennong said, merging with his clone and appearing beside Dai Yunshi. It was inconvenient to retreat while holding her at the waist, and he added, "I will offend you now." Without waiting for a reply, Shennong picked up Dai Yunshi and ran. His speed was astonishing. It was as if he were riding the clouds or shooting out like a cannonball. Dai Yunshi felt the wind rush past her ears, the sharp whistle of the wind making her delicate face sting from the cold. Shennong's running speed had increased several times compared to yesterday. Dai Yunshi felt the towering ancient trees flash by her side, and the once insurmountable mountains were quickly reached. Crossing the canyon and soaring over the great river was even easier. At first, she felt a thrill, but after adapting, it became exhilarating and exciting. Especially when she caught the strong scent of masculinity emanating from Shennong. Dai Yunqi blushed, her heart racing like a fawn, feeling slightly tipsy and confused. Chapter 39. So ruthless. Dai Yunqi's soft body was tightly pressed against Shennong's broad and sturdy back, bouncing along as if riding the waves. She felt both shy and stimulated. Born into a family of assassins, she had never experienced the taste of fleeing until now, especially being so close to a man she didn't dislike, their skin touching, making her slightly intoxicated and flustered. But wait, Dai Yunqi suddenly woke up. The reason Shennong was carrying her was not only for convenience. Perhaps his intentions were not pure? Did he take her as a shield? She was being sold out by this guy while secretly enjoying it. How naive could she be? Dai Yunqi's face turned crimson. And this time it was not from passion, but from the urge to question Shennong. Before she could speak, someone else did it for her. Shennong, you bastard. Put Yunqi down this instant. How dare you use a woman as a shield? Are you shameless? So despicable? Qin Xiaoyu shouted angrily in the air. But he did not dare to act recklessly against Shennong. Right now, to kill Shennong, he must first eliminate Dai Yunqi. Shennong did not respond. He focused on fleeing for his life. Wherever he passed, the earth and stones exploded, creating a deep trench behind him. However, he could not escape Qin Xiaoyu and the others' pursuit. These people rode fierce beasts or mythical birds, moving much faster. Catching up to Shennong was effortless. The young lord need not worry, the wise Wu Qian said calmly. Shennong can't run for long like this. His realm is much lower than ours. And most of our brothers have contracted beasts, so he will tire before long. Once he is exhausted, killing him will be easy. Mr. Wu makes a good point, Qin Xiaoyu said, calming his anger and nodding in approval. He had to say that the wise one always had insights at critical moments, enlightening others. Qin Xiaoyu was no longer anxious and began to mock Shennong. Hey, Shennong, you run slower than a turtle. You might as well join the turtle and hare race. This guy is just a coward, only using women as shields, utterly shameless. Look, he found a demon leopard as a mount, haha. It seems he can't run anymore. Once I kill that demon leopard, I might not be able to kill him, but killing that demon leopard is a sure thing. Shennong was indeed getting a bit tired. His chest roared like a bellows, and his lungs felt like they were about to explode. Competing in speed against Qin Xiaoyu's group of demon beasts was not wise at all, so he subdued a mid-stage extraordinary demon leopard and continued to flee on its back. Subduing the demon beast was simple. He just had to use Little White's Beast King power and let out a majestic tiger roar, causing most demon beasts to surrender willingly. Suddenly, before he could run too far, a white light shot through the air. It was a flying sickle that sliced through the demon leopard's abdomen, splitting its chest wide open. Shennong hurriedly abandoned the demon leopard, which exploded, its blood and flesh flying everywhere. It struggled in pain for a while before dying an untimely death. Haha, what a waste. Only able to subdue these lowly monsters, slow in running but quick to die. Without the aid of monsters, let's see how far he can run. Today, I will exhaust him to death. Young lord, I think if we attack now, we can kill Shennong and rescue the young madam. A killer volunteered to fight Qin Xiaoyu, believing that an attack at this moment would surely eliminate Shennong and secure victory. Good. Divine Archer Xiaoyu, I trust your archery skills, but you're too weak on your own. I'll send 2 brothers with you to kill Shennong. Qin Xiaoyu agreed to Xiaoyu's request and allowed him to lead 2 killers ahead to slay Shennong. As for whether they could actually kill Shennong without harming Dai Yunqi, Qin Xiaoyu wasn't sure, but they had to keep testing. Who knows, maybe one time it would work. Even if it didn't, they had the advantage in numbers. And losing a few people wasn't a big deal. Shennong and his clones had only 2 capable fighters, and they could exhaust them to death. Divine Archer Xiaoyu claimed to be a descendant of Daji, an ice-type cultivator who could form ice bows and shoot ice arrows, with tremendous power. Xiaoyu set off with 2 fire-type killers. Among the 10-person team that previously attempted to assassinate Shennong was Divine Archer Xiaoyu. At this moment, Shennong had subdued a demon crane, which let out a long cry and soared into the sky. The speed of demon birds was always much faster than that of demon beasts. However, they were still not as fast as the mounts of Xiaoyu and his companions. Xiaoyu rode a demon falcon, while the other 2 fire-type killers rode 2 winged demon tigers. The speed of the demon falcon was like lightning, with a strange and agile movement, good at stealth, making it a formidable aerial killer combination with Xiaoyu. The 2 fire-type winged demon tigers were ferocious and could spit flames, possessing immense strength, perfectly complementing Xiaoyu's demon falcon, a match made in heaven. The demon beasts of Xiaoyu and the others were of high level, all at the holy entry level, quickly catching up to Shennong's demon crane. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 surrounded Shennong from behind, 1 in front and the other 2 on the left and right, launching a fierce attack on Shennong simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Two flame spears fiercely stabbed into Shennong's ribs. Taking advantage of Shennong's defense, Divine Archer Xiaoi stealthily attacked from the side, shooting an arrow that exploded the demon crane's head. Haha, look how embarrassed Shennong is. Riding the demon leopard, the leopard died. Riding the demon crane, the crane was lost, and he fell to the ground. Just exhaust him slowly and tire him out. How dare he provoke the young lord's holy might? That's just like a moth to the flame, seeking his own death. The young lord is virtuous in both culture and martial arts. His achievements will last for eternity. As this battle continued, it somehow turned into a foot-licking event. But Qin Xiaoyu enjoyed this show, squinting his eyes and casting a disdainful look at the embarrassed Shennong falling towards the ground. At this rate, within half an hour, he would definitely capture Shennong alive. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically. Even as Shennong was falling, his clone still counterattacked and killed Divine Archer Xiaoi. The clone of Shennong not only tore apart Xiaoi's ice bow, but also ripped off Xiaoi's head. This method of killing was truly brutal. Just choked him by the neck and pulled down. Xiaoi let out a short, intense scream like a dying pig. Because Shennong's clone was also often elusive, you could never know when or from which direction he would appear. Once the master died, the demon bird was scared out of its wits, trying to escape while invisible, but was pulled out of the shadows by Shennong's clone and torn to pieces in no time. Chapter 40, Adventure. Even though the demon crane ridden by Shennong was killed, his clone still fiercely attacked Divine Archer Xiaoi, tearing apart the shadow demon falcon with brutal ferocity. Meanwhile, before Shennong fell, he raised both hands, unleashing two streams of deadly poisonous smoke. The two fire-type killers were directing the winged demon tigers to play with fire when they suddenly saw Divine Archer Xiaoi's tragic death and the demon falcon being torn apart, scaring them to the point of losing their composure. They were inadvertently hit by the two streams of poison smoke, causing blood to seal their throats. And the poison immediately took effect. Their skin quickly turned black, rotting, emitting a foul smell. They were engulfed in dark green toxic smoke, which corroded their bones, melting them away. The two winged demon tigers had sturdier bodies, but they also couldn't escape disaster. They only struggled a bit longer, letting out heart-wrenching roars that made people shudder. You all saw that now doesn't seem to be the right time to kill him. Shennong is tougher than we imagined. Qin Xiaoyu's face turned pale, sweeping away his earlier complacency. Shennong is hard to kill, mainly due to his clone, Wu Qiandao. His clone seems very strange. My subordinates have never seen a clone with a realm far exceeding the main body, and we can't even judge the true strength of Shennong's clone. Qin Xiaoyu's subordinates suffered heavy casualties, but he expressed no grief or sorrow, not even pretending to show it, which would have eased the remaining killers' minds. They already lived lives on the edge, transformed from hot-blooded men into cold-hearted executioners. Most of these people had lost their parents or had poor relationships with them, even severing ties. But deep down, they still longed for a trace of warmth from home. Qin Xiaoyu's behavior left them completely disheartened. Young lord, many of the fallen brothers accompanied the former lord through life and death, establishing the Soul Hall's millennia of foundation. Their deaths were for the dominance of the Soul Hall. Noble and just, Wu Qian was quite eloquent, and his words not only convinced Qin Xiaoyu but also moved other Soul Hall experts. Cough. It's all my fault for being incompetent, causing my brothers to suffer. The one who should die is actually me. Qin Xiaoyu finally spoke some human words. To kill Shennong, we must deal with his clone at the same time. If we all rushed to fight Shennong, we would undoubtedly secure victory. But the downside of doing so is that it would inevitably put the young madam in danger. My subordinates thought, rather than focusing solely on Shennong, allowing him to fight us without worry, it would be better to feign an attack on the young madam. If Shennong intervenes to save her, he will definitely expose a flaw, falling right into our trap. Mr. Wu's suggestion is to shift the focus from Shennong to Yinshi. Qin Xiaoyu showed a contemplative expression. To be honest, this battle has been too torturous, and Qin Xiaoyu has already lost his patience. If he used the blue, he could instantly kill Shennong. But the blue is extremely powerful, and it would also kill Dai Yinshi. Unless absolutely necessary, Qin Xiaoyu still didn't want to do that. Young lord, apart from that, there is no other way to achieve both sides, Wu Qian asserted. Thus the brothers sent to carry out the mission must be bold and meticulous, with high cultivation, mastering spiritual power with great skill, able to control it freely. Otherwise, the mission will likely fail. Just the alone is a tough challenge. It protects Dai Yunqi, but it could also injure her. No one knows how much force the can withstand. But once the is lost, Dai Yunqi might not be able to endure even a wave of spiritual power. For this extremely challenging task, the experts fell into silence. This could be a thankless task. If Dai Yunqi were injured, they would surely face Qin Xiaoyu's wrath, so no one dared to volunteer for this thankless job. Elder Ding. You and Elder Chen are the most prudent in your work. Please take the trouble to handle this. Seeing no one volunteering, Qin Xiaoyu had no choice but to name them. Young lord, whether it's Ding Mian or Chun Dingyu, both showed a difficult expression. Despite the two elders' concerns, Qin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said, even if something happens to Yunxi, I won't blame you. We should prioritize the bigger picture. If Yunxi gets hurt, I will take care of her twice as much in the future. As long as she doesn't die, I will find a way to ensure her safety. All right then, I accept the order. Chun Feiyu and Ding Mian had no choice but to grit their teeth and urge their contracted beasts to chase after Shennong and Dai Yunxi. At this moment, Shennong had already tamed a snow-white heavenly horse with golden mane and a single horn on its head. The horse flew at an incredible speed, and in no time, they had traveled 200 to 300 miles, only to be confronted by a perilous peak blocking their path. This peak soared into the clouds, shrouded in white mist, its height unknown. Before they even reached the foot of the mountain, a wild, ancient atmosphere had already hit them. This mountain is dangerous. Dai Yunxi clung tightly to Shennong's strong waist and asked anxiously, there won't be any monsters in the mountain, right? Shennong replied seriously, I feel this mountain is indeed perilous. Likely inhabited by great demons, but to escape Qin Xiaoyu, we have no choice but to risk it. He and I are in a life and death struggle. While the great demons may not be so relentless, if possible, they might even become enemies of Qin Xiaoyu and others, as the Soul Palace members are powerful and pose a threat to the demons. Without further ado, Shennong urged the heavenly horse into the mountains. Spiritual mist surged from his body, forming a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield Dai Yunxi, as the demonic energy seeping from the mountain could potentially harm her. Chapter 41, The Mountain God. Shennong, riding his snow-winged heavenly horse, flew over 300 miles only to encounter a perilous peak blocking their way. This peak looked unusual, with a dense demonic aura and a magical atmosphere soaring into the sky. They had been fleeing for nearly half a day, and Shennong judged they had likely entered the depths of the divine demonic mountain. No one from the Beast Control Mountain Villa dared to venture deep into the mountains. Only exceptionally powerful sect cultivators, relying on precious treasures, would dare to take the risk. Their cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and to break through, they needed to rely on fortuitous encounters. The saying goes that fortune seeks danger. Even knowing the depths of the mountain are extremely dangerous. Where great demons lurk and magical gods manifest, powerful cultivators still flocked there. Most of these cultivators ended up perishing deep within the mountains. Occasionally, a survivor would leak information, claiming that there was a mountain god deep in the mountains. If angered, the mountain god could cause the death of millions and trigger landslides. The mountain god and demons would thirst for the blood of powerful cultivators, tearing their flesh for sustenance. But if they encountered someone they resonated with, they might grant them opportunities for a qualitative leap in their realm. However, when someone sought to meet these survivors to inquire about their experiences, the survivors would avoid them, vanish mysteriously, or die under strange circumstances, making the entire situation seem odd and perplexing. They feared their family or friends would see through them, prompting them to hide and avoid contact. If pressed, those possessed by demons and gods would even kill their hosts, having found more suitable hosts. Once the demons and gods reached a certain level of cultivation, they would likely wreak havoc on the world. Shennong had heard some of these legends, but had never paid them much mind, as he wasn't skilled in martial arts and had shallow cultivation. Hence, he would never venture deep into the mountains. Little did he expect that today he had come here to escape the pursuit of outsiders. Just as Shennong and Dai Yunxi were fleeing towards the perilous peak, a murderous green sword and a heavy wolf fang mace suddenly flew at them from behind. Both weapons were inscribed with profound symbols. They could serve as both weapons and magical artifacts. The green sword shattered the void, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and tiger roars, breaking the sound barrier and causing the air to explode continuously, attacking with swift and ruthless force. The wolf fang mace was even heavier, resembling a mountain pushing forward, capable of shattering mountains and seas, its might unmatched. It is worth noting that neither the green sword nor the wolf fang mace was aimed at Shennong. The green sword slashed towards Dai Yunxi's back, while the wolf fang mace was aimed at the snow-winged heavenly horse. Dai Yunxi sensed the imminent danger and realized that Qin Xiaoyu no longer cared for her safety. This man had become so obsessed with the treasure map that he would sacrifice her to complete his mission. Familiar with both weapons, Dai Yunxi knew the green sword belonged to Elder Ding Mian, and the wolf fang mace belonged to another elder, Chun Dingyu. Qin Xiaoyu might have two possible motives for this. One was to feign an attempt on her life to draw Shennong out for rescue, thus hindering Shennong's actions and exposing weaknesses. The other, and more dire possibility, was that Qin Xiaoyu simply intended to kill her first, and then Shennong. As once he discarded her as a burden, killing Shennong would be as easy as pie. Regardless of either possibility, Dai Yunxi felt disheartened. This man ultimately only coveted her body and did not truly care for her. She wondered if her chastity robe could withstand a strike from the green sword. There was no need to test it. It likely couldn't. Even if the chastity robe remained intact, the powerful sword energy would directly shatter her internal organs, causing her to die on the spot. Both the green sword and the wolf fang mace were inscribed with killing runes, once they locked onto a target. It was a life-and-death struggle. Unless they confronted it head-on, there was no escape. Swish! Shennong's clone manifested in the air, unleashing an earth-type energy wave that formed a thick earthen wall to defend against and intercept the two heavy weapons. Boom! The earthen defense wall was instantly shattered by the two weapons, with flying debris and the explosion's aftermath causing Dai Yunxi's chest to feel tight. Her breath rising and falling as her delicate body trembled slightly. Yet Dai Yunxi held back her voice, knowing the battle had just begun. Swish! Swish! Shennong threw out two more magical treasures, the Dragon Tiger Divine Movement Seal and the Azure Measuring Ruler, to confront the two heavy weapons. Clang! The clash between the magical treasures and the heavy weapons produced thunderous sounds and explosions in the air. The Dragon Tiger Divine Movement Seal encountered the green sword and was instantly shattered, while the Azure Measuring Ruler, though undamaged, was sent flying by the wolf fang mace. From the Azure Measuring Ruler emerged a black fierce ghost, waving its black claws like a vicious spirit, attempting to seize the wolf fang mace and break it. However, the wolf fang mace also manifested a weapon spirit, a gray wolf king with steel needle-like gray fur, its beastly eyes burning with emerald flames, and its claws comparable to divine weapons, glowing with a cold, eerie light. How? Ding Mian and Chun Dingyu caught up, and Shennong's clone exchanged a few blows with them, finding themselves evenly matched. Shennong's clone was somewhat at a disadvantage but appeared unharmed, while Shennong's true body was struggling, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fighting two peak cultivators at the same time was indeed a stretch. Are you okay? Dai Yunxi hurriedly asked. I'm fine. This little injury is nothing to me. Shennong replied nonchalantly. He had an abundance of energy stored within and, given enough time, could reach the peak of the extraordinary within a month, even having hopes of entering the sacred realm. Puff! As Shennong spoke, he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Dai Yunxi, feeling distressed, hugged Shennong tightly from behind. She couldn't help him fight, so she could only express her gratitude in this way. Their bodies embraced tightly, providing warmth and comfort to each other, creating a moment of intimacy in the air. All right, my clone has finally managed to temporarily fend off the attacks of the two elders from the Soul Palace. Shennong sighed in relief. They had already flown into the mist at the waist of the perilous peak. This place resembled a maze. Once a person entered, it was easy to lose direction, making it difficult for the Soul Palace members to find them in a short time. Seeing a cave ahead, Shennong protected Dai Yunxi and dove inside. He scanned the interior of the cave with his divine sense in advance and did not detect any danger. The snow-winged Pegasus was guarding outside the cave, ready to respond to any summons. Shennong wanted to enter the cave to enhance his cultivation and stabilize his realm. If he could break through to the peak of the extraordinary, he wouldn't have to fight the people from the Soul Temple in such a disheveled manner. Chapter 42. The True Monarch of Fire Virtue. The mountain that Shennong and Dai Yunxi entered was called the Divine Fire Peak. It is said that a fire god once descended here and unleashed a heavenly fire, which transformed into a perilous peak. The entire mountain was dark red, and even the ancient trees and weeds in the mountains were mostly red, looking eerie and tragic. The cold wind at the halfway point was like a knife, chilling to the bone. Dai Yunxi's dress was already thin, and she was shivering from the cold. However, as soon as the two entered the cave, they felt the temperature rise sharply, as if they had arrived in the scorching summer. Shennong already had a relatively advanced cultivation and was unaffected by cold and heat, quickly adapting to the temperature change. Dai Yunxi, on the other hand, was different. In no time, she was sweating profusely, as if she had just taken a hot bath, and her light purple dress was soaked, especially on her upper body. The thin dress clung to her delicate skin, accentuating her alluring curves. This mountain was truly strange, with ice and fire coexisting. Dai Yunxi kept wiping the sweat rolling down her forehead, breathing lightly from the heat, her high bosom rising and falling like the continuous peaks. She just wanted to jump into the cold lake and take a good bath. The entrance of the cave was somewhat better, and Shennong looked around the spacious cave path. You go to the entrance first. My avatar will secretly protect you, and if anything happens, the snow-winged Pegasus will also sound the alarm. Once I absorb the heat in the cave, the temperature should drop. Look, there are some words carved on that stone wall. Dai Yunxi suddenly cheered, like a little girl who had discovered a new continent. Shennong smiled. What was the big deal about a few words? He quickly noticed the words carved in the corner of the stone wall, which were written sloppily and unevenly. If one did not look closely, they would think it was a child's scribble. But upon careful examination, Shennong recognized those awkward characters, and when he read them out loud, he was even more surprised. True monarch of fire virtue. Boom. The temperature in the cave had already been extraordinarily high, and as soon as Shennong spoke the words true monarch of fire virtue, the cave instantly became scorching hot, as if it were on fire. Dai Yunxi could no longer withstand the intense heat and had to retreat to the entrance of the cave. But it was not comfortable at the entrance either. She was already drenched in sweat and now faced the cold wind, alternating between heat and cold, making her feel dizzy and her body began to burn up. Once she started to burn with fever, the situation became dire. Dai Yunxi felt weak all over, and leaning against the stone wall, she slowly sat down on the ground. Even with a bit of consciousness left, she did not ask Shennong for help. She realized that Shennong's situation was even worse. A skeleton had inexplicably appeared in the cave, engulfed in flames, and it was because of this fiery skeleton that the temperature in the cave had become so terrifying. At the same time, flames ignited on Shennong's body, fierce as the true fire from the heavens. Even though Shennong could absorb and release fire elemental energy in large quantities, he could not control the flames that had ignited on him. His hair and skin quickly became charred, emitting a strong smell of roasted meat. The pain he was enduring felt like being fried in hell, something an ordinary person could not bear. They would either faint or die. Shennong felt an inexplicable horror. Even sensing the breath of death, he desperately urged his secret power, trying to absorb the raging flames on him, and lay down on the ground, rolling rapidly, waving his hands in an attempt to beat out the fire. But contrary to his wishes, it was better not to urge his secret power. Once he did, the fiery ions penetrated into his organs, causing even his insides to catch fire. Shennong began to scream in agony, caught between the internal and external flames. His flesh was completely burned away, leaving only a charred skeleton still bathing in the true fire. Dai Yunxi was so frightened that she was stunned. The last remnants of her will were on the verge of collapsing. Who would have thought they would leave this world in such a manner? Shennong was burned to death by the divine fire. The level of that flame should not be inferior to her chastity robe, and she, before long, would also die from an illness due to the fever. Her condition was very dangerous and stubborn, definitely not like an ordinary heat toxin. Dai Yunxi's heart was filled with mixed emotions: sadness, sorrow, desolation, regret. If she had not discovered those words, and if Shennong had not read them out loud, would this tragedy have occurred? But there was absolutely no regret about dying together with Shennong. Later, if she had chosen to leave, she believed Shennong would never stop her or harm her. But she did not do so. She wanted to protect Shennong and also sought redemption for herself. She had even begun to feel some attachment and reliance on that broad shoulder and back. In such a short time, that back had borne countless fantasies and heartbeats. And that kind of longing made her feel fulfilled and excited. Perhaps that was what happiness tasted like. Everyone would die. That was their fate. The only regret was that they had not yet begun that kind of love that was life and death, etched in their hearts. Thinking of this, Dai Yunxi felt even more unbearable pain, as if her body was on fire, and her brain was in a frenzy. She thought too much. They were two people from different worlds, and even without the changes in their circumstances, it would still be impossible. Suddenly, Dai Yunxi was astonished to see, from the dark skeleton of Shennong, which was about to be burned to ashes, 9 chains of starry rivers lit up. Yes, they were indeed chains made of stars. It was as if all the stars in the heavens had gathered on this young man, shining brightly and dazzlingly, almost blinding her. Curiosity, shock, joy, even a bit of confusion, hair-raising. The drastic changes in the external environment had made it difficult for Dai Yunxi to adapt, and the violent shock to her soul caused her sea of consciousness to explode, sending waves of heart-wrenching pain surging in. Yet miraculously, Dai Yunxi did not faint. She saw the 9 starry chains wrapping around Shennong's body, like a celestial dragon of stars roaming unpredictably, and in the midst of its illusion, it suddenly erupted with boundless divine light. Oh, just when this series of changes occurred on Shennong's skeleton, the fiery skeleton let out a sound of astonishment. Its voice was mixed with inexplicable terror. A faint red starry chain flew out from Shennong's skeleton, merely circling around the fiery skeleton, scattering countless starlights, and almost instantly drained all the flames in the cave. The temperature in the cave normalized. It was neither cold nor hot, warm like spring. The fiery skeleton shattered into dust and disappeared. Shennong's skeletal body, nourished by the 9 starry chains, began to turn white, and flesh slowly grew. Although the regeneration speed was slow, it was unstoppable. Moreover, the newly grown flesh radiated divine brilliance and splendid light, as if a new deity was being nurtured. Chapter 43, The Mist. Dai Yunxi had never seen such a miraculous sight. The stars of the heavens converging on a young man, forming starry chains and transforming into starry dragons. The colors of those starry dragons were very light and varied. There were light red, light green, light yellow, light black, and also silver white. For example, the starry chain that had just absorbed the fiery energy of the true monarch of fire virtue was light red. After absorbing that vast fire elemental energy, the color of the starry chain only deepened slightly. It seemed that the magnificent fire elemental energy of the true monarch of fire virtue was insignificant to the starry dragons, hardly even a mere appetizer. Shennong's physical body was still slowly being reshaped, and his bones were shining like jade. The newly born flesh is as tender as a baby, flowing with the rhythm of the Tao, blooming with divine radiance, quite mysterious and sacred. He won't really transform into a baby, will he? Dai Yunqi harbored a strong curiosity in her heart, even temporarily forgetting the pain of her severe illness. If Shennong really transformed into a baby, would she feel disappointed? However, both Shennong's soul and his avatar had fallen into silence, and the 9 giant dragons of the star rivers were hidden beneath the flesh, also plunged into deathly stillness. In the cave, apart from her weak gasps, no other sounds could be heard. Dai Yunqi smiled bitterly. Perhaps Shennong would be reborn and return to his peak state. But how long would that take? She might not be able to wait for that moment. Under Mount Huoshan, Elder Ding Mian and Chun Dingyu had already joined Qin Xiaoyu's team. Is Yunqi hurt? Qin Xiaoyu asked with a frown. Although he had previously made harsh remarks, he still did not want Dai Yunqi to be injured or die. Damaging her beauty was something he could not tolerate above all else. Of course, it wasn't because he loved Dai Yunqi so much. He just thought it would be a pity if such a stunning beauty were to die before he could claim her. How strong is that fragmented avatar? Qin Xiaoyu asked with resentment. Its strength is immense and unfathomable, Chun Dingyu replied. But that brat's avatar seems to be severed from his main body. His avatar could withstand the heavy pressure from me and Elder Ding. Yet strangely, that brat seemed to be greatly affected, unable to endure, and spat out a lot of blood. He should be seriously injured. But he still managed to escape, didn't he? Qin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. It's all my subordinates' fault for being incompetent. Please punish me, young master. Ding Mian and Chun Dingyu said almost in unison. Forget it, forget it. We don't have many people to begin with. Qin Xiaoyu waved his hand irritably and then asked, why did we stop? Why aren't we continuing the pursuit? Young master, this perilous peak is extremely strange, and there may be great demons lurking. It's very dangerous. We dare not make decisions without your instruction for the next course of action. Ding Mian said sincerely. Young master, we must pursue relentlessly. We cannot give Shennong a moment's respite. Otherwise, once he has fully developed his wings and perfectly merges with his avatar, it will be even harder to capture him, Wu Qian urged. But the terrain here is complex, and the environment is harsh. Rashly charging in could be detrimental to our soul hall, Ding Mian advised. I, a dignified deity of the upper realm, am afraid of a mere mortal perilous peak? What a joke, Qin Xiaoyu sneered. Although he spoke with bravado, deep down, he felt apprehensive facing the unpredictable dangers of Mount Huoshan. If the people at their peak were not afraid of a mere perilous peak, the problem was that everyone was quite weak now. In front of the mortal cultivators outside the mountain, they still had some strength, but if they encountered a formidable demon, in their current state, apart from his Azure Dharma aspect, whether the others could handle it was truly an unknown. Everyone secretly murmured, stop mentioning deities. If we were truly deities, we would be bringing disgrace to them. Has there ever been a deity defeated by a mere mortal? Young master, as long as we stick together and have your bronze Dharma mirror to stabilize the situation, what are we afraid of from any formidable demon? Wu Qian said. Even if there is a truly formidable demon, upon encountering the young master, it would surely flee in terror, not daring to offend your divine might. Perhaps we could even slay demons and gain great opportunities. What Mr. Wu said is very good. Qin Xiaoyu immediately dismissed his concerns. For a general, the worst thing is to be indecisive and hesitate in the face of events. His wife had been taken away, the task was incomplete. He could not choose to retreat in either case. Qin Xiaoyu waved his hand, and more than 100 Soul Hall experts urged their mounts and charged into Mount Huoshan. There was no danger. The journey was calm and peaceful, which made everyone relax their tension. But once they entered the fog at the mountainside, including Qin Xiaoyu, everyone lost their sense of direction. They seemed to have arrived in a world without direction, isolated from the world. There must be great fire-type demons lurking on this mountain, which created this damned fog, someone cursed. Without direction, we can only flail around like headless flies. Finding two people is too difficult. This statement was made by Ding Mian. Luckily, it was Ding Mian who said it. Otherwise, Qin Xiaoyu might have struck down the opponent, which would shake the morale. Can we still find the way back? That is probably what everyone is most concerned about. There was very little food on this mountain, apart from some unknown wild fruits. Not even the shadow of a demon beast could be seen. If they were stuck here for 10 or 15 days and ran out of the food they carried, they would have to slaughter their contracted beasts. But once the contracted beasts were consumed, they still couldn't escape the predicament. Qin Xiaoyu was extremely angry and anxious. For divine envoys, you must split up quickly to find the way out. You must find a way down the mountain and mark it, Qin Xiaoyu ordered. The 4 divine envoys hesitated for a moment, but still took their orders. After a long wait, there was still no sign of the 4 divine envoys. In this damned fog, even divine senses were greatly affected, and one could not see figures from several miles away. Mr. Wu, what do you think we should do? Qin Xiaoyu glared angrily at Wu Qian. In fact, he also wanted to go up the mountain. Wu Qian was merely playing a role in pushing things along. But Qin Xiaoyu had a big mouth, while Wu Qian had a small one. This pot must be carried by Wu Qian. Chapter 44, Breaking Up into Smaller Units. This is too strange. More than 100 powerful experts from the Soul Hall, once they charged into Mount Huoshan, also lost their way. The most terrifying thing is not being able to find the way back. Because there are more than 100 people in the Soul Hall, people's food intake is smaller. But the large contracted beasts, in the absence of food, would probably not last more than 2 or 3 days. If they get desperate, the contracted beasts might revolt first. If the contracted beasts die, it would indeed allow everyone to stretch their food supply for a while, but ultimately, it is not a long-term solution. The 4 divine envoys sent by Qin Xiaoyu to find the way had gone without a trace, as if they had melted into the fog. The cold wind howled, and red leaves fell all over the mountain, resembling a torrential blood rain. A chill rose in everyone's hearts. Some were shivering, and others' legs trembled. The unseen danger is the most terrifying. Qin Xiaoyu berated Wu Qian, hoping he could give everyone an explanation. In fact, everyone knew that Wu Qian was merely taking the blame for the king. The main responsibility still lay with Qin Xiaoyu. Even without Wu Qian's coaxing, Qin Xiaoyu would have charged into Mount Huoshan. His nature was already arrogant and ignorant. Young master, since it has come to this, let us not wait for the 4 divine envoys any longer, Wu Qian said. They may have lost their way, or perhaps this fog can block distant sounds, so they cannot hear our calls, but I believe they have not encountered any danger. I didn't ask you to guess whether they're fine. What about us? What should we do? Qin Xiaoyu held back his urge to curse. Young master, please calm down. We can keep moving forward, leaving marks along the way. No matter how big this mountain is, it must have a boundary, right? With our pace and marching speed, are we afraid we can't find the boundary? As long as we reach the boundary, what does it matter where we go down the mountain? However, this way, we may not find Shennong and the young lady. Wu Qian was indeed eloquent, and he once again calmed Qin Xiaoyu's anger. They left many markers along the way, such as footprints made by the demon beasts trampling down. Even in the fog, they could be seen from a distance, like the smoke signals of war. Qin Xiaoyu and the others were confident, believing this time would be foolproof. They continued to move forward at a steady pace. Even so, they could cover hundreds of miles in half a day. However, after half a day of walking, the dense fog ahead still obscured their view of the boundary. How many mountain peaks could stretch hundreds of miles wide? As everyone was feeling extremely anxious, a scene appeared ahead that plunged them into despair. A wood elemental expert had once left a wooden statue at the starting point, and to distinguish it from other wooden statues. This expert had specially designed it to have 3 heads and 6 arms. This is a wall of ghosts. Haha, we can't get out, we'll all die here. Someone broke down, screaming madly. Uft. Qin Xiaoyu condensed a long sword and struck down this expert. Anyone who speaks nonsense and disturbs the morale shall be killed without mercy, Qin Xiaoyu said sternly. At this moment, he calmed down instead. Young master, I suspect someone is playing tricks on us, otherwise we wouldn't still be in the same place after walking for so long, Wu Qian said. Look, all the marks we left have disappeared, leaving only this wooden statue. It's really strange. I refuse to believe in evil. Let's keep going. Qin Xiaoyu shouted angrily, ordering his subordinates not to rest, saying if they were hungry, they could nibble on some dry food on the beast's backs and drink the clear water stored in their water bottles. These experts all had their own storage spaces, with storage rings, bags, etc., and this water bottle was also a storage device, containing much more water than an ordinary one. However, most experts had limited storage space and couldn't store a large amount of food or supplies. Only those of higher status, like Qin Xiaoyu and a few elders, possessed more advanced storage equipment. Everyone set off again, back on the road. In fact, their levels were quite high. Walking for half a day or even several days and nights would be no problem. The issue was that their contracted beasts had no food. If they went hungry for too long, it was inevitable that they would become aggressive and rebel against their contractors. As the group walked until evening, they saw that wooden statue again. Could it really be a wall of ghosts? This time, even Qin Xiaoyu had some doubts. The experts secretly thought that previous brother died unjustly. Mr. Wu, what else do you have to say? Qin Xiaoyu sighed and asked, "Young master, the situation is unclear. I cannot rashly speculate or make judgments," Wu Qian said. "I have changed my mind. I think gathering together like this is causing us all to lose our way. It would be better to disperse into groups of 3 or 5 and search in different directions. It's okay if we can't contact each other. I have a few sound transmission talismans here, and we can communicate with each other using them, so we won't lose contact, right?" For some reason, although Wu Qian's ideas had ended in failure each time, whenever he proposed a new idea, people couldn't help but agree. This time, Wu Qian's suggestion received the support of most people. Everyone's emotions were extremely anxious, eager to find a way out quickly. It was clearly a dead end to stay together. So it was better to split up. Perhaps someone would indeed stumble upon a way out of this maze. It was better than everyone dying together, right? Because the crafting of sound transmission talismans was not easy, only a few people carried them. Qin Xiaoyu had more than 100 experts voluntarily form alliances, splitting into groups to act separately, with each team leader being given a sound transmission talisman to inform each other of any situations. However, the sound transmission talisman was merely a comfort. If everyone got lost in different directions, even if they could communicate, it would be very difficult to find each other. Nonetheless, this method greatly improved efficiency. Spreading out fingers was certainly much broader than clenching a fist. The group quickly formed simple teams, said hurried goodbyes, and separated. This also had its advantages. Away from Qin Xiaoyu's command, everyone could relax a bit and do as they pleased, without having to watch for their leader's expression and endure his anger innocently. Since those who could form a team were generally familiar with each other and had compatible personalities, conflicts or quarrels would usually not occur. Qin Xiaoyu's team had a total of 6 people. Aside from him, an elder Ding Mian, Wu Qian, the strategist, was naturally indispensable. Chapter 45, Testing. Qin Xiaoyu's small team, besides elder Ding Mian and Wu Qian, included 2 protectors and a divine envoy, with a relatively complete combat system configuration. This time, they no longer made complex markings. They only let their mounts leave some footprints to distinguish who had passed through a certain place. The mount's footprints would also carry the aura of this small team, and the experts of the Soul Palace had keen senses and strong divine awareness. Upon seeing the footprints, they could accurately identify each other. Strangely enough, after everyone dispersed, the wall of ghosts seemed to have disappeared. But no one could find the boundary of the Fire God Mountain. Even with more than 20 small teams acting separately, none of the 2 teams encountered each other. It was as if they were in completely different worlds. Shindingyu's team had 4 people, including himself, a protector, and 2 divine envoys. Shindingyu held absolute leadership in this team. The 4 moved forward silently. The atmosphere was very tense. The contracted beasts beneath them were constantly emitting low growls, already starving. Elder Chun, I feel like I can't control the contracted beasts anymore. If necessary, we need to act early. Protector Zhao Lin transmitted his voice. Contracted beasts are very intelligent and can even speak human language, so you can't make your intention to kill them too obvious. Even when transmitting, it should be subtle, otherwise you might face a counterattack from the contracted beasts. They are of high rank, and although they are loyal to their masters usually, they won't let themselves be slaughtered easily. Understood. Shindingyu transmitted back. This time we are deep in the mountains. Who knows when we can escape? With these contracted beasts, we can hold on for a few more days. Cough. I hope our team is the first to find a way out. Once we reach the outside of this mountain, food will be abundant. The road ahead was bleak, and everyone felt as if a stone was weighing on their hearts, the atmosphere oppressive and heavy. They wandered until dawn, gaining nothing. They neither found the border of the mountain nor a way out, nor did they encounter other teams, feeling like they were going insane. However, at least Chun Dingyu and the others believed Wu Qian's words. The 4 divine envoys who initially went to find the boundary should not be dead. They, like the others in the Soul Palace, were merely lost in the mountains. This was too bizarre. In the 9-continent Holy Land, there was actually a mirage that could easily trap upper realm experts. Even the experts of the Soul Palace, who were best at this, couldn't crack it momentarily. Elder Chun, look ahead. A divine envoy suddenly exclaimed in surprise, instantly breaking the dead silence and oppressive atmosphere. Chun Dingyu and the other 2 looked in the direction pointed by that divine envoy and saw a relatively hidden cave. They could see normally in the dark, let alone now that it was bright. Brighter than the daylight were the eyes of the crowd. Huh. It really is like finding something after searching high and low. Coming effortlessly. What did they see? They not only saw Dai Yunxi, who was weak and on the verge of collapse, but her pretty face was as red as the evening glow, increasingly beautiful and alluring. Dai Yunxi seemed to have fallen ill. Her delicate brows were tightly knit, her beautiful eyes closed, her breath weak, and she was weakly leaning against the stone wall at the cave entrance, sitting on the dusty stone ground. Clearly, Dai Yunxi's condition had come on suddenly. After sitting down, she was already completely exhausted. Otherwise, a pure and beautiful woman wouldn't just plop down in the dust like that. Even more pleasing was that they not only found Dai Yunqi at the cave entrance, but they also discovered Shennong inside the cave. Shennong seemed to be cultivating some kind of divine skill. Auspicious clouds were steaming around him, white mist swirling, his body undergoing transformation, giving rise to skin as tender as a baby's. His aura had surged significantly, incomparable to the day before. Not bad. This guy must have encountered some fortuitous event. Everyone was filled with envy. Elder Chen, what should we do? Should we notify the young master first? Protector Zhao Lin suppressed his excitement and asked. Although Shennong's condition looked dire, don't forget, he also had a powerful clone. That clone had fought fearlessly against both Elder Chen Dingyu and Elder Ding Mian. Wait. Chen Dingyu waved his hand and said, there's no need to notify the young lord. Even if we do, he won't be able to make it in time. In this fog, we can't tell the direction, nor can we clearly articulate our position. Even if we inform the young lord, it will only lead to empty joy for him, increasing his anxiety and frustration. Chen Dingyu's reasoning seemed so sound that Zhao Lin and the others were left speechless. They could only mutter in their hearts, such great news, if not shared, would be too much of a waste. If it weren't shared, what use would the communication talisman be? If the young lord knew this news, wouldn't he be overjoyed and filled with hope? How could it turn into a negative impact when it came from Elder Chen? Although the three were dissatisfied, they did not dare to openly oppose Chen Dingyu. His realm and combat power were far superior to theirs. With strength comes absolute authority, and equality and fairness do not exist. Elder Chen, what should we do? That kid Shennong seems to be undergoing a transformation and is breaking through. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes, Zhao Lin probed. If we wait until Shennong successfully transforms, apart from Chen Dingyu, no one will be able to compete with him. If Chen Dingyu can't win, he can still escape. But what about us? We might not even be able to run away. I ask you, if Shennong still has the strength to fight, would he ignore the sick young lady? Chen Dingyu asked. Well, Zhao Lin and the others were taken aback. Was the young lady really that important to Shennong? But they understood Chen Dingyu's meaning. Elder Chen is saying that at such a critical moment of Shennong's breakthrough, any movement might lead him to go berserk. So even if the young lady's life is in danger, he wouldn't dare to act rashly, right? One of the soul masters asked. Most likely, Chen Dingyu said with certainty. I see that not only can Shennong not move, but he is also in a state of false death, responding sluggishly to everything around him. Is my guess correct? We can find out with a test. Find out with a test. But who will test? The two soul masters felt a chill. Let the two soul masters take the trouble to make a trip, Chen Dingyu said coldly, in a commanding tone. The two only need to walk around Shennong once and see if he will make a move. The two soul masters had no choice but to grit their teeth and comply. Sure enough, they approached Shennong and circled around him. But Shennong did not make a move and showed no reaction at all. If it weren't for the intense transformation happening in his body, they would have thought he was asleep or even dead. One of the soul masters suddenly felt murderous and condensed a sword, stabbing it fiercely into Shennong's back. As a result, Shennong remained unresponsive. The sword seemed to pierce through stone or rotting wood. Chapter 46, Mutual Destruction. When the two soul masters confirmed that Shennong had indeed entered a state of false death and was extremely sluggish to external stimuli, one of the soul masters immediately felt murderous intent. His assassination attempt went smoothly. The condensed sword drove straight in, piercing through Shennong's back and coming out through his front, chilling him to the core. Young Master Shennong, Dai Yunqi, who had already passed out, was awakened by the sound of the sword piercing flesh. And she was surprised by her own reaction. The sound of a sword piercing the body was very slight, especially since the Soul Palace experts were well versed in assassination techniques. The sound was almost imperceptible, yet it was enough to wake Dai Yunqi. She thought it was because she cared too much about Shennong. But waking up was worse than not waking up at all. Dai Yunqi wanted to scream, but she was too weak. Her mouth only opened slightly, not making a sound. The soul master who had succeeded in the assassination was about to celebrate his victory, knowing that Shennong was someone even the young lord could do nothing about. Yet he easily died at his hands. Wasn't this divine providence? However, suddenly a fire snake shot out from Shennong's wound, and the temperature of the flames was terrifying, instantly burning the soul master's long sword to ashes. The flames continued to surge, engulfing the entire body of the soul master. In the blink of an eye, the soul master who had attacked was reduced to nothing but a blackened skeleton. What the hell? This is too terrifying. The other soul master was dumbfounded. He had never witnessed such a horrifying event. Even a powerful fire-type practitioner would take time to burn a person. Yet the flames that erupted from Shennong's body instantly reduced a person to ashes. The question was, with such power, shouldn't even the bones have turned to dust? What did it mean to leave behind a blackened skeleton? To create a terrifying atmosphere? The other soul master turned to flee. But as soon as his body leaped into the air, he was suddenly melted, leaving only a blackened skeleton like the first soul master. Bang! Crash! The skeleton fell to the ground, shattering like porcelain. He is awake. Protector Xiao Lin's voice trembled, his entire being surged with spiritual power, his aura deep and vast, forming a thick energy shield around him, ready to defend against Shennong's potential attack, fearing he would kill him and Chen Dingyu. What the hell was that flame? It's too horrifying. He hasn't woken up. Chen Dingyu disagreed. That was merely his instinctive self-defense and stress response. After countering the enemy, his state has become even more unstable. Xiao Lin observed carefully and found that Shennong's condition was indeed quite poor. His transforming body had developed some tiny cracks, with bright red blood seeping out. Elder Chun, even so, we shouldn't test any further, right? Xiao Lin shook his head. He was beginning to doubt whether encountering Shennong was a blessing or a curse. No need. I never instructed them to assassinate Shennong. It was these two who acted unnecessarily. Chen Dingyu's words finally eased Xiao Lin's mind. Elder Chen, we should quickly send a message to the young lord to deal with Shennong. Only the young lord's Azure Dharma form will do, Xiao Lin said. Even if the young lord can't arrive here immediately, he will eventually come. Protector Xiao, it's useless. We can't get out. Chen Dingyu sighed. This illusion is not naturally formed, nor is it some ancient relic. In my view, it is controlled by an unparalleled great demon, wanting to exhaust us all here. Elder Chen, until the situation is clear, we shouldn't speculate blindly. Nor should we be overly pessimistic. Xiao Lin looked at Chen Dingyu in surprise. By all accounts, Chen Dingyu's combat power was far superior to his. Among the surviving experts of the Soul Palace, apart from Qin Xiaoyu and Ding Mian, it was Chen Dingyu. Qin Xiaoyu's combat power was not as strong as Chen Dingyu and Ding Mian. He relied on his Azure Dharma form to surpass the two elders. Protector Xiao, if you had 3 days to live, what would you want to do the most? Chen Dingyu asked, not paying attention to Xiao Lin, or you could say, what is your greatest wish before you die? Xiao Lin stepped back in shock. He could clearly sense something was off with Chen Dingyu. Elder Chen, you need to think more positively. We still have over 100 brothers, we still have strength, and it's not hard to get out of this illusion. Perhaps we are only one step away from success. Xiao Lin wanted to escape. He felt that Chen Dingyu's mental state was not normal. Protector Xiao, I can share my secret with you. Chen Dingyu continued to speak to himself, not afraid of your ridicule. My greatest wish in life is to have a beauty like the young lady Dai Yunxi. What? Xiao Lin felt a buzzing in his brain. Chen Dingyu, do you know what you're saying? Have you gone mad? This is a capital crime. Xiao Lin's voice had unconsciously become sharp and piercing. He had confirmed that Chen Dingyu was truly insane. Otherwise, Chen Dingyu, who was usually calm and reserved, would never say such crazy things. Dai Yunxi also heard Chen Dingyu's words. She was even more shocked and angry than Xiao Lin. She wanted to scold Chen Dingyu loudly, but she had no strength left. Zhao Hufa, I am not crazy. I am even exceptionally clear-headed at this moment, Chen Dingyu said calmly. Why is it that a beauty like Yunxi is destined to be a perfect possession of a young master from birth? We fight and struggle for others throughout our lives, only to end up alone. This is not our fate. At least for now, this damned rule has been broken. In a place without rules, we can freely do what we want, play with the women we desire, as long as you have the ability to do so. Good. Go do what you want. I take my leave. Xiao Lin had already noticed the twisted gaze and fierce killing intent in Chen Dingyu's eyes. Since Chen Dingyu spoke to him so fearlessly, he surely intended to not let him go. Xiao Lin's palm reached out, and the spiritual energy particles in the surrounding void rushed madly towards his palm. He condensed a large water dragon. The water dragon let out a long roar, accompanied by gusts of wind and sudden rain, crashing down towards Chen Dingyu from above. At the same time, the water spirit beast beneath Xiao Lin spewed out a curtain of water, blocking Chen Dingyu's line of sight. And Xiao Lin along with the water spirit beast disappeared behind the curtain. Humph. With such trivial tricks, why bother embarrassing yourself? Chen Dingyu casually threw out his wolf-toothed mace. Boom. The wolf-toothed mace struck the water dragon, causing it to explode. The mace smashed into the rain curtain, shattering it, as if it were a soul-hunting demon, crashing into the void ahead, followed by a scream from Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin's head was smashed away by the wolf-toothed mace. The headless corpse fell with a thud from the water spirit beast. After looting Xiao Lin's belongings, Chen Dingyu also killed the water spirit beast, tossing its corpse into his storage bag. His storage bag wasn't very large. It could hold at most 3 water spirit beasts, but that was enough for him to eat for many days. Chapter 47, Saving the Beauty. In order to survive, Chen Dingyu brutally killed the protector Xiao Lin. Along with Xiao Lin's mount, the water spirit beast, he also killed 2 of the soul master's contracted beasts. He even fed one of them to his own mount, while the remaining 2 were stored in his storage bag. With these 2 contracted beasts as a foundation, Chen Dingyu could last at least a month in Huashinshan. It's just that finding a water source is not easy. Dai Yunxi watched everything Chun Dingyu did, feeling a chill run down her spine. It was normal to kill on the battlefield. After all, those were enemies. But to kill one's own people so decisively shows just how dark and cruel Chun Dingyu's heart is. Hee. Young madam, don't be scared. You might find my actions a bit disgusting, but I did all this for both of us to survive, Chun Dingyu said as he walked toward Dai Yunxi, a lewd and sinister smile on his face. Don't come over, Dai Yunxi shouted weakly, but her voice was so faint she could barely hear it herself. At this moment, her illness was becoming heavier, her head was splitting with pain, her body was already numb, her limbs felt like they were filled with lead, and she wouldn't even feel pain if they were chopped off. The only place with sensation left was her brain. This was the most painful part for Dai Yunxi. Young madam, what did you say? I can't hear you. Chun Dingyu said, don't worry, I will treat your injuries right now. Once you recover, we can be together. I have enough food to ensure your safety out of this hellish place. Listening to Chun Dingyu's nonsense, Dai Yunxi felt nauseous, her beautiful face flushed with anger, looking even more alluring. Young madam, I understand you are still hoping for Shennong to save you. Although you just met that boy, I can tell you have feelings for him. It's just that young madam naturally has a pure heart and has encountered too few men. So when a young man can get close to you, it easily ignites the passion in your heart. To be honest, young madam, Shennong appears to be undergoing a transformation, improving his realm, but in reality, he has encountered great trouble. His primordial spirit must have been eroded by the fire demon, which is extremely powerful. Otherwise, the flames he spewed wouldn't have instantly killed 2 soul masters. If Shennong is lucky enough to defeat the fire demon, it will still take him at least 2 or 3 more days. But based on my observation, he most likely won't win and will ultimately be possessed by the fire demon. Beast, you think you can do that? Dai Yunxi shouted with all her might. She actually managed to say those words clearly. Ha! Yunxi, do you think your chastity robe is cool and can protect you in any situation? I think not. Chun Dingyu laughed proudly. I believe that after you get close to Shennong, the effectiveness of that chastity robe will naturally be greatly reduced. And now that you are extremely weak, it will be even harder to exert its power. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Although Chun Dingyu spoke wildly, he still cautiously first released a wave of spiritual energy, lifting Dai Yunxi's delicate body, dragging her out of the cave entrance, and laying her flat on the redstone ground. The beauty lay there, a sight to behold. The evil light in Chun Dingyu's eyes grew stronger. Dai Yunxi began to panic, her heart racing. The chastity robe did not appear. Could it be that she really had to submit to Chun Dingyu? Then she would rather die? Young madam should be happy. Why do you look so miserable? Chun Dingyu sneered. I'll treat your injuries first. The process is quite simple. I just need to infuse my inner strength into your body, expel the heat poison within you, and bolster your righteous energy. I wonder if young madam prefers me to start from the front or the back. Chun Dingyu asked while his eyes greedily fixed on Dai Yunxi's chest, his hand following suit. Indeed, as Chun Dingyu guessed, Dai Yunxi's chastity robe, perhaps due to her extreme weakness, had only condensed into a thin layer. While it did burn Chun Dingyu's palm, its power was completely insufficient to stop his actions. Chun Dingyu endured the pain and peeled away the robe, starting to remove Dai Yunxi's clothing. He certainly wouldn't treat Dai Yunxi's injuries first, if the beauty's body healed and the chastity robe regained its power. Any attempt to take advantage would be a pipe dream. Beast, stop it! Dai Yunxi yelled angrily, but her body was as soft as a puddle of mud, with no strength to resist or struggle. Just when Dai Yunxi was in extreme despair, trying to bite her tongue to end her life, Chun Dingyu's body suddenly ignited. Chun Dingyu let out a short, ghostly scream, quickly turning into a pitch-black skeleton. You became? As Chun Dingyu's skeletal body fell, Dai Yunxi was pleasantly surprised to see Shennong. It was an extraordinarily beautiful young face, skin flawless and fair, with a tall and upright figure, exuding a noble aura. Dai Yunxi, upon seeing this dazzling young man, felt a bit dizzy from the brilliance. This ruckus was too loud. I had to exit early, Shennong said calmly. Your heat poison is not serious. You just had to endure some suffering these past 2 days. Shennong directed his palm towards Dai Yunxi, and a scorching red mist began to rise from her body, which was quickly absorbed by Shennong's palm. Dai Yunxi's delicate body was drenched in sweat, feeling completely relieved, as if a great burden had been lifted, feeling incredibly refreshed. Thank you. Dai Yunxi quickly got up from the ground, standing before Shennong like a shy young bride. I should thank you, Shennong smiled and said. If it weren't for you discovering those words, my realm wouldn't have broken through so quickly. I have completely absorbed the fire element divine ability left by the true monarch of fire in the cave. It is many times stronger than ordinary fire divine abilities. Shennong clenched his fists. Now, as long as he activated the fire divine ability, even a stubborn rock would melt in an instant. But it almost got us killed, Dai Yunxi said with a charming smile. Upon mentioning our 2 characters, Dai Yunxi became even more bashful. To be honest with you, Yunxi, I can't die. Shennong mysteriously said to Dai Yunxi. This beautiful young man. Did he just call me Yunxi? Chapter 48, Love Story. The brilliant morning glow illuminated the handsome face of the young man, shimmering with a divine brilliance that enchanted the girl. Unknowingly, the relationship between the two had quietly grown much closer. Hearing the young man call her Yunxi, Dai Yunxi's soft heart rippled with happiness. When did their sweet romantic relationship begin? Perhaps it started with the change in the way they addressed each other. Oh, everyone will die. Why won't you die? Dai Yunxi playfully asked. You know what I mean by not dying refers to another layer of meaning, Shennong replied helplessly. I'm just teasing you. Dai Yunxi chuckled happily at the young man's serious expression. Even if you mean something else, I can guess the reason. Oh, what reason? Shennong asked curiously. Could it be that this girl could see through his identity as a time traveler? I think you are the protagonist in this world, and protagonists certainly won't die easily. Many novels say so, Dai Yunxi said playfully. Haha, I'm afraid you are the only one in the world who thinks I'm the protagonist, Shennong laughed. This sentence could also be translated as, I'm just the protagonist in your heart, right? Dai Yunxi's pretty face flushed, as radiant as cherry blossoms. A layer of mist floated by, and she seemed like a fairy gliding on the waves, ready to ride the wind at any moment. If I were not from another world, I truly wish to be with you for a lifetime, listening to the ebb and flow of the tides by the sea, enjoying the clouds rolling in the mountains, picking flowers and playing with butterflies in the flower fields, discussing poetry and prose in the study. As long as I am with the person I like, even ordinary days will bloom with brilliant petals, brewing happy wine, savoring intoxicating sweet rain. That kind of life is so poetic and beautiful. After Dai Yunxi finished speaking, a hint of sadness appeared on her delicate face. Why is happiness always so unattainable? It should be right beside us. Hee, you must have read a lot of novels. Shennong teased. Can you tell me a love story? The love stories I've read are too tragic. You definitely won't want to hear them, Dai Yunxi suddenly said. By the way, doesn't your world have novels? Have you read any touching love stories? Why not tell one? Shennong thought. The self in this world is busy tasting herbs and curing diseases every day. Who has time for those boring things? Otherwise, if Chun Tao cared for him so deeply, Shennong wouldn't be as dull as a piece of wood. But he received a good education in his past life, which certainly included love education. He remembered many love stories. So he began with Liang Zhu's parting on the tower, hate like the sea, tears stain wings, body transforms into a butterfly, and moved on to Su Xian, and by Nyangzi's time in the cave passes easily. Human suffering is hardest to endure. From the cowherd and weaver girl's copper pot leaks, heavenly dawn is near, regretful good days another year. He talked about Jiao Zhongqing and Lu Longji's peacocks fly southeast, wandering every 5 miles. Then Shennong recounted the tragic love story of Emperor Tang Ming and Yang Guifei, and Chang Yi and Ho Es Chang Yi should regret stealing the elixir. Blue sea and sky, knightly heart. When he finished telling the tale of Lin Daiyu hanging herself with the jade belt in the woods and the golden hairpin buried in the snow, Dai Yunxi was already in tears. Does love really have to end in tragedy? Dai Yunxi transformed into a weeping creature, unable to speak. Not necessarily. The next love story will be a bit better, Shennong comforted. Then hurry up and tell it, Dai Yunxi urged. It seemed that only a love story with a perfect ending could heal the wounds in her heart. The next story is called Du Shenyang Angrily Sinks the Treasure Box. Just hearing that name doesn't sound like a good ending. Don't tell it. Dai Yunxi playfully protested. Can we change it? Farewell, my concubine, Shennong said. It tells of, still not good. Can a story of parting be considered complete? I guess that beautiful woman must have died in the end, right? Dai Yunxi clung to Shennong's arm and shook it. Quickly change it. All right, then let us tell the story of Meng Jiang crying at the Great Wall. During the Qin dynasty, the emperor wanted to build the Great Wall, so Meng Jiang's husband, Wan Shiliang, was conscripted for hard labor, and unfortunately, he was crushed to death by falling bricks from the wall. As Shennong just began to speak, Dai Yunxi's small fists had already pounded against his chest. You bad person, you did this on purpose, right? Why are these stories getting worse? Dai Yunxi persisted, her small fists raining down on Shennong's chest. When Shennong caught those little fists, Dai Yunxi's entire delicate body fell into his arms. Does it really have to be life and death separation? Dai Yunxi sighed while nestled in Shennong's embrace. People have joys and sorrows, reunions and partings. The moon has its phases. This is hard to achieve. Shennong pondered. What else can you say? Dai Yunxi simply opened her arms and tightly hugged Shennong's neck. With her warm softness in his embrace, Shennong's heart stirred. And he couldn't help but wrap his arms around Dai Yunxi's delicate waist. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heated and ambiguous, and their hearts began to beat like drums. A certain feeling began to surge like a tide. Boom, boom. Just then, It seemed as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The fire god mountain shook. The mist rolled, and rocks flew about as a gigantic blue law figure appeared in the sky. The law figure happened to see Shennong and Dai Yunxi tightly embracing each other. This unbearable scene. Ah, Dai Yunxi, you really are living up to your title. The blue law figure, with a fierce face, angrily questioned, I've searched for you everywhere, thinking of your safety every moment, and here you are. Being such a good fiancé. Qin Xiaoyu and Ding Mian and the other 6 were running tirelessly for a day and night, finally not encountering a ghostly wall. But still couldn't he find any way out. Enraged, Qin Xiaoyu unleashed his blue law figure, starting to destroy the surrounding scenery with the Relai palm. He collapsed cliffs, scattered the mist, and smashed the earth down, rocks flying like rain. Unexpectedly, after his outburst, he created a space without mist. And in this space, the first thing he saw was his fiancée embracing another man passionately. Chapter 49, Heavenly Fire Red Lotus. Qin Xiaoyu accidentally broke through the mist illusion. Although it was not completely resolved, it was undeniable that the mist illusion had begun to collapse. But before Qin Xiaoyu and his party could celebrate, they were faced with an unbearable scene. Dai Yunxi and Shennong were embracing each other passionately, like 2 tightly intertwined spring vines. The lush grass above was growing vigorously, and his anger almost destroyed the dam of Qin Xiaoyu's reason. Even worse, 4 or 5 small teams from the Soul Palace appeared not far away. It turned out they were not too far apart from each other. Because they were not too far away, everyone saw the scene of Dai Yunxi and Shennong entwined in an embrace. This made Qin Xiaoyu feel embarrassed and furious, wishing he could find a crevice to hide in or a rock to bang his head against. In fact, aside from Qin Xiaoyu, everyone else was very excited. The mist illusion was hopeful to be broken, and the anxiety, fear, and despair of recent days were instantly swept away. If it weren't for seeing Dai Yunxi and Shennong embracing, the experts from the Soul Palace would have already started jumping and cheering in celebration. Even so, most of the Soul Palace experts still couldn't hide their joy of surviving a calamity. But everyone understands tacitly that they shouldn't act too outrageous. Otherwise, the blue Dharma image of the young master will turn them all into dust. Dai Yunxi, don't forget your identity. Since Uncle Dai has betrothed you to me, you belong to me, Qin Xiaoyu, in life and to the Soul Hall in death. The blue Dharma image angrily declared that I, Qin Xiaoyu, am the young master of the Soul Hall and will never allow you to do anything that undermines its prestige. The second option, if you remain obstinate, I will execute the family law on behalf of Uncle Dai and cleanse the door. You are no longer worthy of being the daughter of the Killing Demon Hall or the young mistress of the Soul Hall. Qin Xiaoyu, you have no right to decide her life or death. Shennong stepped forward, protecting Dai Yunxi behind him, and said, she is free, not your Qin family's private property. How ridiculous it is for you to talk about executing family law with such shamelessness. Shennong, what do you think you are? Just an ant and a bug, daring to lecture me, the young master, and pointing fingers in front of me? Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Let's see if I don't crush you to pieces with one palm. Yunxi, you don't understand, Shennong said. I will eventually battle him. Not only because of you, but also for those innocent people he has harmed. Don't worry, I won't die. Didn't you say that I am the protagonist of this world? Not all novels are lies. Shennong patted Dai Yunxi's fragrant shoulder, and the crystalline tears in Dai Yunxi's beautiful eyes fell down uncontrollably. Shennong was very strong now, but to what extent? She had no idea. But she clearly knew how strong Qin Xiaoyu's blue Dharma image was. Even a peak diamond level would have to retreat obediently, not daring to contend. She had even heard that Qin Xiaoyu had once used the blue Dharma image to kill the master of a sect on the eastern wasteland continent, and that master had just reached the peak of the diamond level. But Shennong's fighting intent was set. She could not stop him. She could not allow a man to live without dignity. To strive and struggle for the one he loves is a sacred mission inherent to every man. Shennong walked towards the blue Dharma image without hesitation, like a determined hunter approaching a prehistoric giant beast. The hunter was immortal, but the giant beast came from ancient times, an existence of myth and legend. It was like a moth flying into the flame. It was like an ant throwing itself into the abyss. The enormous shadow of the blue Dharma image was fierce and brutal, gradually devouring the handsome youth until he was completely consumed. Then the blue Dharma image raised its gigantic palm. The experts of the Soul Hall wore excited, twisted, and bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. This mission was full of twists and dangers, having gone through numerous killings. It was something they could never have dreamed of. A mortal youth could unleash such powerful energy. Had they known this, they should have killed Shennong as soon as they arrived and seized the treasures from his soul. Even if the star cloud map was incomplete, what did it matter? It could be repaired by experts. Thus, from the beginning, they seemed to have taken a detour, losing a great opportunity for battle. At this moment, Shennong had completely transformed. Her appearance had changed, Her aura had changed, and she radiated a mysterious and sacred light. She appeared confident and calm. There was not a trace of the tragic feeling before facing death. Dai Yunqi's heart ached. She knew that after that giant palm fell, everything would be reduced to ashes, and Shennong might not even have a chance to strike against the blue Dharma image. Boom, boom. At that moment, the fire god mountain shook violently again, the space collapsed, and the mist rose once more. The expression of the blue Dharma image froze, quickly revealing boundless frustration and anger. The prey that was so close suddenly disappeared again. When his palm fell, it ultimately struck nothing. Ah, no. Qin Xiaoyu roared like a beast. And the blue Dharma image fell into madness, continuously smashing the space, sending ancient trees and giant rocks flying, making this space extremely turbulent and dangerous. Ah, with a scream, a soul envoy was torn apart by the chaotic space currents, blood and flesh scattered everywhere, a scene of utter misery. Young master, calm down. I don't think this mist illusion can hold much longer. Even if the young master stops, the mist illusion will collapse on its own. Ding Mian and the others are also enduring the danger of being torn apart by the chaotic space at any moment. He loudly urged Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu was also exhausted. He finally stopped, panting like an ox, his eyes revealing deep unwillingness. He was about to strike down Shennong with one palm, but unexpectedly, this damned mist saved Shennong once again. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu was also curious. If Shennong left Dai Yunqi, could the mist not separate the two? On the mountainside of the Fire God Mountain, there was a huge basin. In the basin, a 9-petal lotus flower was slowly opening. The lotus was fire red, dazzlingly bright, and eerily beautiful. The divine light emitted seemed to illuminate the heavens and the earth, with each petal containing overwhelming power. Chapter 50, The Treasure Distribution Conference. The 9-petal lotus bloomed, taking root in the hard rock. Each lotus petal was as large as a room, blood red and translucent, pure as red agate and crystal. Most importantly, its shining divine light illuminated the universe, and the energy contained within was vast and surging, like an abyss. It did not seem like a mortal object, but rather like a blood-colored divine lotus that had fallen from the celestial realm. As the 9-petal red lotus blossomed with divine radiance and colors, it also released steam like red clouds. The red mist intertwined, weaving together some kind of power of laws, like a boiling volcano erupting, raising the surrounding temperature to scorching levels. Around that huge basin, for great demons were lurking. To the east was a giant python demon, thick as a pillar, covered in black circular patterns on a deep blue base, as massive as hard granite. If the python demon stood upright, its triangular head, densely covered with net-like patterns, could reach the clouds at the mountain's peak. Its 2 crimson beastly eyes resembled 2 burning suns, spewing fierce and scorching flames. To the west was a brown bear demon, its body as large as half a mountain, with deep brown fur as thick as steel needles, and its skin tough and indestructible, a golden bear that had already reached the spirit-nurturing level. To the south, black clouds rolled like ink, within which was coiled an old turtle. This old turtle had likely cultivated for thousands of years. Its limbs, head, and hard shell were covered with deep cracks, resembling a living fossil just unearthed. To the north was a white demon resembling a goat, but it was by no means a goat. Its stature was more like a qilin, with 3 curved horns on its head, and its beastly eyes shone with golden divine light, deep and clear, as if it could penetrate all things in the world. It could discern yin and yang, recognize the 5 elements, investigate ghosts and spirits, and see through the minutiae. This great demon claimed to be a descendant of Baizhe, the highest in realm among the 4 great demons, at the mid-level of spirit nurturing. These great demons could only be encountered deep within the Demon God Mountain. Such powerful beings were rare in the outside world of the 9 regions' sacred land. The mist illusion was the masterpiece of the Baizhe demon, playing with the experts of the Soul Hall and others. Originally, among the people of the Soul Hall, there were also many spirit-nurturing level experts, at least in the upper world of the eastern wasteland continent. Qin Xiaoyu, including the elders and protectors, were all at this level. However, after the cutting of realms, their levels had dropped too severely. But even though Baizhe had entered the spirit-nurturing level, creating the mist illusion to trap these experts from the extreme abyss star domain was still extremely difficult. Moreover, it had been a whole day and night. This must be said that creating the mist illusion was one of Baizhe's innate supernatural abilities. Using his strengths to attack the weaknesses of the Soul Hall's people, it naturally had remarkable effects. Old Bai, your innate supernatural ability seems to be about to be broken, the golden bear said gruffly. Once the illusion breaks, these damned humans will probably compete with us for the heavenly fire red lotus, the python demon said in a low tone. Yes, if they had arrived at Huashan Mountain a day later, the red lotus would have matured, and we would have already divided the treasures. What is there to worry about? The old turtle's voice was extremely aged, hoarse like torn cloth. It is fate, why worry? A mere few human beings can be extinguished. Can they disrupt our treasure-sharing event? The diamond bear scoffed. Foolish bear, what do you understand? Those humans are not easy to deal with, the python demon retorted. The green dharma body of that young master from the Soul Hall is incredibly powerful. It's not just us. Even a diamond-level great demon would find it difficult to contend with. And there's that Shennong kid, who was originally not a concern but has absorbed the residual flames of the fire virtue true lord from the fire cloud cave. While he doesn't pose a severe threat to us yet, he is undoubtedly a major hassle. The python demon's head rose into the clouds, looking down below, its voice grand and imposing. Little snake spirit, if you are afraid, you should roll away early and not fight us for this red lotus. Wouldn't that keep you safe? The diamond bear mocked. I see that with the current energy of that young master, it's somewhat strenuous for him to activate the green dharma body. He's already activated it many times and is exhausted. What is there to fear? Since that's the case, that young master will have to be dealt with by the Bear King later, the python demon said in a sarcastic tone. Huh. You want me to deal with the young master so you can sneak away with the heavenly fire red lotus, right? The diamond bear growled angrily. Nonsense. I, the black Xian divine python, am not that kind of lewd demon. You foolish bear have offended me multiple times. Do you think my temper is too good? The python demon's voice thundered, rumbling like thunder. What does it matter if your temper is bad? Does this Bear King fear you? The diamond bear's demonic power surged. A powerful energy tide pouring forth like a heavenly river, soaring into the sky. You too, if you don't want to share the heavenly fire red lotus, please go fight somewhere far away, Zhe warned sternly. This heavenly fire red lotus blooms once every 3,000 years, and it will only mature after another 3,000 years. We happen to discover this red lotus, which is about to mature. It is a great opportunity. If the red lotus is damaged due to fighting, I, Zhe, will not spare either of you. It turned out that Zhe was the first to discover the red lotus, and it was indeed at the time of maturity, with the lotus pod already taking shape. The heavenly fire red lotus is incredibly miraculous. Although the blooming period is long and the maturation period is lengthy, once the lotus pod takes shape, it will mature rapidly. Zhe, who understands all things, knows the miraculous nature of the heavenly fire red lotus. Even after the lotus pod matures, the lotus petals will not wither. The mature lotus pod and petals have immense effects, and it is said that possessing them can reveal the heavenly path, ascend the heavenly ladder, and achieve immortality. However, the immature red lotus has little effect and requires patience to wait for it to fully mature before it can be harvested. But while Zhe was waiting for the heavenly fire red lotus to mature, the divine brilliance of the red lotus attracted the three great demons, the diamond bear, the old turtle, and the black Xian divine python. The three great demons originally intended to fight for the heavenly fire red lotus, but were suppressed by Zhe, who explained the situation to them. If a fight broke out, the violent demonic power could potentially damage the red lotus, and he proposed a more reasonable compromise. That is to wait for the red lotus to mature, and the four great demons could share it. Zhe, being the strongest, would take 3 petals of the red lotus, while the other 3 great demons would share the remaining 6. As for the lotus seeds, it would depend on how many were produced. The 4 great demons waited for many days, with them stationed there, let alone Huashan Mountain. Even the surrounding hundreds of miles would deter demonic beasts from approaching. Zhe still felt uneasy, worried that other great demons might come to compete for the treasure. So he unleashed his innate divine powers to create a misty illusion. However, unexpectedly, people from the Soul Hall chased after Shennong and broke in, which is how things unfolded in the past. Let's not have internal strife among the 4 of us. First, let's eliminate those ignorant human beings, the old turtle said. Chapter 51, Holding Steady. Zhe and the 4 great demons waited for the heavenly fire red lotus to mature for many days. And just as the red lotus was about to mature, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shennong and the experts from the Soul Hall had invaded Huashan Mountain. Under the furious bombardment of Qin Xiaoyou's Rulai Divine Palm, the misty illusion created by Zhe was already on the verge of collapse. If the illusion completely shattered and the human experts discovered the precious heavenly fire red lotus, they would undoubtedly come to fight for it. The 4 great demons could still share, as Zhe held absolute authority. But once the humans joined in, it would inevitably lead to a struggle for power. Moreover, humans are quite abnormal. Not only do they like to compete for rare treasures, but they also enjoy contracting demonic beasts for great demons of their level. In the eyes of human cultivators, they are no different from rare treasures. Zhe assessed the situation and actually believed that the intrusion of humans was not necessarily a bad thing. He originally did not intend to share the treasures with the other 3 great demons. Sharing was merely a temporary strategy. If there was an opportunity, he would undoubtedly eliminate the three demons without hesitation and monopolize the heavenly fire Red Lotus. Now that humans had joined in, perhaps he could use them to eliminate the other three demons. After both the humans and great demons suffered heavy losses, he could then strike and eliminate the humans. This way, he would finally be able to fulfill his desire to monopolize the treasure. However, this was merely Bai Zai's wishful thinking, and he did not dare to claim to have full control over the specific developments of the situation. Boom. A section of space around Shennong and Dai Yunshi collapsed, and a chaotic energy current surged toward them, seemingly about to split Dai Yunshi in half. Shennong quickly embraced Dai Yunshi, and the energy current streaked past her body like lightning, startling her into a pale countenance. Yet once in Shennong's embrace, Dai Yunshi cast aside all the dangers of the world. Her heart fluttered, her gaze slightly intoxicated, and her body felt soft and weak, already lost in a dizzying happiness. The embrace of this young man made her feel warm, safe, strong, and powerful, like a comfortable harbor. A peaceful cradle where she could sway like a boat in the harbor or sleep like a baby in a cradle. No matter how fierce the rain and wind outside or how chaotic the battle, as long as she was held in this embrace, she would not suffer any harm. Shennong felt quite helpless as well. Why did Qin Xiaoyu always appear as a bystander whenever he had intimate contact with Dai Yunshi? This time, Qin Xiaoyu threw a binding celestial rope at Shennong, which erupted with divine light, resembling a golden serpent crossing the void, attempting to bind Shennong. However, the mist rose again, and Qin Xiaoyu's target vanished. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the chaotic mist, three figures of Soul Hall experts suddenly appeared. These three did not know why they had suddenly come before Shennong. The misty space had become quite strange. It was uncertain who would encounter whom, and it was equally uncertain who might instantaneously separate. But the three experts reacted quickly. Upon seeing Shennong, they immediately activated their spiritual power, and violent energy fluctuations surged forth. Not only did they attack Shennong, but with weapons and magical artifacts. Even their contracted beasts unleashed their divine powers. In an instant, powerful magical artifacts shattered the void, and merciless swords and blades fell like rain, filled with killing intent. Additionally, demonic beasts roared, spewed fire and water, and even one demonic bird struck with massive claws, collapsing the heavy void, all to bring Shennong to his doom. They no longer worried about Dai Yunshi's safety. Firstly, Dai Yunshi had already betrayed the young master, giving him a massive green hat. Secondly, Shennong would definitely not sit idly by if he saw Dai Yunshi in danger. Shennong's reaction was even faster. Just as the three experts unleashed their magical artifacts and struck with swords, a wave of red mist surged around him, releasing phantoms of red shadows. Those red shadows contained terrifyingly high temperatures. Upon contact with the magical artifacts, they were instantly melted into liquid. Upon contact with the swords, they immediately turned into scrap metal and ashes. The massive claws of the demonic bird crumbled within the red shadows, and various elemental divine powers also perished amidst the red shadows. Even before these magical artifacts, swords, claw shadows, and elemental divine powers were destroyed, the bodies of the three experts and their contracted beasts were obliterated. They didn't even have time to let out a mournful wail before their bodies were suddenly melted, leaving only blackened skeletons, as if they had just been destroyed by heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Have you mastered the divine power of the fire virtue, true lord? Dai Yunshi had already seen Shennong use this divine ability to burn Chun Dingyu to death. When Chun Dingyu was burned to death, Dai Yunshi felt no discomfort. After all, Chun Dingyu was too evil, and any manner of death was not excessive. However, when she saw the three assassins and three contracted beasts transform into pitch-black skeletons in the blink of an eye, an inexplicable chill rose within her. It was too brutal and too cruel. She wanted to say that Shennong had cultivated evil or demonic powers, but she was afraid of hurting his pride. She was even worried whether Shennong would become possessed by this evil power. This strange fire, I still cannot control it with ease, and every time I use it, I feel exhausted, perhaps because my realm is too low. Shennong seemed to sense Dai Yunshi's worries and assured her, I will never be possessed. This bit of strange fire cannot control my will or body. That's good. Dai Yunshi nodded, her beautiful eyes suddenly bursting with brilliant colors. She pointed with her small hand behind Shennong and exclaimed, Look, the light over there is so beautiful. A dazzling red glow erupted from the basin, and it was indeed too beautiful and too sacred, not resembling any earthly wonders. Don't move. There are still 4 great monsters over there. Shennong pressed down on Dai Yunshi's fragrant shoulder, and the two of them concealed themselves behind a cliff, peering down into the basin from a high vantage point. Oh my, there really are great monsters. Dai Yunshi had a low realm, and once she was captivated by the mesmerizing red glow, she no longer paid attention to other dangers. When she focused her gaze, she saw a towering python monster, a gigantic diamond bear as large as half a mountain, an old turtle hovering in the dark clouds, and a white creature radiating divine light. Among the 4 divine beasts, the white creature was the smallest in size, but felt the most dangerous. The ability to see other phenomena indicated what? It indicated that the misty illusion in this area had completely unraveled. Dai Yunxi even felt that these misty illusions might be related to the 4 great monsters in the distance. What should we do? Dai Yunxi leaned against Shennong and asked softly. Let's watch the excitement first. It seems there is some treasure in the basin, and the 4 great monsters are behaving too harmoniously in the face of the exotic treasure. It's clearly not normal. Shennong replied. Chapter 52, A Helpless Move. As the misty illusion collapsed one after another, it was Shennong and Dai Yunxi who first discovered the 4 great monsters. However, Shennong chose to observe from a concealed position. The assassins from the Soul Palace had already given him a headache. If he provoked the 4 great monsters, his life would become truly difficult. He could also choose to escape while the people from the Soul Palace had not yet broken free from the illusion. But Shennong was very curious about the exotic treasure in the basin. He even felt that the exotic treasure had a strange connection with him, as if it were an inseparable part of his body. That feeling was too bizarre, prompting him to abandon the idea of fleeing. Dai Yunxi also did not suggest escaping. Although fleeing would temporarily ensure their safety, when would they reach the end? Where would be the destination? Everything they had to face was something they would have to confront sooner or later. As for Shennong, he would face dual pursuits from the Demon Palace and the Soul Palace, a fight to the death. Therefore, Dai Yunxi constantly struggled with whether she should be with Shennong. Should she pursue this relationship that was destined to have no outcome? Would it lead to a lifetime of entanglement and regret if they could not have an eternal bond, or even just a brief moment together? The mist in the space of Qin Xiaoyu and the other 4 had completely dissipated. Although they had not yet seen Shennong, they immediately spotted the 4 great monsters. In fact, the 4 great monsters had also locked onto everyone on Fire God Mountain. Every cultivator who broke free from the mist could feel the chilling murderous intent from the great monsters, as cold as hell. However, neither side took action. They were observing each other, testing one another. Young lord, there are exotic treasures over there. We finally found the source of the misty illusion. Wu Qian's eye sparkled. It must be that the 4 great monsters are afraid of us contesting for the exotic treasures, so they deliberately release their innate divine powers. Such exotic treasures seem to be rare even in our eastern wilderness continent. Should we go seize them? They were positioned higher up, overlooking the basin. Through the billowing red mist and glow, they could vaguely see the heavenly fire red lotus blooming in the basin. The red lotus took root in the rocks. Its petals enormous, and the divine glow it emitted soared into the sky. It was clearly a divine item, not like any treasure from this world. Humph. Is that red lotus more important, or is the star cloud map on Shennong more important? Qin Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Besides, are the 4 great monsters easy to deal with? They are all at the spirit-nourishing level. If we were at our peak, we wouldn't fear them, but right now. Sigh. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. After continuously manifesting his azure law form, he was already very fatigued. Facing the 4 great monsters, he felt overwhelmed. The other Soul Palace experts were even less capable. Even if they could barely exert their Saint King level combat power, they would be nothing but scraps in front of the spirit-nourishing level. If they rashly charged in to seize the treasure, being killed instantly was inevitable. Although Qin Xiaoyu was also extremely enamored with that red lotus, drooling over it. His mind became calm under the conditions of diminished combat power. External wealth is good, but one must have their life to obtain it. Young lord, I have read an ancient scripture that describes many rare and exotic beasts, celestial herbs, and spiritual medicines. It specifically mentions this lotus flower. Young lord, do you know the name and effects of that flower? Wu Qian seemed undeterred, ignoring the disdainful and murderous gazes from Ding Mian and the others directed at him. Mr. Wu, just say it already. What are you waiting for? Qin Xiaoyu said impatiently, frowning. Hee. Young lord, this flower is called the Heavenly Fire Divine Lotus. It is said to bloom once every 3,000 years, and it takes another 3,000 years for the seed pod to mature. Wu Qian chuckled. But that's not the most miraculous part. The most miraculous part is its effects. The book says that whether it is the petals or the seed pod, obtaining them can lower the great fortune, and consuming them can help one comprehend the heavenly way, see the heavenly ladder, ascend to the celestial realm, and transform into an immortal, wandering freely across the 3 realms. And we seem to have coincidentally encountered the maturing red lotus. Isn't this a great opportunity bestowed upon us by heaven? If it really has such miraculous effects, I think it's just boasting, Qin Xiaoyu scoffed. But he had already been moved. However, he ultimately sighed heavily. The young lord's helplessness was also understood by his subordinates. Wu Qian continued, our current situation is somewhat awkward. It seems Shennong has gained some opportunity, making it a bit tricky to capture him, and to snatch food from the mouths of the four great monsters. Our combat power is a bit weak. However, young lord, many from our original realm have already reached the spirit-nourishing level or are at the peak of the Saint King level. Dealing with the four great monsters should be more than enough. If we burn our essence blood to elevate ourselves to our original realm. First kill the great monsters to seize the treasure. Let the brothers share the celestial medicine to enhance their realms, and then deal with Shennong. Wouldn't that be much easier? Damn it. I can't believe I've been convinced again. Qin Xiaoyu felt a wave of frustration and wanted to seal Wu Qian's mouth. Young lord, you must be cautious. Ding Mian was anxious. Burning essence blood to enhance one's realm is no joke. If not done properly, one might explode and die. That is a last resort in battle, knowing one will die but doing it anyway. For the Red Lotus and to clash with the four great monsters. We might end up suffering a loss. Moreover, where is Shennong hiding? If he waits for us to be mutually injured before making a move, wouldn't he profit from our misfortune? The other two Soul Palace experts also nodded, feeling that Ding Mian's words were very reasonable. How about this, Elder Ding? Qin Xiaoyu contemplated for a moment and said, you take 20 brothers to search for Shennong. If you find him, there's no need to fight him to the death. Just hold him back. The remaining brothers will participate in seizing the treasure. Qin Xiaoyu certainly wanted to kill Shennong first. However, his current state was poor. Even if he swallowed some pills, the effects were minimal. If he could obtain the heavenly fire Red Lotus, such a supreme treasure would nourish his body and replenish his energy. He would be able to manifest the azure law form with ease. Shennong looked weak, but he was actually not easy to deal with. Otherwise, with so many of them, they wouldn't have been so embarrassed without killing Shennong. But if he could consume the exotic treasure and elevate his realm, this awkward situation would be immediately broken. The young lord, Ding Mian, stomped his foot, wanting to persuade further, but Qin Xiaoyu handed him a piece of fireproof clothing. Elder Ding, put on this fireproof clothing. It's to guard against Shennong's demon fire ambush. Remember, do not engage him in a life and death struggle. To be honest, unless we burn our essence blood. Apart from my blue Dharma form, I'm afraid no one can kill Shennong. Qin Xiaoyu sighed, so I believe Shennong hasn't escaped. He must be watching us in the dark, trying to find a way to harm us. As for what we can do now, besides desperately seizing treasures to elevate our realms, what other good methods do we have to kill Shennong? Chapter 53, Prologue. Ding Mian heard the helplessness in Qin Xiaoyu's voice and sighed, filled with emotion. He took the fireproof clothing, filled with gratitude towards Qin Xiaoyu. Young lord, please be extra careful. I think it's better for you to send someone else to search for and track Shennong. I'm willing to stay by your side to ensure your safety, Ding Mian requested. Ding Mian, seizing treasures is no small matter. It requires not only a spirit of sacrifice, but also a flexible mind. A blockhead like you is simply not capable of achieving great things, Wu Qian mocked. Ding Mian then felt relieved. Having Wu Qian lead the charge was best. By the time this guy got beaten to a pulp, let us see what he has to say. Who would have thought Wu Qian didn't mind and readily accepted the order? At this moment, the illusionary mist completely collapsed, and the remaining more than 90 experts from the Soul Palace all gathered around Qin Xiaoyu. Ding Mian led 20 people to search for Shennong, while Wu Qian was already discussing the treasure-seizing plan with Qin Xiaoyu. The illusion has collapsed. What do you think Qin Xiaoyu will do? Dai Yunqi asked softly. How long do we have to hide? Shennong had already used shadow techniques to conceal himself and Dai Yunqi. Shadow-type techniques can not only hide oneself well, but also hide others. As for the range of concealment, it all depends on the practitioner's realm. They will send people to search for us, Shennong thought, but I believe they are more likely to focus on seizing treasures. Seizing treasures? But they are not a match for the four great demons at all. Dai Yunqi asked curiously. Qin Xiaoyu cannot continuously manifest his blue Dharma form in battle. After breaking the illusionary mist, his combat power must have been severely overdrawn. Shennong replied, that's exactly why he wants that extraordinary treasure, to replenish his energy and elevate his realm, because he no longer has confidence in dealing with me. It will be very difficult for them to capture me, let alone kill me. If Qin Xiaoyu forces himself to use the blue Dharma form again, it will only result in mutual destruction, which is not the outcome he desires. Dai Yunqi raised her delicate head, gazing at Shennong's handsome face. She couldn't believe that this young man was so confident at this moment. Did he really see the experts from the Soul Palace as insignificant? But she liked this kind of confidence. The experts from the Soul Palace had only fallen in realm. If they used forbidden techniques to forcibly elevate their realms, they should have no fear of the four great demons. It all depended on how they arranged it. Shennong continued. As for us, it won't be long before we are discovered by the experts from the Soul Palace. However, they should not engage in a life and death struggle with me before successfully seizing the treasures, which is just as I wish. After everything is accomplished, young lord, don't forget to share some treasures with your subordinate. Wu Qian chuckled, his desire for the heavenly fire red lotus evident. Your contribution is the greatest. The young master, will naturally not forget you. Qin Xiaoyu nodded. The question is, can you successfully divert them? Seeing the four great demons' eyes turning red, they were determined to have the red lotus. Such an obvious plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. How could the four great demons not realize it? How could they be led by Wu Qian's nose? Hee, young lord, you don't know? Wu Qian said mysteriously with a smile. Do you know why the four great demons are not fighting among themselves? I suspect it's because they are worried about injuring the heavenly fire red lotus. To balance the four demons and prevent them from fighting, one of them must be stronger than the other three. Young lord, you can also sense that Bai Zhe is the strongest. At that time, to ensure the red lotus is not damaged, it will undoubtedly order the other three demons to confront the enemy. How to say it? They only have 4 heads, while our numbers outnumber them 20-fold. It won't be hard to draw them all away. Young lord just needs to wait for the right moment to seize the treasures. Good. Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Therefore, under Qin Xiaoyu's instruction, Wu Qian began to divide the remaining 70+ people into 7 groups. Each group had about 10 people, responsible for provoking and drawing away the great demons. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to burn essence blood. They had plenty of treasures in their hands, which could protect the safety of each small team. Under the premise of not risking their lives, these experts might be able to retreat unscathed from the great demons. Just then, a giant python slithered over from the other side of the mountain. Don't be fooled by its massive size. In fact, it was very young, a descendant of the Black Xian Divine Python, one of the 4 demons. The Black Xian Divine Python saw its son from afar and suddenly felt something was off. What are you doing here? Get lost. The Black Xian Divine Python scolded. The human race was filled with killing intent, as if they were brewing some conspiracy, and it was undoubtedly related to seizing treasures. But its foolish son chose this moment to come. Wasn't he just adding to the chaos? Little worm. Your son came at just the right time. Perhaps the humans will capture it alive and roast it for a meal. The diamond bear said, somewhat gleeful. It realized that a competitor might be reduced by 1. Over there came a giant python, though much smaller. It looks just like that python demon. Dai Yunxi said in surprise. But her voice was very small, just for Shennong's ears. She still couldn't use spiritual sense to transmit sound. This was a heavenly opportunity for the experts from the Soul Palace. They could take advantage of this to provoke and draw away that python demon, Shennong transmitted. The original plan of the Soul Palace should also be to lure away the 4 great demons and let Qin Xiaoyu seize the treasures at the right moment. Let us see who is faster. What? You also want to participate in seizing treasures? Dai Yunxi was taken aback, then suddenly realized that if Shennong wasn't thinking about seizing treasures, there was no need for him to stay here. I always feel that the red lotus should originally belong to me. Shennong said what was in his heart, but to Dai Yunxi, it sounded quite self-praising. She glared at Shennong, but didn't refute him. Heaven helps our Soul Palace succeed. Heaven helps the young lord succeed. Wu Qian slapped his thigh, waving his hand at the 9 experts under him. Quick, come with me to kill that little snake. We must anger that python demon to chase us. The 9 nodded and followed Wu Qian towards the young python. Father comes to seek treasures. Why not call upon the child? Although the young python was still small, it was already as thick as a water bucket. Hearing the python demon scold it to get lost, it retorted somewhat unconvinced. Then it faced disaster. More than 10 experts surrounded it, and in a moment, the young python was reduced to a pile of flesh. The human race is too cruel. Chapter 54, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. This treasure-seizing battle began with the arrival of the young python. Although the young python was a descendant of a spirit-level great demon, it was still young and had just entered the extraordinary realm. How could it withstand these holy-level experts? Moreover, it was a group beating, 10 against 1. It was too shameless and too cruel. The python demon was furious, its beastly eyes spewing flames of rage like 2 burning suns. Low-level snakes and pythons may be cold-blooded and lack emotions, but a great demon like the Black Xian Divine Python, which had cultivated for a long time, had already developed intelligence and some emotions similar to humans. Seeing its young killed, the python demon might not feel deep pain, but it sensed that its beastly prestige had been seriously offended and provoked. 3. The red lotus is ripe. The Black Xian Divine Python must have its share, otherwise, I will fight to the death with you all. The python demon said coldly. Rest assured, since we agreed to share, how could there be any breach of promise? Demons have their own rules, Bai Zhe said steadily, with a commanding presence, evoking an involuntary sense of awe in others. Those cunning humans want to lure us away one by one to seize treasures. They will not succeed. What else more? What does a distance of 1,800 miles mean to us great demons? Bai Zhe's beastly eyes shone like golden lamps, occasionally shooting out beams of clear light. truly resembling a divine beast descending to the mortal realm, able to see through causality and comprehend the universe. Good. I trust you all. The python demon stirred up a gust of dark blue wind and soared away like a cloud. Wherever it passed, towering ancient trees were uprooted, and huge boulders floated up, then exploded, creating chaos. The python demon's body was so massive, stretching hundreds of feet, that 1,800 miles was nothing to it. It could arrive in just a few breaths. The 10 assassins from the Soul Hall, led by Wu Qian, were running for their lives. Most of them rode demon beasts, while some flew with swords. However, due to their diminished realms, flying with swords consumed a lot of energy and exhausted. These experts without their contracted beasts had to share a mount with others. Originally, the speed of holy-level demon beasts and human cultivators was already quite fast, especially for those flying demon birds, which had an advantage in the air. But compared to god-nurturing level great demons, they were still lacking. Boom. The black Xinshin python seemed to cross the void, catching up to a flying demon bird. Its massive triangular head swung like a heavy cannonball, smashing the demon bird with a tragic cry, reducing it to a pulp of flesh and bones. The Soul Hall expert riding on the demon bird was terrified, his soul nearly flying away. He desperately cast secret techniques, attempting to escape the python demon's lock-on and hunt, and threw out a blood-dripping flying sword, exploding into clouds of blood mist, aiming to pierce the python demon's red beastly eyes. This would hopefully allow him to briefly lose the target and escape the chase. However, the python demon easily opened its bloody maw and bit down on the flying sword. In a puff, the flying sword reversed direction, its speed suddenly doubled. Like a blood-stained shooting star, piercing through the back of the Soul Hall expert's heart, then exiting through his chest, still maintaining its momentum, penetrating the back of another Soul Hall expert's head in front. So fierce. In just one encounter, the python demon killed 2 major experts from the Soul Hall. Everyone scatter and flee. Wu Qian commanded calmly, not in a panic. Beneath him was a black demon tiger, massive and majestic, when in peak condition. This demon tiger feared no black Xinshin python. The black python would tremble in fear at the sight of it, bowing its head in submission or fleeing in panic. Yet after descending to the lower realm, it truly was a case of the tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by dogs. A mere early-stage god-nurturing python demon could chase it all over the world. However, the tiger is the king of beasts, and even though its realm had dropped, its kingly might still remained. Despite the python demon's overwhelming advantage in realm, it still held a hint of caution towards the black tiger. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 8 individuals scattered like birds and beasts, heading in 4 different directions. In fact, the expert who was pierced by the flying sword hadn't completely died. As his soul body was about to escape, the python demon seemed to sense it, opening its bloody maw and spewing out a stream of magma-like scorching demonic energy towards the direction of the fleeing soul body. The soul body ignited in hellfire, rolling and screaming before exploding and dissipating. The black tiger thought the python demon wouldn't chase it. After all, it was the king of beasts, and the might of the beast king could deter 100 beasts. But the python demon stubbornly pursued it, causing massive ancient trees to crash down, crushed into dust by the steel-like scales of the python. Earth and rocks exploded, cliffs crumbled with a thunderous roar, and the intense demonic energy of the black Xinshin python sent debris flying in all directions, accompanied by violent explosions. Demonic energy surged, flames burned on the ground, and thick black smoke mixed with dirt and dust obscured the sun, forming a long smoky dragon. Nearby demon beasts, upon witnessing the battle of great demons, fled in terror. Seeing the python demon catch up, the black tiger swung its long tail backward, creating a shadow thicker than ancient trees, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It struck towards the triangular head of the python demon. The python demon stood tall, unafraid, and instead of retreating, it advanced, its massive head darting out like lightning, biting down on the black tiger's tail. The black tiger's tail was tougher than steel, but under the sharp fangs of the python demon, it was instantly bitten off. The black tiger let out a painful roar, but more than that, it was filled with rage. How dare a demon beast disrespect it and bite off its tail? That was the greatest insult. It vowed to fight this demon to the death. Even if it had to burn its essence and blood, it would not hesitate. However, the black tiger was stopped in time by Wu Qian. Wu Qian took out a small green bamboo raft that looked very small, glimmering with jade-like light, drenching in a vibrant green. But once infused with demonic power, it instantly expanded in size. Whoosh! Wu Qian urged the black tiger to step onto the bamboo raft, which immediately accelerated, a green light slicing through the void, quickly leaving the python demon far behind. The python demon was somewhat astonished. This human cultivator was indeed remarkable, possessing such a treasure. It wanted to catch up to the green bamboo raft to kill Wu Qian, but it was quite difficult. Hey, monster, take this hammer. Wu Qian rode the black tiger, which stepped on the bamboo raft, making them seem like one entity, moving swiftly like lightning. Wu Qian's weapon was a meteor hammer. Deep purple in color, forged from cold mountain iron, glimmering with a chilling sheen. Furthermore, the hammer was inscribed with runes, making it a dual-purpose treasure. Buzz. The purple-gold hammer smashed down through the heavy void, striking the black Xianxian python from an incredible angle. Wu Qian's realm had dropped. But that didn't mean he was unfamiliar with the combat power of god-nurturing level experts. He himself was also a god-nurturing level expert on the Eastern Wilderness continent. Chapter 55, The Yellow Sparrow is Behind. There are several distinct dividing lines in the realm of cultivators. The transition from gold level to extraordinary level is one dividing line, while the transition from Saint King level to God Nurturing is another. God Nurturing level, nurturing the 5 organs gods. Heart Fire God, Liver Wood God, Spleen Earth God, Lung Metal God, Kidney Water God are the 5 gods. Nurturing the 5 gods can enhance the 5 combat systems, which are Fire System Divine Abilities, Wood System Divine Abilities, Earth System Divine Abilities, Metal Energy, Combat System Divine Abilities, and Water System Divine Abilities. It is like peering into the door of divine abilities, no longer comparable to the previous elemental powers. Just like cultivating elemental powers, since the 5 gods enhance elemental powers, most cultivators can only nurture 1 or 2 gods. Those who nurture all 5 gods are rare, even in the extreme abyss star domain. Nurturing the 5 gods is like being possessed by a deity, with combat power soaring. The early-stage god-nurturing python demon had already cultivated a lung metal energy, which, when expelled, was comparable to divine weapons, easily slicing through gold and jade. Facing the fierce and violent meteor hammer, the python demon's lungs swelled, demonic power flowed, and it violently sprayed out a stream of lung metal energy, directly clashing with the purple gold meteor hammer. The meteor hammer was forged from cold iron and was exceptionally hard, but upon encountering the lung metal energy, it immediately burst into a shower of sparks, losing a third of its mass. Lung Metal God, Wu Qian praised. He nurtured the Liver Wood God, whose wood system divine abilities excelled in defense and entanglement, but were far inferior to the Lung Metal God in killing power. Wu Qian, feeling the setback, did not linger in battle, turning the bamboo raft and retreating. The python demon, frustrated, pursued for a while, but ultimately could not catch up to Wu Qian's green bamboo raft. It angrily abandoned the chase, determined not to heed Wu Qian's provocations any longer. However, suddenly, its massive, beastly body was entangled by thick vines, with thick and long vines pulling it in all directions, as if tightly bound by heavy ropes, making it difficult to move. It turned out that Wu Qian had burned some of his essence and blood, barely elevating his combat power to the god-nurturing level for a brief moment. The wood system divine abilities can overcome earth, but were restrained by the lung metal energy. Wu Qian originally had no intention of killing the python demon, just hoping to hold it off as long as possible to buy time for Qin Xiaoyu to seize the treasure. Even though metal overcomes wood, Wu Qian's peak combat power was still enough to crush the python demon because he had already reached the peak of the god-nurturing level. Among the remaining experts from the Soul Hall, he was second only to Qin Xiaoyu, Ding Mian, and Shen Dingyu. Although gold can restrain wood, it also depends on the situation. If the realms are vastly different, it can't really be considered restraint. Poof, poof, poof. The python demon spat out 3 streams of metal energy, cutting off most of the vines that were entangling it. However, new vines continued to grow wildly and wrap around it, infuriating the python demon. This human cultivator is truly like a brick in a toilet, both foul and hard. It's really not easy to get rid of him. The python demon had just cultivated the metal energy not long ago, and each time it spat out a mouthful of it, it was a huge drain on its energy. If it continued to stalemate with Wu Qian, both might exhaust all their energy. The python demon was enraged. It raised its head and let out a series of bone-chilling roars. It began to bite with its fangs, spitting out scorching waves of heat to burn, and even twisted its massive body to use brute force to tear apart the vines. However, whether biting with its fangs, spitting out demonic energy to burn, or using brute strength to pull, the efficiency was much slower than using metal energy. After accumulating demonic power for a long time, the python demon's lungs heaved like a giant bellows roaring, and it spat out several mouthfuls of metal energy again. It finally managed to temporarily break free from Wu Qian's entanglement, but its own situation was not looking good. After using the lung metal technique twice, its breath had severely declined. At this moment, its combat power had dropped below the spirit nurturing level to the Saint King level, even worse than an average peak Saint King. Wu Qian's mouth had also begun to bleed. His consumption had been relatively greater, and the price he paid was more tragic. He gasped for breath, feeling like his spleen was cracking and about to explode. Wu Qian quickly took out a white jade bottle from his pocket, pulled out the cork, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance burst forth. This was a high-grade pill for restoring energy, called the Returning Origin Pill, extremely precious. Wu Qian was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. This time, however, he was determined. He poured more than half of the Returning Origin Pill into his mouth and swallowed it all at once. In no time, his breath rose back to its original level. However, the after-effects of burning his essence blood had not diminished much. Wu Qian still felt a splitting headache and his vision was a bit blurry. But when he saw the python demon trying to escape, he burned some essence blood again and activated the spleen with technique. Thick vines, like intertwined ropes, surged forth. Even the ferocious python demon revealed a look of fear in its beastly eyes. Damn it, here it comes again. Is this going to exhaust me to death? Thus, the two continued to grapple, and as they released their organ techniques for longer and longer, their breaths rapidly weakened. Wu Qian had finished the Returning Origin Pill, and the injury to his spleen was serious. It couldn't heal in a short time. However, Wu Qian was very satisfied with this outcome. He had severely weakened the combat power of the python demon. At this moment, the python demon's strength had dropped below the Saint King level to the Entry Saint level. It was likely that it couldn't even deal with the peak Entry Saint level. But he still had the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger was at the peak Entry Saint level. It could easily kill the weakened black mysterious python. Black Tiger, it's time for you to take your revenge. This python demon bit off your tail, and you can bite off its head. Wu Qian patted the Black Tiger's forehead. Roar. The Black Tiger let out an excited roar, accompanied by a gust of bloody wind as it lunged at the python demon. The python demon was in despair. It and Wu Qian were both injured, and their remaining combat power was low. Now facing the vigorous Black Tiger, what could it fight back with? It was already struggling to escape. The body of the python demon became ethereal, transforming into a gust of wind to flee. However, at that moment, the entire body of the python demon suddenly ignited in an intense fire. Flames shot up into the sky. The fire was fierce and quick when the flames extinguished. The massive python demon was left with nothing but a blackened skeleton. It was as if a mountain had just been burned by divine fire. The Black Tiger was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Just as it was in a daze, the tragedy of the python demon was reenacted on it. This time, the fire was weak, but the Black Tiger's flesh still disappeared at a visible speed, leaving only a black skeleton. Ah, Shennong? Wu Qian's face changed dramatically. A sense of despair rose in his heart. All his efforts and schemes were likely to be in vain because of the appearance of one person. It was not just one person who came. Besides Shennong, there was also Dai Yunxi. Chapter 56, 5 Gods. Wu Qian thought he had a sure win. Unexpectedly, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, just as he was about to kill the python demon, Shennong and Dai Yunxi appeared. Not only did Shennong use strange fire to burn the python demon, but he also burned his mount, the Black Tiger. It should be known that Shennong's realm was very low. It didn't seem to exceed 3-star extraordinary now, but the strange fire contained in his body was terrifying and despair-inducing. How tough were the skin and armor of the python demon and Black Tiger? In the blink of an eye, they were burned to 2 skeletons by that strange fire. Wu Qian understood very well. The next person Shennong wanted to kill was him. Unbelievable. You actually gained such a great opportunity. Wu Qian was not flustered. He had rich combat experience and knew that disturbing his own formation meant defeat. Therefore, those armies with iron-like discipline usually win without fail. Their bodies are forged of iron, and their hearts are also forged of iron, with no opponent capable of destroying them. Opportunities often come with risks, Shennong said. This scheme to lure the tiger away from the mountain to seize treasure must have been your masterpiece, right? Before deciding to follow Wu Qian and the python demon, Shennong had already heard a brief introduction about Wu Qian from Dai Yunxi and knew that this person was full of tricks and was highly regarded in the Soul Palace. Otherwise, the master of the Soul Palace, Qin Buba, would not have personally appointed Wu Qian to assist Qin Xiaoyu. It was precisely because he knew this person was formidable that Shennong decided to track this group first. Only such experts could possibly contend with a spirit-nurturing level great demon. Facts prove that Shennong's decision was incredibly correct. He achieved the greatest victory at the smallest cost. There is bound to be a flaw in a perfect plan. I still overlooked you. Wu Qian sighed. The person most capable of competing for the divine fire red lotus may not be Qin Xiaoyu, but you. I have no intention of competing for the divine fire red lotus, Shennong said, because that treasure originally belongs to me. Haha, I like confident young men, Wu Qian laughed. But I do have a request now. I wonder if Miss Dai Yunxi can agree? Oh, Dai Yunxi was taken aback. How did the topic suddenly turn to her? What request? I have long observed that Shennong Gongzi has a full heavenly palace, a square earth pavilion, 3 mountains of virtue, and 5 mountains of balance, possessing the appearance of an emperor. Even if he does not become an emperor in the future, he will still be a great hero and overlord. I also see that Miss has fallen for Shennong Gongzi at first sight, and they are mutually affectionate. However, due to the vast differences in their backgrounds, it is truly not easy for them to come together. Although Dai Yunqi felt that what Wu Qian said was somewhat inappropriate, her heart was still greatly moved. What she was concerned about was nothing more than her relationship with Shennong. Even Shennong had to admire that Wu Qian was indeed very clever, hitting the nail on the head with Dai Yunqi's thoughts. He was worried that he wouldn't let him go, so he used Dai Yunqi as a breakthrough point. What about Qin Xiaoyu? What about those experts in the Soul Palace? Dai Yunqi asked. That's easy. Wu Qian patted his chest and said, Qin Xiaoyu trusts me the most. I can pretend to get close to him and then suddenly strike. Qin Xiaoyu will undoubtedly die. As for those brothers in the Soul Palace, they should be closer to me. If anyone resists or disobeys Shennong Gongzi, just kill them directly. Miss Dai, that's a quite formidable force. If we can subdue them, Shennong Gongzi's great cause can be accomplished early, and Miss and Gongzi can also be accepted by the Dai Home Master sooner. Haha, a villain like you who sells out your master, even with immense wisdom and strategy, I will discard like a worn-out shoe. Shennong laughed heartily. Today you kill Qin Xiaoyu. Tomorrow you will surely kill me. Shennong Gongzi, you are mistaken. Wu Qian hurriedly defended himself, saying, a good minister chooses his master. A good bird chooses its tree to rest. In ancient times, countless famous generals and wise men abandoned darkness for light. They killed tyrants. And not only did they not earn a bad name throughout the ages, but they also became celebrated stories in history. With such a mouth, it's no wonder Qin Xiaoyu listens to you. Shennong shook his head and said, unfortunately, I am not Qin Xiaoyu, and I will not be swayed by slanderous words. Come on, attack me with all your might, and let's settle this quickly. Young Master Shennong, isn't this a bit unmanly? You know I am currently weak and unable to fight again. Isn't this forcing me? Wu Qian stood on the moral high ground, criticizing Shennong. In a battle between two armies, if a strong person talks about morality to a weak one, won't they die a horrible death? Shennong laughed. This is only to blame on your own lack of foresight. If I were in a desperate situation, your killing intent would be even more resolute. All right, then take this. Seeing Shennong's firm attitude, Wu Qian stopped wasting words. What he said earlier was not really to surrender to Shennong. He just wanted to take the opportunity to recover some battle strength. His liver yang surged, and his liverwood spirit awakened. Although his liver was cracked and on the verge of collapse, yet Wu Qian still forced out a liver with supernatural power. Dozens of thick vines materialized out of thin air, not attacking Shennong, but wrapping around Dai Yunqi. Wu Qian was certain that Shennong would definitely save Dai Yunqi, allowing him the chance to escape. Dai Yunqi's face turned pale. Although she had the Jai Sexy Asha protecting her, it might not be able to stop such fierce vines. As long as one of them struck her, even if her skin was unharmed, her internal organs would be shattered. At the same time, a green light shone beneath Wu Qian's feet, revealing a green bamboo raft, which transformed into a green light and shot away. Sizzle, sizzle. The thick vines were wrapped in a thin red mist and burned to ashes. He got away, Dai Yunqi said softly. Next, a short, miserable scream echoed from afar. He didn't escape. It's just that the bamboo raft was too fast. Shennong smiled as he wrapped his arms around Dai Yunqi's slender waist, and the two instantly vanished from their original spot. When they landed several hundred feet away, Dai Yunqi discovered Wu Qian's pitch-black skeleton, along with the green bamboo raft beneath his feet. This bamboo raft is so beautiful. Dai Yunqi held the bamboo raft in her palm, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. The raft glowed with a bright green light, resembling jade carved from emerald, far surpassing any jewelry, and Dai Yunqi was amazed, reluctant to part with it. I'll give it to you. It will help you run faster, Shennong said with a smile. No, it's for both of us, okay? Dai Yunqi said shyly, her face flushed. Besides, my spirit power is limited. I might not be able to control this bamboo raft. Well, then I'll keep it for now, Shennong replied. We can use it to see the situation on other battlefields. Chapter 57, The South Sea Emerald Raft. After using his, Ihua, to kill the Black Xian Divine Python, Black Tiger, and Wu Qian, Shennong was quite exhausted. After all, both the Black Xian Divine Python and Wu Qian had reached the spirit nurturing level. Killing someone at the spirit nurturing level while being extraordinary, spanning 2 major realms, would not be easy unless both the Black Xian Divine Python and Wu Qian were severely weakened. Especially Wu Qian, whose true spirit nurturing level power was unleashed at the last moment of his life, made Shennong's direct confrontation with him even more costly. He was able to easily kill Qin Dingyu before because he caught his opponent off guard. Furthermore, Chen Dingyu did not burn his essence blood or activate spirit-nurturing supernatural powers. While constantly operating, condensing, and releasing Ihua, Shennong observed that the fire elements within him were also undergoing transformation. From initially disordered and scattered, they gradually coalesced into streams of scorching red energy, like numerous tributaries flowing from all directions into a sea. That sea was his heart. His heart erupted with red light, resembling a great sun illuminating all beings, and all the red tributaries acted as nourishment for the great sun, making it shine even brighter and more brilliantly. Suddenly, from within the great sun, a phantom deity rose gently, dressed in red robes, wearing a red crown, with a solemn expression and dignified appearance. His aura was fierce and scorching, as if containing boundless true fire power, with the ability to incinerate the heavens with every movement. This is the Heart Fire God. Shennong was astonished because only at the spirit-nurturing level could one nurture the Heart Fire God. Moreover, at the early stage of spirit nurturing, every activation of the Heart Fire God would cause significant wear on the practitioner. This was why the Black Xian Divine Python could only activate the Lung Gold God a few times before its aura severely deteriorated. Unexpectedly, he had nurtured the Heart Fire God at the extraordinary level of 3 stars, and he could activate the Heart Fire God many more times than those practitioners at the early stage of spirit nurturing. Like the 5 God spiritual power, it could release a light and also condense into the shapes of all things. For example, when Wu Qian activated the Liverwood God, the result was the condensation of vines. What specific weapon to condense depended on the actual situation during battle. However, the Lung Gold God was good at offense, thus often condensing offensive weapons, while the Spleen Earth God was good at defense, hence producing more defensive weapons. Shennong was very satisfied with this. His Ihua had finally taken shape and was no longer a scattered mess. He and Dai Yunshi flew into the sky on the green bamboo raft to see the situation on other battlefields. Ding Mian led 20 Soul Palace experts to conduct a thorough search for Shennong on Fire God Mountain. Protector Yin Quan was himself a master of space, and generally, those who could hide would not escape his keen eyes. Ding Mian was also of the shadow system and had sharp insight into those hiding in the shadows. In fact, even if not from these 2 systems, it was hard for low-level practitioners to hide from high-level practitioners. Moreover, Yin Quan had a supporting magical artifact, the Soul Revealing Mirror. The Soul Revealing Mirror could reveal all hidden beings, and it also had a strong killing effect on shadow souls. Of course, this excluded those with exceptionally high realms. Yin Quan held the Revealing Mirror, which cast a vast and clear light. Wherever the clear light shone, all beings had nowhere to hide. Sizzle, sizzle. 2 wandering remnants of souls, upon encountering the Revealing Mirror, were immediately burned by the clear light, engulfed in green flames, letting out a short, piercing scream before turning to ashes in an instant. Everyone searched for a long time using the Revealing Mirror, but did not find any trace of Shennong. Just as they were puzzled, Yin Quan suddenly exclaimed, "Elder Ding, look over there." Ding Mian and the others followed Yin Quan's pointing direction and saw 2 phantoms of remnants of souls drifting out from behind a cliff. Sounds are left by passing geese. Images are left by passing people. This was the power of the Revealing Mirror. It could reveal the soul shadows of beings that had just passed through. It recorded that a certain being had once been here and their direction of departure. This was incredibly important for Ding Mian and the others. It's the soul imprint of Shennong and the young mistress, Ding Mian said solemnly. They went east. Everyone, follow me quickly. With the assistance of the Revealing Mirror, it was like having a powerful tracking device. Moreover, there was also the mess left by the Black Xian Divine Python and Wu Qian, making subsequent tracking much easier. The Soul Palace members followed the deep trench plowed by the Black Xian Divine Python, chasing for several thousand miles before stopping in a valley. What they saw before them was shocking. The Black Xian Divine Python, like a small mountain, had been burned down to a massive skeleton. There were also the skeletons of Black Tiger and Wu Qian. Hiss! All the experts from the Soul Palace gasped in cold air. The Python demon was actually dead. It must have been killed by Shennong. He has become so terrifying that he could instantly kill powerful spirit-nurturing level experts. Yin Quan's face was filled with horror. Since Shennong could instantly kill the Black Xian Divine Python and Wu Qian, killing them would naturally be easy. No, he is strong, but not yet at the level where he can instantaneously kill a top-tier expert in the nurturing spirit stage. Ding Mian carefully sensed and observed the scene, pondering. Wu Qian once burned his blood essence and unleashed the liver with divine ability. There are traces of vines sweeping through all around. Ordinary with divine abilities cannot exert such great power. Moreover, that Python demon clearly cultivated the Lung Gold divine ability and fought fiercely with Wu Qian, releasing the Gung Gold Qi multiple times. Only the Gung Gold Qi can quickly break through the liver with divine ability. Indeed, Elder Ding analyzed deeply, and Yin Quan gave a thumbs up in praise. That Shennong is extremely cunning. He must have waited for Wu Qian and the Python Demon to both be severely injured before using fire elemental divine abilities to burn Elder Wu and the Python Demon to death. He is too clever, Ding Mian lamented. Before tracking Wu Qian, he was certain that Wu Qian had the ability to deal with the Python Demon. Following secretly was merely to reap the benefits. That kid is truly troublesome. Elder Wu has a flying treasure called the South Sea Emerald Raft, crafted from the Southern Sea Divine Bamboo by a master craftsman, excellent for flying. If Shennong obtains it, it will be even harder to deal with. Yin Quan said dejectedly. Though the Emerald Raft is powerful, it consumes a lot of spiritual power to operate, Ding Mian replied. The most terrifying part is not that he obtained the Emerald Raft, but that he has nurtured the Heart Fire Divine ability. As soon as Ding Mian said this, everyone was horrified beyond measure. Among these experts, no more than 3 had nurtured 5 divine abilities. Besides Ding Mian, the others could barely operate 5 divine abilities. Who would have thought that Shennong had nurtured 5 divine abilities even at the extraordinary level? Could Ding Mian's words be trusted? If Shennong did not nurture the Heart Fire Divine ability, how could he burn the tough-skinned Python Demon and Black Tiger down to mere skeletons? His speed of growth is too terrifying, so we must eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will all die at his hands. As Ding Mian spoke, an infinite killing intent and resoluteness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 58, Chaos. Ding Mian and the others were worried. Given Shennong's breakthrough speed, they indeed had little time left. But while everyone was pursuing Shennong, they were even more concerned about the outcome of the treasure battle. The black mysterious python was dead, leaving 3 great demons, the Diamond Bear, the Old Turtle, and Bai Zhe. Among the 4 great demons, the black mysterious python was the weakest. Could the remaining 7 small teams successfully complete their tasks? After someone briefly informed Qin Xiaoyu that Wu Qian had died, the corners of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth began to twitch violently. He was not saddened by Wu Qian's death, but felt he had lost a strategist, making the upcoming path even more difficult. You all hurry and join other small teams to distract and restrain the other 3 demons. We must obtain the Heavenly Fire Divine Lotus. We cannot let Mr. Wu's sacrifice be in vain. Qin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and sent everyone away. He himself hid in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to seize the treasure. 2 small teams took turns provoking the Diamond Bear, 2 targeted the Old Turtle, while the remaining forces focused on Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was the hardest to deal with because his realm was the highest, and he was nearing the peak of nurturing spirit, even with everyone holding powerful treasures. They had to be extremely cautious, as most of them were not as strong as Bai Zhe even before their realms fell. The Diamond Bear and Old Turtle initially did not want to engage. They had no children killed by humans and had no reason to vent their anger on these ants. However, as the human attacks became more frequent, with various divine weapons and magical artifacts flying about, causing immense destruction, Bai Zhe worried about the damage to the Red Lotus and thus pressured the Diamond Bear and Old Turtle to fight back against the humans. Regardless of what you think, you must join the battle, Bai Zhe said sternly. If you do not cooperate with me, I will ally with the humans against you. It's all the same when it comes to dividing the treasures. Damn, you're too treacherous. The Diamond Bear glared at the old silver coin, realizing the dangers of the world were far beyond its imagination. It was still too naive. Don't worry, Bear King, I'm just joking with you. Bai Zhe suddenly smiled mysteriously. I suggest both of you fight together, do not separate, and first take down a portion of the humans. If they do not retreat in the face of difficulty, you can switch between offense and defense, gradually killing the enemies until we eliminate those ungrateful humans. Bai Zhe, those humans are also provoking you. Why don't you fight? The Old Turtle asked in confusion. Moreover, if you fought, you could instantly kill all the humans. Wouldn't that be much stronger than us fighting? The Diamond Bear nodded repeatedly, feeling the Old Turtle's words struck a chord with it. Indeed, Old Ginger is spicier. Hey, don't underestimate these humans. They have merely fallen in realm due to certain reasons, and their true realm is not inferior to ours. Therefore, it is not so easy to wipe them out. We can only slowly grind them down. As for why I don't join the fight, it's naturally because there are powerful figures waiting to seize the treasure. Once I act, that person can instantly snatch away the Red Lotus. To put it bluntly, with your capabilities, you cannot defend against an ambush. Boom. A heavy treasure smashed down. It was a green seal called the Fantion seal. Although it was not as powerful as the ancient Fantion seal, it was still quite formidable. The seal swept through the air, accompanied by thunder and hurricanes, crashing down towards the Old Turtle. Simultaneously, 2 swords burst forth with divine light. Their sword energies crisscrossing, tearing through the void like 2 flying dragons slashing at the Diamond Bear. These were also 2 divine weapons, one black and one white, called the Yin Yang swords. The white yang sword light shone brightly like the sun, while the black yin sword energy rolled like a deadly spirit. When combined, the two swords truly possessed the might to slice through the sun, moon, and stars, sweeping across the universe. Qin Xiaoyu had given a death order, urging his subordinates to quickly draw away the three demons. Therefore, the experts from the Soul Palace began to show their trump cards one after another. If the three demons did not dodge, they absolutely could not withstand the heavy treasures with their physical bodies, even if they were top-tier nurturing spirit demons. Let me see how strong the human divine weapons are. The diamond bear, now excited, had previously withstood several magical treasures and sent them flying. Thinking that human treasures were nothing special, the diamond bear clasped its paws to clamp the two swords, as the swords were positioned to cut off its head. So it struck towards the intersection of the two swords. Clang! The bear's paw collided violently with the divine weapons, producing a harsh clanging sound. These two sword-like weapons indeed had great power. Although the diamond bear managed to clamp the yin-yang swords, it was also shaken painfully, its blood surging, feeling quite unpleasant. However, this was just the beginning of the diamond bear's nightmare. The dual swords that were initially clamped in its paws suddenly exerted force again. The black yin sword unexpectedly broke free from the diamond bear's grip, wrapping around its arm, and its entire left arm was actually severed at the shoulder by the yin sword. After a moment of daze, the diamond bear roared in fury, "Human ants! Dare to injure this king? Watch me tear you apart." Although a top-tier nurturing spirit expert possesses strong healing abilities, repairing a severed arm still takes time. The wound on the bear king's severed arm surged with secret power, enveloped in a faint golden light, quickly forming a scar. It no longer cared about the severed left arm and charged towards the Soul Palace team with a furious roar. Seeing the diamond bear go berserk, the Soul Palace members dared not engage and scattered like birds and beasts. Smash! Just then, the Fantian seal heavily smashed down on the old turtle's back. The old turtle had always been leisurely. If asked which of the four great demons had the strongest defensive ability, the old turtle would rank first. As long as it retracted its head into its hard shell, no divine weapon or magical artifact could harm it in the slightest. However, this time the situation was extremely abnormal. The power of the Fantian seal not only exceeded the old turtle's imagination, but also caught Baizé by surprise. The Fantian seal actually broke through the old turtle's thick demon power protective barrier in one go and smashed its shell. The pain made the old turtle grunt softly, nearly passing out. In addition to the pain, the old turtle's expression changed drastically, abandoning its usual calm demeanor, summoning a gust of black demon wind, charging towards the fleeing Soul Palace experts. This time it worked. The old turtle and the bear demon were both injured, and our great plan will succeed. Experts from the Soul Hall cheered, but they forgot how terrifying these great demons could be once enraged. Puffed! The diamond bear spewed out a stream of metal energy, instantly killing the cheering expert from the Soul Hall. The metal energy directly severed half of the expert's head, along with his soul. The momentum of that metal energy did not cease, and it killed two more experts from the Soul Hall before it finally collapsed. Chapter 59, Burn the Boats. The two treasured artifacts, the Fantian seal and the yin-yang sword, were reluctantly summoned by the Soul Hall experts under the pressure of Qin Xiaoyu. Even in their peak state, it was somewhat strenuous for them to activate these two treasures, let alone now when their realms were far from their former heights. Baizé cast a secret technique and easily intercepted the Fantian seal. With this treasure, he gained an additional trump card. Demon. Even if you obtain the Fantian seal, it will be useless, as I have inscribed my spiritual mark within it, the frustrated expert from the Soul Hall exclaimed. This treasure was hard-earned for him, and in his heart, the Fantian seal was even more precious than his own life. Is that so? Then I'll return it to you, Baizé said, flicking his hand as a green light shot out, using the treasured artifact as a hidden weapon, and with a snap, it shattered the expert's head. Now that the master is dead, the soul imprint should be gone, right? Baizé said with a cruel smile. Once Baizé obtained the Fantian seal, the people of the Soul Hall dared not provoke him easily. The magical artifact could strike down powerful enemies from a distance. And at this moment, Baizé exuded an awe-inspiring aura that was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, in the distance, the diamond bear and the old turtle were like a hot knife through butter, causing the Soul Hall members to scream and flee in panic. Metal energy. It was the lung metal god, the strongest among the 5 gods in combat. Who among the Soul Hall would dare to contend with it? The old turtle released a kidney water divine ability, and a massive wave formed in the air, roaring down from above. A few Soul Hall experts, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the wave, feeling as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer, dizzy and staggering, barely able to stand. But everyone secretly felt relieved. Once the 5 gods were fully developed, they would be formidable. The old turtle's kidney water divine ability was obviously much weaker. However, These few were celebrating too early. After one wave, a larger wave followed, crashing down from the void. This time, the kidney water divine ability was even more powerful, directly smashing the 5 individuals hard into the ground. Water benefits all things, yet its penetrating power was extraordinarily frightening. The 5 experts felt their brains were crushed, their souls crying out in misery, wanting to scream for help, but their mouths opened without a sound. If the kidney water divine ability ended here, the 5 experts could catch their breath and adjust their chaotic energy. The deadly part was, a third, even larger wave, crashed down like the waters of the heavenly river pouring down. The wave roared like a stampede of thousands of horses, like thunder and drums, smashing into the hard stone ground, which could not withstand such immense force, and quickly sank down, forming a shocking deep pit. And those 5 experts were at the bottom of the pit, turned into a mushy mess. Old Turtle, your 9 layers of waves is very weak. Why is it only 3 layers? The one-armed diamond bear still held an air of superiority, looking down on the old turtle's kidney water divine ability. It turned out that within the kidney water divine ability, there was a special technique called 9 layers of waves. The power of 9 layers of waves accumulates layer upon layer, doubling continuously. If one achieves the 9th layer, it is said they can easily smash stars and pierce the universe. 3 layers of waves are enough, unlike some useless individuals who had their arms severed. The old turtle coldly snorted. Damn, what is there to be proud of? The one-armed diamond bear angrily retorted. Some trash even had their turtle shells smashed. If you are not convinced, once we defeat these human beings, we can have a good competition, the old turtle said coldly. All right, whoever backs down is a coward. After cursing, the one-armed diamond bear felt it had lost face. But for now, let us see who can kill more of the humans. The one-armed diamond bear, harboring resentment for the humans who severed its arm, charged recklessly, swinging its one arm to smash the Soul Hall's mounts into mush. A kick sent stones flying like meteors, and any Soul Hall experts caught off guard would be smashed to death with broken bones. The most terrifying part was still the metal energy it spewed out. It could clash hard against magical artifacts and divine weapons, overwhelming all challengers. The one-armed diamond bear was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, fixating on the law enforcer wielding the yin-yang sword, determined to seek revenge. The old turtle did not show weakness either. Its claws were small, yet it could continuously condense water sword energy. Although its power was not as strong as the diamond bear's metal energy, it could still easily kill Soul Hall experts. Naturally, they did not dare to frequently use metal energy and kidney water divine ability. Overusing them would leave them exhausted and cause them to fall without needing the enemies to strike. The Soul Hall members fought and retreated, unknowingly leading the diamond bear and the old turtle far from the Fire God Mountain. However, they themselves had suffered heavy losses, with over half of their 40-some members gone, leaving less than 20 struggling to hold on, making the situation increasingly perilous and difficult. Everyone, are you really willing to be the fish on the chopping board waiting to be slaughtered, and not willing to burn your blood and fight with all your might? With a deafening shout, the remaining 18 experts from the Soul Hall were suddenly jolted awake. They saw Elder Ding Mian and Law Enforcer Yin Quan, leading 18 brothers charging over. Above their heads, they bore a group of red clouds, seemingly mysterious and sacred, but in reality, it was a tragic act. Burning blood means burning life, and while it could rapidly enhance battle power in a short time, the aftermath could be devastating. Some might die from ruptured veins while burning their blood, and even if they stabilized, unless they could kill their opponent, it would surely be them who died. In essence, burning blood is a forbidden technique, a desperate strategy that could lead to mutual destruction, injuring 1,000 while harming oneself 800. Or, if one didn't take down an enemy, they might vanish into ashes themselves, akin to suicide. Elder Ding, this battle is mostly fraught with danger. We might as well fight to the death against these beasts. The law enforcer wielding the yin-yang sword was named Dusha. At this moment, he was pushed into a corner by the one-armed diamond bear, and he decided to force out his own blood, igniting it above his head. Dusha's battle power rapidly surged, reaching the Saint level, then the Saint King level, and finally the Spirit Nurturing level. His original realm was the early Spirit Nurturing level, on par with the one-armed bear king and the old turtle. Another law enforcer, Dong Yuan, was also burning blood, desperately enhancing his power. Among the remaining 18, these two had the highest realms. Whether joyous or tragic, the atmosphere was easily infectious. The remaining experts were stirred up, also burning their blood without hesitation. Chapter 60, The Game. Burn the boats, and let everything be destroyed. With no way out, they would rather fight to the death. The Soul Hall assassins, now burning their blood, transformed into fearless death warriors. Flash. Dusha activated the yin-yang sword again, and this time its power was formidable, the sword light dazzling. The sword energy like a rainbow. As the double swords slashed down in a dragon-cutting motion, Accompanied by terrifying dragon roars, a fearsome sword momentum was formed. How strong! The one-armed Bear King, with only one arm left, dared not clash head-on with the yin-yang sword. It opened its massive mouth and spat out a stream of metal energy. Bang! The sound of metal clashing erupted like a meteor striking the earth, as the yin-yang sword collided fiercely with the metal energy. Although the metal energy was strong, the Bear King's cultivation was still shallow. When the yin-yang sword was weaker, its metal energy might withstand the dual swords. But the situation was now entirely different. The yin-yang sword, activated by a spirit-nurturing level expert, had the power to sever mountains and rivers, to annihilate the universe. That terrifying sword momentum surged in like a force of nature, directly cutting through the powerful metal energy, and in the blink of an eye, it was already at the Bear King's throat. The Bear King was greatly shocked, and the fear and despair in its beastly eyes could not be concealed. There was no way to escape. It was about to die. The Bear King had truly felt that the violent sword energy of the yin-yang sword had already severed its neck and extinguished its primordial spirit. And before its eyes was a bleak scene of death. Boom! Suddenly, a water dragon coalesced from the void, crashing into the unstoppable yin-yang sword. The massive water dragon shattered with a thunderous sound, but the yin-yang sword was also sent flying by the impact, its sword energy rampaging and shattering a giant cliff. Uft! Du Sha spat out a mouthful of blood, the blood cloud above his head flickering erratically, clearly indicating that his condition was not stable. Old turtle, I owe you this time. The Bear King looked at the old turtle with embarrassment, but its shameful pride ultimately prevented it from saying the words thank you. If even the Bear King's metal energy could not withstand the yin-yang sword, then the old turtle's water spirit would be even more powerless. However, the old turtle was also burning its essence blood, the blood energy above its head like a furnace, making the area within dozens of meters boil like magma. Its breath had rapidly risen to the peak of the spirit-nourishing level, faintly breaking through to the diamond level. Only a diamond-level powerhouse's water spirit could unleash such a terrifying water dragon, forcefully knocking the yin-yang sword away. But the old turtle also endured a massive backlash. Its internal energy surged, almost unable to contain the chaotic meridians. Silly bear, we are always on the same side. Who else would I help if not you? Helping you is also helping myself, the old turtle said in a deep voice. Quickly burn your essence blood. Otherwise, the first to die will definitely be us. The diamond bear nodded vigorously, and after burning its essence blood, the metal energy it emitted could no longer be dared to be obstructed. Du Sha, Dong Yuan, you two hold off these two big demons. I will take Yin Quan to leave, and the remaining 18 brothers will stay to assist you, Ding Mian said. There is no need to fight to the death with the two big demons. They are already injured, and if we drag it out, we may not be able to outlast them. Thank you, Elder Ding. Dong Yuan and Du Sha said in unison. Where does Elder Ding intend to go? Yin Quan and I will fight Bai Zhe. Victory or defeat hinges on this one battle. Ding Mian's tone revealed a tragic sense of determination. Like the wind howling and the waters of the Yishui cold, a hero who goes away never to return. Take care, Elder Ding. Elder Ding. Take care, Guardian Yin. Everyone raised their arms in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Blood energy, killing intent, resentment, and the spirit of the rivers and lakes. All emotions coalesced into a tragic song of severing one's wrist. Ding Mian waved to the crowd, riding on a three-tailed leopard, and soared into the sky with Yin Quan. More than 30 people battled against two half-step diamond-level demons. Despite relying on various magical artifacts, they were still at a disadvantage, only able to circle around the two big demons, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even so, people continued to fall, either injured or tragically killed. The situation for the two big demons was also dire. Once they began to burn their essence blood, they could not stop. As long as their realm dropped, they would inevitably face the vengeful and frenzied retaliation of the Soul Hall's experts. Moreover, it was also very difficult for them to retreat. Space-type experts would continually create trouble for them, leaving them bound and extremely anxious. The eyes of Bai Zhe sparkled with a clear light, its divine radiance shining brightly. Standing guard next to the heavenly fire-red lotus, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Holding the Fantian seal, anyone who dared to approach would suffer its ruthless bombardment. For a big demon nearing the peak of spirit nourishing, holding a precious treasure, it was like adding wings to a tiger, and its momentum was unparalleled. No one could deal with it. Alas, it seems that only this young master can personally intervene. With a sigh, the figure of Qin Xiaoyu coalesced in the void. His expression was calm, his gait elegant, exuding a sense of confidence as if he had it all planned out. You finally appeared, being able to break my misty illusion. You are indeed no simple young man. Bai Zhe squinted its eyes, sizing up Qin Xiaoyu, not hesitating to shower him with compliments. The human race is always strong, while the demon race is always weak. This is an unchanging heavenly law, and no one can change it. How could a mere misty illusion trap this young master? Qin Xiaoyu spoke confidently, his momentum like a rainbow, completely free of the previous embarrassment and agitation of being trapped in the mist. It must be said, the commander is the backbone of the army. When the commander is chaotic, the entire army is chaotic. When the commander is calm, the morale of the army is as steady as Mount Tai. Those Soul Hall experts who had been scared away by Baizé and had fled far away now gathered their courage and approached again. Qin Xiaoyu possessed the bronze law mirror, the binding immortal rope, and what other extraordinary treasures. No one knew. To fight Baizé, even if they could not achieve total victory, they had to at least be evenly matched. What was there to fear? TSK, TSK. You little brat have such big words. Although the demon race is weak, it must also depend on the situation, right? Baizé was not angered by Qin Xiaoyu's arrogance. For instance, right now, I am already close to the peak of spirit nourishing, while you can at most exert the strength of the early Saint King. How can you compare with me? You might think your green law avatar has boundless power and should be able to contend with a diamond-level powerhouse. But the problem is, you have already activated your green law avatar several times, and forcing it again is merely a last-ditch effort. Your resources are limited, and there is really no need to be arrogant. Baizé's discerning eyes pierced through Qin Xiaoyu's vulnerabilities, stripping away his hypocritical facade in an instant. How powerful is my green law avatar? You can try again before reaching a conclusion. Qin Xiaoyu stood his ground as the two armies clashed. It was not only about martial prowess. In evenly matched situations, psychological games were equally important. After losing Wu Qian as a strategist, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly felt enlightened, as if Wu Qian had possessed him. Chapter 61. I don't like killing. On a battlefield more than 2,000 miles away from the Fire God Mountain, Du Sha and Dong Yuan led the surviving 20 or so brothers of the Soul Hall, still battling against the Old Turtle and Diamond Bear. The fierce battle had transitioned from a stalemate to its conclusion. Soul Hall experts were falling one after another. Some had exploded themselves due to excessive burning of essence blood and could no longer hold on. Others were either annihilated by the Bear King's metal energy or smashed into a pile of mud by the Old Turtle's water magic, 9 waves. The Old Turtle could only unleash 3 waves. Severing one's wrist, how tragic. Swish. A Soul Hall expert gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, barely activating the wood spirit magic to conjure 4 green ropes, which wrapped around the Diamond Bear's legs, waist, and right arm. Hiss. 2 beams of sword light pierced through the void, swiftly slicing at the Bear King's neck. Du Sha and that wood spirit expert closely coordinated, attempting to deliver a decisive blow to the Bear King. How? The Bear King was also in a bad situation. Its right arm had been severed, and if it could slowly recuperate, it would be able to regrow the limb in a few months. Unfortunately, the fierce battle caused its wound to keep tearing open. What was even worse was that burning essence blood was extremely detrimental to the wound on its severed arm. It continuously used secret powers to scab the wound, but it kept bursting open, spraying beast blood. In the end, every time the wound tore open, beast blood would spray like fireworks, beautifully tragic against the sky. Because of the stimulation from the beast blood, the Bear King became even more frenzied and ferocious. Humiliation and anger ignited all its ferocity and potential within. The Bear King's lungs vibrated and glowed, the metal spirit invigorated, demon power surged, and it suddenly expelled a burst of metal energy. Clang! The indestructible metal energy struck the yin-yang dual swords, producing a deafening sound explosion that erupted into a fiery blaze. The yin-yang dual swords were obstructed, quickly separating, one moving forward, and the other tracing a graceful arc in the air, swiftly stabbing at the Bear King's back. The Bear King struck its chest with one arm. Its voice like a deep drum, its entire demon power surged and released, forming a cyclone around it like a wind blade. The wind blade cyclone expanded outward like a spinning top, gradually shattering the ropes conjured by the wood spirit expert. With a gust of wind, all the ropes turned to dust and vanished into nothingness. That wood spirit expert was already at the end of his strength, and the wooden ropes he barely conjured had limited power. The wood goddess' powers were shattered, and he immediately suffered a terrifying backlash. The energy within him surged violently, uncontrollable and uncontainable, like a river breaking its dam, causing his flesh to collapse in an instant, his meridians severed like threads. His body swelled bit by bit, then exploded with a thunderous roar, blood splattering everywhere, and shattered organs and bones scattered across the ground. Zohua, seeing his companion die a tragic death, Du Sha felt both the sorrow of a hunted rabbit and the indignation of resolve. He wielded the yin-yang sword and launched a more ferocious attack against the Diamond Bear. The Diamond Bear dodged left and right, avoiding the frenzied slashes of the dual swords. due to excessive depletion of its demonic power, even with its fury raging. The Diamond Bear dared not confront the Yin Yang sword head-on. It could tell that Du Sha's condition was worse than its own, even without a direct confrontation. Du Sha couldn't last much longer. Dong Yuan wielded a fire source spear, occasionally casting a heart fire divine ability. As he was cultivating the heart fire god at the spirit nurturing level, leading a dozen brothers, he restrained the old turtle. The old turtle appeared clumsy and gentle, but its attack power was even more ferocious than that of the Diamond Bear. Its realm was already a level higher than that of the Diamond Bear. The old turtle could condense wind blades to kill, and its three-wave attack was even more troublesome. Brothers around Dong Yuan fell one after another, either slain by wind blades or knocked over by the three-wave attack, putting the situation in jeopardy. Dong Yuan's heart fire divine ability was strong, sometimes transforming into fire knives and fire swords, sometimes condensing into demonic birds and beasts, and sometimes evolving into a sea of magma. The fire elements boiled, distorting and scorching the space, turning the stone ground into a torrent of quicklime rivers, with magma rolling through, extinguishing all life in its path, leaving no bones behind. Unfortunately, the old turtle's kidney water divine ability specifically countered Dong Yuan's heart fire god. Wherever the water divine ability poured, the magma cooled and the wind halted, extinguishing the fire. It's over. The Bear King let out an earth-shattering roar, first spitting out a blast of metal chi that knocked the Yin Yang sword away, then following with another blast of metal chi, slashing down towards Du Sha's head. Du Sha's breath had already dwindled to the extreme. Even a gust of wind could make him sway, barely holding on, utterly unable to evade the Bear King's lethal strike. But Du Sha also knew that these two blasts of metal chi were likely the Bear King's limit. So what? The first to die would definitely be him. Indeed, it's time to end this. The old turtle coldly spoke, snatching Dong Yuan's fire source spear and breaking it into several pieces, then spitting out several water arrows. Most aimed at Dong Yuan, with a dozen directed at other Soul Hall experts. With a series of screams, 4 or 5 Soul Hall experts were struck by the water arrows and fell to the ground. Those were the old turtle's kidney water divine abilities, capable of extinguishing a person's vitality and soul to the maximum extent. Therefore, these experts had no hope of escaping or being reborn through their soul bodies. The water arrows were too dense and overwhelming, and the weak Dong Yuan had no strength to evade. He could only close his eyes and wait for the arrival of death. For men like them, who licked blood off the blade, death was perhaps not without its relief. However, Du Sha did not die, nor did Dong Yuan. The 10 surviving Soul Hall experts stood frozen in place, their expressions complex, filled with confusion, shock, suspicion, and bewilderment. The ones who saved Du Sha and Dong Yuan were actually Shennong, the very one they had been tirelessly hunting and wishing to see dead. A streak of green light flashed through the void, and Shennong took Du Sha and Dong Yuan away, gently placing them on the ground. Why? Du Sha and Dong Yuan escaped death, but felt no relief from surviving the tribulation, because their savior was their enemy. Should they cheer and rejoice for being saved by an enemy? Should they feel grateful? The two great protectors exchanged glances, bewildered and at a loss. I don't like killing, nor do I like to see anyone being killed. Is that reason enough? If not, you can fill in the blanks yourselves. Shennong rode the South Sea Jade raft, with Dai Yunxi nestled beside him. Perhaps Miss Dai's choice was the right one. Dong Yuan sighed, lowering his head and saying, "Who are we fighting for with our lives? What is the meaning of living? Perhaps we are all wrong. Dong Yuan, why should the men of the Soul Hall bow to the enemy?" Du Sha remained resolute. "Very well." Shennong nodded, saying, "If it weren't for your bit of bloodiness, I wouldn't have intervened to save you. I save people based solely on my mood, without any ulterior motives." Chapter 62. No escape from calamity. Just as Du Sha and Dong Yuan were on the brink of death, Shennong intervened in time to save them. He had always appreciated loyal and spirited men, especially loyalty, which is undoubtedly a beautiful quality. Loyalty between spouses, loyalty among friends, loyalty from servants to masters, and from subjects to rulers, all shine with the brilliance of humanity. Blind loyalty is also a form of loyalty, though foolish. Sincerity is more precious and respectable. Those who are loyal typically aren't too bad. Since they were saved by Shennong, even if they didn't feel grateful, they had lost the reason to continue killing. To be rescued and then stab the benefactor in the back was not the action of a loyal person. Du Protector. We may be killers, shunned by the world and looked down upon by Jianghu, but we also know honor and shame, and understand gratitude and grudges, Dong Yuan said loudly. Since we were saved by young Master Shennong, we owe him a life. All of us brothers owe young Master Shennong a life. Debts must be repaid. And how much more so a life? If he wants, we can return our lives to him at any time. Du Sha felt gratitude in his heart, but still spoke defiantly. The remaining 10 brothers looked at Shennong with utmost respect. Getting a bit of strange fire is nothing to brag about, Shennong said nonchalantly. What? A bit? Do you know that has once killed 3 spirit nurturing level experts? Moreover, those 3 experts all cultivated heart fire. The Bear King found Shennong's words extremely harsh and became even angrier. How come when it comes to you, everything is fine? Haha, perhaps their flesh didn't team match, just like your left arm doesn't team match your body. Thus it left without a word. Shennong smiled lightly. Roar. This king sees that your head doesn't team match your neck. The Bear King, mocked, became even more furious. Erupting with a thunderous roar and spitting out a fierce blast of metal chi, slashing straight towards Shennong's neck. The more the battle dragged on, the more the gap between the human race and the beast race in terms of vitality and power became apparent. Though Du Sha and Dong Yuan burned their essence blood, they were powerless to continue fighting, while the Bear King and the Old Turtle, after a brief rest and adjustment, still had the strength to unleash their primal power. The 5 gods techniques consumed double the energy compared to ordinary combat skills, with double the power. The Bear King could not ascertain Shennong's exact strength. Thus it aimed for a swift resolution, wanting to eliminate Shennong in the shortest time possible. Moreover, this blast of metal chi, like a knife, also enveloped and locked onto Dai Yunqi. Alright, Shennong activated the South Sea Jade Raft and, with Dai Yunqi, dodged the Bear King's lethal strike at lightning speed. Dai Yunqi tightly hugged Shennong from behind. Feeling dazzled, the Jade Raft moved too quickly. Once activated in battle, all scenery seemed to retreat like shooting stars, leaving only large swathes of blurry afterimages. But as long as she was with Shennong, no matter how dangerous, strange, or unpredictable the surrounding world was, Dai Yunqi felt stable and peaceful in her heart, filled with a sense of security and happiness. Bear King, you may not even be able to defeat him. You must count me in. The Old Turtle saw Shennong so calm, without a trace of tension or fear in the face of a strong enemy, and knew that the opponent had some protective trump card, hence their confidence. However, no matter how strong your trump card is, your realm is ultimately at the early stage of transcendence. How much power can you unleash? Its kidney water god specifically counters heart fire god. Even if its combat power was severely reduced at this moment, and it had consumed a lot in the fight against Dong Yuan and others, the Old Turtle felt that combining the powers of the 2 great monsters should still be able to defeat or even kill Shennong. Boom. A massive wave, mixed with the sharp roar of water dragons, surged down from above. A wave wide enough to be over 10 yards easily targeted Shennong. If it falls on Dai Yunqi, it could easily be smashed into flesh puree. Young Master Shennong, be careful. The Old Turtle's water divine power is the 3-wave surf. With 3 waves overlapping, its power can multiply several times. Dong Yuan reminded loudly. After being saved, they did not hurry to escape, as they were not loyal individuals. They were instead waiting to repay their debts, preparing to give Shennong a hard time. They were too exhausted to fight again. The loss caused by burning their essence blood was not something that could be recovered in a short time. Even if some experts swallowed pills, they could not quickly make up for the lost source power. But they could rely on self-detonation to inflict as much damage as possible on the Bear King and the Old Turtle when Shennong was in life-threatening danger. This was the only way they could repay their debts. Understood. Shennong maneuvered the bamboo raft, weaving through the fierce firepower of the Bear King and the Old Turtle. He dodged the 3-wave surf and 2 waves of metal chi. After that, the 2 great monsters could not release the fire and water gods again in a short time and began to rely on their physical strength to attack Shennong. Boom, boom. The physical attacks of the 2 great monsters were still very strong, causing sand and stones to fly and the ground to crack. Each strike was like a heavy artillery shell falling, leaving deep pits on the ground. Is that all? Is there nothing stronger? Shennong provocatively asked as he moved through the smoke and the rumbling explosions. Kid, if you have the guts, let us rest for a few hours. And after a few hours, we will fight again. The Bear King gasped for breath. All its heavy strikes indiscriminately smashed into the air, not even hurting a hair on Shennong. It finally realized it was indeed too tired. The Old Turtle was not in a better situation. Its shell could not heal, and burning its essence blood caused excruciating pain at its wounds. Like the Bear King, it was still continuously spewing beast blood. It had lived for thousands of years and had never been in such a sorry state. I once heard the human race say, a true man does not take advantage of others' misfortune. Let us rest for a few hours and then fight again. That would be fair. Then you would be a true hero. The Old Turtle also used provocation. Today can be said to be extremely unlucky. Not only did it not get a share of the heavenly fire Red Lotus, but it also became incredibly miserable because of the human race. It thought it would eliminate these humans, but unexpectedly, a Shennong appeared halfway. You two are not even human. You can't talk about taking advantage of others' misfortune, right? Shennong sneered. I am not a great hero either, just a monster hunter. If you want to rest, wouldn't it be more comfortable to rest underground? The Bear King and the old turtle were horrified, dodging left and right, ultimately unable to escape their fate. Chapter 63, Noble Character. At the moment Shennong unleashed the Heart-Fire divine power, Dong Yuan was in awe. Both were Heart-Fire gods, but there was no comparison at all. In a battle, he could only unleash it about 10 times before reaching his limit. But looking at Shennong, wow, he unleashed dozens in one go. The divine powers spewed forth like tongues of fire, intertwining like a fire net. Next came something even more terrifying. In less than 3 breaths, Shennong unleashed dozens more. The first wave of fire divine powers had already left the 2 great monsters in disarray. After burning their essence blood, they were indeed very strong, even when exhausted. Whether dodging or gathering demon power to defend, they were burned and wounded all over, but managed to barely survive. The second wave of fire divine powers directly caused the 2 great monsters to be completely annihilated. Once the Heart-Fire god is cultivated, it will not leave behind any skeletons after the enemy is burned. The gap was simply too obvious. The 2 great monsters, desperate and hopeless, were turned to ashes in the blink of an eye under Shennong's attack. The eyes of the experts looking at Shennong were filled with deep respect. Young Master Shennong, the young master will not let you go. I believe it is best for you to take Miss Dai and run far away. Once the young master obtains that extraordinary treasure, the Red Lotus, he will definitely continue to pursue you relentlessly. With thousands of experts in the Soul Palace, he will chase you to the ends of the earth and will never give up, Dong Yuan advised. Since he says he will relentlessly pursue me, what use is it if I escape to the ends of the earth? A trace of sarcasm appeared on Shennong's face. In fact, even if he did not pursue me, I would not let him go. Is it just because of Miss Dai? Someone boldly asked. No, it is because of my parents. Shennong gazed into the distance, wishing there were a heavenly ladder leading straight to the eastern wasteland continent. Based on information previously revealed by Qin Xiaoyu, Shennong always felt that his parents were probably not dead, but living in a higher dimensional realm like the extreme abyss star domain was not happy and could even be worse than death. Therefore, Shennong was desperate to go to the eastern wasteland continent. Perhaps only by reaching the eastern wasteland continent could he uncover the secrets of his identity and the secrets of those 9 beast-controlling spiritual roots. And to go to the eastern wasteland continent, Qin Xiaoyu, as a guide, was indispensable. Seeing Shennong's serious expression, everyone did not dare to ask further. Dai Yunqi's expression was complex, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Young Master Shennong, Elder Ding has been tracking you. How did you end up behind him? Someone changed the subject. He probably thinks pursuing me is pointless, or he has lost confidence and feels he cannot deal with me anymore. Which is why he is in a hurry to protect the young master, Shennong smiled. Elder Ding is undoubtedly loyal to Qin Xiaoyu. From his expression, he is determined to die for Qin Xiaoyu. Every loyal person deserves respect, even if the one he is loyal to is just a lecher. From now on, when young Master Shennong fights with the young master, we will not help either side, someone said resolutely. Du Sha glared at that person but did not reprimand him. Young Master Shennong will surely participate in the treasure-seeking battle, right? After all, I believe only young Master Shennong is qualified to possess that heavenly fire Red Lotus. Someone excitedly said. The people of the Soul Palace were baffled. Young Master Shennong's words were truly puzzling. Could it be that the heavenly fire Red Lotus was planted by young Master Shennong? But that doesn't make sense. It is said that the Red Lotus blooms once every 3,000 years, and after another 3,000 years, when the lotus seeds fill the lotus pod, and the petals shrink to palm-sized, it is considered mature. By this calculation, young Master Shennong would have to be at least 6,000 years old. Everyone was at a loss. I will go persuade the young master to give up on being your enemy. It is also for the young master's sake. He may not be able to defeat you, Du Sha finally spoke. No, Shennong waved his hand at Du Sha. Persuading him would be equivalent to betraying him. There is only one outcome for those who betray him. Why would you go and die for nothing? Du Sha was deeply moved. If previously Shennong saved them, Du Sha felt it was a kind of charity, even humiliation. He felt like a beggar, passively receiving the handouts. But at this moment, Shennong was still considering him, which was no longer the cold charity of false kindness. I will take my leave now. Take care, everyone. After Shennong finished speaking, he bowed to bid farewell, and everyone hurriedly returned the gesture. Some even had tears in their eyes. These were ruthless killers, who had only known bloodshed and never tears. Today, however, they were influenced by Shennong, and for the first time felt the pure and beautiful emotions of humanity. This great character was something these cold-blooded killers could neither understand nor have the chance to witness. Young Master Shennong, when you fight against Baze later, it will surely be a fierce battle. Du Sha is willing to give you his Yin Yang twin swords as a weapon for self-defense. Du Sha's tone towards Shennong had become immensely respectful. Compared to a life, what are two swords worth? Moreover, Du Sha has always regarded the sword as his life. If he gives the sword to Shennong, his guilt and sense of debt would lessen somewhat. I am also willing to give this Feng Tian Hua Ji to young Master Shennong, and my mount, the Jade Qilin. This Qinquan bracelet is a family heirloom that can hold many things. I also hope young Master Shennong will accept it. A dozen or so men, strong and passionate, rushed forward, eager to hand their beloved possessions to Shennong with both hands. This scene also moved Dai Yunxi greatly. Having lived in a cold-hearted world of assassins for years, when had she ever seen such a passionate and touching sight? Haha, brothers, I appreciate your intentions. But Shennong really doesn't need these. The rivers and lakes are vast. We will meet again someday. Shennong laughed heartily, urging the Nanhai Jade raft, transforming into a beam of green light and soaring into the sky. Only the figures of the experts from the Soul Hall remained, looking lost. Du Protector, Dong Protector. How can we repay young Master Shennong for what we owe him? Someone asked loudly. Cough. Dong Yuan sighed, saying, young Master Shennong refuses to accept any treasures. If we want to repay him, unless we abandon Qin Xiaoyu and serve a new master and see young Master Shennong as our leader. But we don't know if young Master Shennong would look down on us. Dong Protector, young Master Shennong would never look down on us. Otherwise, why would he have saved us? Someone said excitedly. Chapter 64, Tripod Standoff. At Huishan Mountain, beside the vast basin, Bai Zhe was still confronting Qin Xiaoyu. The air in this area seemed to stagnate, dead silent, heavy as lead. When Bai Zhe questioned Qin Xiaoyu's current combat power, Qin Xiaoyu nonchalantly invited him to give it a try, as if he was already confident of victory. His excessive confidence made Bai Zhe uncertain, yet also found the young man quite amusing. No need to try. We have a better solution, Bai Zhe suddenly said. A better solution? This time it was Qin Xiaoyu's turn to be surprised. Apart from a showdown to the death, he really couldn't think of any other way to resolve this conflict. Before young Master Qin arrived here, the four of us great demons were supposed to share the Tianhua Honglian, Bai Zhe said, but now, the other three have already met with misfortune, leaving only me, making this matter easier to handle and even more complete than before. How do you know the other three demons are dead? Qin Xiaoyu was both surprised by Bai Zhe's abilities and inexplicably excited. With four great demons already dead or injured, only Bai Zhe remained. So there was really nothing to worry about. I was born with a powerful sense and can perceive turmoil and battles from 1,000 miles away, Bai Zhe said. I am too familiar with the aura of those three great demons. Now their life force has extinguished, turning to cold ashes, which I can clearly sense. However, young Master Qin need not be too happy too soon. Your subordinates are almost all dead, and those who are not have already betrayed you. Bai Zhe's beastly eyes shone with a clear light, giving Qin Xiaoyu a creepy feeling. He seriously doubted that Bai Zhe could see things 1,000 miles away and discern the affairs of the world. They would never betray me. Qin Xiaoyu firmly shook his head, fully aware of the character of Du Sha and the others. Even if they betrayed me, it wouldn't matter. Because they are just nameless pawns, insignificant in the Soul Hall, and cannot affect the outcome of our decisive battle. So even if they all died, young Master Qin would remain indifferent, right? Bai Zhe said with a chilling smile. You, a beast, no matter how spiritually aware you are, do not understand the complexity and cruelty of human hearts. Discussing these matters with me is a waste of time. Qin Xiaoyu frowned and said, just now, did you mean to suggest we share the Honglian? Let me tell you, don't harbor such delusions. Oh, Bai Zhe was quite surprised. I always thought young Master Qin would be more understanding than the great demon bear king, but it turns out you are so greedy. Do you think you can defeat me? I don't even need to defeat you, Qin Xiaoyu said. I just need to hold you back. I have dozens of brothers who can help me seize the Honglian. You alone against 20 of us is surely a losing battle. Therefore, I advise you to withdraw. You demons will never overcome us humans. Hehe. I really don't know where young Master Qin's confidence comes from. Perhaps it is from your ignorance. Bai Zhe sneered. Even if the Beast clan cannot defeat the human clan, what about humans fighting against humans, or the upper realms against the lower realms? What do you think the result would be? What do you mean by that? Qin Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his back. Bai Zhe always had a strange way of speaking, which he found unbearable. Little one, since you're here, let yourself be seen. This treasure-sharing event has turned into a treasure-seizing event. Interesting. Interesting. Before Bai Zhe finished speaking, a green light suddenly lit up in the distance, and in the blink of an eye flew close to Bai Zhe and Qin Xiaoyu. It was Shennong and Dai Yunxi, arriving on the Nanhai Jade raft. Dai Yunxi lost her balance upon landing and suddenly fell to the left. And Shennong reflexively reached out to hold her slender waist. Dai Yunxi let out a soft cry, and the two were almost nose to nose. Damn it. Every time I see this pair of lovebirds, they are always stuck together, showing off their affection. Where is that useless thing me on? Did he get lost searching for Shennong in the mountains? Dai Yunxi did not intentionally provoke Qin Xiaoyu. It was just that when she landed, the Tianhua Honglian in the basin suddenly flared up, dazzling her eyes, and she genuinely did not understand what the problem was. Good timing. Bai Zhe looked Shennong up and down and said, I have always believed you are my greatest opponent, much stronger than Qin Xiaoyu. But you insist on bringing along a burden, which is somewhat disadvantageous. You are mistaken. She is not a burden, but my spiritual banner, my horn, and war drum. Shennong smiled. You, a beast, may not understand the human world. Sometimes, spiritual power can even surpass formidable martial skills. Although young Master Qin appears human, his spiritual world is quite similar to yours, equally greedy and brutal. I advise both of you not to compete with me, because in the end, you will find that your struggles will only lead to emptiness. Bai Zhe listened intently to Shennong's words, showing no reaction. However, Qin Xiaoyu was so furious that he was about to explode, his features distorted, veins bulging on his neck, and his face turned a purplish color. Can you just die? Qin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back. He took out the bronze magic mirror and began to gather the blue magic form. He must first slap Shennong to death today. No one can stop him. You too. This space is spacious enough. Feel free to fight. Bai Zhe's beastly eyes glimmered with a tidal wave of clear light, and rolling white mist covered the sky. Qin Xiaoyu and Shennong discovered that apart from the two of them and Dai Yunxi, there were no other living beings left in the world. Damn Bai Zhe. He has created a misty illusion again. Qin Xiaoyu held his palm without attacking. If he used up his spiritual power fighting Shennong, he wouldn't be able to break this annoying mist. Even if he killed Shennong, he might be trapped for a long time before escaping. The problem was, Bai Zhe must be watching the battle from outside the illusion. After killing Shennong, he wouldn't be able to search the soul for that star cloud map, making it impossible to possess Dai Yunxi. Outside the illusion, Ding Mian and Yin Quan had just arrived. They saw Ding Mian's figure flickering, like a ghost, darting left and right, up and down, unleashing 3 waves of Gung Jin Qi, charging fiercely toward Bai Zhe. Chapter 65, Heavenly Ladder. To deal with Bai Zhe, Ding Mian and Yin Quan had been preparing. At this moment, they had already adjusted their combat power to its peak state. Ding Mian also practiced the Lung Gold God. Knowing that Bai Zhe was extremely difficult to deal with, so he unleashed 3 waves of Gung Jin Qi from the start. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Bai Zhe once again isolated Qin Xiaoyu and Shennong. Ding Mian's lungs surged, and the Lung Gold spirit erupted with brilliance, spraying 3 breaths of metal energy towards Bai Zhe from different directions. Yin Quan nurtured the earth spirit of the spleen, and as the spleen's yang stirred, it burst forth with earthy yellow divine light. Yin Quan suddenly burrowed underground like an earth dragon, raising a mound of earth as high as a house, crashing towards Bai Zhe with an overwhelming momentum. The earth spirit is primarily used for defense, and among the 5 spirits, the earth spirit is the strongest in defense. Yin Quan's move, Dragon Escape Technique, combined offense with defense, showcasing the full power of the earth spirit. Even if the enemy flew into the air, he was not afraid. The earth dragon would follow the enemy into the air, vowing not to rest until it struck its target. I've waited for you for a long time, Bai Zhe said, facing the 2 masters' deadly attacks with a mocking smile. Do you know why you got lost? Bai Zhe's voice was not loud, but it thundered in Ding Mian and Yin Quan's ears. They did not expect that this monster was playing tricks. Just at that moment of their brief distraction, Bai Zhe launched a deadly counterattack. The Fan Tian seal in its palm roared as it flew out, and 3 curved horns unleashed 3 beams of light, resembling giant blue swords. Crack! The Fan Tian seal smashed Ding Mian's head instantly, while the 3 blue sword lights directly broke Yin Quan's dragon escape technique, slicing the earthy yellow dragon into 3 pieces. Yin Quan's body rolled out from the mound of earth, his neck and waist severed cleanly, and he could only watch as his body separated. Deep fear and disbelief showed in his eyes. The experts from the Soul Palace watching from afar were all horrified. The first person after Qin Xiaoyu, Ding Mian, was killed by Bai Zhe in an instant, without even a hint of a struggle. Bai Zhe did not even pay attention to the extremely dangerous killing moves of the 2 masters. As they saw Ding Mian and Yin Quan killed, they felt sorrow but were also deeply impressed by Shennong's judgment. Jie, the heavenly fire red lotus, has finally matured. Who can snatch it from me? The great Bai Zhe? Bai Zhe saw the red lotus in the basin, the black golden lotus seeds swollen in the lotus pod, shimmering with brilliance and emitting an incredibly rich medicinal fragrance. This fragrance could probably be smelled from miles away. Just a whiff would make one feel refreshed, with a clear mind, as if they were about to ascend to immortality. The lotus petals, as big as a house, also began to condense, shrinking to the size of a basin, red as if it were about to drip with blood. The crowd from the Soul Palace was restless, but no one dared to step forward to compete for the elixir. They could only watch helplessly as Bai Zai devoured the treasure. It seems you can't take it away. A clear voice suddenly sounded in Bai Zai's ear, startling Bai Zai. How are you here? Weren't you trapped in my mist illusion? Upon seeing Shennong, Bai Zai looked as if he had seen a ghost. Huh, your mist illusion could never trap me. I was just playing along with your performance, Shennong sneered, unleashing dozens of heart-fire spells. When dealing with a super great demon, one must not hold back their full strength. Bai Zai's beastly form continued to blur, changing positions several times in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, it was still not fast enough and was hit by a heart-fire spell on its rear. For an elegant descendant of Bai Zai, what could be more embarrassing than having its rear burned by fire? Bai Zai jumped up and down, covering its rear, desperately urging secret power to expel the invading fire spell. However, the strange fire was extremely difficult to eliminate, and the healing process was filled with pain. This still had to be said of Bai Zai's deep demonic power. Otherwise, if it were hit even slightly by the strange fire, it would take root in the enemy's body, burning its entire form with the force of a prairie fire. After casting dozens of heart-fire spells, Shennong was also exhausted, feeling a deep sense of fatigue wash over him. His limbs felt heavy, his head was spinning, and he just wanted to lie down and rest. But seeing Bai Zai's form blurring, trying to escape, he still activated the heart-fire again, launching a second attack, this time only casting 5 heart-fire spells. Unsure if he could hit Bai Zai, he was too exhausted, his body swayed and nearly fell. It was still Dai Yunqi who stepped forward to support him. Ow! In the distance, a short, piercing scream erupted from the void, followed by a deathly silence. Shennong, the unparalleled son, truly is a divine being. He actually killed Bai Zai. Dong Yuan, disregarding the astonished and hostile gazes of Qin Xiaoyou's remaining forces, couldn't help but applaud and cheer. Shennong is mighty. Shennong's martial arts are unparalleled, unmatched under heaven. Shennong will unify the rivers and lakes for generations to come. The 10 or so masters who had been saved by Shennong all cheered loudly, celebrating his victory. Shennong smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat like an old monster of the stars. Ha ha ha, Shennong, you killed Bai Zai, solving a big problem for me. Let's see who gets the red lotus first. In the giant pit, Qin Xiaoyu had already reached out to pluck the heavenly fire red lotus. At this moment, even the most inexperienced could tell it was ripe. Dong Yuan and others stood dumbfounded, their previous joy wiped away. Who would have thought? This treasure-snatching battle would end with Qin Xiaoyu winning effortlessly. The young master is mighty. The young master has achieved victory. Success is at hand. The young master is blessed beyond measure. The gods bow and worship. The young master's achievements span the ages, the greatest in history. Those who had not defected and still pretended to support Qin Xiaoyu did not back down, loudly praising him until they lost their voices. After all, the purpose of this battle was to obtain the heavenly fire red lotus. Shennong only killed Bai Zai, but Qin Xiaoyu ultimately obtained the red lotus. Who the true victor was self-evident. Thus, in theory, Qin Xiaoyu's side was the most worthy of celebration. No one noticed. Just as Qin Xiaoyu picked the heavenly fire red lotus, an anomaly suddenly appeared in the high dome. It was as if a heavenly ladder descended from the highest point of the sky. The descent of the heavenly ladder was slow but unstoppable. As the ladder descended, various anomalies appeared in the sky. Magnificent palaces rose up, one after another, with immortal mountains undulating, exuding a vast primal aura and endless pressure. Giant trees took root in the void, with thick vines and lush green leaves hanging down, sacred and glorious. Chapter 66, The Fire of the Red Lotus. Ha! Shennong, you will always be immortal, a lowly being from the lower realm. How can you compete with me? Qin Xiaoyu laughed wildly, holding the heavenly fire red lotus. I could have taken your life when you were weak, but that would be too boring. I want you to watch me devour the elixir, to see my perfect transformation, even ascending to immortality. Then I will take that little vixen Dai Yunqi and humiliate her. Huh. After I consume the elixir, what Guanyin Dao body? What chastity robe? They can all go to hell. I want you to see that little vixen humiliated by me, no? I will humiliate her 1,000 times. Play with her until I'm bored, then throw her away or kill her with you. Wouldn't that be a fitting end for you two ghost lovers? Sigh. Shennong suddenly sighed. What are you sighing about? If you fail, you must admit you are lowly. If you kneel at my feet and beg for mercy, licking the dirt off my shoes, I might be merciful enough to turn you into a eunuch and a waste, and you can beg like a dog in the future. You talk too much. Shennong ignored Qin Xiaoyou's aggressive insults. The heavenly fire red lotus is a good thing, but it's feared you may not be able to handle it. Every medicine has its own characteristics, and it must be taken by the right person to be effective. If your constitution does not match, taking it will not only be useless, but it may even harm you. Ha ha ha, that's really funny. I'm about to die laughing. Qin Xiaoyu laughed until he was doubled over. You must be like a fox saying the grapes are sour, right? What good is jealousy? What good is provocation? Am I going to hand over the Red Lotus to you? Dream on. Qin Xiaoyu's face turned into a grimace as he grabbed a handful of lotus seeds from the lotus pod and stuffed them into his mouth. It is said that the lotus seeds of the Red Lotus have the strongest medicinal effects, being the essence of the lotus flower. Qin Xiaoyu swallowed more than half of the seeds, and then he faced a disaster. The lotus seeds transformed into flames upon entering his stomach. A flame of considerable power known as the Red Lotus Karma Fire, one of the true fires of destiny among the 36 paths of the 3 realms, with boundless might. When matched with a suitable heart fire cultivator, its power could reach its peak, enough to dry up the Milky Way and incinerate the great universe. Even if this flame was just in its embryonic form, it could easily burn Qin Xiaoyu to death. The madness he had shown before was now replaced by fear. As he looked inward, he saw the Red Lotus Karma Fire burning through his abdomen in an instant, turning his intestines and dantian to ashes, the flames spreading uncontrollably outward. Even though he nurtured the kidney water god, the nemesis of fire, he was powerless to stop the expansion of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Ah, no. Save me. You must save me. Qin Xiaoyu's face was extremely twisted, his eyes filled with hysterical fear and despair. The terrifying atmosphere spread, causing the disciples of the Soul Hall who supported him to feel extreme unease and panic. They all had a question in their hearts. What happened to the young Hall Master? He just swallowed the Red Lotus, and he seemed fine just moments ago. Could it be that the Red Lotus is a mental poison that causes one to hallucinate and go insane? No one dared to step forward to help. Knowing nothing about Qin Xiaoyu's condition, going up would only make matters worse. Furthermore, in such a mad state, Qin Xiaoyu might do something violent, bite someone, or even commit more outrageous and unbelievable acts. Only one person in the crowd understood the truth of the matter, and that was Shennong. He could even see the state and progress of the Red Lotus Karma Fire burning within Qin Xiaoyu's body. More surprisingly, the Red Lotus Karma Fire seemed to be in tune with his thoughts, completely obeying his commands. In fact, if not for Shennong controlling the fire, Qin Xiaoyu would have already turned to scatterdash. I can save you, but you must listen to me. First, you need to lick the filth clean from the soles of my shoes. Shennong approached Qin Xiaoyu and said gently, You filthy trash. You dead chicken you wish. Qin Xiaoyu roared defiantly, I, a dignified immortal, will never submit to you. What do you know? He was utterly unconvinced and could not be intimidated or deceived. Ah! Qin Xiaoyu cried out in agony, rolling on the ground and violently banging his head against the stones. He struck until his head was bloodied, his body drenched in blood. Like a wounded beast, the fire within him continued to expand, having already burned away his internal organs and even his lower body. This was the most terrifying and despairing thing for him. It was more disheartening than losing his life. His primordial spirit and soul were on the verge of collapsing. If the burning continued, he would surely die. You may not believe it, but it is because of me that you are still alive. The karma fire within you is under my control. If I allow it to extinguish, it can be extinguished. As soon as Shennong finished speaking, the karma fire within Qin Xiaoyu indeed completely extinguished. However, he did not know how long it would take to heal the damaged organs. I give up. I am trash. I will lick your shoes. Faced with death, Qin Xiaoyu chose to submit. He crawled over like a dog, extending his tongue to lick the soles of Shennong's shoes. Young Master Shennong, Dai Yunshi couldn't bear to watch any longer and gently called out, Get lost. If you dirty my shoes again. Shennong's spiritual power shook, and Qin Xiaoyu rolled away like a ball. He was filled with hatred. Not only had his beloved woman been taken by another man, but he was also humiliated in front of her by his rival. With so many brothers from the Soul Hall watching his disgrace, his prestige as the young Hall Master was utterly destroyed. He was truly a complete failure. Any man with a shred of dignity would feel that living on in such humiliation was utterly pointless. It would be better to die. Yet, Qin Xiaoyu was a person who clung to life. He even comforted himself by comparing himself to an ancient king. That ancient king was a ruler who, after being defeated by an enemy country, endured humiliation and hardships to ultimately achieve the grand cause of restoring his nation, even tasting the excrement of the enemy king. He even handed over his wife to the enemy king, allowing him to humiliate and amuse himself at any time. Compared to that great king who endured humiliation, what did his little humiliation and suffering amount to? How much do you know about my parents? Shennong asked, taking a deep breath. This was what he cared about most. If his parents were suffering in another world, how could he sit idly by? Their news? I know very little, but you can ask my father. Some confidential materials are stored in my father's files. As for Shennong's parents, Qin Xiaoyu indeed knew little, but was not completely ignorant. He feared that once he spoke, Shennong would kill him to silence him. If Shennong reached the eastern wilderness continent, let's see how I deal with you. Chapter 67, Burning Heaven and Phoenix. As long as the soul body is not extinguished and the fire of the primordial spirit does not cease, Qin Xiaoyu will not die. He was merely suffering in his flesh, burned by the red lotus karma fire, like falling into an abyss of hell. A pain and torment that ordinary people could not endure. Qin Xiaoyu understood that even if he survived by a stroke of luck, he would mostly become a useless person. However, as long as he still had breath, he would seek revenge and drag Shennong into the depths of suffering and hell with him. Look, what is that? A heavenly ladder? A sacred scene? Suddenly, someone cheered, filled with joy, while also feeling a fear of the unknown. That scene seemed familiar to me, and everyone looked up with excitement. It appeared to be the most famous One Dao temple in the eastern wilderness continent, as well as the nearby terrifying Silence Dojo. Dong Yuan exclaimed in shock. Could this be another passage to the eastern wilderness continent? The expressions of the crowd began to turn strange, filled with excitement, confusion, and unease. Their eyes intertwined with various complex emotions. It might not be quick. This heavenly ladder looks endless. Can we keep climbing to the eastern wilderness continent? Exactly. What if the ladder breaks halfway? What if we get blown away by the heavenly wind? What if it is just a deceptive illusion? Those scenes may appear to be the eastern wilderness continent, but in reality, they are a guillotine and the gates of hell. Are you all annoying with your chatter? The young hall master hasn't spoken yet. Can we listen to his instructions? After this person shouted. All the experts from the Soul Hall who supported Qin Xiaoyu had strange expressions. Qin Xiaoyu was now like a lost dog, with his life and death entirely in Shennong's hands. His body was in serious trouble, his cultivation basically ruined, and in this world where strength is paramount, Qin Xiaoyu was no longer worthy of respect and admiration. However, the Soul Hall was still a terrifying organization in the Dragon Flame Empire of the Eastern Wilderness continent, one that commanded fear and respect. It would not decline due to Qin Xiaoyu's deterioration or even death. Most of these individuals did not rank even in the middle tier within the Soul Hall. They were merely insignificant characters. Therefore, even though Qin Xiaoyu was like a lost dog, no one from the Soul Hall dared to harbor any feelings of disdain or contempt toward him. Young Master Shennong, aren't you going to the Eastern Wilderness continent? This heavenly ladder seems to lead directly to the Dragon Flame Empire of the Eastern Wilderness. Our Soul Hall's headquarters is located in the Nine Nether City in the eastern part of the Dragon Flame Empire. What does the young master think of this strange sight? Dong Yuan walked over, respectfully asking Shennong. Dong Yuan, the Soul Hall is a massive and extremely dangerous entity. We are merely small characters within it. If you tell young Master Shennong the location of the Soul Hall, he will undoubtedly take risks to cause trouble for us. If this heavenly ladder leads to the Dragon Flame Empire, wouldn't it endanger young Master Shennong? Du Sha reprimanded Dong Yuan unhappily. No, Shennong waved his hand at Du Sha. Even if Protector Dong doesn't mention it, I must inquire about these matters from everyone. We must go up the heavenly ladder. But we need young Master Qin to lead the way. I can't believe it. Qin Xiaoyu's face turned green. His internal organs were in a terrible state, and his whole being resembled that of a terminally ill old man. A gust of wind could scatter his 3 souls and 7 spirits. And they still wanted him to lead the way. Wasn't that a deliberate attempt on his life? Grandfather Shennong, I'm afraid I can't handle this. Qin Xiaoyu's face contorted in pain, his body convulsed, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans flowed down continuously. To send such a pitiful person to take risks and explore, is there no humanity left? If you don't explore, then continue to endure the burning of the red lotus karma fire. Shennong's words acted like a switch, igniting the red lotus karma fire within Qin Xiaoyu. Ow, I agree. Don't say I have to explore. I can be a cow, a horse, a pig, or a dog. Qin Xiaoyu howled in agony, and the red lotus karma fire within him was instantly extinguished. Young Master Shennong, look, that red lotus is undergoing transformation. Dai Yunqi had been paying attention to the heavenly fire red lotus and was somewhat puzzled. Since Shennong had subdued Qin Xiaoyu, why was he still in no hurry to collect the lotus? In fact, the heavenly fire red lotus had always attracted many people's attention. But after all, it was a dead object. It was far more thrilling to watch Shennong beat Qin Xiaoyu. Moreover, with Shennong around, who would dare to covet this treasure? Everyone was astonished to discover that the bright red petals of the heavenly fire red lotus were retracting, covering the mature lotus pod. It quickly transformed into a red egg. What kind of bird's egg could it resemble? No one could tell. The transformation from a flower of a plant to an egg of an animal was already strange enough. Even stranger was that inside the eggshell, there were sounds of clanging like gold and stone striking. There was actually life inside the eggshell. Dai Yunqi's face flushed with excitement. More radiant than the red lotus, charming and enchanting. Huh, it's truly marvelous, someone exclaimed. No wonder young Master Shennong isn't in a hurry to take the flower. Could it be he already knows about its peculiarities? Huh, even if he knows. Shennong remained non-committal, maintaining a sense of mystery in front of others. It would make him seem more impressive, wouldn't it? Bang! As the knocking sound from inside the eggshell grew more intense, the dazzling eggshell suddenly exploded, revealing a small creature that resembled a sparrow. Or rather, this little life resembled a sparrow but added too much mystery and sanctity compared to an ordinary sparrow. Its beastly eyes, like black buttons, displayed an extremely proud expression, as if it were the princess of an empire, looking down upon the ants as a deity. "You're a sparrow?" Shennong said in surprise. "Truly lacking in knowledge. Please call me the Burning Sky Phoenix." The little sparrow straightened its body, flapping its tiny wings, and disdainfully corrected Shennong. "A sparrow is just a sparrow. Why aspire to be a phoenix?" Shennong shook his head, saying, "Besides, being a sparrow isn't necessarily humble, and being a phoenix isn't necessarily noble. What the master says is correct." The little sparrow anxiously flapped its wings. "But I truly am a phoenix. If I lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 thunderbolts." The little sparrow actually referred to Shennong as its master. This twist caught everyone off guard. "All right, little sparrow, why don't you tell us why you appeared here? And what is the connection between this heavenly ladder and you?" In fact, Shennong had realized from the very beginning that there was a connection between him and the heavenly fire red lotus, because a space had opened up in his sea of consciousness, and on the fertile ground of that space, a heavenly fire red lotus took root. As for the red lotus eventually transforming into his contract beast, the little sparrow, that was something Shennong had not anticipated. Chapter 68. Carrying a burden and walking. Ever since Bai and the Moonlight Fox fell asleep, Shennong hadn't interacted with his contract beasts for a long time. In fact, it wasn't much time. It was just that Shennong's feelings for the 2 contract beasts were so deep that it felt like a day apart was akin to 3 autumns of longing. Today, he finally obtained another contract beast. Although this contract beast was so small that it could be cradled in one hand, the little sparrow was very cute and clever, with its 2 black button-like beastly eyes shining with a sacred light. The pressure it exuded was as deep as the sea. Ordinary beings facing it would succumb to its mere presence and might. Cough, cough. "Master, I am a demon emperor from the ancient times, in my original form." "Huh? No need to say. It would scare you," the little sparrow said suddenly, shaking its wings. 10 meters away, 3 of Qin Xiaoyou's subordinates suddenly burst into flames. Terrifying. In the blink of an eye, those 3 flames incinerated the 3 experts from the Soul Hall, making them vanish as if by magic. "Did you burn them to death?" Shennong frowned. "Huh, does the master think that was a magic trick?" The little sparrow chirped rapidly. "I was just planning to let Baizhe come to you, so you could hone your skills and strengthen your foundation. Otherwise, I would have set it ablaze long ago, leaving not a single feather behind." Noisy. The little sparrow gently flapped its wings at the screaming expert from the Soul Hall. The expert was already prepared, riding the speed-renowned lightning leopard. He truly dashed away like lightning, pushing over 100 meters. But he still couldn't outrun the footsteps of death. Boom. A fierce blaze enveloped him and the lightning leopard, and the fire flashed out. This Soul Hall expert, along with his contract beast, the lightning leopard, vanished into thin air. My true self is usually quiet and doesn't like to talk too much. Those incessant prattling. Don't blame me for setting the fire. All of Qin Xiaoyou's subordinates were horrified. Is this really the cute little sparrow that looks so adorable? It's simply 10 times more terrifying than Baizhe, a great demon. So never be blinded by the surface of things. Qin Xiaoyou's subordinates were all trembling. Even if they were terrified, they dared not make a sound. The feeling of being set alight must be unpleasant. Has your performance ended? Looking at the quiet little sparrow, Shennong was speechless. Although I could burn the heavens, pierce through the great universe, traverse the cosmos, and laugh at the 3 realms at my peak, I still wouldn't deign to make a ladder. This ladder was originally a portal, connecting the 9 continents and the eastern wilderness. I can only be considered a gatekeeper, waiting for fated individuals to pass by. And then I can send them to where they wish to go. Without a doubt, that fated individual is you, master. To wait for the master. I have guarded this place for 6,000 years. Finally, the heavens do not disappoint the earnest. Oh, since you are the gatekeeper, then I naturally won't be in danger going to the eastern wilderness? Shennong's face showed joy. He found he didn't dislike the quiet temperament of the little sparrow. Are you joking, master? How could there be danger? As long as the master walks up the heavenly ladder, you'll reach the eastern wilderness in less than an hour. So fast. Shennong was somewhat surprised. 2 of Qin Xiaoyou's subordinates were already a bit impatient. The 2 exchanged glances and then soared up to the heavenly ladder. The crowd below gasped in surprise. These 2 are really bold. Do you know if what the little sparrow said is true? The little sparrow stared at the 2 climbing the heavenly ladder with its shiny little eyes, tilted its head curiously, and sighed, saying, "Alas. Why do these 2 need to rush to their deaths? Huh, didn't you just say there was no danger?" Shennong felt like the little sparrow was playing tricks on him. Yes, I said the master wouldn't be in danger, but I can't say the same for others. The little sparrow's words hadn't finished echoing. The two experts from the Soul Hall, who had climbed dozens of meters up the heavenly ladder, suddenly found their bodies squeezed and twisted, then violently expanded, followed by bang. Bang. Two explosions rang out. The pressure up there seemed too great. Everyone felt a chill. After a while, the shattered bones and rotten flesh of the two experts fell down. Those who managed to survive, the Soul Hall experts, definitely had decent cultivation. But once they reached a high altitude, they were seemingly locked by some terrifying force, unable to escape. They could only let that force crush their bodies. Now everyone quieted down. After all, no one wanted to rush to their deaths. Let us go. Shennong lifted Qin Xiaoyu like a chick, then let Dai Yunxi follow closely behind him, forming a protective barrier of spiritual power around her. After all, Dai Yunxi's realm was too low. If they were to walk the heavenly ladder, she would likely be unable to withstand the immense pressure. Furthermore, the higher they went, the stronger the winds became. Ordinary people without protective measures would struggle to breathe in a hurricane. The spiritual barrier not only protected Dai Yunxi, but also pulled her along like a large hand, saving her much of her energy. Don't. Du Sha and the others shook their heads in unison. Staying in the 9 continents was absolutely not an option. Their physical bodies were in the eastern wilderness. If their bodies were destroyed, they wouldn't die, but their realm would significantly drop again, making them weaker than the bodies they had taken over. Staying in the 9 continents was equally dangerous. We are willing to follow young Master Shennong and give it a try, Du Sha said firmly. Those masters who had been saved by Shennong also raised their arms in response. The other masters from the Soul Hall hesitated, but with more people rallying their courage, they gritted their teeth and followed. Strangely enough, once Shennong stepped onto the heavenly ladder, he encountered no danger at all. He walked on the ladder as if on flat ground, with the wind howling around him, various magnificent illusions appearing and disappearing, unpredictable. The immense pressure above him not only failed to harm him, but instead propelled him to the 9-star Transcendence realm. Achieving such a leap into Transcendence realm was something he wouldn't dare to attempt below. On the heavenly ladder, however, the greater the pressure, the more it could stimulate the enormous potential within his body. It was like a person walking with a heavy load. As the weight increased, their strength would continuously grow. Chapter 69, The City of Death. Shennong, Qin Xiaoyu, Dai Yunxi, Du Sha, Dong Yuan. Each of them was walking with burdens, striving to climb up the heavenly ladder. The perilous situation was both an obstacle and a cornerstone of success. As Shennong climbed higher, he continuously contended with the immense pressure above, and the potential within him was infinitely stimulated, allowing him to break through to the 9-star Transcendence in one fell swoop, touching the threshold of entering the Saint Realm. In fact, he had already stored too much energy from powerful masters within him, including energy from Xiaobai, the Moonlight Fox, and the Little Sparrow after they killed powerful masters. He would also absorb a portion of the energy from those he killed, but it was far less than what his pets provided. Fortunately, as Du Sha and the others moved forward under their burdens, their understanding of martial arts and cultivation greatly improved. They were all breaking through, showing joyful expressions, and some even made rapid progress. For example, Du Sha and Dong Yuan, who were originally at the 4-star Nourishing Spirit realm, faced many difficulties while walking and breaking through, eventually reaching the 7-star and even 8-star Nourishing Spirit realms. Stepping into the peak of the 9 stars was only a matter of time. This made Du Sha and the others extremely excited. They had never experienced such a rapid breakthrough feeling and were grateful to have benefited from Shennong's presence. However, there were also unfortunate ones. A few masters from the Soul Hall who originally supported Qin Xiaoyu, seeing Du Sha and the others breaking through, thought they could also make a breakthrough. Who would have thought that halfway through, they were suddenly enveloped by a heavy gravitational pressure like a mountain? They shouted for help. But as soon as they opened their mouths, a terrifyingly powerful wave of pressure surged in, flooding into their mouths. This unstoppable torrent of energy crashed into their chests and dantians, creating terrifying pressure within them. Several of their bodies warped severely, eventually swelling like balloons and exploding like cannonballs. Throughout the entire process, they couldn't even emit a sound of help. In short, except for the masters who fully trusted and supported Shennong, everyone else exploded and died. Qin Xiaoyu was an exception. Although he also felt terrible, he was under Shennong's protection and managed to reach the upper realm relatively smoothly. The quiet little sparrow chattered incessantly along the way, hopping from Shennong's shoulder to the top of his head, completely breaking its character. Despite saying 1,000 words, it didn't convey anything substantial, merely boasting about how remarkable it was. For example, claiming to have defeated a certain human emperor, a certain abyssal demon, and a certain star ancestor, etc. Little sparrow, don't hop around on me. Please don't make a mess, Shennong said. He didn't mind the little sparrow's chatter, but he was always worried about another very serious and terrifying matter. Before his journey, He had been splattered with bird droppings. Huh, is this a humiliation, master? The little sparrow, unhappy, landed on Shennong's back, gripping his clothes tightly with its small claws, flapping its wings and saying, I am the unparalleled demon emperor who burned the entire heavenly demon star domain and swept through the Milky Way. Those so-called human emperors, great emperors, star lords, and ancestors would all flee in panic upon seeing me. How could someone as quiet and great as I am, master, make you worry about me making a mess? Oh heavens, this is really infuriating. Dai Yunshi, though exhausted and sweating profusely, couldn't help but be amused by the little sparrow. If it weren't for the little sparrow, her mood would surely be heavy and sorrowful at this moment. She was willing to stay in the 9 continents, willing to retreat into the world with Shennong, even if it meant living a life of hiding. But as long as she was with Shennong, every day would surely be sweet and happy. She even hoped that Shennong would be domineering and keep her in the lower realm, even if it meant rudely possessing her. However, Shennong bore too many burdens. He had his parents and his grudges in the upper realm. If he didn't go to the upper realm, he would likely spend his life in torment, guilt, and pain. Therefore, she had to respect Shennong's choice. She was not a selfish woman and would never share her selfish thoughts with her beloved man, adding to his troubles. In this world, most things do not go as one wishes. Even if you are as rich as a nation, even if you hold great power, even if you have become an immortal, seemingly carefree and worry-free in the 3 realms, why would immortals still envy the love of mortals? Otherwise, how could Shennong's story about the Weaver Girl and the 7 fairies be explained? Thus, throughout the journey, Dai Yunshi was mostly filled with sadness and loneliness, even despairing. But it was the little sparrow that dispelled some of the gloom in her heart. When the little sparrow was questioned by Dai Yunshi, it immediately shut its beak. No longer chattering. Just as Shennong was secretly amused, the little sparrow began speaking rapidly again. The thing I hate most is talking to women. Women are a huge hassle. Throughout history, countless great figures have fallen because of women, like emperors and kings, etc. The little sparrow's emotions grew more agitated. So, master, once you reach the eastern wilderness, it's best to quickly shake off this woman. She will bring you great trouble. Alas, I think you should just be quiet. Shennong sighed. Puffed. Dai Yunshi covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. What did I say? Heroes often have trouble with beautiful women. Many great heroes have been delayed by beautiful women, causing them to fall, become dispirited, or even take a path of no return. Master, you must be clear-headed, calm, and always remain vigilant. All right, consider it as if this emperor said nothing. Can those lecherous heroes still be called great heroes? The little sparrow shook its head repeatedly, excitedly flapping its wings. A light gate appeared above Shennong's head, and stepping through that gate brought them to the upper realm. The heavenly ladder truly leads to the eastern wilderness. Here it is. Although Qin Xiaoyou's face was twisted in pain, a cruel joy still shone in his eyes. Because the land beneath their feet was indeed the territory of the Dragon Flame Empire. Moreover, they were right outside the headquarters of the Soul Hall, the 9 Nether City. The Dragon Flame Empire was divided into 9 major states, and 9 Nether City belonged to the far western Qin Flame State. Jiuyou City is located on the border, adjacent to an endless desert. It should be a barren and backward place. However, because Jiuyou City is a city of assassins, a city of death, a city of hell, it continuously attracts wealthy merchants, tycoons, and bureaucrats who come to the city for business, to trade in rare treasures and weapons, or to hire assassins, resulting in a distorted prosperity in this area. The grand city of Weiwei, magnificent and ancient, resembles a giant primordial beast lying between heaven and earth. Chapter 70, Law Enforcement Team. Shennong finally arrived at the Jiyuan Star Domain, reaching the Longyan Empire. Is it luck or disaster? He just happened to arrive at Jiuyou City in the western Qingyan Prefecture, a city of death, a city of hell. The headquarters of the Soul Hall is located in this grand city. But Shennong did not wait for Du Sha and the others. After a long time, Du Sha and the others still did not appear. Shennong couldn't help but frown. Could it be that Du Sha and the others encountered danger? Or is this light gate unreliable? It might transport people to who knows where. Master need not worry about them, chirped the little sparrow excitedly. The position of the light gate is uncertain, sometimes south, sometimes north, sometimes east, sometimes west. If the master tries to cross again, he might end up in another empire of the Jiyuan Star Domain, or even be sent to a towering ice-capped mountain. Cross again? Forget it. Shennong shook his head. Although ascending the heavenly ladder would bring him many benefits, this was the closest he had been to his enemy. Since it was fate that urged him to meet his enemy quickly and understand the grudges, why should he seek distant paths? As long as Du Sha and the others are safe, he will be at ease. The so-called upper realm of the Jiyuan Star Domain truly lives up to its name. Just the spiritual energy in this world is probably several times richer than that of the 9 prefectures. No wonder practitioners here progress much faster. Not having waited for Du Sha and the others, a group of mounted officers arrived, kicking up dust with a commanding presence. Attention, everyone. Raise your hands. You have been identified as stowaways. If you dare to resist, you will face severe punishment, including slow slicing. A leader sat astride a green bull, loudly reprimanding Shennong and the others. Shennong secretly thought, the officers of Jiuyo City are indeed quick to react. They were discovered as soon as they crossed over. Qin Xiaoyu was very excited to see the leader of the law enforcement team, having dealt with the bearded squad leader and long before. In fact, in the Longyan Empire, although assassin organizations operate underground, they are generally tolerated and protected by the authorities. These organizations pay a considerable tax to the government every year, so the authorities turn a blind eye to some of their heinous acts. Moreover, assassin organizations kill without distinction between good and bad. Sometimes, they accept secret invitations from the authorities to eliminate pirates, bandits, and rebel leaders, which benefits the country and receives secret rewards from the government. Qin Xiaoyu had dealt with the bearded squad leader and Long twice. And Long treated Qin Xiaoyu with utmost respect and even fear. Knowing that Qin Xiaoyu would be the next master of the Soul Hall, commanding thousands of masters, with just a word from him, he could easily make the enemy's heads roll and rivers of blood flow. Such a terrifying person, how could a mere city patrol squad leader dare to offend? Captain, it's me. I'm Qin Xiaoyu from the Soul Hall. Don't misunderstand. Don't use hidden weapons. Qin Xiaoyu shouted hoarsely. And Long, at the initial stage of the spirit-nurturing realm, had a very strong consciousness and heard every word clearly. But he doubted whether this Qin Xiaoyu was real. The voice sounded weak and lacking in vitality, as if his body had been hollowed out. Even an ordinary person without cultivation wouldn't sound so weak, right? As he got closer, and Long was stunned. He saw that this renowned Qin young master had become so thin that he was just skin and bones, looking severely unrecognizable. A gust of wind blew, and Qin young master swayed unsteadily, like a candle flickering in the wind. This appearance had nothing to do with a master of the Soul Hall. Are you really Qin young master? And Long furrowed his brows, his voice cold. I am. If you don't believe me, Captain, please take a look. Qin Xiaoyu took out a mirror from his bosom, which was the bronze mirror, the token of his identity and the treasure of the Soul Hall. The bronze mirror is no ordinary item. Even in the entire Jiuyo City, it is a rare treasure. So you really are the young master. How did you end up in such a state? And Long hurriedly dismounted from the green bull, rushed over in 3 steps, and grasped Qin Xiaoyu's hands, feigning concern and politeness. He did not greet Shennong because he did not know him. Who is this person? What is his relationship with Qin Xiaoyu? But Long recognized Dai Yunqi. Although Dai Yunqi rarely left her house, her stunning beauty had long been famous throughout Jiuyo City and the entire Longyan Empire. It is said that Dai Yunqi is the most beautiful woman in Jiuyo, even ranking among the top 3 in the entire Longyan Empire, captivating all with her unmatched elegance. And Long had only seen a portrait of Dai Yunqi, which he had paid a large sum to obtain from a ghostly artist. That artist was so incredibly greedy. After just one glance at the beauty's portrait, he charged him a full 1,000 gold coins. That was his salary for 2 years. Yet after seeing the portrait, Long still felt he had made a good deal. Seeing the real person today, Long immediately recognized that the beauty before him must be the legendary Dai Yunqi. He was even too dazzled by her beauty to look directly into her spring-like eyes. Long was very envious of the bronze mirror. He thought of taking advantage of Qin Xiaoyu's weakness to seize the treasure. However, with Dai Yunqi and Shennong present, and a dozen subordinates around, he dared not act recklessly. Now, this bronze mirror belongs to me. Shennong raised his hand and shot out a strand of spiritual power, snatching the bronze mirror. Upon seeing this, Long became furious and shouted, Bastard! How dare you steal the master's treasure? Are you tired of living? Although Long did not know Shennong's background, he carefully scanned Shennong's cultivation level with his consciousness and found it to be at most the Saint Realm. A level that is only fit for sweeping the streets in the Longyan Empire, quite pathetic. Clearly, this person was just a servant or lackey under Qin Xiaoyu. Daring to snatch the master's treasure, how bold and audacious. Could he be a foolish, reckless idiot? Qin Xiaoyu's heart ached as his treasure was taken away. We are as close as brothers. My things are his. So please, Captain, don't take it to heart. Long was dumbfounded. This Qin young master was notorious for being ruthless and heartless, even refusing to call his own brother brother. How could he call a weak young man brother? This is truly bizarre. He couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of Qin Xiaoyu again. Since the young master's belongings are his, then this must be the renowned Dai Yunqi. Could she also be given to him? Long tentatively asked. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, why bring that up? It's too painful. Qin Xiaoyu cursed inwardly. If it weren't for his current miserable state, he would have slapped Long to death long ago. Chapter 71, A Breach of Decency. Enlong was testing Qin Xiaoyu. While Qin Xiaoyu was so angry, he just wanted to slap Enlong to death. He knew that in this battle across the 9 prefectures, he had failed miserably. The mission failed, the star chart was not obtained, his loyal subordinates suffered heavy casualties. His loved one was taken away, and he was repeatedly humiliated by Shennong. He had suffered serious injuries and might become a true waste, a scum abandoned by his family. The family does not care how you became disabled. In the cold world of assassins, reality is harsher, and results are everything. Even if Qin Bubi agreed to avenge his son, the reason wouldn't be due to their parent-child relationship, but rather for the prestige of the Soul Hall and the shame of the defeat. The Soul Hall is the pillar of the assassin world, the flag and benchmark of the industry, allowing only success and forbidding failure. For this eternal goal and belief, Qin Xiaoyu's father changed his name to Qin Bubi. With Shennong watching closely, Qin Xiaoyu could only cough up blood while dishonestly saying, "Cough, cough, cough. Yes, I have entrusted Yunqi to young Master Shennong because I accidentally went into a trance while practicing and became a useless person. From now on, I will no longer be able to take care of Yunqi and bring her happiness." Qin Xiaoyu coughed up blood repeatedly, and it's hard to imagine how much blood a person could have inside them. He almost coughed out a lifetime's worth of blood. Enlong, of course, knew about the engagement between Qin Xiaoyu and Dai Yunqi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. "Miss Dai, you need not worry. As long as you express your grievances, I, Enlong, may not be a big shot, but I have dozens of brothers under me. With a single command, I can seek justice for you, Miss Dai, and avenge young Master Qin." Enlong had never felt so proud. He felt that his image suddenly became much more imposing in front of the 2 young masters of the assassin organizations. Even when facing the stunningly beautiful Dai Yunqi, he no longer felt so inferior, restrained, or timid. He even felt that he could lend his broad shoulders to Dai Yunqi for support, because he realized, although it's regrettable, it was also uplifting. Such an unparalleled beauty like Dai Yunqi was a complete weakling. It was extremely dangerous for such a beauty to walk the martial world, as she needed the close protection of strong men and heroes. And he could be that flower protector. With this thought, Enlong deliberately puffed out his chest like a hefty black bear in front of Dai Yunqi. "Captain, you should take care of yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you." Who knew that the beauty would pour a bucket of cold water over him? As if the falling flowers had intentions, but the flowing water was heartless. "Oh, Miss Dai? I understand now." Enlong suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed. Everyone present knew he hadn't understood anything at all, except for himself. "Damn, what the hell do you understand? Is it ever going to end?" Qin Xiaoyu cursed while coughing blood, deeply doubting how such a fool like Enlong managed to become a squad leader. Was it through connections? But this person's appearance was truly hard to describe. His female relatives were either female yakshas or female gate gods. It would be a miracle if someone dared to marry him, unless his boss had peculiar tastes. He glared at Shennong, almost ready to summon ropes to bind him. Shennong had been watching Enlong's performance the whole time. Although the spiritual energy in the Eastern Wasteland was several times denser than in the 9 continents, the people in the Eastern Wasteland were certainly not several times smarter than those in the 9 continents. What puzzled Shennong was that the quiet little sparrow hadn't spoken at all. Wasn't she the one who had defeated the major figures of the 3 realms, burned down the strong ones of the heavens, and swept through the world invincibly? Could it be that she was afraid of a law enforcement squad leader? "You're in the initial stage of spirit nurturing. Can you stop embarrassing yourself here?" Angering Shennong meant that none of us would survive. This was Qin Xiaoyu's inner monologue. Just as Qin Xiaoyu was about to walk through the city gate with Enlong and the others surrounding him, Enlong's blue bull suddenly let out a miserable cry. The blue bull first caught fire on its rear, and then its entire massive body was engulfed in terrifying, unquenchable flames. Even though it desperately activated secret techniques to extinguish the fire, it was of no use. Fortunately, the caster had no intention of taking its life. Other than incinerating its contract beast, it only charred its rear, but this punishment would greatly inconvenience its future life. Enlong cried out in pain, completely losing the earlier arrogant demeanor and the self-assuredness that he could control the situation. "Haha, this is hilarious." The little sparrow laughed so hard that she rolled in the air, flapping her little wings. "I've never seen a law enforcement squad leader with his butt exposed before. Such a dirty squad is a disgrace to decorum and undermines official authority. Shouldn't he be fined 3,000 taels of salary?" Dai Yunqi's pretty face turned red. This little sparrow was too mischievous and troublesome. However, it was indirectly relieving her of a breath of frustration, as Enlong was very detestable. His gaze towards her lewd and greedy, as if she were naked, seeing their captain injured. The law enforcement team heard the little sparrow's cheers and knew that Shennong must have ambushed their captain. Qin Xiaoyu secretly felt relieved, thanking the heavens that the little sparrow had not gone on a killing spree. Otherwise, they would all have been a pile of kindling, burned to ashes by the little sparrow. He gritted his teeth, Vowing to return the humiliation he suffered tenfold to Shennong. Chapter 72. Siblings turn against each other. The Soul Hall is located on a desolate high hill on the eastern outskirts of Juyo City. It is an ordinary group of buildings, with only one main hall and two side halls, and nothing particularly eye-catching. No one could have imagined that this seemingly unremarkable estate, like most wealthy households, is the terrifying organization known as the Soul Hall, which people in the martial world speak of in fear. However, the scale of the underground construction of the Soul Hall is extremely grand and luxurious, resplendent with gold and jade. Walking inside feels like entering a magnificent palace, dazzling and captivating. At night, with the stars shining brightly and the moonlight enchanting, even such bright starlight and moonlight cannot illuminate the illustrious Soul Hall. Above the Soul Hall, there seems to be a layer of eternal dark clouds that envelop and cover it, not to mention starlight and moonlight. Even brilliant sunlight cannot penetrate the land of the Soul Hall. The Soul Hall has never seen the light of day. The assassins of the Soul Hall also never wish to accept the baptism of light. They only enjoy bloody slaughter. Below, in the Soul Hall's conference hall, it is even more eerie and terrifying. The entire resplendent conference hall is only lit by a few flickering candles embedded in the four walls. It appears dim, gloomy, cold, and serious. Ordinary people living in such an atmosphere would find it hard to breathe, but some people prefer a life of darkness that never sees the sun. In the hall, besides Qin Bubi, there are two other people, Qin Xiaoyu's older brother, Qin Xiaoshang, and the highest-priced assassin of the Soul Hall, known as the Golden Killer of the Soul Hall, Black Bat King, Luo Ningxing. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu strongly opposed the presence of Qin Xiaoshang and Luo Ningxing. Qin Bubi had always listened to him. However, this time, Qin Bubi ignored his request for the first time. More than 300 elite assassins of the Soul Hall had been destroyed by Qin Xiaoyu. Those who died, died, and those who betrayed, betrayed. Qin Bubi's heart was bleeding. It wasn't out of pity for the lives of those assassins, but out of anger at his son's incompetence and Shennong's rise. To be honest, his patience to listen to Qin Xiaoyu recount the entire incident was already the greatest forbearance and tolerance he could muster. Sigh. Silly child, wake up. Qin Bubi coldly sighed. You are now a useless person. Even if you reconstruct your dantian and your internal organs, it cannot change the fact that you have become a waste. That strange fire is extremely domineering. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Red Lotus Karma Fire, one of the 36 true fires. In the Dragon Flame Empire, and even the entire Eastern Wasteland continent, there are not many abilities that can restrain the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Even the other 35 true fires are at most on par with it. Therefore, I am truly powerless to help you. But your great revenge, the losses and humiliations suffered by the Soul Hall, I will still make Shennong repay double, as long as you can restore my internal organs and dantian. Even if I become a useless person, I still want to see the day when Shennong is tortured, ravaged, and robbed. Qin Xiaoyu pleaded bitterly. Third brother, why don't you understand yet? The Soul Palace does not tolerate waste. You have become a waste. How can the Soul Palace accommodate you? Suddenly, Qin Xiaoshang spoke. His tone held no trace of pity or affection for his brother, but was instead filled with mockery and sarcasm. This was how Qin Xiaoyu had treated him before. Qin Xiaoshang, I'm talking to father. What are you interrupting for? Don't think that just because I'm temporarily injured, you can take the position of the young master. Dream on. Qin Xiaoyu angrily reprimanded Qin Xiaoshang. Qin Xiaoyu, you have always been disrespectful to your elder brother, a grave sin. Now that you have failed your mission, you have caused the Soul Palace to suffer losses, not only diminishing its morale, but also, if this matter gets out, it will make people in the martial world laugh at us. You are not only a failure, but have also brought disgrace to the Soul Palace, making you the greatest criminal of the Soul Palace. You cannot be kept alive. Qin Xiaoshang coldly stated. The young master is right. The third young master's crime is unforgivable. He must be executed. The Black Bat King, who had been standing in the shadows, suddenly spoke up. Qin Xiaoyu broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with anger and ferocity. Luo Ningxing had always been close to him, often expressing loyalty. Yet today he turned on him faster than flipping a book. You are nothing but a two-faced, despicable person. Luo Ningxing, when the masters are speaking, what are you barking about like a dog? Qin Xiaoyu said harshly. Third brother, you are mistaken, Qin Xiaoshang coldly replied. Mr. Luo is a person, not a dog. You have always treated your brothers like dogs. How can you not fail? In fact, Ningxing was not truly close to you. I made him get close to you just to investigate what kind of dirty deeds you have done behind father's back. Your performance has greatly disappointed father. Not only have you embezzled a large amount of Soul Palace's property, but you have also squandered it extravagantly, kept women, gambled, drank excessively, and privately accepted contracts to kill, which has caused quite a bit of resentment towards our Soul Palace in the martial world. Coupled with this mission failure, you have thoroughly chilled father's heart. Thus, your execution is inevitable. Speak. Do you have anything to say before you die? Ha ha ha. Qin Xiaoshang, stop pretending. With father around. Who do you think you are to deal with me? Don't think I don't know that you've secretly had a crush on Yunqi. How twisted must one be to like their sister-in-law? Father is wise and predicts your inevitable failure. In fact, you have always been a waste. You just don't realize it. If what you just said is your last words, then you can go die. I can completely replace father to clean up the house. Father? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, looking at Qin Bubi with confusion, hoping that Qin Xiaoshang's words were just nonsense. If that were true, then that old man would be too unkind and sinister. Qin Bubi said nothing, only nodded at Qin Xiaoyu. A small gesture was enough to represent his attitude. It was enough to completely drive Qin Xiaoyu to despair. All right. Qin Xiaoshang, just you wait. I curse you and your ancestors for 8 generations. Suddenly, blood splattered, and a head fell to the ground. The Black Bat, King Luo Nanqing, at Qin Xiaoshang's gesture, swiftly severed Qin Xiaoyu's head with a single hand strike. Then, a black wing abruptly formed on his left shoulder, and with a gentle flap, Qin Xiaoyu's corpse vanished into ashes under the shadow of that wing. Chapter 73, Conspiracy. Qin Xiaoyu thus disappeared from the world. The more arrogant he was in life, the more desolate he was in death. No one cared about his life or death. Not even his father cared. Qin Bubi flicked his fingers to dry the bloodstains on his clothes and frowned at Luo Nanqing, saying, if you can kill with shadows, why dirty my clothes? The death of his own son brought him no sorrow. Instead, he was annoyed that his son's blood had stained his clothes. The long-term life of a killer had twisted his humanity and extinguished his conscience. This subordinate knows his crime. Luo Nanqing quickly bowed his hands in apology. Third brother. Oh, third brother. Who killed you? Qin Xiaoshang suddenly knelt on the ground, pointing to the sky. Ah? Foolish brother knows now. It was that damned Luo Nanqing. Luo Nanqing. You executioner, return my third brother's life. Qin Xiaoshang lunged at Luo Nanqing, fiercely tugging at his clothes and hair, leaving him in disarray. What is this? Aren't you the one who told me to take action? Luo Nanqing looked down on Qin Xiaoshang, thinking it was pointless to act so hypocritically. Enough. Put away that facade. Qin Bubi found it somewhat annoying. The reason I didn't pass the position to you before is that you are too infatuated with women. A lovesick man is not worthy to be the master of the Soul Palace. But since you met Yunqi, you haven't touched any other woman, right? Qin Bubi said solemnly. Before I got her, I truly couldn't eat or sleep well, thinking about her day and night. But once I had her, I grew tired of her and would ruthlessly cast her aside like an old shoe. Qin Xiaoshang replied. I hope what you said is not false, Qin Bubi said. Now let us talk about how to deal with Shennong. Alas, not getting the Xingyun map, returning the deposit the divine race gave us isn't a problem. But I'm afraid the divine race will continue to make things difficult for our Soul Palace. Father, do you think killing Shennong is difficult? Qin Xiaoshang said dismissively. You must know that the third brother and those killers he brought to the 9 continents are just some mediocre folks from the Soul Palace. We have countless experts far superior to them. Although that was the case, the Red Lotus fiery flames were still a formidable force. And both Shennong and his contracted beasts could not be underestimated. Qin Bubi showed a contemplative expression. Father, just leave this matter to me. I guarantee I will bring back Shennong's head within 3 days and retrieve that Xingyun map. Qin Xiaoshang patted his chest and promised. But young master, we still need a detailed plan. Don't forget, Shennong has Dai Yunqi by his side. If we act and accidentally hurt Dai Yunqi, what will we do? If the old demon Dai pursues the matter, it will be hard to explain. Luo Nanqing suddenly spoke up. In my humble opinion, why don't we notify the old demon Dai and let him take his daughter away from Shennong? And tell him that his daughter has done something wrong to the third young master and needs the old demon Dai to send her to our residence to apologize. Hee. By then, not only can the young master take advantage of the situation to possess Dai Yunqi, but it will also make it much easier to kill Shennong. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? As Luo Nanqing spoke his scheme, a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brilliant plan. Qin Xiaoshang almost lost control and hugged Luo Nanqing to kiss him. He had been coveting Dai Yunqi for a long time, even dreaming of spending a night with the beauty in Wushan. No, but Qin Xiaoshang's face suddenly darkened. Mr. Luo, you are a wise man, but even the wisest can make mistakes. Third brother is already dead. How can we threaten the old demon Dai to send his daughter to our residence to apologize? Hee. Young master, have you forgotten my alias? Luo Nanqing smiled sinisterly. The transforming Bat King? Qin Xiaoshang showed a conflicted expression. Your disguise skills might fool others, but how can you hide it from the old demon Dai? The young master need not worry, Luo Nanqing said confidently. My disguise skills have made a qualitative leap. I can truly change a person's appearance, not just rely on fake materials to fool people. Please show your ultimate skill, Mr. Luo, Qin Xiaoshang said, somewhat impatient. Indeed, Luo Nanqing's disguise skills were extraordinary. He touched Qin Xiaoshang's face a few times, and not only did Qin Xiaoshang, who was looking at himself in the mirror, gasped in astonishment, but even Qin Bubi was amazed. Qin Xiaoshang had turned into his own brother, Qin Xiaoyu. The young master and the third young master already have some resemblance. With a slight adjustment, it's done, Luo Nanqing said with a smile. But there is one problem. It's best for the young master not to face the old demon Dai directly and to conceal his aura, pretending to be injured and weak. Once the old demon Dai leaves his daughter, I will urge him to leave quickly, so he won't disturb the young master's rest and risk exposing the ruse. This plan was very detailed and thoughtful. After all, although their appearances are similar, the way they speak, their walking posture, their manner of dealing with others, and their experiences are all different. If Dai Jinshan asks too many detailed questions, he will inevitably reveal the truth. Qin Bubi remained silent throughout, just quietly listening to Luo Nanqing's plan. His expression was thoughtful, as if he was worried about something. The Demon Killing Hall and the Soul Hall are both in the same city, but Jiuyu City has a population of tens of millions and a vast area. With the two major assassin organizations located far apart, one in the east and the other in the west. However, no distance is too great for these top experts. Dai Jinshan quickly received a notification from the Soul Hall. The letter was personally delivered by Luo Nanqing. The content of the letter was written in Qin Bubi's tone. Aside from the usual greetings between in-laws, Dai Jinshan's expression suddenly changed drastically as he read on. The letter described Dai Yunqi in a very unflattering manner. She had completely lost the dignity and restraint expected of a noble young lady, resembling nothing more than a fallen woman. There was a hint of blame in Qin Bubi's tone, but it was very restrained, showing no intention of tearing apart the relationship with the Dai family. Outrageous. This can't be true. Yunqi is definitely not that kind of girl. Dai Jinshan was furious and was about to scold his daughter, but then he changed his attitude. Haha, the Lord of the Dai Hall will naturally protect his daughter, while Luo Nanqing played the role of the villain throughout. Whether Miss Yunqi has acted inappropriately, the Lord of the Dai Hall will soon find out. Miss Dai is staying with Shennong at the auspicious inn in the southern city tonight. A lonely man and woman in the same room. What good can come of it? However, both Lord Qin and young Lord are reasonable people. Stating clearly, as long as the Lord of the Dai Hall handles his daughter and makes her apologize to the Soul Hall, all her mistakes will be forgiven. Chapter 74, The Night is Tempting. The old man said, I'm going to the auspicious inn right now. Dai Jinshan said angrily. Haha, old Master Dai, please be careful. That Shennong has acquired a secret treasure, and his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Especially with his contracted beast that controls the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Extremely dangerous and difficult to deal with, Luo Nanqing said with a gloomy smile. Humph, no need for reminders. Dai Jinshan finished speaking and disappeared. The night deepened, and the sleeping Jiuyu city resembled a dormant ancient beast. Only the brothels remained brightly lit, with various languid sounds occasionally breaking the silence. The light of the stars and moon poured through the exquisite window lattice of the second floor of the auspicious inn, casting a slanted glow into the room. Shennong was still wide awake. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and with each breath, white mist would rise above his head, while golden light would radiate around him. His dark eyes twinkled like stars, like two eternal lamps that could illuminate the darkness of the world. He had just completed a breakthrough, achieving a star-level entry into the sacred realm. With his abundant reserves, he could easily break through to the peak of the Sacred King. However, Shennong noticed that the 9 beast-controlling spiritual roots within him would occasionally light up, instantly consuming the massive elemental power he had stored. Those 9 spiritual roots were like bottomless black holes in the starry sky, never to be filled. Shennong smiled wryly. He was mostly playing the role of a porter, as the energy fed back from the contracted beasts was primarily used by his physical body as nourishment for the 9 beast-controlling spiritual roots. But this wasn't a tragedy. At critical moments, he would still rely on these spiritual roots to save his life. Dai Yunqi was not in the same room as him. After all, he was penniless, and the coins he had were scavenged from the corpses of the deceased experts from the Soul Hall. However, the amount Shennong scavenged was limited, and he didn't know how long this money would last. Perhaps due to the Little Sparrow's earlier antics with the law enforcement team. The innkeeper seemed to have received some instructions and made things difficult for them, charging them 3 times the normal price for food and lodging. The Little Sparrow suggested burning down this black shop, but Shennong stopped it, saying that the innkeeper was just being forced and might not be that bad. Moreover, the law enforcement team might be aware of his every move. No matter which inn he stayed at, he would receive the same treatment. He couldn't just burn down all the inns in Jiuyu City, right? Furthermore, most inns were fully booked, and this auspicious inn was the only one they had managed to find. The Little Sparrow was cooling off on the roof of the inn, but it was already autumn, and the nights on the border were distinctly chilly. However, the Little Sparrow was not afraid of the cold. It was just afraid of being bored. It was much more pleasant to cool off on the roof, But the downside was that there was no one to talk to. Plus, Shennong was currently cultivating and did not allow it to disturb him. The little sparrow's button-like black eyes rolled around restlessly, flapping its wings out of boredom, tilting its little head to peck at its smooth and shiny feathers, seemingly enjoying itself. Shennong was not worried about the little sparrow. Even if the unparalleled Demon Emperor encountered danger, it would still have the ability to escape, right? What he was worried about was Dai Yunqi. Although Dai Yunqi had refused his request to share a room, Shennong could see the shyness and conflict in her eyes. Shennong found it amusing. He had only jokingly asked to share a room and would never actually sleep with Dai Yunqi. He had also said that it would be fine for her to sleep in the bed while he slept on the floor. Shennong always felt that there was an indescribable complex emotion hidden in Dai Yunqi's beautiful eyes. Sadness, determination, like a brave warrior charging into battle with unwavering courage. Forget it. You can't guess a girl's feelings. No matter how much you guess, you won't understand, Shennong thought with a bitter smile. Suddenly, the door to his room was gently pushed open. As the gentle moonlight poured in, a tall, radiant, and exceptionally beautiful woman appeared at the doorway. However, this beauty was dressed in a very thin light pink nightgown, and underneath it, she only wore a simple garment that barely covered her private parts, completely exposing her flawless figure to Shennong. The night outside was even more alluring. In Dai Yunqi's spring-like eyes, there was no trace of shyness or awkwardness. Instead, there was a sense of solemnity and determination. Yunqi, what is this? Shennong was confused. She had just refused to share a room with him, and now she was dressed like this. What was going on? I've made up my mind. I've thought it all through, Dai Yunqi murmured. It seemed like she was talking to herself, but it also felt like she was confessing her feelings to Shennong. What have you thought through? Shennong became somewhat uneasy. Any man would find it impossible to remain indifferent when faced with such boundless spring allure. His blood surged, and he felt a fiery heat within him. I want to dedicate myself to you, before I can still stay by your side. Dai Yunqi's attitude was firm, but she was obviously more nervous than Shennong. Her delicate body trembled slightly, yet her steps did not falter. It was as if Dai Yunqi had traversed through spring, summer, autumn, and winter, living a whole lifetime. With each step closer to the boy she loved, her heart raced faster. Eventually, her heartbeat was as rapid as a drum, almost ready to leap out of her throat. Waiyi thought it through. Don't force yourself, Shennong stammered, his body stiffening, unsure whether to stand up to greet her or just sit still. The beauty was right in front of him, her fragrance intoxicating, her delicate body perfectly sculpted. If I hadn't thought it through, I wouldn't have come. Dai Yunqi gently leaned down, tightly wrapping her arms around Shennong's neck, and then slowly pushed Shennong onto the bed, whispering, being with you might be the most correct decision I've ever made in my life. Just as the atmosphere turned ambiguous, and the feelings between the two suddenly heated up and were about to explode, the little sparrow on the roof suddenly started chirping loudly. Hey, you old man, how can you be so rude? Is it really okay to barge in and disrupt their intimate life? If it weren't for the master's order against killing recklessly, I would have burned you to ashes long ago. The little sparrow chirps happily, but hasn't actually made a move. A burly old man with a ruddy complexion suddenly entered Shennong's room. Hey, you nasty girl. The old man, seeing Dai Yunqi and Shennong in an ambiguous position on the bed, was so furious that his old face turned the color of pig liver. He stomped his foot and pointed at Dai Yunqi, angrily scolding, "Put your clothes on quickly. People say you're frivolous and promiscuous, and I defended you in every way. Now look at this. Where am I supposed to put my old face? You've embarrassed the Dai family's reputation completely." Chapter 75, Between Life and Death. After half a night of painful struggle, Dai Yunqi decided to dedicate everything to Shennong. Therefore, when she appeared in Shennong's room, she was only wearing a thin garment that is typically worn between a husband and wife. She carried a sense of sacred mission, as if she were to complete some holy ritual. She had entirely discarded shyness and timidity, transcending personal feelings. When she pushed Shennong down, a secret, indescribable pleasure surged within her like spring tides, overwhelming her like a flood breaking through a dam, making her dizzy and excited. Her hands and feet were cold, yet her pretty face was as red as a drunken sunset. However, enchanting moments are always fleeting, and even before the prelude had begun, it was directly interrupted by an unexpected intrusion. Her father's arrival caught Dai Yunqi off guard. She had anticipated his coming, but did not expect him to arrive so quickly. Dad, dressed and embarrassed, Dai Yunqi felt utterly ashamed, but she was more worried about Shennong's safety. She knew her father's nature, stern, fierce, and violent, always acting according to his own will, never accepting anyone's explanations or apologies. Shut up. This is not the time for you to speak, Dai Zhinshan said in a deep voice. This is an inn. He didn't want to make a scene. Originally, Dai Zhinshan planned to take his daughter away directly, but that would have been too easy on Shennong. He couldn't swallow this anger. Hey, You don't understand manners at all. Barging into my room without permission and looking at me so fiercely. Are you from the drug enforcement or the thief-catching department? If you are neither, you must compensate for my mental distress. Humph. You lowly brat from the lower realms, slick and smooth-talking. It's clear you're not a good person. Dai Jinshan suppressed his anger and said, You've sullied my daughter's purity, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. But you dare to come asking for money first. Oh, it's uncle. What a pleasure. Shennong smiled, but things are not as you think. Nothing happened between Yunshi and me. You came too early. I've roamed the rivers and lakes for many years. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Dai Jinshan retorted angrily. All right. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Shennong spread his hands and continued. But I still advise you. Uncle, Yunshi has grown up. Matters that she should decide for herself, you don't need to worry about. Huh. You think that if I don't worry, you can do whatever you want to seduce my daughter, right? Dai Jinshan spat at Shennong, his eyes revealing a fierce killing intent. To insult my daughter is to insult me, Dai Jinshan, and to insult the reputation of the demon killing hall. Boy, tell me, how do you want to die? Dad, it was I who seduced young Master Shennong. He has saved my life multiple times and is as heavy as a mountain in favor. I will not allow you to harm my benefactor. If you want to kill, then kill your daughter first. Dai Yunshi bravely stood in front of Shennong and shouted loudly. You shameless girl. You've truly embarrassed our Dai family. Dai Jinshan trembled with rage, growling in a low voice. He saved you just because he desires your body. What else could he be thinking? Stop embarrassing yourself here and get out of the way. With a wave of his hand, Dai Yunshi suddenly pressed against the wall, unable to move. Wait until I deal with this little brat, then I'll settle the score with you, Dai Jinshan angrily stated. I have never bowed my head to anyone, but this matter is indeed a fault of our demon killing hall. Therefore, you must go to the Soul Hall with me to apologize. You will stay in the Soul Hall tonight, serving the third young master until he is satisfied. Then the Soul Hall will decide not to hold it against you, forgiving your foolishness and ignorance. If you insist on being stubborn and unrepentant, then don't blame your father for not considering father-daughter feelings. You are a Qin family person in life and a ghost of the Qin family in death. Hey, is this how you treat your own daughter? Too heartless, right? Shennong was also somewhat displeased. It is said that this man is an old demon, and seeing him today, he truly lived up to his reputation. I'm teaching my daughter. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. Dai Jinshan was furious. What if I say Qin Xiaoyu is already dead? You are just a pawn of the Qin family, being played around by them without knowing it, Shennong coldly stated, originally. Besides Yunshi, I didn't want to meddle in anyone else's affairs, but I see you are too stubborn and unyielding. Upon hearing this, not only Dai Jinshan, but also Dai Yunshi was somewhat surprised. Although Qin Xiaoyu was incapacitated, he certainly wasn't dead. The Soul Hall has many capable people and wide connections. It wouldn't be difficult to restore Qin Xiaoyu's body. Nonsense. The third young master is living well. How could he be dead? Stop talking nonsense here. Dai Jinshan was enraged. Do you think if the third young master is dead, you can get my daughter? Let me tell you. Dream on. Unless I am dead, you can step over my corpse. Otherwise you will never touch my daughter, even a finger. Sigh. A wise man sees through things quickly, while a fool is clueless. Shennong shook his head and said, Qin Xiaoyu has been injured by the Red Lotus Karma Fire and has become a waste. When I say waste, I don't just mean his cultivation, but also his ability to be a man. Since he has become a waste, how can he feel comfortable and happy? Even if Chang'e descends, it will only bring him pain. I think the Soul Hall wants you to do this for 2 reasons. First, they worry that if they harm me, they will hurt Yunshi, and second, they may have greater schemes and ambitions. Therefore, I advise you to be cautious. Otherwise, it will not only harm you, but also implicate Yunshi. Ha! What a joke. Dai Jinshan laughed heartily, thinking Shennong's words were alarmist and absurd. You say Qin Xiaoyu is dead. Am I blind? Can't I tell when I get to the Soul Hall? You keep saying you are thinking of this and that. I see you are just afraid of death. You fear the Soul Hall will take action against you, thinking that keeping Yunshi by your side can serve as a shield, making the people from the Soul Hall dare not act rashly against you. To use a woman as a shield shows how shameless and incapable a man can be. Tonight, there's no need for the Soul Hall to act. I'll kill you first and offer you to the Soul Hall instead. Dad, if you dare harm young Master Shennong, even if I die, I will not go to the Soul Hall with you. Dai Yunshi shouted angrily. Hee. Ha. You really have feelings for this kid. Yet you say there is nothing between you? Not even a ghost would believe that. In this case, I can't spare this kid's life. Dai Jinshan, seeing his daughter defend Shennong, hated him even more. However, he quickly thought, if he killed Shennong now, his daughter would definitely be disheartened. How would he win over Qin Xiaoyu then? But what if he threatened with Shennong's life? First, appease the Soul Hall, and anyway, the Soul Hall is going to deal with Shennong, so he doesn't have to do it himself. Chapter 76, The Woman Being Pursued. Yunshi, if I spare this kid, will you willingly go to the Soul Hall with me to apologize? Dai Jinshan was not just a reckless man who only knew killing. I am willing. Dai Yunqi bit her lip, tears sparkling in her beautiful eyes, but still stubbornly said, but I did nothing wrong and don't need to apologize to Qin Xiaoyu. Good. As long as you are willing to go to the Soul Hall with me. That's enough, Dai Jinshan threatened, but you must happily serve the third young master, otherwise. I will kill this kid first. Dai Yunqi's tears flowed like a fountain as she nodded gently, finding it incredibly difficult. Since Shennong said that Qin Xiaoyu had completely turned into a useless person, he wouldn't do anything out of line to her. Moreover, she had the abstinence robe protecting her. If she was unwilling, no man could approach her. You can't take Yunqi away, Shennong suddenly said coldly. Oh, kid, I'm not looking for trouble with you. Yet you come at me instead, Dai Jinshan said, both surprised and angry at Shennong's attitude. Do you know the difference between you and me? You're just a little brat who has barely peeked into the saint realm, while my level has reached the pinnacle of the diamond level. Just one more step, and I'll break through to the reincarnation level. Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant or a bug. Do you understand? What if your level is higher? If I am unwilling, no one can force me, Shennong replied, neither humble nor arrogant, standing at the door of the inn room. Although this action was quite unnecessary. If Dai Jinshan wanted to leave, he could break through any corner of the room, let alone a small stone wall. He could crash through a mountain. Kid, why are you in such a hurry to seek death? Dai Jinshan found Shennong's childish behavior amusing. However, punishing you doesn't necessarily mean I want you dead. There are many ways to make life worse than death. You can try one or two of them first. Dai Jinshan's entire being was filled with spiritual energy, and around him, substantial wind blades formed, capable of cutting through anything. These wind blades could embed into a person's body, relentlessly slicing through the enemy's flesh day and night until they died from the pain. No, Dad. Young Master Shennong, please don't. Dai Yunqi shouted. Young Master Shennong, your great kindness will be remembered by Yunqi forever. I am aware of your feelings toward me. Every word you said, I remember in my heart. If I am unwilling, no one can force me. Dad, let's hurry and leave. If we delay any longer, I will never agree to any of your requests again. Kid, I will spare you tonight. Dai Jinshan's figure suddenly vanished, along with Dai Yunqi, as the doors and windows broke open. Outside, the night was deep, and even the light of the stars and moon had disappeared. Shennong was drenched in sweat, feeling utterly drained. Just then, he had only endured the pressure of Dai Jinshan's spiritual power, yet felt as if a mountain weighing 10,000 tons was pressing down on his shoulders. Every bone in his body felt crushed, cracking continuously. Half step into the saint level, the saint king level, the spirit nurturing level, the diamond level, the reincarnation level. There was a full 4 major realms of difference between them, and to survive under Dai Jinshan's pressure was already a miracle. Even Dai Jinshan was amazed. This little ant Shennong, I should have been able to blow him away with a puff, yet I didn't. Master, that old man is too arrogant, daring to snatch the master's concubine. I really want to burn him to death. A little sparrow chirped as it flew in. Then why didn't you burn him? You can't burn him, right? Shennong replied irritably. Hee, is the master angry with me? The little sparrow said playfully. I didn't want to burn him. It's just that the master said that in big cities, where the population is dense, one shouldn't kill recklessly. So you're very obedient and well-behaved? Shennong said with a stern face. Of course. The master didn't call for me just now. I thought the master wanted to fight that arrogant old man alone to hone my skills. Otherwise, I would have rushed in and made that old man roll over. The little sparrow nodded repeatedly. Then is it too late for me to ask you to kill him now? Shennong asked. Oh no, my stomach hurts now. The little sparrow said, clutching its stomach with its wings, speaking in a painful tone. As the saying goes, in battle, courage is key. One must gather strength to fight. And then it will decline, and then it will be exhausted. All right, get out of here quickly. I want to rest, Shennong said, a bit annoyed. Actually, master, that girl being taken away by her father isn't necessarily a bad thing. I've said it before, beautiful women are a source of trouble. They always cling to the master for dual cultivation. Does the master still have the energy to train well? Get lost, get lost. If you don't leave, I'm going to roast you into a sparrow. All right, master, I'll leave, just don't burn me. The little sparrow feigned panic as it flapped its wings and flew out. Shennong collapsed onto the bed, feeling sore all over, utterly exhausted. And a heavy sleepiness washed over him, making him want to sleep well. However, just as he lifted the quilt, he suddenly touched something soft. A voice from under the quilt said, Hey, don't touch randomly. If you say another word, I'll kill you. It was indeed a woman's voice, fierce and commanding. Yet it couldn't hide its sweetness and softness, like the warblers and swallows of Jiangnan. I want to touch, and I want to speak. What will you do about it? Shennong, feeling irritated, refused to obey the woman's command. The woman became anxious, suddenly opening her mouth and biting down hard on the back of Shennong's hand. Lecher, who allowed you to be rude to me? The woman scolded. Huh, who is being rude here? Shennong found it amusing. You, a woman, ran to a strange man's bed without reason, not only occupying my space, but also slandering me. Don't you think you're shameless? Oh, I understand now. You must be an ugly freak who was kicked out by your husband, right? Shut up, the woman said in a low voice. I was being chased by enemies. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Who would willingly come to your bed? Don't make a sound. They are coming. If enemies are coming to kill you, what does it have to do with me? I'm going to speak out, not only speak out, but I'm going to shout. Chapter 77. The Secret Classics of the Divine Clan. Qingdi City is the second largest city after the Dragon Flame Empire's Yindu, with a population of hundreds of millions and spanning thousands of miles. Under the night, Qingdi City remains very lively. The most bustling places are the brothels and night markets. At the center of the big city, at the end of a 10-mile-long street, there is a magnificent manor. Within the manor, the buildings are adorned with blue bricks and dark tiles, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, standing in a row. Between the buildings, there are water pavilions and cool pavilions, and a winding bridge stretches across the azure lake. The weeping willows on the lake's edge sway gently. The fragrance of flowers fills the air, bamboo groves rustle, and plum forests compete in beauty. In terms of building area, decorative layout, and scenic views, it can rival the Lord's Mansion. This is the residence of the four great families of the Qingdi City, the Divine Clan, in the most grandiose pavilion of the Divine Mansion. A spacious and luxurious reception room is lit by large red candles. A young man in brocade and a splendid crown, with an extraordinary demeanor, is pacing back and forth in the hall, seemingly waiting for someone to arrive. This young man is around 30 years old, with a slender waist and a tall stature. Deep-set eyes shining brightly, his gaze sharp like a hunting hawk. Aside from being somewhat fierce, this young man shows no signs of joy or sorrow. Or perhaps he is eternally indifferent, always looking down on mortals like ants. A faint smile of mockery often plays at the corners of his mouth. This young man in brocade and crown is Shunyu, the new generation leader of the Divine Clan, who is currently in his prime. Despite his youth, Shinyu's cultivation is remarkable. He often conceals his aura and hides his true cultivation level, so very few people know his actual level. However, since he defeated Dingbayu, the number one on the Qingdi City's War God ranking, with a single move and became the new number one of the War God ranking, his fame has skyrocketed, and he has become the center of attention. Some say his level has reached the terrifying Void God level, while others claim he has reached the legendary Divine Monarch level. However, Shinyu's strikes are too quick and restrained, making it impossible for anyone to accurately gauge his true level. After the Saint level comes the Saint King. After the Saint King comes the Spirit Nurturing level. After the Spirit Nurturing level comes the Diamond level. After the Diamond level comes the Reincarnation level. And beyond that is the Void God level. As for the Divine Monarch, it is an even higher realm that surpasses the Void God level. Even in the entire Eastern Wilderness continent, only the elders of super major sects can reach the Divine Monarch level. If Shunyu's level truly reaches the Divine Monarch level, then not only in the Dragon Flame Empire, but throughout the entire Eastern Wilderness continent, he would be considered a standout figure among the younger generation. So, he definitely has the capital to be proud. The candlelight of the red candle suddenly flickered slightly. The tense muscles on Shunyu's face immediately relaxed. Even his smile looked incredibly dangerous, filled with killing intent, as if a hawk would swoop down from the sky to kill its prey at any moment. Young master, don't blame me. A figure emerged from the shadow of the red candle, suddenly growing larger. A thin middle-aged man dressed in blue, with an eagle nose and hawk eyes, resembling a butler, stood in front of Shunyu. This man was Shunyu's most trusted personal butler, Shinfu. Shinfu had a high level of cultivation and was especially good at pleasing Shunyu. As for how much Shinyu trusted Shinfu, it was said that even when Shunyu was with his concubine, he would invite Shinfu to watch. But how did such a private and perverted matter get out? Perhaps Shinyu's concubine let it slip, because not long after, this concubine of Shunyu was found dead in the lake. From then on, no concubine dared to speak out. No matter how disgusting or perverted Shinyu and Shinfu did, they would have to swallow their shame and bury it deep in their hearts. How is the progress on the matter I assigned to you? Shinyu asked casually. Young master, it's a miracle. Shinfu exclaimed. The son of the god of war is indeed extraordinary. Not only did he lead over 300 brothers to defeat the young lord of the Soul Palace, Qin Xiaoyu, but he also found the heavenly ladder and climbed it to our East Wilderness Dragon Flame Empire. He is currently staying at the auspicious inn in the southern city of Jiuyu, and I have urged Qin Bubi of the Soul Palace to hurry up and capture Shennong. Young master, how about I handle this matter personally? As Shinyu listened to Shinfu's account, a complex expression appeared on his face. That little brat really knows how to stir up trouble, Shinyu said with a dark face. That star cloud map must be with him without a doubt. but according to the secret classic of the Divine Clan, the map can only be obtained if the holder willingly hands over the treasure map. If someone tries to seize it, they will only get a fragmented map, which is not only useless but also extremely harmful. Therefore, we should hold off on moving against that little brat for now, and wait until I come up with a foolproof plan before making a move. In the meantime, it's also a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of that star cloud map and see just how much commotion that little brat can create in the Dragon Flame Empire. As long as he remains within our controllable range, there's no need to rush to eliminate him, but we must find a way to obtain that treasure map. Otherwise, having such a treasure in his possession would be a waste. Then shall we continue to pressure the Soul Palace, urging them to find a way to obtain the treasure map? Shen Fu probed. But young master, if they happen to obtain the treasure map and don't return it to us, wouldn't we be wasting our efforts? Haha, don't worry, Shen Yu sneered. I can destroy the Soul Palace in the blink of an eye. If they wish to bring ruin upon their entire palace, let them do what they want to our divine clan. Besides, that treasure map isn't something just anyone can use. It must be obtained by someone with the bloodline of the divine clan to work. If others with different bloodlines forcibly merge with the treasure map, they will definitely go insane and die from their meridians exploding. I see. Shen Fu nodded. With what the young master said, I can rest assured. Cough. I am also working on persuading the elder brother. But you know the elder brother's temperament. He is as stubborn and foul as a brick in a latrine. If he doesn't cooperate, forcing him might lead to the opposite effect. Shen Yu sighed. I think, whether it's Shennong or Zhan, they must have their weaknesses. As long as we grasp their weaknesses, we will be able to make them submit, Shen Fu said. Young master, there's no need to be anxious. We will think of a way. Also, young master, what preparations have you made regarding the competing son-in-law? It's no wonder Shen Fu and Shen Yu were so close, discussing everything openly. Otherwise, Shen Fu wouldn't know such confidential matters. I have obtained a precious item from my master to ensure I can take first place in the martial arts competition for marriage and secure the position of son-in-law. But relying solely on genuine skills is far from enough. I also plan to show those strong competitors a thing or two to make them retreat. And I have already put this into action. Chapter 78. The Whirlpool of Heavenly Principles. In order to win the position of the imperial son-in-law, Shen Yu has made ample preparations. He not only secretly bribed top assassins from the Death God Palace, but also obtained a precious item from his master, the Zimming Taoist. In the hidden fairy mountains Zimming Cave, it is said that Shen Yu's master, the Zimming Taoist, is a transcendent being about to ascend, with divine cultivation capable of calling wind and rain and creating soldiers from beans. It's no wonder that his disciple would be so perverse. Shen Yu instructed Shen Fu to continue tracking and paying attention to Shennong, while he himself hurriedly prepared for the martial arts competition for marriage. The martial arts competition for marriage was a recent sensational event in the Dragon Flame Empire. The princess of the Dragon Flame Empire was not only talented in both literature and martial arts, but also ranked among the most beautiful women in the entire empire. Because the emperor had no sons, there were only 7 princesses, and the Dragon Flame Princess was the most favored by the emperor. Her husband would be the most likely to become a king in the future, commanding millions of soldiers and the lives of countless people. Therefore, once the notice of the martial arts competition for marriage was posted, young cultivators from all over fell into a frenzy. After arranging everything and sending Shen Fu away, Shen Yu walked to a corner of the reception hall. He directed his palm at a stone slab, releasing spiritual energy fluctuations, causing the slab to light up with complex symbols, which then slowly opened. Below was an underground dungeon, dark, gloomy, and even a bit foul-smelling. Shen Yu pinched his nose and disappeared into the dungeon entrance as the stone door closed automatically. The long dungeon corridor was eerie and narrow. How large was this place? Who was being held here? Shen Yu appeared at the end of the corridor, where there was the largest cell on the left. However, because it was the largest, it appeared even more empty and cold. Inside the dungeon was a disheveled, thin, middle-aged man. This man's appearance resembled Shen Yu somewhat, but there was a sense of righteousness between his brows, revealing firmness, determination, stubbornness, and resilience. This man was Shen Yu's elder brother, Xiao Zhan, who was also Shennong's father. Big brother, little brother is here to see you again, Shen Yu said with a gloomy smile. Humph. Xiao Zhan huffed coldly, unwilling to pay him any attention. Big brother, wouldn't it be great if we cooperated? As long as you persuade your nephew to hand over that heavenly Tao star cloud map to me, then you can go out and reunite with your nephew, Shen Yu said with a feigned sincerity. I already told you, there is no star cloud map. Stop dreaming. It seemed mentioning Shennong touched Xiao Zhan's heart. Have you been to the 9 continents? What have you done to Shennong? That's my nephew. What could I possibly do to him? Shen Yu shook his head. Not only could no one do anything to him, but my nephew also killed quite a few people and even made it to the Dragon Flame Empire. How impressive. You still say he doesn't have the Star Cloud map? If he didn't have a precious item to protect him, could my nephew take on hundreds of experts alone? What? You mean a Nong has come to the upper realm? Zhan stood up excitedly, his shackles clattering, pulling at the wounds on his wrists and sending waves of sharp pain, but he felt nothing. Son, he is that powerful? But the East Wilderness is not like the 9 continents. The cultivator's realms are not on the same level at all. That is purely a higher level being crushing a lower level being. Especially with someone as treacherous as Shinyu watching him, my son's situation is even more dangerous. Of course. When have I ever lied to Big Brother? Shinyu replied, and Big Brother, you said you didn't pass that Star Cloud map to your nephew. Then where did his cultivation come from? You and father have kept this from me for so many years. I've been suffering so much. If I hadn't accidentally discovered the secret of the Star Cloud map in our Divine Clan's secret classic and arranged for someone to get close to the old man, I wouldn't have learned of the old man's secret, knowing he had already passed the treasure map to you. I would have remained in the dark like a fool. I'm so angry. How could you, a waste in the cultivation world, obtain that supreme treasure? You couldn't cultivate divine skills yourself? And now you've secretly communicated with Lin family's Lin Lonji, going to the lower realm to have a son and secretly passing the treasure map to him. Do you think you can hide this from my fire-eyed golden vision? No way. So you harbor resentment and killed your father, right? Zhan said angrily. Nonsense. Shinyu shouted. The old man died from overindulging in health practices and mistakenly taking poisonous herbs. What does that have to do with me? Besides, if the old man doesn't die, when can our Shin clan soar to become the top family of the empire? Can we rely on a useless like you? What about Lonji? What have you done to her? Zhan didn't want to get too entangled with Shinyu over past matters. Don't worry, Big Brother. My sister-in-law is already old and unattractive. Do you think I would have any improper thoughts about her? Shinyu said with a lewd smile. She has already been taken by the Lin family. I'm curious. My sister-in-law was considered an outstanding beauty in her youth, with extremely high cultivation talent. And being one of the 4 great families of Qingdi City, the Lin family's foundation is no worse than ours. How did she end up with a useless like you? And went to the lower realm to have a child with you? Could it be that everything you did was to secretly pass on that treasure? A person with a dark heart sees the world as dark. A person with a bright heart sees the world filled with light. Zhan sighed and said, the treasure you think is actually not a good thing, but precisely a calamity for our Shin clan. Father has been hiding this matter with good intentions, just to protect you better, not wanting you to get caught up in this vortex of heavenly path. Haha, Big Brother, you finally spoke the truth. Shinyu clapped. There really is a treasure, right? There really is a star map, right? What heavenly path vortex? What calamity? I'm not afraid. Just let my nephew give that thing to me, okay? This way, not only can you and your son reunite, but the couple can also reunite. And the whole family can be harmonious. You can still be the eldest young master of our Shin clan, living in luxury. Even marrying several concubines is fine. How comfortable and enjoyable would that life be? Why suffer in the dark, damp dungeon? Does Big Brother know? You suffer, and little brother feels so heartbroken. My heart is bleeding. Shinyu is really a good actor. After saying this, he even shed a few crocodile tears. Zhan said seriously, it's not that I don't want to give that thing to you, but your physique is simply not suitable for it. You cannot be its vessel. If you forcibly root it, you will explode and die. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nonsense. Pure nonsense. Shinyu said excitedly. I am the most talented young man in the Shin clan, with the highest cultivation. How could I not contain a treasure map? The secret classic of the Shun clan clearly states that as long as one is a person with exceptional spiritual roots, they can contain that treasure map. I have both the Blazing Sun's spiritual root for martial arts and the beast-controlling spiritual root, capable of commanding all beasts. How could I not contain a treasure map? Ridiculous. Chapter 79, Skeleton Twin Birds. Sigh. It seems that no matter what I say, you remain stubborn. Zhan shook his head and said, the matters recorded in that secret classic of the Shun clan contain discrepancies because the predecessors who wrote it did not know the terrifying aspects of the star map at that time. That treasure map hides too many shocking secrets, not to mention me. Even father knows very little about it. Fine. You are just lying and don't want to cooperate with little brother, right? Shinyu said impatiently, even without relying on you. I have my own way to obtain the star map. Since you are so stubborn, keeping you is of little use. But I want you to see with your own eyes how I obtained that treasure map. As for my nephew's safety, I can't guarantee that. You. Don't hurt Ano. Zhan became agitated. Unless you promise me to convince my nephew to hand over the treasure map, Shinyu said with a cold smile. And Big Brother, next month the Empire will hold a martial arts recruitment conference. I also want you to see me become the prince consort, leading our Shun clan to glory. I'm just infuriated. Clearly, I am the most outstanding in our Shin clan, yet father dotes on you and listens to you. He shares all his private matters and heartfelt words with you, always hiding them from me. Sometimes I really doubt whether I am his biological son. Shinyu. Stop it. Shun Zhan advised earnestly. Although the Shun clan is strong, in the entire empire, our strength can only be considered above average. Your cultivation is high, but there are many more monstrous talents than you. You can't become a prince consort, let alone think about becoming a ruler. You must live realistically to ensure peace and a good ending. Holding on to those unrealistic fantasies will ultimately only result in a mirage. Especially do not attempt to deal with Ano. The mission he bears is much greater than what you and I have to carry. If you press him too hard, not only will you harm Ano, but you will also fall into an abyss and mire from which you cannot extricate yourself. Oh. Shun Yu was almost driven mad with anger. He originally had full confidence in becoming the prince consort, but Shin Zhan poured cold water on him. And he wanted to obtain the star map, but Shin Zhan kept nagging endlessly. He truly wanted to kick this older brother to death. Shin Air, take good care of big brother and let him wake up. Shin Yu called out, and in the dark, eerie dungeon, a middle-aged man dressed in black, looking like a ghost, appeared. This person was Shun Air, the chief steward of the dungeon, with extremely high cultivation. He ranked among the top 3 among the experts of the Shin clan. Shun Air received the order and cast a water divine ability at Shin Zhan. A torrent of water poured down from above Shin Zhan's head, then suddenly froze into a block of ice, trapping Shin Zhan within. If an ordinary person were frozen in this ice block, they would have suffocated long before dying from the freeze. Shin Zhan's body turned blue and purple from the freezing, and the confined space made it impossible for him to breathe. He thought he was going to die, but then a burst of purple mist erupted from his dantian. That mist let out a roar like a dragon's cry, violently bursting out of Shun Zhan's body and crashing against the thick ice layer. Boom. The ice shattered completely, even melting into mist and dispersing. Shin Air was shocked by this sudden change, staring in disbelief, when suddenly a terrifying purple dragon head appeared before him. The purple dragon, with fierce flames of rage in its beastly eyes, slammed hard into his chest. Crack. Ah! Shin Air was struck as if hit by a heavenly hammer. His chest bones shattered extensively, and his body flew backward, crashing into the thick stone wall of the dungeon, embedding himself deeply into it, his life force severely dwindling. Nearly on the brink of death. Young master, he has a dragon inside him. Shin Air was still in shock, his teeth chattering as he spoke. Nonsense. It's clearly your own poor skills that led to a backlash of spiritual power, Shin Yu reprimanded. He didn't see any purple dragon, and Shin Zhan looked equally confused. He clearly felt he was going to die just now. How did he suddenly become unharmed? Not only did the ice collapse and turn to dust, but he also felt better than ever. Shin Zhan's cultivation was mediocre. How could he see the purple mist inside him? But something must have happened in his body, otherwise the freeze wouldn't have disappeared for no reason, right? Young master really didn't see it? Shin Air stared at Shin Yu in panic. That purple dragon seemed like a fierce beast from mythology. It charged right into my subordinate's chest. If my subordinate was indeed a backlash of spiritual power, how could it only be a collapsed chest bone? Hiss. Hearing Shin Air say this, Shin Yu also felt his words were absurd. But if what Shin Air said is true, isn't it even more absurd? Inside Big Brother, there lives a dragon? The two of them, a pair of freaks. Shin Yu cursed, then warned Shin Air to be careful in the future. For now, he didn't want to waste time on his brother and turned to leave the dungeon. Shennong was arguing with the woman in the bed when he suddenly heard 2 loud bangs. 2 oddly shaped figures, dressed in white with deep-set eyes resembling skulls, broke through the window and stood stiffly in front of him. Shennong felt overwhelmed. Tonight was indeed full of disturbances. Why were there so many impolite people? It was not an exaggeration to say these 2 looked like dead ghosts. They truly resembled skeletons freshly dug out of a grave, their flesh long decayed, leaving only bony frames. Why can women enter your room, but we skeleton birds cannot? One skeleton retorted, his voice emotionless, cold, and eerie, like a chill wind from hell that made one's scalp tingle. Undying bird, what do you mean by that? Have you forgotten that I am also a woman? The shorter skeleton questioned angrily. Shennong felt goosebumps all over. That indeed sounded like a woman's voice, but it resembled the mournful hooting of an owl in a midnight graveyard, sending chills down one's spine. Zigawei, I think you can only be considered half a woman. Calling you a whole woman is too much, the Undying Bird said. Undying Bird, your character isn't any better, Zigawei retorted angrily. Did we come here just to bicker? That girl is doomed. She's finished, so what's the harm in bickering? The Undying Bird said, suddenly unleashing a strange large bird from within. The bird was pitch black, its surface engulfed in hellish black flames, especially its beak, which was over a meter long and looked extremely out of proportion with its beastly body. The black bird flapped its wings and circled the guest room, immediately engulfing the entire room in black hellfire. Chapter 8. The Hellfire of Communication. A woman appeared inexplicably on the bed. Then the skeleton birds burst into Shennong's room again. Shennong was overwhelmed. Was he not allowed to rest? After the undying bird released its contracted beast, sealing the entire room with a black fire net. Shennong heard the woman's voice from under the covers. It's over. It's over. This is the hellfire of communication. I almost got trapped by this true fire earlier and barely escaped. It's all your fault for your endless prattling. I'm afraid you'll suffer too. The skeleton birds always kill without leaving a trace. Is the hellfire of communication really that strong? Shennong asked. Kill without leaving a trace. Huh. Do you think they will kill everyone in the auspicious inn? Then you would truly become a disaster star. Do you think I'm joking? The woman under the covers snapped. If you want to argue, come out and face the skeleton birds. Shennong suddenly unleashed an energy cyclone, completely lifting the covers off the woman on the bed. What are you doing? The woman on the bed screamed in fear. And then she came face to face with Shennong and the skeleton birds. Upon seeing the black-clad woman, Shennong's eyes lit up, unlike the gentle and graceful Dai Yunxi. The woman in black was a different kind of cold and chic beauty. Her figure was slender and graceful, exuding a chilling elegance. Her black outfit hugged her delicate waist tightly, and the green silk scarf on her head added a touch of chivalrous spirit. But from the look in her eyes, it was clear she was also an assassin. Qingwan, the young master of Mingyue Villa, whom your 100-bird sect protects, is at odds with our death god hall. Opposing us will surely lead to a catastrophe for your family. You must know this, the undying bird said coldly. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, it will be useless. Why all this nonsense? Aren't we supposed to kill upon meeting? Zigue said unpleased. Are you thinking of something inappropriate because you find this girl attractive? After Zigue finished speaking, a blood-colored cuckoo burst forth from her body. The cuckoo let out a series of piercing cries, each cry spitting out blood, and each drop of blood ignited into flames, striking towards Qingwan like lightning. Qingwan also released her contracted beast, a green phoenix that flapped its wings and shot out 2 streams of green flames towards the cuckoo. Both of them were experts at the diamond level, and their attacks were devastatingly powerful. After this strike, not only would the auspicious inn be reduced to ashes, but the surrounding neighbors would also suffer. This was under the condition that both had significantly restrained their energy. If they unleashed their full power, the surrounding area would be in ruins for 1,000 miles. Thus, the Dragonflame Empire has clear regulations. Whether it's private brawls or sect feuds, innocent bystanders must not be harmed. If done intentionally, causing indiscriminate slaughter, the state will intervene. When local authorities cannot handle it, the state's directly controlled execution division and divine constabulary, or the ink-clothed guards will take decisive action. They will not only apprehend those who wreak havoc, but will also shut down and investigate their organizations or sections. The Death God Hall has been warned several times for excessive killings and has recently been more restrained. Therefore, while the experts of the Dragonflame Empire have significant destructive power, they must control their spiritual energy and cannot cause large-scale casualties. The martial world is not chaotic and disordered due to state intervention. Unless you are in remote mountains, deserts, or sect trial grounds, you can kill freely and unleash your abilities without restraint. Seeing the auspicious inn about to suffer, Shennong immediately issued an order to the little sparrow. Quickly stop this fight. Amidst the green flames and the blood-screaming cuckoo, suddenly, a more brilliant crimson flame ignited. The flame flickered and disappeared, and the room instantly returned to a dead silence. Uft! Qingwan spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her black clothes. Uft! 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 Zigue spat out several mouthfuls of blood in succession. Her face, which had been devoid of color, turned ashen, her body swaying as if about to collapse, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Qingwan was better off, having only suffered some energy backlash, and her contracted beast was unharmed. Zigue, on the other hand, faced significant trouble. Her contracted beast, the cuckoo, was reduced to ashes by the Red Lotus Inferno, severely damaging her own foundation. The most shocked was the undying bird. He had used the hellfire of communication to trap this guest room. Any ordinary expert trying to enter would be instantly reduced to ashes. Yet when the little sparrow entered, it seemed to completely ignore his hellfire, not even singeing a single feather. This is the Red Lotus Inferno? It must be the Red Lotus Inferno, the undying bird exclaimed, his voice filled with fear and anxiety. Today I've encountered a tough opponent. I can always kill that little brat and this pretty boy another day. Let's go? Zigue, realizing they were outmatched, called to the undying bird and prepared to flee. I don't believe it. As fellow members of the 36 true flames of destiny, how can my hellfire of communication be so inferior to the Red Lotus Inferno? The undying bird commanded his contracted beast, engulfing it in a sea of black flames and sending it toward the little sparrow. The little sparrow flapped its wings, and the flames on the black bird were completely extinguished. Your hellfire is merely a fledgling form of the subfire. How can it compare to my true red lotus karma fire? The little sparrow disdainfully said, even if my realm has dropped now, the power of the red lotus karma fire is more than enough to burn a rookie like you. Before the little sparrow finished speaking, the black bird had already turned to ash. But Shennong could still feel that the little sparrow was not as relaxed when it burned the black bird as it was before. Its aura seemed to have increased a bit. Even he was affected, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, almost dozing off. Puff, the immortal bird spat out blood, its aura quickly deteriorating. Silly bird, I told you to escape quickly, but you insisted on showing off. Now it's over, right? The sub regretfully said. It's really hard for us to run now. Indeed, it was very difficult. The Green Phoenix had long hated the two, as the Death God Hall had killed too many sisters of the 100 Bird sect, and they died tragically, even losing their dignity. She had almost been killed herself. And fortunately, she encountered Shennong. The Green Phoenix condensed a long sword, and the sword light slashed out like a silk ribbon, ready to cut off the dog head of the Skull Twin Birds. Stop! Shennong suddenly shouted at the Green Phoenix. No matter how much the Green Phoenix wanted to kill the Skull Twin Birds, she finally restrained her impulse and forcefully halted her sword momentum. What do you want to do? The Green Phoenix asked in surprise. The Green Phoenix nodded. She certainly understood why the Skull Twin Birds were hunting her, but she was unclear about who had instigated these two monsters. Hee. It's simply wishful thinking to interrogate the truth from us Skull Twin Birds. The immortal bird cruelly smiled and said, our Death God Hall's rule is, if the mission fails, one must seek their own end. Before seeking their own end, they must take two along as scapegoats, and here we just happen to have two. Oh no, they are going to self-destruct. The Green Phoenix was shocked, knowing very well what consequences a self-destruct by a diamond-level expert would bring. A few of her sisters chose to self-destruct before being humiliated, resulting in several experts from the Death God Hall being severely injured, with two even directly blown to death. However, self-destruction also requires comparable strength. If there is too great a disparity with the enemy's strength, it won't have much effect. However, the Skull Twin Birds did not complete their self-destruction. Their bodies had just started to swell when they turned to ashes in a sea of red mist. The little sparrow devoured the souls of the two, and both Shennong and the little sparrow felt a relief in their exhausted spirits. The nourishment from diamond-level experts was far superior to that of divine-level ones. The immense energy replenished Shennong's realm, directly crossing one star into the Saint Realm, arriving at the second star of the Saint Realm. The sensation of breakthrough made Shennong feel relaxed and floating as if he were an immortal. The Green Phoenix was also surprised by Shennong's performance. She had never seen anyone so casually and instantly break through two small realms. Although entering the Saint Realm is quite ordinary on the Eastern Desolate Continent, any cultivator with a bit of talent and resources can break through to this realm at a young age. Thank you for saving my life. We shall meet again. The Green Phoenix clasped her hands toward Shennong and was about to say goodbye. Wait. Is it too casual of you to repay your benefactor like this? Shennong said displeased. Then how should I repay you? The Green Phoenix's pretty face flushed. Chapter 81, the key question. If this guy makes any excessive demands, will she agree to him? The Green Phoenix's heart raced, and her mind was in a mess. Oh, I see. The Green Phoenix felt relieved. But I really don't know who is behind the Death God Hall. However, the price for assassins from the Death God Hall is extremely high. Hiring so many assassins at once can only be afforded by some super big families or powerful factions. Then why are they hunting you? Shennong asked. I am a disciple of the 100 Bird sect. The 100 Bird sect privately accepts bodyguard and assassin tasks, the Green Phoenix explained. We originally had several sisters hired by the Mingyue Villa to protect the young master Lu Mingyue, but that led to the crazy massacre by the Death God Hall. Their cruelty is appalling. They not only assassinated Lu Mingyue and the sisters protecting him, but they also killed many in the 100 Birds sect, forcing the sisters to flee, with some even dying in humiliation. Just thinking about this makes me want to kill all those beasts from the Death God Hall to avenge the dead and insulted sisters. The Green Phoenix was so agitated that her delicate body trembled lightly, her pearly teeth almost biting through her vividly red lips. Then why did your 100 Birds sect protect Lu Mingyue? Why must the Death God Hall kill him? You should know this, right? Shennong thought to himself. It seems this world is more brutal and bloodthirsty. They frequently seek to exterminate entire families, and doesn't the government turn a blind eye to this? This I do know. The Green Phoenix said seriously. This is the Longyan Empire. Because the 7 princes of the Longyan Empire are selecting a son-in-law, the announcement has caused a nationwide sensation. Many young talents are eager to try, and even some older experts have been tempted, dreaming of breaking through the crowd and winning the beauty. Perhaps they could even rise to prominence, ultimately replacing the Longyan monarch and ascending to the throne. Therefore, the young master of Mingyue Villa is naturally a strong competitor. His competitors sent people to assassinate him to eliminate rivals, right? The young master seems to have heard some rumors, which is why he hired the 100 Birds sect as bodyguards, right? You're really clever. You guessed it all right. The general course of events is indeed like this. The Green Phoenix did not hide her appreciation in her beautiful eyes and did not spare any praise. But to be honest, Lu Mingyue's cultivation is not outstanding. He is merely handsome without peer and has little competitiveness, unless the Longyan princess likes pretty faces and values looks over talent. But in that case, it would go against the spirit of selecting a son-in-law, the Green Phoenix added. So you think hiring assassins is overkill? Shennong had no intention of caring about such trivial matters as the son-in-law selection, but the existence of such a cruel and bloodthirsty organization deeply affected him. No, that person must be extremely perverted and bloodthirsty, wanting to kill all his imagined enemies, because he desperately desires the throne of the son-in-law, the Green Phoenix asserted. What you said seems quite reasonable, Shennong nodded, but what does selecting a son-in-law have to do with the spirit? Is selecting a son-in-law a noble thing? You don't seem to be from the Longyan Empire, do you? Otherwise, how come you know nothing? The Green Phoenix looked at Shennong in surprise. Every citizen of the Longyan Empire knows that the old emperor has no sons and has been ill recently, with his condition serious. But establishing a crown prince is a difficult issue because the old emperor can only choose a crown prince from among the sons-in-law. The married princesses either marry off to other countries, and among the summoned sons-in-law, the old emperor has tested them and found them unsuitable to be crown princes. Then why not test them in advance and only let the daughter summon a son-in-law after finding a suitable one? Shennong laughed. Testing someone in the empire is actually not too difficult. It's just testing their civil and military abilities, whether they have outstanding talent and strategy. In times of war, one's military and political talents can be highlighted, while in peaceful times, it's more evident whether someone has the ability to govern the country, whether they are a virtuous ruler. Because when one is well-fed and desires wealth, emperors in peaceful times are more likely to indulge in enjoyment, becoming complacent and not striving for progress, leading to government decline and officials becoming corrupt and degenerate, just like worms eroding the national body. A country usually declines and perishes this way. Testing someone is not easy, okay? Especially for men, the Green Phoenix pouted. It takes at least 10 years to understand a man thoroughly, not to mention establishing a crown prince. Such a big matter cannot be taken lightly. Do you expect the princess to wait 10 or 8 years before summoning a son-in-law? Even if the son-in-law can wait, the princess certainly cannot. It should be harder to understand a woman, right? Shennong smiled and did not refute, because men and women approach problems from different starting points and positions. I'm afraid only a hot-tempered princess like you would be so eager to get married, Shennong teased. How many times have you been in love to understand men so well? You. Qingluan felt both shy and angry, wanting to hit him. Although it was her first time hearing such a fresh term as dating, she could instantly understand Shennong's meaning. This guy can't help but be inappropriate after just a few sentences. What I meant to say, Qingluan interjected, was that the old emperor wouldn't even look at any of the princes, not because they weren't good enough, but because the old emperor favors the 7th princess the most. Therefore, this martial arts competition for marriage is particularly important. Officially, it's to recruit a prince, but in reality, it might just be the old emperor looking for a successor, intending to establish the 7th princess's prince as the heir. Although there are many rumors in the martial arts world, this interpretation has become mainstream. Think about it. Which powerful family isn't eyeing the throne? Even many figures from the martial arts world have been drawn into this struggle for the imperial seat, causing chaos throughout the country. This is just the beginning, as the date for the martial arts competition is set for September 25th next month, leaving a whole month to go. In this month, the martial arts world and the court will undoubtedly be filled with blood and violence, and who knows how many will die. Shennong agreed with Qingluan's view of the situation but harbored a big doubt in his heart. Then tell me, why would the old emperor of the Longyan Empire want to create chaos in the country? Isn't this approach too foolish? After a month of fighting in the martial arts world and infighting in the court, how many talented individuals will be lost? Shennong's words struck Qingluan like a thunderbolt, causing her to shiver and a sense of inexplicable fear to rise from deep within her. Yes, how had she never thought of this question? Shouldn't a country's monarch hope for peace and prosperity in their empire? Why stir up such a bloody storm? Chapter 82, Soul-Devouring Lantern. Golden Lantern Formation. Shennong nodded again, somewhat convinced by Qingluan. The imperial family is the most ruthless. Not to mention the disputes in the martial arts world and upheavals in the court. Even a large-scale war resulting in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood wouldn't make an emperor bat an eye. After all, a general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. Only those who emerge as heroes from chaos and bloodshed can truly be considered strong enough to deserve the title of the supreme ruler. I've finished my questions. You can go now, Shennong waved to Qingluan. You really want me to leave? Qingwan felt a bit disappointed. Or you could stay and be my maid. Shennong joked. Get lost. Qingwan vanished quickly. Sigh. I wonder who ended up rolling away. Shennong smiled even more happily, but his smile suddenly froze. Because he thought of Dai Yunxi, wondering how that girl was doing. Why was his eyelid twitching? Following Dai Jinshan would allow him to understand Dai Yunxi's situation at any time and also locate the Soul Palace's stronghold. The problem was that Dai Jinshan would most likely notice his tracking, which would make him seem too verbose. Moreover, what good would it do to force Dai Yunxi to stay? In this city filled with danger, protecting Dai Yunxi would inevitably harm innocent civilians. It would be better for him to come and go freely, avoiding more casualties. After Qingwan left, Shennong sensed several heavy killing intents locking onto him. The intensity of that killing intent was so strong that it was the first time Shennong felt such a crisis since facing over 300 assassins led by Qin Xiaoyu alone. The little sparrow was also on alert. If even a master like the little sparrow felt a sense of danger, it indicated that the opponent was indeed terrifying. Boss. 4 people have come, each holding an ancient lantern with yellow wicks, emitting a strange energy fluctuation that seems capable of interfering with the enemy's consciousness. Or perhaps it is a powerful weapon targeting the primordial spirit and soul body. Boss, are you coming out or waiting for them to come in and kill you? The little sparrow chirped. Shennong was somewhat speechless. What use is a doorkeeper like you? Shennong transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the inn room, directly confronting the 4 lantern-wielding figures drifting from the end of the long street like ghosts. For people in white, for yellow lanterns. Each white-clad person had autumn rain falling above their heads, yet not a single drop of rain touched their clothes. They emanated a faint, ghostly glow, keeping the rainwater 3 inches away. This is the aura, this is the style. Before killing the opponent, one must create a mysterious and murderous atmosphere, applying immense psychological pressure to the enemy, making them endure boundless fear before they die. Shennong found it amusing. If they didn't want to get wet, why release water element spells? The beautiful figures in the misty rain of Jiangnan were poetic, yet these 4 individuals, with faces whiter than their clothes, looked like 4 hanging ghosts coming back to life. Are you from the Soul Palace? Shennong asked. The 4 Wuchang of the Soul Palace. It's white Wuchang, not black Wuchang. Although 2 of them spoke, their voices came from the same mouth. The feeling was so bizarre it sent chills down one's spine. What's the harm in boasting a little before dying? One of them said. Do you have confidence in killing me? I've actually killed quite a few people from the Soul Palace, counting you all, probably around 250. Shennong smiled. He certainly hadn't kept count of how many people he had killed from the Soul Palace. The number he mentioned didn't even reach 250. He just thought this figure was fitting for the 4 individuals before him. Killing people isn't laughable. Taunting before death is even more boring. We are not those people you killed. Those were all useless. This time, 3 people spoke, but the voice still came from one mouth. They also call themselves soul messengers, who were even more arrogant before they died than you guys, Shennong replied. They are black Wuchang, and we are white Wuchang. White Wuchang is inherently 1 level above black Wuchang. Moreover, in the lower realm, they have cut off their own realms. We 4 white Wuchang can rival hundreds of black Wuchang. Is it because of the golden lanterns in your hands? Because you can form a terrifying lantern formation? Shennong asked. Exactly. You do have some knowledge. Our lantern formation is called the 4 Symbols Golden Lantern Formation, specifically designed to sever the enemy's primordial spirit and soul body. Actually, revealing this secret doesn't matter. Even if you want to run, you cannot escape. No one can escape the pursuit of the Soul Palace, not a single one. So we are not in a hurry to kill. You can first go to the coffin shop to order a good coffin, then choose a satisfactory shroud and entrust someone to bury you. Because we 4 Wuchang are like this. We take care of the killing, not the burial. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Can you block my ears? The little sparrow shrieked. These 4 are even quieter than I am. So scary. Can't you just block your own ears? Shennong reproached. Besides, blocking your ears is quite foolish, right? If you directly kill them, won't your ears be clear? No way, boss. I'm really scared of their spiritual lanterns. I can't summon any strength right now, the little sparrow said, and truly made a feeble attempt to flap its wings. Humph. Falling apart at a critical moment. Shennong snorted coldly, unsure if the little sparrow was pretending or genuinely afraid of that spiritual lantern. The 4 soul messengers smiled triumphantly. This was the first time Shennong had seen the 4 smile, but he would rather they didn't smile. He even wanted to plead with them to stop smiling. That smile is truly life-threatening. So, does that mean white messengers are much stronger than black messengers? Shennong suddenly asked. The 4 soul messengers immediately stopped smiling. Shennong's words sounded too off, or rather, they were too loaded. Have you finished speaking? Once you're done, you can die? We have never talked this much before killing. Only you have allowed us to experience the joy of killing. Good. Although killing is a bit dirty. It is better than being killed, Shennong said. Everyone, This is a residential area with a dense population. Let's find a suitable place to fight. No problem. We 4 Wuchang are not indiscriminate killers. We only kill those we intend to kill. By the way, aren't you going to buy coffins first? No need. I would be very willing to buy you 4 high-quality golden Nama coffins, but it will require the silver on you. Shennong moved like a wisp of smoke, like a flash of lightning, quickly finding an abandoned residential area. The houses here have long been dilapidated and are in ruins, with debris everywhere. Shennong and the 4 Wuchang stood on a pile of rubble, with Shennong surrounded by the 4, like a tiger or leopard surrounded by a pack of wolves. The gap between the two sides seemed too obvious. 1 2-star into the Holy Realm against 4 peak spirit-nourishing experts, with even 2 of them at the early stage of the Diamond Realm. These 2, even with pure combat power, could easily crush the skeleton twin birds. Not to mention, they were holding the precious soul-devouring lamps. This was already an elite among the killers of the Soul Palace. Their strength sufficient to rank in the top 3 of the Soul Palace. In contrast, the skeleton twin birds were just ordinary Death God Palace killers. Therefore, compared to the 2, the foundation of the Death God Palace is definitely above that of the Soul Palace. As the 4 activated their soul power, the 4 golden lamps shone brightly, for streams of golden light shooting into the sky, intertwining and suddenly exploding like fireworks, splitting into countless threads, weaving a net that covered the sky, trapping Shennong tightly, especially his primordial spirit and soul body. The brutal mental strangulation began. Shennong felt his spirit being instantly sliced into countless pieces by the golden net, and soon it was almost shredded. An unbearable pain that made him want to scream and roll on the ground, banging his head against the wall. He had intended to take out the bronze law mirror to condense a bronze law form to counter the 4 Wuchang. But the golden lamp formation of the 4 Wuchang activated too quickly. They did not give him any time to activate the green law form. The 4 Wuchang had wasted so much breath on him, clearly with a purpose. Just when Shennong thought the 4 were lax and would surely be slow in their movements, they suddenly launched a killing move. The golden light net shredded the soul body and devoured the primordial spirit. Under the unstoppable destructive power, Shennong's flesh body began to crack and crumble. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across his entire body, with streaks of golden light invading his flesh, eroding his blood and bones. The 4 Wuchang had to admit that Shennong was indeed very strong. If an ordinary 2-star into the Holy Realm were trapped in the golden lamp formation, they would instantly perish, turning to ashes. Yet Shennong had held on for so long. His soul body and primordial spirit were already in tatters, but his flesh body had not completely collapsed. What surprised the 4 Wuchang even more was that just as Shennong's flesh body was about to collapse, a large amount of red mist suddenly surged from within him, rolling like a tide, quickly engulfing Shennong's body. The 4 Wuchang were astonished and contemplated whether to check it out. Suddenly, behind one of the black Wuchang to the east, another figure of Shennong appeared. The white Wuchang was focused on dealing with the trapped Shennong and had not expected that Shennong had a clone. The white Wuchang across from him noticed Shennong's clone, and a look of fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to warn his companions to be careful, Shennong's clone had already raised its hand, penetrating the back of the east white Wuchang's head, crushing his primordial spirit. Chapter 83, Apology. Since the 4 Wuchang could deceive Shennong and unexpectedly activate the golden lamp formation, Shennong also took advantage of the situation, using his flesh body as bait to attract the 4 Wuchang's attention. Then he used his clone to launch a surprise attack, which was successful. Normally, a diamond-level expert's flesh body is extremely solid, as tough as copper or iron, even at the early stage. It wouldn't be so easy to break through. However, Shennong's clone happened to ambush a peak spirit-nourishing expert. After expending a large amount of spiritual power to activate the golden lamp formation, this peak spirit-nourishing expert was left vulnerable, giving Shennong a chance for a fatal strike. It should be noted that the golden lamp formation is a hole. Its structure is so tight that once it is breached, the backlash suffered by the Guardian is extremely severe. It is truly a case of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. The other 3 white Wuchang, unable to sever their connection to the golden lamp formation in time, were severely injured by the resulting backlash. Boss, I'm here. Watch my red lotus karma fire. Burning these few chickens is a piece of cake. The little sparrow flapped its wings, and soon, the 4 Wuchang turned to ashes in the flames. The little sparrow also unceremoniously swallowed the soul bodies of the 4. 2 spirit nourishing level, 2 diamond level. The energy brought to him by the little sparrow was extraordinary. Not only did it instantly heal Shennong's injuries, but it also directly raised his realm to 4-star into the Holy Realm. From 2-star to 4-star. The breakthrough was as smooth as a whale drinking water, exhilarating. But just like before, the 9 Beast Master spiritual roots suddenly lit up, devouring all the remaining energy waves. Exhausted, After the battle, even though he had broken through his realm, Shennong felt deeply fatigued. But treasures cannot be discarded. The little sparrow specifically left Shennong with the 4 soul-devouring lamps, along with one of the highest-level storage rings. Shennong stored the 4 soul-devouring lamps in a golden storage ring. These 4 golden lamps were extraordinary and might even be more powerful than Qin Xiaoyou's bronze law mirror. Moreover, this treasure was specifically designed to sever the primordial spirit and soul body, killing without shedding blood and not harming the innocent, which suited Shennong's intentions perfectly. Shennong suddenly thought, if the 4 Wuchang hadn't used the immensely powerful golden lamp formation but instead employed a wheel strategy to attack him, he would most likely have lost. And even managing to escape under their siege would have been quite impressive. It seems the 4 Wuchang were still too cautious, wanting to end the battle quickly, only to find themselves treading the path to the underworld. Whoosh! He lay down on the bed and fell asleep. It had been quite a hectic night. First, Dai Tanshan took away Dai Yunxi. Then Qingwan was chased by the skeleton twin birds and fled to his bed. Finally, the 4 Wuchang from the Soul Palace came to chase him again. These people came and went, some died, some escaped, like a revolving lantern. Of course, after Qingwan left, she would continue to flee. He did not know if she would ultimately escape the pursuit of the Death God Palace. The Death God Palace was too overbearing, right? When he reached the Holy King level, he would definitely want to confront those executioners of the Death God Palace and let them taste the flavor of being slaughtered and the feeling of being in constant fear and terror. For now, dealing with the Soul Palace was the priority. He must find out who instigated the Soul Palace to search for him in the 9 continents. That mastermind must know the whereabouts of his parents, right? Shennong's thoughts wandered, and he actually looked forward to the Soul Palace sending someone to assassinate him. He had a bolder plan. He even felt that with the bronze law mirror and the 4 soul-devouring lamps, he should have the strength to fight against the higher-ups of the Soul Palace. He might even be able to wipe out the Soul Palace's stronghold in one fell swoop. As long as he discovered the location of the Soul Palace, he would love to storm in and start a massacre, first rescuing Dai Yunxi. Shennong drifted into a deep sleep, and at this moment, it was the darkest time before dawn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 5 soul shadows crossed the void without stirring a breeze, filled with killing intent as they stepped through the air towards the auspicious inn. They were real soul bodies, a state of a person's spirit leaving their body. Cultivators could probably achieve this state at the Holy King level, where the soul body separates from the physical body. At about the reincarnation level, one could cultivate a true clone, but the combat power of the clone would be significantly weaker than that of the main body. Moreover, if the clone were destroyed, the main body would also suffer serious injuries, so generally, cultivators at the reincarnation level would not easily use their clones even if they had cultivated one. However, after reaching the diamond level, the soul body could possess combat power not weaker than that of the physical body, unlike the Saint King and the spirit nurturing level. Once the soul body separates from the physical body, its combat power will significantly decline, and it cannot remain independent for long. Once the soul body perishes, the physical body will quickly collapse and decay, turning into a pile of white bones, similar to the state of an ordinary person who has been dead for many years. Although the soul body at the diamond level is very strong, its drawback is also evident. The physical body cannot be harmed. Once the physical body is destroyed, the long-dependent soul body must find another compatible physical body to possess. Generally, when possessing, one would choose a physical body with a lower cultivation level than themselves. The probability of possessing a physical body with a higher cultivation level is very low, almost like winning a lottery. The 5 soul shadows, although they did not stir a single sound and moved silently, caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly due to their heavy killing intent. Wherever they passed, whether on the roof or the ground, a thin layer of frost formed. Shennong was deeply asleep and remained unaware of the impending danger, yet it startled a little sparrow. An hour earlier, Dai Zhanshan, with a complicated mood, sent his daughter Dai Yunxi to the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Along the way, he specifically released his divine sense to prevent Shennong from following them. Only when they entered the Soul Palace did Dai Zhanshan breathe a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, he felt guilty about this matter. Sending his daughter to the Soul Palace to serve Qin Xiaoyu was indeed a disgrace to the reputation of the Killing Demon Palace, leaving him, the palace master, without face. However, thinking that the two of them were an engaged couple and would eventually be together, Dai Zhanshan felt relieved, and his previous gloom was swept away. The headquarters of the Soul Palace certainly could not be entered casually, but Qin Xiaoshang had long issued a secret order. If anyone saw Dai Zhanshan bringing his daughter Dai Yunxi to apologize, they should not obstruct them, and even questioning was exempted. Therefore, Dai Zhanshan strode in and directly met Qin Bubi in the underground reception hall. "Brother Zhanshan, you are well. This time, you have really worked hard." Qin Bubi greeted Dai Zhanshan warmly. He ordered someone to bring wine, dishes, fresh fruits, and pastries, wanting to drink with Dai Zhanshan until they were intoxicated. In the past, it was all due to the folly of the little girl. And I hope Brother Qin can be more forgiving. After tonight, I also hope everyone can forget the past and look forward, right? Dai Zhanshan appeared apologetic but not servile. Leaving his daughter behind, he immediately took his leave. As for drinking, well, we will have plenty of opportunities in the future as in-laws. Let us skip it for tonight. Chapter 84 Bone-Corroding Fragrance. Dai Zhanshan led his daughter to the Soul Palace headquarters and turned to leave. His old face was burning hot, and he did not dare to meet Qin Bubi's eyes. Dai Zhanshan was very afraid of Qin Bubi mentioning his daughter and Shennong. This was his weak spot, making him feel utterly embarrassed. Therefore, he was eager to leave. As for what kind of humiliation and unfair treatment his daughter would suffer after he left, Dai Zhanshan did not care. He certainly understood what the Soul Palace meant by asking him to bring his daughter. With her beauty, there would be no life-threatening danger in the Soul Palace. Qin Bubi was very perceptive and understanding, not even mentioning a word about Shennong. However, just as Dai Zhanshan was about to leave, he stopped him. Hey, Brother Zhanshan, take care, Qin Bubi said. Why don't you and Yunqi meet Xiaoyu before you leave? First, to ease your daughter's emotions, and second, the young man is seriously injured and really wants to see his in-laws. He should have come out to greet you himself. But due to his injury, sigh, Qin Bubi's tone concealed a sense of sadness and pain, but there was no anger or resentment. Because Qin Xiaoyu's injury was caused by Shennong or was related to Shennong, to express resentment would inevitably mention Shennong. Mentioning Shennong would inevitably lead to talking about Dai Yunqi. That was precisely Dai Zhanshan's taboo. Therefore, Qin Bubi was very understanding and knew how to maintain the face of the Dai family. Yet he never mentioned the blows and humiliations his son had suffered, nor the pain he was enduring. A once prominent young master of the Soul Palace was not only severely injured by someone, but was also cuckolded and had his fiancée taken away. Under such circumstances, it was truly not easy to survive. All right, I will go see my dear nephew. Dai Zhanshan felt a twinge of compassion. He shot a fierce glare at Dai Yunqi. Feeling ashamed and embarrassed for his daughter, Dai Yunqi had not said a single word from beginning to end. She neither greeted Qin Bubi nor showed any signs of resistance or dissatisfaction. She was just like most women who submissively accept their fate, since she could not resist fate. She chose to obey. Thus, her delicate face was calm as water, showing no signs of joy or sorrow. Resembling a statue carved from beautiful jade or a fairy from a painting, unaffected by the worldly dust. Dai Zhanshan wanted to see Qin Xiaoyu, so she followed him. They were indeed there to apologize to Qin Xiaoyu. However, this way of apologizing was too degrading and filled with humiliation. Dai Zhanshan felt somewhat relieved in his heart, because he originally wanted to see Qin Xiaoshan. Shennong said that Qin Xiaoyu was dead, which seemed absurd to Dai Zhanshan. If Qin Bubi never mentioned Qin Xiaoyu, Dai Zhanshan would have become suspicious. But now, Qin Bubi's openness completely dispelled Dai Zhanshan's doubts and concerns. The three of them bypassed a huge screen and pushed open several thick wooden doors, arriving at a luxurious bedroom. The bedroom was lavishly and elegantly arranged, with tables, chairs, bookshelves, writing materials, and wall paintings, all exuding an ancient charm and a subtle, intoxicating fragrance. In the middle of the inner wall stood a precious carved bed made of rosewood, draped with silk curtains depicting mandarin ducks playing in the water. Through the curtains, one could vaguely see a pale-faced young man lying on the bed. This young man was actually quite handsome. Had he not been suffering from illness, he would have been a graceful and charming young man. As soon as Dai Zhanshan entered the room, he felt that the fragrance in the room was somewhat strange. As for what was strange about it, he couldn't quite explain. Just as he was carefully sensing and experiencing that fragrance, Qin Bubi suddenly spoke. Xiaoyu, your uncle Dai is here to see you, Qin Bubi said loudly. Qin Xiaoyu, after hearing this, struggled to sit up from the bed, wanting to rise to greet Dai Zhanshan. Nephew, you are ill. There is no need for too much formality. Dai Zhanshan quickly stepped forward, and to see Qin Xiaoyu clearly, he even lifted the curtain on the bed, saying, let me see how you are doing. Perhaps I can help you get rid of your stubborn illness and regain your health. As Dai Zhanshan lifted the curtain, he clearly saw Qin Xiaoyu's face. It was indeed Qin Xiaoyu, seemingly no different from the Qin Xiaoyu he remembered. Dai Zhanshan had an excellent memory, even though he had not met Qin Xiaoyu many times. He could still recall every movement and the subtle features of his face. His attitude began to change. The disdain he had for Shennong's speculation was now replaced by shock. Shennong claimed that Qin Xiaoyu was dead without seeing him. However, Dai Zhanshan, after a meticulous observation, discovered the doubts on Qin Xiaoyu's body. The shape-shifting bat King Lunangsing approached Qin Xiaoyu, but due to the soul separation, he had not carefully observed the subtle features of Qin Xiaoyu's face. He would never have thought that Dai Zhanshan possessed an exceptional memory, Beneath Qin Xiaoyu's long eyelashes was an almost imperceptible brown birthmark. Because his eyelashes were long, they covered the birthmark, so unless one were extremely attentive, they would often overlook its existence. Even Qin Bubi had never noticed this subtle feature of his son's face. "You are not Qin Xiaoyu," Daizhanshan said cautiously in a very assertive tone, wanting to expose the true identity of the other party. There was a mole near the inner corner of Qin Xiaoyu's left eye. But due to the mole's color being very close to the skin tone and covered by the eyelashes, it was very difficult for an ordinary person to discover. And you did not have one. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyu is arrogant and overbearing, often displaying his emotions on his face, while you are gloomy, reserved, steady, mature, and quite scheming. If you say that this change is due to your injuries, then I must refute you. I happen to know a bit about medicine. Your earlier statement was just an act of appearing weak, when in fact your foundation is strong, your energy is abundant, your primordial spirit is flourishing, and you are not sick at all. Who exactly are you? Daizhanshan said as he suddenly pressed his fingers onto Qin Xiaoyu's pulse gate. A move called locking the pulse, which can directly control or even kill the opponent's soul body. However, to Daizhanshan's surprise, he found that he could not exert any force with his fingers. All the spiritual power in his body could not be mobilized. As if he were a beast trapped in a swamp, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Fighting against the swamp not only rendered him powerless, but he couldn't even find a point of leverage. Hiss! Daizhanshan couldn't help but gasp. What have you done to me? What exactly do you want? Qin Bazai, I came here with sincerity this time. Do you really think so little of my killing demon hall? Dai Yunshi also felt that something was amiss, but her realm was lower. At this moment, not only was her body soft and powerless, but she also felt dizzy and fatigued, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Her eyelids felt extremely heavy. Hearing the shouts and roars of those around her, the voices seemed to come from far away, vague and illusory, making it impossible to hear clearly. Haha. Uncle Dai truly has a discerning eye, you can see this? I'm impressed. Qin Xiaoshang laughed loudly and stood up. I am really not Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu is already dead. He was turned into a waste by Shennong, and even a Deluo Jinxian would not be able to restore him to normal. Therefore, our soul hall will never raise a waste. Rather than live in suffering, it is better to die gloriously. How could the position of the young hall master be occupied by a waste? If that were the case, wouldn't our soul hall become a laughingstock in the Jianghu? So, you are Qin Xiaoshang? Daizhanshan suddenly felt a bit regretful. Not only had he pushed his daughter into the fire pit, but he had also implicated himself. From the looks of it, it was impossible for them to leave the soul hall. What do you want? You should know that my killing demon hall is not to be trifled with. If you dare to harm me, my brothers in the killing demon hall will surely fight you to the death. While Daizhanshan angrily rebuked Qin Xiaoshang, he secretly tried to mobilize his true essence to resist the severe poison in his body. Alas, son-in-law, stop resisting. Qin Bazai sighed. You are afflicted with a strange poison called bone-corroding fragrance. Those poison will have their bones corroded and melted, even if you have an indestructible body. You cannot withstand the domineering properties of bone-corroding fragrance. Beast. Animal. Qin Bazai, you treacherous villain. Why do you treat me this way? I swear my killing demon hall will never rest until we are dead. Daizhanshan roared. Daizhanshan, your time of glory is numbered, Qin Bazai said grimly. It is your daughter who has harmed my son. If she had not betrayed Xiaoyu, how could Xiaoyu have ended up in such a tragic situation? She not only turned Xiaoyu into a waste, but also brought humiliation to my soul hall, a great disgrace. How can my soul hall endure this grievance? Fortunately, I still have Xiaoshang. Your daughter has submitted to him, which is not a loss for her. You can rest easy. As for your killing demon hall, I have long coveted it. Now is the perfect opportunity to swallow it whole. Your Dai family will become servants of my Qin family. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Once you die, the killing demon hall will be leaderless. What is there to fear? Ah, old bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Daizhanshan shouted, madly lunging at Qin Bazai. However, even at his peak, his fighting strength was slightly inferior to Qin Bazai. Moreover, he was now poisoned. And this lunge was already his last effort, lacking even the strength of an ordinary person in a fight. Qin Xiaoshang had already attacked from behind Daizhanshan, and a green light swept through the air. Daizhanshan's head fell, collapsing into a pool of blood. The life of a generation's hero ended tragically and inexplicably like this. Chapter 85. The Transformation of Magic. Dad, is he dead? Dai Yunshi slowly woke from her daze, feeling a splitting headache. The first thing she saw was Qin Xiaoshang's sinister face. Qin Xiaoshang was sweating profusely, wanting to tear off the color-restraining cassock on her body. But no matter how hard he tried, he could never succeed. You despicable villain. Did you kill my dad? Dai Yunshi trembled with anger. And you also killed your own brother, Qin Xiaoyu? Qin Xiaoshang killing Qin Xiaoyu would not make Dai Yunshi angry. What infuriated her was that Qin Xiaoshang impersonated her brother and caused her father, Shan, to die. Yunqi, listen to me. Qin Xiaoshang gasped. I like you so much. Just be with me. Once my brother is dead, this soul hall will be my world. You will be the young mistress of the soul hall. I am much stronger than my waste of a brother, whether in wisdom or martial skills. I surpass him tenfold. But I did not kill my brother. It was Dad who, in anger over my brother's incompetence, executed him according to family law. I have heard that you have a. I didn't expect it to be so miraculous. As for Uncle, he is not dead. His soul body is still here, just imprisoned by my father. As long as you are with me, I can help you kill my father and rescue Uncle. I, Qin Xiaoshang, keep my word and will never go back on it. Hearing such disgusting and treacherous words from Qin Xiaoshang, Dai Yunqi felt her stomach churn, wanting to vomit. Get lost. Let me go, Dai Yunqi shouted angrily. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Dai Yunqi doubted Qin Xiaoshang's words. She had seen her father's head fall to the ground with her own eyes. How could he not be dead? She felt a surge of unspeakable and unexpressible grief and anger explode in her chest, transforming into a terrible power that began to grow slowly. It was as if a seed awakened within her body. That seed was pitch black, bursting forth with a terrifying aura, releasing a monstrous killing intent, its sharpness evident, and its fierce flames capable of incinerating the great universe. It began to grow at an astonishing speed, sprouting chaotic, twisted branches and dark leaves that danced wildly like the hands of giant demons, engaging in slaughter, staining the world with blood and reaping the heads of enemies. Qin Xiaoshang deserves to die. Qin Bazai deserves to die. Everyone in the Soul Hall should go to hell. For a moment, her beautiful eyes emitted a cruel, bloodthirsty light, her long, dark hair standing on end, as if she were a female demon standing above the heavens, turning her palm to obliterate the sky and bury the earth. Dai Yunqi, you should wake up. Qin Xiaoshang paid no attention to the changes in the beauty's body. On the contrary, he hoped that certain changes in Dai Yunqi would give him the opportunity to break through that. With a wave of his hand, a soul body appeared in the room. It was indeed Dai Jinshan's soul body. However, that soul body seemed to be sealed, with a dull gaze, seemingly wandering like a lost ghost, devoid of any human emotions. Dad, seeing her father in such a miserable state ignited Dai Yunqi's fury even more. Under strong stimulation, her guanine body rapidly mutated, becoming demonic, as that seed of divinity and demonhood gained the upper hand, taking control of her body. Because of this, her temporarily vanished, which made Qin Xiaoshang ecstatic. Regardless of Dai Yunqi's eyes burning with flames of hatred, he reached out to touch her chest. Slap. Dai Yunqi retaliated with a slap, sending Qin Xiaoshang flying like a spinning top, half of his teeth knocked out, blood splattering, and his left cheek swelling up. Qin Xiaoshang's mind was ringing, feeling as if he had been struck by a heavy artillery shell, with his left side going numb. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. After all, he was a top-tier master, his body tougher than iron and stone, and even blades and swords would find it difficult to harm him. Unexpectedly, I was almost knocked unconscious by a beauty with low martial arts skills. Qin Xiaoshang was still somewhat clever, as he was flung away, accompanied by a scream. He quickly twisted and turned in the air, performing an action that defied the laws of physics, and suddenly arrived behind the soul of Dai Jinshan, releasing spiritual power to lock onto that dazed soul. Dai Yunqi, you better not mess around. Be careful with your father's soul. This is his last hope for survival. If you dare to move recklessly, I won't be polite. Qin Xiaoshang trembled as he spoke, to avoid anyone disturbing his plans. He had specially isolated the sounds inside the room, so his scream could not be heard outside. Moreover, he usually did not allow his subordinates to get too close to him to prevent them from prying into his privacy. Seeing her father in danger, Dai Yunqi's frenzied emotions finally calmed down. When her emotions stabilized, her aura also began to decline. Let my father go, or the entire soul hall will accompany him to the grave. Dai Yunqi said sternly, her killing intent soaring. Hee, let him go? Do you think I'm an idiot? Qin Xiaoshang sneered. As for you, beauty, I'm giving you a chance now. If you give up resistance and serve me well, I'll spare your father. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. What will it be? Whether you truly love your father will be revealed by your next actions. Either obey me obediently, or your father dies. This is the Soul Hall, with thousands of experts. Do you really think that just because you've awakened a bit of demonic power, you can do as you please and sweep through the Soul Hall? Stop dreaming. Dai Yunqi was stunned. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and with her lack of experience in the martial world, she hesitated and felt at a loss. Under the night sky, the killing demon hall resembled a lurking beast, quiet yet filled with danger. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky, possessing two bat-like wings that spread out to a length of 3 to 4 zhang. Just before entering the territory of the Soul Hall, the figure retracted its wings, wiped its face a few times with its hands, and bizarrely transformed into the appearance of Shennong. Who is it? Over a dozen experts soared into the air, each releasing different elemental battle energies. And a dozen powerful streams of energy crisscrossed, filled with killing intent, blocking the path of the shape-shifting Bat King. The Hall Master has ordered me to deliver a message to the Hall Master's wife, saying that he will drink to his heart's content in the Soul Hall tonight. This is the Killing Demon Order. Seeing the order is like seeing the Hall Master. Anyone who obstructs the order will be killed without mercy. Luo Nanxing really took out a black token from his bosom. The token was engraved with intricate golden symbols, exuding infinite killing intent and royal majesty. The experts of the Killing Demon Hall were taken aback, although they felt it was inappropriate for a Soul Hall expert to intrude into the wife's chamber. The person had a token, and the rules of the Killing Demon Hall were strict. Who would dare defy the order? In that case, we will accompany you to see the wife. Someone spoke up. This matter was obviously not right, and the guards still felt uneasy about Luo Nanxing. This guy's cultivation was extraordinarily high. Even with their combined strength, they might not be a match for him. The stronger the expert, the more cautious they had to be. Chapter 86. Blood stains the Killing Demon Hall. The killers of the Killing Demon Hall did not recognize Shennong, so even though Luo Nanxing disguised himself as Shennong, these killers did not know who he was. However, out of concern for the Hall Master's wife's safety, the killers still hoped to accompany Luo Nanxing to meet Lady Dai. You guys are really troublesome, Luo Nanxing said. Since the Hall Master sent me to notify the lady, I must do this personally. Otherwise, wouldn't that be betraying the trust and commission of Elder Dai? Fine. I choose to take a step back and let you follow me. But you cannot enter the lady's room, nor are you allowed in the backyard. Just monitor me from outside. After all, it's late at night, and a group of men barging into the backyard would be quite inconvenient. The backyard has designated female guards. They can accompany you inside. Even if you're alone, as a big man, isn't it excessive to enter a backyard where only women and children reside? Someone said coldly. All right. Let's just follow your advice. Let us not waste more breath. I'll report to the lady and leave immediately. Luo Nanxing waved his hand impatiently at the crowd. However, when they reached the magnificent gate of the backyard, the female guards insisted on not letting Luo Nanxing enter. Even though this person was indeed incredibly handsome, the rules were the rules. They could not break them just because someone looked good. One clever female guard directly went to knock on Lady Dai's door. She thought, as long as she informed Lady Dai of this matter, then this stubbornly obsessive young man would not be so determined to send a message. Lady Dai was sleeping soundly when she was suddenly awakened by the noise of the argument outside. She was about to ask her personal maid what was happening when the female guard came to knock on the door. The knocking was urgent. How bold. Don't you know the lady is resting? Why are you knocking on the door? The maid scolded. Someone insists on seeing the lady at this late hour. No matter how we try to stop and persuade him, he refuses to listen, the female guard said helplessly. If an ordinary person dared to be so reckless, they would have been cut down by the sisters long ago, but that person holds the Killing Demon Order from the Hall Master. Once the token is out, it's as if the Hall Master himself is present. Who would dare disobey? The sisters also risked a lot to stop that fellow for the lady's safety. All right, you've babbled on for a lot, but not one key point. What does that madman want to see the lady for? The maid questioned. Is it necessary to make such a fuss outside, causing the lady to be unable to rest? The maid angrily said. You go tell that madman that the lady knows and for him to get lost quickly. All right, the female guard agreed. But she felt a bit suspicious because throughout the conversation, she had only heard the maid and not a single word from Lady Dai. Tonight's events felt strange and suspicious. Yes, lady. The female guard heard the lady's voice and felt relieved. Whoosh. Her figure moved and quickly reached outside the courtyard. The female guard was just about to scold Luo Nanxing a couple of times and tell him to leave immediately. Although this person was indeed handsome enough to make her a bit smitten, his temperament was simply too annoying, looking like a shameless flirt, especially irritating. But the scene outside shocked the female guard. She saw several sisters and 7 or 8 guards had turned into black skeletons, their remains either lying down or sitting, all buried beneath an ancient giant banyan tree. Just as the female guard was about to scream, the situation was too bizarre, too terrifying, too unbelievable. A cold wind brushed past her fair and slender neck, sending chills down her spine, and a deep chill rose from her feet, sweeping over her whole body in an instant, causing her to shiver involuntarily. It should be known that these female guards and killers had high cultivation, especially among the killers. 2 had already broken through to the diamond level, who had such great ability to silently bring them to their deaths. Beauty, don't scream. A hand suddenly covered the female guard's mouth. You must be wondering why I killed them, right? I can tell you the truth. Simply put, my name is Shennong, from the lower realm of Jiuzhou. Because of my love with your young lady Dai Yunxi, we were originally a perfect match, living happily together. but unexpectedly, your old and immortal hall master Dai Jinshan forcibly tore us apart. Humph, the old guy took away my beloved. So I must take revenge on him fiercely and turn the soul hall upside down. Beauty, I came to see you partly because I found you quite beautiful, and partly to have you as a witness to see me single-handedly slaughter through the killing demon hall. As long as you obey, I won't kill you. If you shout or make a fuss, haha, you've seen it. If you want to turn into a skeleton too, feel free to oppose me. After Shennong finished speaking, he released his hand that was covering the female guard's mouth. Why are you telling me all this? What do you want from me? The female guard was originally not afraid of death and was very loyal to Madame Dai. But when she saw those ugly and hideous experts turned into pitch-black skeletons she suddenly became so fearful of death. Hee, that's easy to say, Luo Nanxing smiled. I will first cherish you, then let you see me slaughtering everywhere. After Luo Nanxing finished speaking, he pushed the female guard down under the banyan tree, right beside the pile of charred bones. No, I can't. I mustn't. The female guard struggled desperately, but ultimately because she was afraid of becoming as ugly as those withered bones. She held back and did not cry out. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Nanxing finally got up from the female guard and transformed into a streak of light that rushed into the backyard. Screams, wails, pleas, and angry rebukes. The backyard was filled with various tragic and piercing sounds, but most of them were short-lived. In front of Luo Nanxing, these women and children were nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. The female guard Su Su had already tidied up her clothes and rushed to notify the guard team. Originally, the guard team had a King Kong-level expert stationed, with extremely strong spiritual awareness, and any movement hundreds of miles away would definitely not escape their senses. But Dai Jinshan had set up a soundproof barrier in the backyard. The soundproof barrier would automatically activate at night. This was not because Dai Jinshan was worried about the guards prying into his privacy, but because he did not want his wife and family to be disturbed by outside noises, which would affect their rest. Not only do the assassins go out to kill, but there are also outside experts that come in to cause bloodshed and death. The guard team arrived very quickly, almost instantly after receiving Su Su's call for help. The scene was in shambles, blood was everywhere, and almost all of Dai Jinshan's family members were dead, including women, elderly, and children. The guards burst into Madame Dai's room, where Madame Dai had already died from being brutally injured and had her throat crushed. Only one personal maid, disheveled and improperly dressed, with her originally white skin bruised and battered, was left. She was in a state of extreme shock and inhumane abuse, sobbing and muttering. It was Shennong. Shennong killed the madam. He is not human. He is a beast, a monster. Su Su's delicate body was also trembling. She certainly knew that Shennong was a true beast, and moreover, an extremely perverted beast. I don't know. I really don't know. His movements are too fast, like a ghost. He can disappear at any time. Who knows where he has escaped to? Shennong, do not change my name or my surname. Why would I need to escape? Suddenly, a wild laugh echoed in the air. With you trash from the killing demon hall, a rabble, do you think you can make me flee? Shennong, why are you so cruel to my killing demon hall? What grudge do I have against you? A guard with the highest cultivation, a 2-star King Kong level, released his spiritual power, creating a tidal wave of spiritual energy, rushing fiercely towards Luo Nanxing. However, this mountain-like pressure of spiritual energy seemed completely ineffective against Luo Nanxing, easily dispersed by him. Clearly, Luo Nanxing's strength was above that of this King Kong-level guard, at least equally matched. I have already told this little beauty. Luo Nanxing pointed at Su Su. This little beauty's skin, figure, and everything is quite nice. Others naturally did not understand what Luo Nanxing meant by this, and thought he was talking nonsense. Only Su Su felt both shy and angry. Her pretty face flushed red. You silver thief. Why say such useless things? Su Su scolded. Lord Dai does not allow you and the young lady to be together for good reasons. Why do you vent your anger on so many innocent people? Now it only proves that Lord Dai's decision is correct. You are a pervert. A madman who kills without restraint, tenfold, 100-fold more brutal than us assassins. You will be struck by heaven's wrath, and the worst retribution in the world will befall you. Through Su Su's words, everyone finally understood a little about why Shennong was so merciless towards the killing demon hall. It turned out to be because of Miss Dai Yunqi. Little beauty, you weren't so fierce under the banyan tree just now. After I kill these trash, I will continue to pamper you, Luo Nanxing sneered. Seeing Luo Nanxing so reckless, completely disregarding the experts of the killing demon hall, immediately stirred up public outrage. Chapter 87. No grass grows. Luo Nanxing's arrogance not only angered people, but also puzzled them. This person had a very high realm, at least 3-star King Kong level, or even possibly 4-star. But after all, you are just one person. The killing demon hall had gathered 500 to 600 people, and there were dozens of 1-star and 2-star King Kong level experts among them. There were also 4 3-star King Kong and 1 4-star King Kong, with the highest cultivation not lower than Luo Nanxing, and they outnumbered him by hundreds. Shennong's behavior was so arrogant and dismissive. Either he was a complete madman or had some terrifying trump card. As for what the trump card was, it would be known after a test. Pei Kai, the only 4-star King Kong level among the experts of the Killing Demon Hall, suddenly rushed towards Luo Nanxing. Brother Pei, be careful. That beast might be proficient in some kind of. More than a dozen of our brothers have already died under his. Su Su shouted loudly. Got it. Pei Kai also practiced fire magic and was cultivating the Heart Fire Divine. Suddenly, a bright red divine light surged from behind him, illuminating the night sky like a long rainbow. From that red divine light, a giant ape figure several zhang high was formed. The red giant ape was engulfed in flames, swinging its fists, unleashing massive, magma-like fiery punches, smashing towards Luo Nanxing. The Heart Fire Divine cultivated by King Kong-level experts was extraordinary, with immense power capable of burning through a mountain, evaporating a river, hitting a person. Even if you had skin as tough as iron, you would still be turned to ashes. Relying on his unmatched Heart Fire Divine, Pei Kai did not take Shennong seriously. He had already noticed the dozen or so charred skeletons under the banyan tree. To be honest, if even couldn't burn the opponent to ashes, then that was truly not commendable. Even his Heart Fire Divine could turn steel into molten iron. Boom, boom. The Heart Fire Ape crossed the void, stirring up a terrifying energy storm, and its punches bombarded Shennong like waves of scorching suns. Because on his own territory, Pei Kai's control over spiritual power was extremely strict. The energy wave's range would not exceed 3 zhang. Furthermore, since they were fighting in the air, other experts from the Killing Demon Hall were not affected. Heart Fire Ape. Not bad. This set of Great Sage Fist has been practiced to about 20% proficiency, but still far from enough, Luo Nanxing said, hands behind his back, effortlessly dodging Pei Kai's furious attacks and disdainfully commenting like a grandmaster. Madman, watch me slice your head off with the dragon flame blade. Pei Kai, furious, summoned a long knife that shimmered with light, on which was engraved a fierce and terrifying blood-colored dragon. With a surge of spiritual power, the blood-colored symbols on the knife glowed intensely, erupting with a deafening dragon's roar. The long knife twisted and transformed directly into a blood dragon, piercing through the void, violently crashing towards Luo Nanxing. Roar! The Heart Fire Ape roared, its figure moving left and right, up and down, manifesting from all directions to flank Luo Nanxing along with the blood dragon long knife. The temperature in this space rose sharply, hotter than magma, more torturous than hell. Interesting. It's time to end this. Luo Nanxing's expression darkened. He no longer dodged or retreated because Pei Kai was attacking too aggressively. It was not easy to evade from this relentless bombardment. Suddenly, 2 gigantic bat wings sprouted from his shoulders. The black bat wings released dark red flames. Your fire divine ability is mediocre, just SOSO. Watch my of Shennong. Before Luo Nanxing's words fell, with the flapping of the bat wings, waves of dark red flames surged forth like a torrent of rivers. It was terrifying. The dark red sea of fire directly incinerated the dragon flame blade, and the blood-colored dragon let out a mournful cry before exploding into ashes. Roar! After a brief wail and roar, the Heartfire Ape exploded with a thunderous blast, and the shockwaves overturned dozens of experts from the Killing Demon Hall who were watching. Those experts were either dead or injured in this level of battle. They could only become pitiful cannon fodder. It wasn't he that Luo Nanxing's true realm was so terrifying, even if he was a 5-star diamond. These hundreds of people united together had the ability to fight him. It was just that his was too powerful, nearly indestructible, and unstoppable. Moreover, apart from Pei Kai, who was locked onto by Luo Nanxing, the others could not see his 2 terrifying and hideous bat wings. Poof! Pei Kai spat blood. The explosion of the Heartfire Ape caused a terrible backlash, and his breath plummeted like a cliff, making it unsuitable for battle at that moment. However, he had been locked onto by Luo Nanxing, and escape was impossible. A wave of flames swept toward him, and Pei Kai was directly torn apart under the onslaught of the wave, his formidable body reduced to ashes. Not good. His is too strong. Everyone, quickly set up the Killing Demon array with me. All brothers with heavy armor, and those practicing water and earth divine abilities. Come to the core of the formation with me. Today, we vow to take down this demon. A 3-star diamond raised his arm and called out, and more than 300 brothers from the Killing Demon Hall responded loudly, participating in the Killing Demon array. The Killing Demon array was actually quite simple. The arrangers were divided into 4 positions to form a square formation. Each camp had the strongest person as the leader. Everyone's energy was connected, and the various camps echoed each other, instantly boosting combat power by dozens of times. When the Killing Demon array reached its peak state, it could kill peak diamonds. Haha. What Killing Demon array? I see it as a group of rabble. Luo Nanqing laughed maniacally. This is your first time forming a formation with so many people, right? Too clumsy, rigid, and inexperienced. Even if you finish setting up and attack me with all your might, I won't be afraid. But I, Shennong, am pressed for time and don't have the leisure to play with you. Luo Nanqing flapped his massive bat wings and swept through the void, frequently releasing toward the experts in the Killing Demon array. Now, the experts from the Killing Demon Hall were burned too tragically. Countless treasures and talismans turned to ashes. As soon as they arrived, any water or earth divine abilities instantly collapsed. Those heavy armors and treasures were as fragile as paper, burning and causing the experts of the Killing Demon Hall to wail and perish in the calamity, their forms and spirits obliterated. Under the, not a blade of grass remained. Chapter 88, Siege. It was too cruel, too ruthless, and too brutal. Luo Nanqing released, burning through the Killing Demon array alone, causing the experts of the Killing Demon Hall to lose their souls and flee. They had to escape quickly. What they faced was not a human but a demon from hell, a death god specifically harvesting the lives of mortals. After suffering heavy casualties, the remaining experts of the Killing Demon Hall scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing desperately, without regard for anything. They did not need to sacrifice themselves in vain. Even their master did not know their names. Many of them were identified by code names or numbers. After they died, they would at most be crossed off the Killing Demon Hall roster as number 31 or number 62, only for new number 31 or number 62 to come in. Only the top 20 ranked killers would draw the master's attention and have their names remembered. Susu was also among the fleeing crowd. Her goal was to inform the master Daijianshan at the Soul Hall. Even if she was scolded or even beheaded in Daijianshan's rage, she would have no complaints. Although Daijianshan was stern and violent, killing without blinking, the lady had always treated her female guards well. In fact, Lady Dai was a believer in Buddhism, devoutly praying for her husband and family before the Buddha every day. Unfortunately, the Buddha did not bless the sentient beings. The Buddha had no emotions. And Lady Dai's family still met a tragic end under the butcher's knife. This Shennong was simply a perverted killing machine. Since Daijianshan took away what you loved, you should confront Daijianshan and ask why he cruelly killed her entire family. Thinking of the poor Lady Dai's family, Susu couldn't help but feel a mix of sorrow and anger, hating her own weakness, feeling like a lamb to be slaughtered and bullied, unable to muster even a bit of resistance. Beasts, just wait. Susu gritted her silver teeth and cursed fiercely. Little beauty, do you hate me so much? A voice suddenly rang in Susu's ear, and a breath lightly blew on her fair neck, startling her so much that she lost control while flying on her sword and fell from the sky. However, she did not land on the ground, but fell into the demon's arms. Hee, little beauty, I said, once I kill those trash, I will take good care of you. Am I not trustworthy? Luo Nanqing grinned. The scenery here is quite nice. This was a mass grave, and there were remains of the dead scattered about. In the martial world, killings and fights happened every day, with deaths occurring daily. Many of their bodies were left unburied, in a place that others would avoid. This perverted Shennong was particularly excited to do shameless things. Susu had no strength to resist, and even under Luo Nanqing's spiritual confinement, she couldn't commit suicide, only silently enduring everything with tears in her eyes. 5 soul shadows had already reached the auspicious inn. The Soul Hall and Shennong were in a state of mutual annihilation. Even without Qin Xiaoyou's complete annihilation, the pressure from the Divine Clan forced the Soul Hall to act this way. Although the movements of the 5 people made no sound, a powerful killing intent swept toward the auspicious inn like a tidal wave. This immediately alerted the little sparrow. It flapped its wings and proactively approached before the 5 Soul Hall assassins could get close. With this, you will at most become a fool or a madman. It's no problem to survive. But if you dare to disrespect my imperial decree, the fate of you all will be like that of the burning lamp ancestor. The little sparrow bombarded them with words, leaving the 5 Soul Hall assassins dumbfounded. It was not surprising that a contracted beast could speak, but they questioned the little sparrow's spirit and intelligence. This little thing surely couldn't have been stimulated in some way, calling itself the Emperor and the Ancestor. Who was the burning lamp ancestor? The name sounded impressive, but what did it have to do with a little sparrow like you? Little thing, you talk too much. Let's kill you first tonight. Let Shennong suffer backlash, and then capture Shennong later. One of the soul shadows conjured an ice python above its head, which flicked its crimson tongue, and in its breath, the energy elements around the little sparrow suddenly erupted. A massive amount of water elements were drawn from all around, gathering around the little sparrow, instantly freezing into a chunk of ice several meters wide, which looked like a small ice mountain. The breath turned to ice, indicating that this Soul Hall expert had trained their water element divine ability to a considerable level. The little thing boasts loudly but is so easy to defeat. I see it as a lunatic. If the contracted beast is like this, then Shennong can't be any better, one of the soul shadows laughed. But the smile on his face quickly froze, and suddenly a flash of red light appeared in the iceberg, followed by a loud explosion from within. All the ice blocks flew into the air, continuing to split until they turned into ice shards and steam, dissipating into nothingness. How amusing. The little sparrow was not harmed at all. Instead, it seemed very excited. Can your ice python freeze the entire extreme abyss star domain? That is the very least. Because the extreme abyss star domain is too small. The five of them looked at each other in disbelief. What? The extreme abyss star domain is still small? Do you have any idea that the area of the light dragon flame empire is several million miles? And such an empire is still considered relatively small on the eastern wilderness continent? There are countless super empires on the eastern wilderness continent that are even larger than the dragon flame empire. Even so, the eastern wilderness continent is the smallest and weakest among the 5 continents of the extreme abyss star domain. How dare you say the extreme abyss star domain is too small? The expert from the Soul Palace with the ice python coiled around his head angrily rebuked. Do you know how big the extreme abyss star domain really is? Not only can my ice python not do it, but no one in the world can. Unless he is a god descending to the mortal realm. Humph. Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't. The little sparrow disdainfully snorted. What use is a trash ice python like you? The little sparrow flapped its wings, and the fierce ice python was immediately engulfed in flames. Although water is the nemesis of fire, the red lotus karma fire was simply too domineering, directly ignoring the laws of mutual generation and restraint. The ice python was quickly melted into billowing white mist, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. In a certain secret chamber of the Soul Palace headquarters, 5 Soul Palace experts were sitting cross-legged. However, they were all in physical form, and their soul bodies had left the Soul Palace. At this moment, one of the experts suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His contracted beast had died, and he himself had suffered a severe backlash. In the Soul Palace, this expert's physical body continued to spurt blood. Once his soul body perished, his physical body would also be unable to endure for long and would soon collapse and vanish. Because his soul body was completely burned away, not even a trace of residual soul was left. You all saw it. This kind of trash is simply redundant in the world. Do you have any stronger abilities? If not, you will end up the same way as him, the little sparrow aggressively questioned. This statement shocked everyone present, and no one thought the little sparrow was mentally unstable anymore. This kind of strength was simply terrifying. Everyone, this little sparrow is indeed powerful, alone. None of us is its opponent. Let us all attack together. One of the Soul Palace experts suggested. I have a fire shield that can probably withstand its for half a stick of incense. If we can't defeat the little sparrow within that time, we might all perish here. Before the 5 experts arrived, Chin Booby had already given them a death order. If they didn't succeed, they would die. Therefore, they had no way out. If they wanted to survive, they had to fight desperately. Good. The other 3 experts nodded, and the 4 of them unleashed their auras, covering the sky within hundreds of miles under their intense pressure. Once this overwhelming aura was released, all the low buildings below would turn to ruins, and the sleeping residents inside would have no one spared from disaster. However, the Soul Palace assassins were not mindless murderers, unless they fell into a state of madness. Otherwise, they regarded the slaughter of civilians as a sign of incompetence and shame. The 4 of them went all out, with the leader summoning the fire shield. With him leading, the 4 displayed their abilities. Some unleashed golden sword energy, cutting through the void, while others condensed and shot out dense and powerful water arrows. The water arrows shot towards the little sparrow like a torrential storm, each one capable of exploding mountains. Someone summoned their contracted beast. A crab king with a glossy black color, its 8 legs as sturdy as wooden stakes, and its 2 massive pincers danced like indestructible divine weapons. Wherever it went, it shattered the endless void, and the fierce winds howled. Boom, boom. The fire shield indeed temporarily blocked the little sparrow's red lotus karma fire attack. However, it clearly could not last for half a stick of incense. It was burning and being destroyed on a large scale. But this short time was extremely precious for the 4 experts. They frantically launched attacks on the little sparrow, and all it produced were blocked by the fire shield. The little sparrow was forced to cry out loudly, continuously retreating, seemingly falling into a very dangerous situation. Chapter 89, Puppet Beast, Little Dai. The 4 Soul Palace experts, relying on the fire shield, actually managed to briefly defend against the little sparrow's red lotus karma fire. This surprised the little sparrow. It seemed that this fire shield was of considerable quality and quite extraordinary. Otherwise, an ordinary treasure would definitely not withstand more than 3 breaths against it. Although the fire shield looked tattered and burned, it held firm and blocked most of the red lotus karma fire attacks. giving the four experts a lot of precious time. The four experts intensified their attacks. The golden sword energy cut through the sky, and the water arrows rained down, penetrating layers of void and causing intense sonic booms. As their power was so fierce and their speed so fast that they even surpassed the speed of sound. The contracted beast, the Crab King, rampaged without restraint, attacking while occasionally clashing its two shining black pincers together, producing deafening sounds of metal clashing, and the black flames burned in clusters, constantly demonstrating its might to the enemy, adding psychological pressure to them. Creating a terrifying atmosphere was also a psychological tactic. The little sparrow relied solely on the Red Lotus Karma Fire. Once the Red Lotus Karma Fire was restrained by the enemy, it was as if its left arm and right arm had been severed. The little sparrow, whose realm had just recovered a bit, immediately found itself in a difficult position facing the furious attacks of the four experts. Oh no, so strong. You four are shameless to gang up on one. If you have the ability, come and fight me one-on-one. The little sparrow cried out incessantly. Bang. Its wings were grazed by a violent water arrow, exploding on the spot and sending several feathers flying. Wow, master, I'm about to use it. Hurry and save me. The little sparrow cried out for help, but still heard no response from Shennong. The four experts were secretly relieved. Thankfully, Shennong was sleeping like a dead dog. Otherwise, a little sparrow would be difficult enough to deal with, and with Shennong, they would likely be completely wiped out here. Shennong was sleeping soundly in the inn room, while outside, the void was in chaos, and many residents were panicking, trembling, but no one dared to step out of their doors. No one dared to inform the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team must have discovered this fierce battle. If they wanted to intervene, they would have sent someone to do so long ago. This shows that this fierce battle had the tacit approval of the law enforcement team. Even the common people were keenly aware of this battle, yet Shennong was completely oblivious, making the little sparrow so angry that it wanted to rush into the room and set fire to Shennong's bed and bedding. Dai, put in more effort. This little thing is about to collapse, one of the Soul Palace experts said to another. At the moment he uttered the words Dai, a figure suddenly flashed through Shennong's consciousness, and one of his beast master spiritual roots lit up, opening up a new beast taming space. Countless stars evolved into contracted beasts, and there was a small beast that looked cute and silly, resembling a pink little pig. But it emitted a holy aura like a qilin and the majesty of a dragon, making people dare not easily defile it. Shennong suspected that these contracted beasts were all related to the demon cave he had entered in the divine demon mountain. Besides the little sparrow, little white, the moonlight fox, and now this little pig, it seemed that they all appeared at a certain moment. Master, my name is Xiao Dai, and it's infuriating that a human shares the same name as me. They truly deserve to die. Even when Xiao Dai is angry, it still has a silly expression. After saying that, it transformed into a streak of light and shot out from within Shennong. Shennong woke up, darted out of the room, and looked up into the sky, where a fierce battle was underway. The little sparrow was shouting loudly, its red lotus fire temporarily blocked by a broken shield. The little sparrow, with its killer move rendered ineffective, looked as if its arms had been severed, appearing quite comical and awkward. Who called me a fool? Suddenly, a cute, pink figure materialized in the air, leaving both the little sparrow and the four great masters stunned. This little pig can actually speak human language? Have all the animals in the world become sentient? I'm not a little pig. How could I be roasted into a suckling pig by someone else? Xiao Dai wasn't angry. Instead, it retorted, you, on the other hand, are almost completely plucked. You'd be perfect for braised sparrow. At that moment, the little sparrow was indeed in a bad state, with multiple ice arrows having grazed it, causing feathers to explode. It had even narrowly escaped being pinched in half by the Crab King's giant pincers, looking very disheveled. Two little creatures, I'm called a fool, so what? Prepare to die? The master who called itself a fool unleashed 3 streams of metal sword energy, brilliant and swift, slashing toward Xiao Dai and the little sparrow. A diamond-level master could maintain combat for a long time using their 5 divine powers. However, Xiao Dai had been fighting for quite some time, and its aura was noticeably declining at this moment. The one who should prepare to die is you. Xiao Dai lifted its cute little hoof and suddenly shot its round body forward. Although it looked a bit silly and harmless, it was incredibly fierce in battle. Once it launched an attack, it was as if mountains were collapsing and rivers were overflowing, carrying the world-ending might. Especially its condensed pink fist imprint, which looked small but had astonishing explosive and destructive power. Crack, crack. Xiao Dai's fist imprint collided hard with the 2 streams of metal sword energy, causing them to shatter and explode into a shower of golden light. Uft. The lung metal divine ability of the master was broken, leading to immediate backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from his physical body in the Soul Palace. Just as he was astonished by Xiao Dai's incredible combat power, Xiao Dai's heavy punch had already smashed into his head. Uffed. Xiao Dai's fist could even explode a soul body, and with one punch, it blew apart the Master's head, causing the entire soul body to collapse. He was horrified to discover that his soul body had been restrained by Xiao Dai. His crumbling soul body reassembled and returned to completeness, but the original consciousness had been erased, turning into a lifeless puppet. Dai, are you okay? Another master from the Soul Palace sensed something was off with Dai's aura and shouted loudly. Dai, pull yourself together. Another master commanding the contract beast. The Crab King also communicated telepathically. The voice thundered in Dai's ears, trying to revive his fallen true essence. However, this master, who controlled the contract beast, was the first to be attacked by Dai. He was struck by several streams of metal sword energy, which shredded his soul body into pieces. Their cultivation levels were already almost equal, and this master had never expected Dai to ambush him. Thus, he was mortally wounded in a single strike. His contract beast, seeing its master killed, turned to flee after a brief moment of shock, only to be shredded into meat paste by the pursuing streams of metal sword energy. Chapter 90. Repeated defeats. Under normal circumstances, even at peak condition, Dai wouldn't dare to unleash dozens of streams of metal sword energy at once. When facing extremely powerful enemies, he would only release a dozen or so. But now, his soul body was completely controlled by Xiao Dai, becoming Xiao Dai's puppet. This reckless attack, akin to burning blood essence, not only killed the master controlling the Crab King contract beast, but also shocked the other two surviving masters. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? It can even control other soul bodies. The information received by Shennong was, this is a puppet contract beast. The explosive combat power of a puppet contract beast is astonishing, but the drawback is that after a massive outburst, it will fall into a brief state of weakness. However, it's fine. After killing enemies, it can control the puppet to continue fighting. Moreover, the way it controls the puppet in battle is very similar to how it fights itself, which involves completely burning itself out and releasing its trump cards. It's important to note that Xiao Dai is inherently such a violent body. After a fierce battle, a little rest is enough, and there won't be serious consequences. But humans can't do that. Once their bodies engage in excessive activity for an extended period, their heart and lung functions will first collapse, followed by the failure of major organs throughout the body. Even diamond-level warriors are no exception. After all, they are still far from the celestial level and cannot continuously generate spiritual power to utilize the elements of heaven and earth at will. Moreover, even upon reaching the celestial level, if they encounter opponents stronger than themselves, they won't have time to use the elements of heaven and earth for their own purposes, as opponents will restrict that ability. Dai's physical body in the Soul Palace had already cracked and collapsed, with spiderweb-like cracks covering his face and body, and blood gushing out from all 7 orifices. But the diamond-level physical body was still powerful enough to endure such extreme damage without exploding. That master who controlled the contract beast, along with his contract beast, immediately became a puppet of Xiao Dai like Dai. Together, they crazily attacked the 2 remaining masters. The remaining 2 masters were terrified, only managing to symbolically defend a couple of times before turning to flee. In short, they wanted to escape from this terrifying monster first. However, the previous advantage of 5 had now turned into a disadvantage. The 2 were already surrounded by Shennong, Xiao Dai, the little sparrow, and the other 2 puppets. Attempting to escape was akin to climbing to the heavens. Shennong summoned the soul-devouring lamp, specifically designed to deal with masters in this soul state. The golden lamp emitted a chilling golden light, directly obliterating one master's soul body, while the little sparrow's red lotus fire followed, turning the other master to ashes. Thus, the 5 great masters were annihilated. The little sparrow devoured the soul bodies and remnants of these individuals, replenishing Shennong with a vast amount of spiritual energy, allowing him to break through 2 more realms and reach 6-star entry into sainthood. Little pig, I didn't expect you to have some skills, chirped the little sparrow, commenting with a hint of the former grandeur of this emperor, a millionth of it. Shennong was speechless. Was that considered a compliment? I've said it before. My name is Xiao Dai, not little pig. If you keep calling me that, be careful I turn you into a puppet sparrow. Xiao Dai always had a silly expression, whether it was angry, happy, sad, or furious. Additionally, Dai's soul body could not withstand the overload and exploded, with the little sparrow consuming the remnants of his soul. However, there was still 1 puppet contract beast remaining, loyal to Xiao Dai. Oh dear, you dare threaten this emperor? Do you really think this emperor is easy to bully? The little sparrow bent one wing, mimicking a human putting their hands on their hips, while the other wing pointed straight at Xiao Dai, like a human reprimanding a subordinate, arrogantly stating, your first attack on Dai was a sneak attack, catching him off guard and killing him before he could react. In fact, after that explosion, you need at least 2 to 3 breaths of relaxation time. Otherwise, your subsequent attacks will lose all power. Luckily, your punch was successful. If Adai had gone all out or desperately dodged, as long as he avoided your punch, the one in trouble would probably have been you. This emperor restrained most of the enemy's forces and consumed a large part of their trump cards. Especially that fire shield. If I hadn't T-burned it, it would have been effective against your piggy punch too. Is that so? Then why don't you take a punch from me and see? Xiao Dai really couldn't stand Xiao Sparrow anymore. This guy not only had a sharp tongue, but also kept calling him pig pig. Boom. Xiao Dai erupted. A pink fist print accompanied by a loud rumbling thunder as he violently charged at Xiao Sparrow. This punch was too fast. At least twice as fast as the one that had just blown up a die, and its power was also twice as great. Wow, so fast. Xiao Sparrow was a bit shocked. Xiao Pig Pig actually went for a kill. Even though he desperately tried to dodge, he was still torn apart by the explosive energy wave, losing at least a dozen beautiful feathers. Xiao Pig Pig, do you dare to go all out? Watch me roast you into a crispy pig. Xiao Sparrow got angry, ready to unleash the Red Lotus Karma Fire, but was stopped in time by Shennong. You too, are you done yet? Shennong's expression was serious, much like a strict parent scolding two mischievous children. Hee. Why should the master be angry at Xiao Pig Pig? Xiao Pig Pig and I are just playing around, right, Xiao Pig Pig? Xiao Sparrow grinned, shifting all the blame onto Xiao Dai, and then shamelessly launched a sneak attack on Xiao Dai with a different fire. Fortunately, that Crab King fought desperately to protect him, ensuring Xiao Dai's safety. Otherwise, who knows what tragic event would have occurred. Not bad, Xiao Pig Pig, your puppet actually has a heart to protect its master? Xiao Sparrow praised after swallowing the Crab King's soul shadow. Xiao Sparrow, enough. If you provoke a fight again, I will expel you from the door, Shennong reprimanded. Actually, how to cut off his connection with the contract beast. Even Shennong himself wasn't quite clear. After all, his contract beast was completely different from others. Master, please don't drive this emperor away, Xiao Sparrow said pitifully. Xiao Pig Pig just doesn't understand how to joke. This emperor is the phoenix of the burning heaven path. Haven't you always called this emperor Xiao Sparrow? But this emperor has never turned against you. In short, if either of you strikes first, I will expel whoever does so. Shennong said seriously. I now have a bold idea, which is to storm the Soul Palace and take down Qin Bujia's lair. Huh, master, isn't this a trivial matter? Why bother with such courage? As long as this emperor flaps his wings, the entire Soul Palace will turn to ashes. And even the entire Nine Nether City could be set ablaze without issue. As for bigger targets, Sai, that will have to wait until this emperor's strength is restored. Xiao Sparrow said carelessly. Some foolish guys always like to brag and act high and mighty. Xiao Dai seemed to have a confrontation with Xiao Sparrow. Do you know the address of the Soul Palace? This, Xiao Sparrow was taken aback, then his little black button-like eyes turned. Looking at the only remaining puppet of the Soul Palace, proudly shaking his wings and saying, just ask that puppet, right? What if I refuse to let him speak? Xiao Dai pressed. Hee. No wonder I call you Xiao Pig Pig stupid, Xiao Sparrow mocked. It's not that I want to ask. This emperor is too lazy to ask. It's the master who wants to ask, okay? You can prevent him from telling this emperor. But do you dare not tell the master? Once the master knows, this emperor will naturally know, although this emperor looks down on knowing. If you insist on not letting this emperor know, be bold and don't tell the master. All right. Shennong stopped Xiao Sparrow, truly defeated by Xiao Sparrow's sharp tongue. Xiao Dai, don't get angry with Xiao Sparrow. In the end, you will be the one who is upset. Quickly ask for the address of the Soul Palace. We might even be able to storm the Soul Palace before dawn. All right, master, Xiao Dai immediately complied. Actually, Shennong asking was the same. He just wanted to deliberately elevate Xiao Dai's status, indicating Xiao Dai's importance in the team. But this little thought, how could it escape the keen mind of Xiao Sparrow? Xiao Sparrow just scoffed, finally holding back from speaking. In the eastern suburbs of Nine Nether City, on a high slope, there was a row of large halls, one main hall and two side halls. On the surface, it was a Buddhist hall where people would come to offer incense. However, there was another world underground, full of traps. If one were to intrude, it would likely be a perilous situation. The puppet spoke, its face showing no change in emotion, and its tone was cold and mechanical, sending chills down people's spines. At this moment, its physical body in the Soul Palace had been destroyed, and this soul puppet, if it did not find a suitable physical body to occupy, would collapse and perish in a few months. Unless there was some soul-nurturing artifact to contain it, allowing the soul body to be nourished by the artifact, it could persist. The Soul Palace had already learned that the soul bodies of the 5 great masters had encountered issues, and their physical bodies showed obvious changes. If it were just the simple disappearance of the soul body, the physical body would only show some dullness and color, with no other changes. But the physical bodies of these 5 masters were too strange. Some were cracked, blood gushing like a spring. Some were withered, their skin filled with wrinkles, resembling old trees. And some had their heads exploded, blood from their body cavities spraying out like blooming fireworks. The Soul Palace experts monitoring these 5 physical bodies, who were usually well-versed and ruthless executioners, couldn't help but tremble in fear upon seeing this scene. They destroyed the physical bodies and quickly reported to the elder on duty that night. In order to appease the situation, the elder merely brushed off the matter, saying the 5 had failed, as the Soul Palace had already experienced failures in dealing with Shennong before. However, he did not mention the terrifying changes in the 5 physical bodies. Qin Bujia frowned upon hearing this. They had already failed many times. They absolutely could not fail again. Chapter 91. Teasing the 4 Elders. The night was dim, the stars sparse. The darkest moment before dawn had arrived. After the darkness, there would be light. Light is unstoppable. Darkness merely temporarily obscures the eyes of light. The Soul Palace appeared calm on the surface, yet underneath, turbulent currents surged. Dai Yunxi was forced by Qin Xiaoshang and was on the brink of going mad. The assassins sent by Qin Bujia had failed time and again, infuriating him. That little brat, is he truly unbeatable? After hearing the report from the elder on duty, Qin Bujia slammed his palm heavily on a hard whitewood desk, instantly turning it into a pile of powder. Master, please calm down, the elder on duty quickly advised upon seeing Qin Bujia's anger. That Shennong is just a country bumpkin from the lower realm. What cultivation does he have? What martial arts does he understand? Isn't he just relying on the treasure map left by his ancestors to have won a few battles by luck? When the elder on duty mentioned the treasure map, it only made Qin Bujia itch with impatience. Damn it, a wild kid from the lower realm can reach the heavens with this treasure. What if he got it? Elder son, if I were to send you to kill Shennong, would you be lucky enough to win against him once? Qin Bujia said with a dark face. Lucky? Once or twice can be called luck. Winning several times in a row can still be explained as luck? This, elder son was taken aback. I just wanted to lighten your mood and tease you. Why are you so serious? Master, my little skills are really not enough for such an important task. But I can recommend 4 people to you. As long as these 4 elders take action, they will surely succeed in capturing Shennong alive. Do you even need to recommend this? Qin Bujia spat at Elder Sunday, quickly used the summoning talisman to summon the 4 elders of the Soul Palace. The 4 elders of the Soul Palace held a very high position in the Soul Palace, with even greater cultivation. If we talk about true cultivation in the Soul Palace, apart from Qin Bujia, it would be the 4 elders of the Soul Palace. In fact, if the 4 elders of the Soul Palace teamed up, Qin Bujia would only be able to fight them to a standstill. The Soul Palace headquarters only had a part of its elite. Most assassins would be stationed in cities outside Nine Nether City, allowing them to familiarize themselves with and grasp the influences of various cities, so when they received assassination tasks, they could quickly and accurately find their targets. Each region would have underground organizations. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. When these assassins from the Soul Palace leave the headquarters to kill in other places, if the local organization is too powerful, then they must first inform them or bring some gifts before they can kill in their territory. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to framing them. And not only would the authorities pursue them, but they would also face retaliation from their peers. Of course, if it's just some small organizations or minor forces, they can be completely ignored. Once the authorities find out, they might even casually arrest a few local thugs to take the blame. The 4 great elders soon appeared before Qin Bujia. What instructions do you have, Hall Master? The leading elder asked, bowing. I command you 4 to kill a young man from the lower realms named Shennong, Qin Bujia said with a murderous expression. Do not underestimate him just because he comes from the lower realms. To be honest with you, that kid possesses extraordinary treasures. Not only did he annihilate over 300 brothers led by Xiaoyu, but he also climbed the heavenly ladder to the Jiyuan star domain alone, and has repeatedly defeated our Soul Hall's pursuit. Now, besides his contracted beast, he should have many tricks up his sleeve, such as the bronze mirror and the binding rope from Xiaoyu, and the soul-devouring lantern after killing the 4 Wuchang. After killing the 5 fortune star, the physical state of the 5 fortune star was quite abnormal. I don't know what strange methods Shennong used. You must be extra careful. Elder Sun listened in shock, his back already drenched in cold sweat. It turned out that the Hall Master was fully aware of the physical condition of the 5 fortune star. It was a stroke of luck that he did not anger Qin Bujia with his perfunctory military report. Where is Shennong now? An elder asked. Did you all pay attention to my introduction of Shennong just now? This is very important. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. He suspected that the 4 had not listened to him seriously. Hall Master, we already understand, the leading elder said confidently. Within half an hour, we will capture Shennong to meet the Hall Master. Since he has valuable treasures, we will naturally take him alive. Qin Bubi nodded. He felt that the fourth elder had understood his words. Go. He is currently staying at the auspicious inn in the south of the city. He just killed the 5 fortune star and should not have moved yet. The fourth elder said, farewell, home master, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, there was no need for the fourth elder to find Shennong, as Shennong had already come knocking. Shennong, Little Days, Little Sparrow, and the soul of the puppet killer. 4 strong against 4 strong. You are Shennong? Such audacity. The leading elder, Elder Chun, although he had never seen Shennong, recognized him at a glance. What do you want in the soul hall? Are you here to throw yourself into the net, or to plead guilty? Sorry, I'm here to kill, Shennong said coldly. Kill whom? Elder Xia asked. People block, kill people. Buddhas block, kill Buddhas. Shennong replied. Young man, interesting. Elder Qiu smiled, looking at Shennong as if he were an idiot. Killing isn't that interesting, Shennong said. I don't like killing, but in the Jianghu, one is not in control of oneself. Haha, what a statement, being in the Jianghu. One is not in control of oneself, Elder Dong laughed heartily. Since killing isn't interesting, how about being killed? Before he finished speaking, a giant ice hand condensed in the void, turning a radius of several dozen zhang around Shennong into a world of ice and snow. Moreover, the icy world continued to expand outward, freezing everything to a depth of 3 feet, cold as the poles. Nearby stones and plants were turned into ice blocks, shattering into a pile of ice dust under Elder Dong's world-destroying icy palm pressure. Wow, this old man plays with ice quite well, but after all, he is old and weak. His vital energy is somewhat insufficient. Little Sparrow flapped her wings, releasing the red lotus karma fire, causing the icy world to disintegrate. Crack, crack. The solid ice on the ground was impacted by the extreme cold and extreme heat, continuously cracking and exploding, creating a spectacular scene. What's wrong? Elder Dong was taken aback. His 3 feet of ice was transformed from his kidney water divine power, and even Qin Bubi had a hard time breaking it. Unexpectedly, the opponent casually melted his icy world. This is indeed formidable. Could it be the legendary red lotus karma fire? Elder Xia, who also practiced heart fire divine power, was quite knowledgeable about various. Hee, old man, it seems you have some knowledge after all. Watch me burn your beards. Before Little Sparrow finished speaking, the fourth elder's beard was completely set ablaze, and even his hair was ignited. The fourth elder was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. They had heard that this could not be extinguished by water and could not be covered by soil. If the fire spread, they would be burned to ashes. Left with no choice, the 4 had to cut their beards and shave their heads, looking extremely ridiculous. Chapter 92, The King of Reincarnation. Haha. It seems killing and being killed are both uninteresting. Burning beards is interesting. Little Sparrow couldn't help but laugh heartily at the Soul Hall's 4 elders' embarrassing appearance. They then broke their middle fingers, forcing out several drops of essence blood, which gathered in the air and erupted into immeasurable divine light. In that soaring blood-colored divine light, a blood-colored condensed, or rather, it looked more like a demonic, with demonic might sweeping across thousands of miles. The blood-colored had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it raised all 6 arms, condensing 6 blood-colored giant handprints in the void, crashing down towards Shennong and the other 3 strong opponents. However, it was clear that the 4th elder sacrificed essence blood to summon the blood-colored, which consumed a tremendous amount of energy. This was not a burden that their realm should bear, though was called the reincarnation or the reincarnation, and could only be summoned by reincarnation-level experts. Unfortunately, the 4 elders had this secret method, but throughout their lives, they never managed to break through to the reincarnation level. This led to a consequence. When they summoned they not only paid a great price, but this power would also be greatly reduced. Although they were very aware of their own shortcomings, facing Little Sparrow, who possessed the red lotus karma fire, they had no other trump cards to surpass the opponent besides summoning the reincarnation. Elder Chun's intention was to strike hard and either kill or severely injure the strong enemy. Even if they had to pay some price, it would be worth it. It was far better than passively waiting to be beaten. The other 3 elders, having a tacit understanding, all agreed to Elder Chun's plan. The reincarnation was their strongest strike. Even Qin Bubi had to fear it 3 points. There was no reason for them to fail. The 6 blood-colored giant palms came down in turn, and the grand and heavy pressure caused the ground around Shennong to continuously collapse, explode, and sink, erasing all life imprints in the areas affected by the palm force. The Soul Hall puppet was the first to die. He surged his soul body and charged into the sky, directly confronting the blood-colored giant palm. Although he had no essence blood to burn, the power released by his soul body explosion still reached the peak of the diamond level, even comparable to a half-step reincarnation. Boom. A violent explosion triggered a terrifying energy wave, like a heavy artillery shell exploding in the vast wilderness. One blood-colored giant palm momentarily froze in place. But it only affected it for less than a breath. Roar! The red lotus karma fire burned fiercely. The rolling sea of fire surged, trying to turn the descending blood-colored giant palm and the reincarnation to ashes. However, this time, the red lotus karma fire failed to burn the target to ashes as desired within a short time. The blood-colored reincarnation seemed to possess a strong resistance too. The blood-colored giant palm was ignited, along with the reincarnation. Even in the intense, the reincarnation remained steadfast, even if its body was burned to a pulp with countless wounds. Its breath did not weaken, and the power it released did not diminish. Boom. Instead, the ascending little sparrow, under the pressure of the blood-colored giant palm, could not withstand the force and exploded, her beastly blood staining the sky. Little sparrow, Shennong, bearing enormous pressure, struggled to lift his head, watching helplessly as little sparrow exploded, his heart bleeding. He suddenly thought of Little Bai and the Moonlight Fox, who had burned all their power in that brutal battle on the sea, ultimately having to fall into a deep sleep. In contrast, Little Sparrow's death was far too hasty. Little Days shifted his gaze towards the four elders of the Soul Hall, his eyes eager to try, seemingly gathering strength to unleash the strongest strike. The four elders of the Soul Hall, seeing Little Sparrow fall, showed excitement on their faces. Although they consumed a great deal of energy and their breath had severely declined, they finally managed to kill their strongest enemy. To them, the remaining Shennong and Xiao Dai were not worth worrying about or fearing. Little Sparrow, Shennong shouted again, his heart aching. He didn't know if the little sparrow was really dead, because he hadn't received any signal of its death. He thought that the little sparrow was likely just in a deep sleep, like Xiao Bai and the Moonlight Fox. In a moment of desperation, Shennong summoned the bronze from his storage ring, infused it with spiritual power to activate the treasure mirror, and began to manifest a blue. If there was any trump card capable of dealing with it was undoubtedly the blue. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, revealing a blue that was majestic, yet emanated an endless aura of ferocity. It stood atop a lotus platform, launching massive blue handprints that collided with the 6 blood-red handprints of the. In an instant, the winds howled and thunder rumbled, while a tidal wave of energy swept across a 100-mile radius. The ground cracked and collapsed, rocks exploded, soil and stones rolled. Houses were blown away, and fires broke out in many places. Fortunately, both sides were restraining their spiritual power. Otherwise, the scope of destruction would have expanded several times. Thankfully, the headquarters of the Soul Palace was located on the outskirts, so there were no innocent casualties. Additionally, the 3 Buddhist halls built on the ground by the Soul Palace were unharmed. At a critical moment, a series of talismanic patterns lit up, forming a massive talisman array that protected the 3 Buddhist halls, offsetting the energy impact from the fierce battle between the two, which was like a storm of wind and thunder. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle, one using the and the other employing the. While they fought brutally, it was also a severe test of Shennong and the 4 elder spiritual reserves. Qin Xiaoyu could only barely activate the bronze while in the Holy King state. Even at the peak of his spiritual cultivation, he couldn't maintain the blue in a prolonged battle. Moreover, he was battling a level powerhouse. Shennong had just entered the mid-holy stage, one step away from the peak. If Qin Xiaoyu were to be resurrected and see Shennong, who was at the mid-holy stage, able to activate the blue to battle a level powerhouse, he would surely be stunned. Even Qin Bubi, who was secretly observing the battle, was internally astonished. He really couldn't believe that Shennong had become this powerful, confronting with just mid-holy strength, and although he was relying on a treasure to fight. This achievement was enough to shine brightly for an era, envied by the martial geniuses and unparalleled talents of the empire. After all, the gap between entering the holy and was simply too vast. There were 3 major realms separating them: Holy King, spiritual cultivation, and diamond. Furthermore, Qin Bubi knew very well that the summoned by the 4 elders should have been able to exert level power, but due to their realm not breaking through to, it could only display level power. Moreover, the power of the wood continuously declined as the aura of the 4 elders diminished. However, no matter how much it declined, it would not fall below the level. Once it fell below that, the wood disappear. The situation on Shennong's side was even worse. The energy from the little sparrow that had been fed back to his soul body, aside from what he had consumed for breaking through, had mostly been devoured by the 9 beast-controlling spiritual roots. His energy reserves were not abundant, so under insufficient energy, he had even less capability to maintain the blue for a long time. Boom. The aura of the blue weakened, finally being shattered by a series of violent strikes from the crack. Even the bronze shattered, losing its spiritual essence. Although the 4 elders were exhausted, the results were gratifying. They had previously witnessed the blue. So when Qin Bubi mentioned that Shennong had taken the bronze, the 4 of them did not pay much attention. Because Qin Xiaoyu could only battle peak diamond and level powerhouses at most when manifesting the blue, that was purely a joke. But Shennong, with his mid-holy realm, could actually activate the bronze. Even more bizarre was that the blue Shennong manifested had fought against there for such a long time. Humph, you little brat. Let's see what other trump cards you have now. The soul-devouring lamp? That treasure seems a bit lacking to deal with them. They activated the, ready to launch a fatal strike against Shennong. Suddenly, a cheer echoed through the night sky. The little sparrow, whose form had been shattered, reappeared. However, this time, in its rebirth, the little sparrow's size had increased several times, its feathers more vibrant and brilliant, shining like a divine bird descending from the celestial realm, radiating a sacred glow. Little sparrow, you've transformed? Shennong was both surprised and delighted, unaware that the little sparrow's current state was called the true spirit flame sparrow. No, master. The little sparrow corrected. This is not a transformation. This emperor has merely forcefully elevated my realm. My previous realm was too pathetic, being suppressed by a level minor character. When have I ever been so constrained? So even if it costs me a little, I will bury this multi-armed monster. What cost? Shennong sensed something was amiss. That guy Xiao Dai was a taciturn fellow, but at least he could keep the master's ears clear, which was nice. When I wake up, I hope little pig is still alive. After saying this, the little sparrow flapped its wings and started to unleash fire. The red lotus hellfire surged forth, and in this previously arrogant eyes, an expression of extreme fear suddenly appeared. It tried to escape, but once locked on by the little sparrow, fleeing was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The red lotus hellfire expanded infinitely in its pupils, quickly engulfing it. This massive body let out one final unwilling roar, melting away inch by inch until it was completely turned to ash. The four elders of the Soul Palace were backfired upon, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, their auras plummeting sharply. In the distance, the protective array of the Soul Palace was affected by the red lotus hellfire, igniting like cicada wings, and along with the three Buddhist halls, was reduced to rubble in the inferno. Chapter 93, Fatal Strike. The little sparrow burned its essence blood, forcibly raised its own realm, transformed into the true spirit flame sparrow, and burned down the protective array of the Soul Palace. It then transformed into a shadow and entered the beast-controlling space within Shennong's sea of consciousness. Falling into a long period of slumber, Shennong felt an infinite sorrow. These contracted beasts came and went in his life. Their time accompanying him was far too short. They came to his side, clearing paths for him, risking their lives without any complaints or desires, like a group of the most loyal friends, burning themselves to illuminate his path forward. Qin Bubi had narrowly escaped the burning of the red lotus hellfire, his heart pounding like a drum. Feeling as if he were a startled bird, he was glad he hadn't participated in the battle earlier to assist the four elders. Otherwise, he would have been burned to ashes alongside the. Xiao Dai had already rushed out, swiftly dealing with the severely weakened four elders of the Soul Palace, killing them with ease and refining them into his own puppets. The puppets made from the four elders were far more powerful than the soul body puppet of the previous expert. Under Xiao Dai's secret method, the previously weakened auras of these four quickly returned to their peak. Shennong knew that Xiao Dai's actions were taxing on the puppets since they were operating under overload. Once the physical or soul bodies could no longer hold up, they would collapse and perish completely. Master, we can storm the Soul Palace to avenge the little sparrow. Xiao Dai spoke little, but every word was resolute. Good. Tonight, we will storm the Soul Palace. Shennong's eyes ignited with the flames of revenge. But suddenly, a strangely shaped ghost king blade pierced through the void and stabbed into Shennong's throat. This sudden attack was unexpected and too fast. It was simply impossible to defend against. Not to mention that Shennong was only at the entry saint level, even at the peak of the diamond level. Escaping from this strike would be extremely difficult. This was a lethal blow launched by Qin Bubi. After careful consideration, he launched this strike with complete confidence. This blow almost condensed all of his lifelong power and essence. He was called Qin Bubi because this strike had once killed a rotation-level powerhouse, which brought him fame. His original name is seldom mentioned. If this blow couldn't kill Shennong, Qin Bubi felt he would have no face to face his brothers in the Soul Hall again. In fact, as the Hall Master, launching a sneak attack on a junior who was only at the entry saint level was already an extremely disgraceful act. And indeed, as he wished, this blow severed Shennong's head. Dai Yunshi was being pushed to the brink of collapse and madness by Qin Xiaoshang. But no matter the method, Dai Yunshi felt it was inappropriate. The soul of her father was in Qin Xiaoshang's hands. As soon as she attacked, her father would definitely be the first to die. She had no practical combat experience. Could she kill Qin Xiaoshang relying solely on her demonized Guanyin body? As for the second method, it was even less reliable. How could a despicable person like Qin Xiaoshang keep his promise to release her father after obtaining her? Qin Xiaoshang was merely using Dai Jinshan's soul to threaten Dai Yunqi. He truly didn't dare to kill Dai Jinshan. Doing so would bring him no benefit at all. The two were in a stalemate when they felt the entire underground palace of the Soul Hall shaking and trembling, as if a major earthquake was about to occur. It should be noted that this underground palace was built extremely solidly, with protective talismans set up on the surface. There were also various mechanisms and protective measures underground. Under normal circumstances, even if the surface turned upside down, the underground palace would remain safe and sound. Tonight was too abnormal. Young Hall Master. Shennong has invaded the Soul Hall. That kid is incredibly powerful. He has already defeated the 4 elders of the Soul Hall. And even the rotation Dharma form was burned to ashes by his contract beast. Suddenly, a mosquito-like voice entered Qin Xiaoshang's ear. It was a secret transmission, similar to a mental communication. "Oh, how is the battle going?" Qin Xiaoshang asked anxiously. "And how is your side progressing?" "Rest assured, young master. The Hall Master is fighting personally outside. I believe killing Shennong is only a matter of time," Luo Nanqing replied. "As for the matter with the demon-killing hall, I have handled it very well." "What? You want me to let her go?" Qin Xiaoshang said unhappily. "It would be a pity to spit out such a piece of fat meat that has finally come to my mouth." Dai Yunqi was captured by them through careful planning. Now that Dai Jinshan was dead, who could still take care of Dai Yunqi? Perhaps her relationship with Shennong would become even closer. "Just listen to your subordinate, young master," Luo Nanqing said. "I have killed all of the Dai family's relatives and framed it on Shennong. As long as Dai Yunqi sees that tragic scene, she will definitely fall into madness, and she and Shennong will be locked in a life-and-death struggle. The demonized Dai Yunqi should be invincible in the 9 Nether City." "Good. Well done. I will listen to you," Qin Xiaoshang said, his eyes lighting up. After all, it wouldn't be easy to capture Dai Yunqi now. It would be better to wait for her and Shennong to fight to the death. Perhaps he would have a day to completely subdue and control Dai Yunqi. Thinking this way, Qin Xiaoshang even hoped his father would be defeated. If Shennong was killed, it would be even harder for him to obtain Dai Yunqi. Young Hall Master. Letting Dai Yunqi go requires her to take another exit. Otherwise, once she knows Shennong is above, all plans will be ruined, Luo Nanqing reminded. Dai Yunqi could never have imagined that Qin Xiaoshang would let her go and even allow her to take her father's remaining soul. However, that remaining soul was no different from a puppet. It could neither cry nor laugh, completely devoid of human emotions. To use this remaining soul to restore her father's true body would require an unknown number of years. Humph. The cat cries for the mouse. "I will never let you soul haul off easily." Dai Yunqi knew that in her current state, she couldn't do anything to Qin Xiaoshang, let alone the soul haul. It would be better to settle her father's remaining soul first. It was best to ask Shennong if he had any good methods to help her father recover his true form quickly. Chapter 94. The God-Slaying Spear. The 5 Directions Blood Banner. Dai Yunqi did not expect Qin Xiaoshang to let her go. The originally unsolvable deadlock suddenly saw a glimmer of light and hope. Without hesitation, Dai Yunqi took her father's remaining soul and left, but under Qin Xiaoshang's guidance, she took another exit. The underground palace of the Soul Hall naturally had more than one exit. At this moment, the most intense and brutal battle had just passed, and a new round of bloodshed was brewing. Although the other exit was in a desolate area 100 miles away, Dai Yunqi still noticed some abnormalities. The ground here had been shattered, with deep pits everywhere, and charred ruins were visible, along with clusters of burning embers. There must have been fierce fighting nearby. This was the territory of the Soul Hall. Who was fighting against the Soul Hall? Dai Yunqi had no time to think too much. No matter who was at odds with the Soul Hall, she hoped that person could level this den of demons and eliminate all enemies here. Facing the biting north wind, her heart gradually warmed and brightened like the dawn that was about to come. Although her father only had a remaining soul, he would soon be able to reshape his true body. All she had to do was assist a few loyal elders of the demon-killing hall in handling their affairs. Once a new hall master was chosen, she would go find Shennong and accompany him on his adventures, wielding swords across the world. She would accompany him to uncover the secrets of his origins. That mysterious young man always intrigued and fascinated her, always bringing her inner peace, tranquility, and dizzying happiness. The demon-killing hall and the soul hall were located in 2 cities to the east and west, far apart. Dai Yunqi could not fly with a sword. She could only use a ground-based flying technique like an ordinary martial arts expert. This way of running was too exhausting and far from elegant for her. A lady from a prominent family, Dai Yunqi was already sweating profusely, but she still refused to stop. She did not know if Shennong had left the Lucky Inn or if he had encountered danger. She had temporarily lost her father and did not want to lose Shennong again. Although her arrival would not bring any help to Shennong, and she might even become a burden, Dai Yunqi still wished to stay by Shennong's side, even if it only brought him some mental joy and comfort. She would be content with that. All right. More importantly, It was she who could gain peace and solace from Shennong. Between lovers, isn't it about each other? Why worry about who gives more or less? Just thinking of the word lover made Dai Yunshi's pretty face unconsciously flush with an alluring rosy hue. However, what awaited her ahead was disaster and harsh reality. Qin Bubi had severed Shennong's head with a ghost king blade, which surprised and delighted him. At the same time, he felt that this result was quite reasonable. Shennong had fought for so long, revealing all his trump cards, and his vitality had declined. If he could still evade this strike capable of killing a half-step rotation level, that would indeed be a ghostly occurrence. But Qin Bubi was still too early to feel proud. According to common sense, Shennong should not have survived to this moment. The reason he could kill his way from the nine-continent sacred land to the extreme abyss star domain was that he had repeatedly broken the norm and created miracles. Just at the moment when his ghost king blade severed Shennong's head, his neck was suddenly grabbed by someone. The hand reached from behind, cold and powerful. Like an iron hook. What cultivation level was Qin Bubi? The peak of the diamond level, just one step away from the rotation level. He could also be said to have glimpsed the threshold of half-step rotation, yet he was completely unaware of the sneak attack from behind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Qin Bubi hurriedly scanned behind him with his divine sense, so frightened that his true soul almost left his body. He saw another Shennong, a Shennong who viewed all living beings as mere ants, a Shennong who, like him, could kill without blinking. Qin Bubi could never have imagined in his dreams that Shennong would have developed a doppelganger at the sage level. What he didn't expect even more was that this doppelganger's realm seemed to be several times higher than Shennong's, judging solely from the strength in its hands. It was at least at the spirit-nourishing level, right? But as a grandmaster of martial arts, a murderous demon who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Qin Bubi's reaction was absolutely swift. He was momentarily shocked, but quickly calmed down. Even if you have developed a doppelganger, what can your spirit-nourishing level doppelganger do? Your combat power is at the peak of the diamond level. Still a nobody in front of a half-step rotation. Because Qin Bubi could also feel that although Shennong's doppelganger was squeezing his neck painfully, it hadn't crushed his bones. The physical body of a diamond-level expert is certainly not something a spirit-nourishing expert can easily handle. Bang, 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 bang. But the next scene made Qin Bubi extremely terrified. The four elders of the Soul Palace seemed to have gone mad, staring wide-eyed, burning their essence blood. And their energy surged as they each raised their realm to half-step rotation. 4 half-step rotation experts, like 4 hungry wolves and 4 fierce tigers, pounced on him. Some grabbed his arms, others hugged his legs. In the blink of an eye, Qin Bubi's limbs were firmly controlled by the 4 elders of the Soul Palace. He couldn't move at all. A spirit-nourishing level expert was helpless against a diamond-level expert. At this moment, the 4 elders were at the same realm as him, and with 4 against 1, Qin Bubi immediately lost all his advantages. Most importantly, the 4 elders had turned into bloodthirsty puppets, completely losing their master demeanor. They grabbed Qin Bubi's limbs like a shrew fighting, like beasts fighting for their lives, mimicking a cruel punishment, tearing him apart. The 4 of them exerted their primal strength. Crack, crack. They broke Qin Bubi's legs and tore off his arms. Under the intense pain, Qin Bubi howled in agony, and his head was violently yanked off by Shennong's doppelganger, as if pulling up a radish. With his limbs scattered, Qin Bubi's energy rapidly dissipated, and his neck was certainly not as strong as before. His soul desperately tried to escape his body, and in anger, Qin Bubi planned to use secret methods to forcibly elevate his realm, vowing to kill Shennong's doppelganger and take revenge on the 4 elders of the Soul Palace. Seeing that Qin Bubi's soul was about to escape, Shennong threw out 4 soul-devouring lamps. Poo poo poo. The soul-devouring lamps shot out beams of golden light, raining down on Qin Bubi, causing his soul to emit wisps of green smoke. Severely injured and in a state of ruin, Qin Bubi's soul was not this weak. It was mainly because his physical body had been torn apart by the 5 great experts, causing damage to his soul. If his soul were intact, the 4 soul-devouring lamps would not be able to trap him at all. Qin Bubi's primordial spirit was howling, crying for help. He was extremely angry. None of his subordinates came out to save him. Not even his son Qin Xiaoshang showed up. This unfilial son was worse than a beast. He forgot how he treated Qin Xiaoyu. Like father, like son. The soul-devouring lamps were painfully cutting through his soul, and if this continued, Qin Bubi's soul would soon explode and perish. Master, that's enough. Xiao Dai suddenly stopped Shennong, saying they needed to leave a trace of Qin Bubi's residual soul, so that the puppets they created would have more combat power. Good. Shennong put away the soul-devouring lamps, and Xiao Dai used secret methods to imprison Qin Bubi's residual soul, reinserting it into his body. Then, they reassembled Qin Bubi's limbs, like assembling a machine. And soon a brand new puppet was born. If we talk about which puppet is the strongest, it is undoubtedly Qin Bubi. Qin Bubi was utterly humiliated in this battle. He hadn't even used his various trump cards, and he had already become someone else's puppet, someone else's tool for killing. After searching, Shennong found a storage ring and several magical talismans on Qin Bubi. There was a type of teleportation talisman that could help a cultivator instantly move thousands of miles away. Whether for escaping or chasing down strong enemies, it was a good trump card. It was fine for escaping. But what if it was used to chase down enemies and went too far? Shennong thought to himself, and moreover, this teleportation talisman was a one-time use. It could not be used repeatedly, but without a doubt, this type of talisman must be extremely difficult to refine. Otherwise, Qin Bubi wouldn't only have two of them. Among the three magical treasures that Qin Bubi carried, there was a small pitch-black gun, a bronze cauldron, and 5 small flags of different colors. The black gun was an attacking divine weapon, containing immense killing intent, while the bronze cauldron leaned more towards defense, its surface covered in mottled and ancient runes. Clearly a long-standing magical artifact, and it was unknown how Qin Bubi had obtained it. The 5 colored small flags each emitted divine light and should be able to form some kind of formation. Under Shennong's questioning, he learned from Qin Bubi that these 3 treasures were extraordinary. The black gun was called the God-slaying gun, and if one were to categorize magical treasures and divine weapons by the principles of heaven and earth, this God-slaying gun should have reached the upper grade of the Xian level. Moreover, this God-slaying gun could evolve. It was a growing magical artifact. The divine gun had a spirit, making it most suitable to be called a spiritual weapon. The bronze cauldron was called the ancient suppression cauldron. Originally a great killing weapon that balanced both attack and defense, but due to its age, its power was diminished to a fraction of its former self. However, it was still a top-quality treasure for defense. As for the 5 small flags, they were even more remarkable, called the 5 directions blood transformation flags. Once arranged into a killing formation, they could easily slay peak rotation level experts, turning them into a pool of blood. Even powerful void gods caught in the formation would lose half their lives. The downside was that arranging the formation took some time. Therefore, while it could theoretically make even void gods wary, it was difficult to kill even a rotation level expert. Who would be foolish enough to just stand there and watch you set up a formation without taking measures? Unless that person was arrogant to the point of being mentally challenged and wanted to test the power of the 5 directions blood transformation formation. The more Shennong listened to Qin Bubi's introduction, the more shocked he became. What if Qin Bubi had thrown out these 3 great killing weapons right away? Would they still have a chance of victory? This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Next, let the Soul Palace tremble. Chapter 95, Killing Through the Soul Palace. Xiao Dai successfully subdued the 4 elders of the Soul Palace and the 5 puppets of Qin Bubi. Shennong also obtained several treasures, and their team could be said to have made a significant impression. If there was anything regrettable about this battle, it was that Xiao Dai did not consume souls. It only created puppets. This slowed down Shennong's rate of breakthrough. Although both he and Xiao Dai would gain some energy from killing enemies, that energy was far less compared to what a contracted beast would obtain by directly consuming souls. It was less than 1/10 of the former. Qin Bubi, does your soul palace have any resources that can help cultivators break through quickly? It seems that if he wants to think about a rapid breakthrough, he can only rely on external forces. Master, of course there are. Qin Bubi was loyal to Xiao Dai, and thus loyal to Shennong, absolutely obedient to him. Even if Shennong asked him to die immediately, Qin Bubi would self-detonate to show his loyalty. Our soul palace not only has hundreds of breakthrough pills, but also some energy stones, Qin Bubi said. Those breakthrough pills and energy stones were originally reserved for my 2 ungrateful sons to break through, but one is dead, and the other completely disregards me. I might as well use them all to honor my master. I'll take the master to get them, and anyone who dares to obstruct us will be killed. Is there no breakthrough pill for you to take? Shennong was somewhat disappointed. The breakthrough pills that Qin Xiaoshang and his brother took must not be very effective. While the ones Qin Bubi took were meant for breaking through to the rotation level, which might have some effect on the enormous bottomless pit of 9 beast-controlling spiritual roots. He has already received a lot of feedback from the soul bodies, and there are several experts at the diamond level. However, once he enters the beast control spirit root, those violent energies can hardly make any waves, like a mud cow entering the sea. To be honest, Qin Bubi initially wanted to express his guilt towards Shennong. But now he is a puppet and can no longer express any joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. After reaching the diamond level, resources for further advancement become increasingly difficult to obtain. I once obtained a few rotation level pills, but unfortunately, after taking them, I still did not break through. And those pills were wasted. The master also knows that the human realm is equivalent to a growing vessel. How big the vessel can grow depends entirely on one's aptitude and wisdom. The reason why I cannot or find it very difficult to break through further is probably that this is the extent of my fortune throughout my life. The peak of the diamond level and even half-step rotation can be considered powerful figures in the Dragon Flame Empire. As for the rotation level and Void God level, the number of big shots who can reach that level is very few, and they can be regarded as top experts in the Empire. However, the Empire's territory is vast, with countless rivers and mountains, and the deserts and seas are boundless. Whether in deep mountains or endless oceans and deserts, there are likely many beings of even higher levels hidden. But I often reside in densely populated cities and rarely explore those dangerous places, which is probably also the reason my cultivation has been stagnant. Alright, you've said enough, it's time to take action. Let's go. Charge into the Soul Hall, Shennong urged. The 5 puppet experts, along with Shennong and Xiao Zhan, fiercely charged into the Soul Hall. Who dares to stop the oldest of the Soul Hall's 4 elders? Who dares to stop Qin Bubi? They entered as if in an uninhabited realm and quickly reached the confidential area of the Soul Hall headquarters. The greatest advantage of having these 5 puppets as guides is that they can successfully avoid those terrifying mechanisms and traps. In fact, at each mechanism or trap, Qin Bubi would briefly introduce Shennong to the location of the mechanism and how to crack it, and Shennong took note of everything. Stop them. Kill them. A sharp voice suddenly shouted. He is no longer my father. The 4 elders of the Soul Hall have also been controlled by someone. So everyone can throw aside their concerns and kill Shennong and those puppets without hesitation. Quickly use hidden weapons and sacrifice treasures. Qin Xiaoshan commanded the experts left behind at the Soul Hall headquarters to resist while also preparing to escape. Block. What to block with? Those are the 5 strongest diamonds of the Soul Hall. After being turned into puppets, they became even more ferocious. And the most critical point is that they are well aware of all the mechanisms of the Soul Hall. As for those magical artifacts and spirit weapons, Shennong has his ways to deal with them, and they are of no use. Boom. Shennong summoned the ancient cauldron, which rumbled like thunder and released a blue light shield that swept away most of the hidden weapons and treasures. Then, Shennong summoned the god-slaying spear, which originally was only the length of chopsticks but expanded in the wind, like a giant black python crossing the sky, or like a black lightning bolt flashing. Pucci. The spear entered the uninhabited realm, piercing through more than 10 experts in one strike, nailing their bodies and souls to the stone wall. The god-slaying spear is simply too cool. There is no need for Shennong to aim. It can lock onto the enemy by itself, hitting multiple targets with every shot. The 5 puppets and Xiao Zhan were also bloodthirsty, and soon, most of the hundreds of experts left behind in the Soul Hall were killed or injured, with the remaining ones surrendering and kneeling at Shennong's feet, desperately begging for mercy. Shennong stopped the slaughter. Killing was not the goal, but it could deter strong enemies and psychologically conquer them. Strong individuals are mostly subdued by force. They cannot be persuaded with just a few words. During Qin Xiaoshang's escape, he was captured by his subordinates and brought before Shennong. Qin Xiaoshang cursed loudly, claiming that Luo Nanxing was too ungrateful for leaving him behind to escape alone. He also cursed his 2 subordinates for seeking personal gain at the expense of their master, wishing them a bad end. Qin Xiaoshang was very confused with Luo Nanxing's cultivation. Even if he couldn't defeat Shennong and the puppet father, he could still protect himself and escape safely, but Luo Nanxing chose to abandon him. Master, we have captured Qin Xiaoshang and come to present him to you, waiting for your orders. There were 2 experts who captured Qin Xiaoshang, both of whom were not at a higher level than him. It was just that Qin Xiaoshang was completely unguarded against them, which led to his downfall. These 2 were quite clever. Seeing that the old Hall Master Qin Bubi had been subdued by Shennong, they acted submissively before Shennong, calling him master. And they could not be exceptions. It was this guy who not only wanted to occupy Miss Dai Yunqi, but also killed the body of the Lord of Dai Town Mountain, leaving Dai Town Mountain with only a remnant soul, and even worse, he killed his own brother Qin Xiaoyu. The crimes he committed are simply too numerous to list. One of the experts who captured Qin Xiaoshang said. Shennong was taken aback. He had originally wanted to rescue Dai Yunqi, but now the situation had become somewhat troublesome, as it seemed Dai Yunqi was no longer in the Soul Hall. Where is Miss Dai? Shennong hurriedly asked. Qin Xiaoshang and Luo Nanxing conspired, and it was unclear what scheme they came up with, but they actually released Miss Dai, and along with her, they allowed the soul body of the Lord of Dai to be taken away. Because these 2 experts were Qin Xiaoshang's close guards, they knew quite a bit about certain matters. Chapter 96, Framing. Shennong broke through the Soul Hall, but Dai Yunqi was no longer there, which inevitably made Shennong feel a bit disappointed. Moreover, Dai Town Mountain was also cruelly plotted against by Qin Bubi and his son, leading to such a tragic end for a once great hero, which is indeed lamentable. However, at least he learned about Dai Yunqi's whereabouts, knowing she was temporarily safe and had escaped from danger. Although Shennong felt disappointed, he also felt somewhat comforted. Haha, Shennong, even if you catch me, it won't help. You've already lost this game. Qin Xiaoshang remained arrogant even after being captured. Qin Bubi went up to Qin Xiaoshang and gave him a beating, leaving him bruised and broken in many places, and he kept howling for mercy, his arrogance immediately extinguished. How did I lose? Shennong stopped Qin Bubi. This father was too brutal to his son, but he knew that Qin Bubi was just a puppet in Xiao Dai's hands, and all his actions were controlled by Xiao Dai. Even if you destroy the Soul Hall, don't think you can become its master, because the brothers were just subdued by you, but no one truly submits to you, Qin Xiaoshang said through gritted teeth, still daring to speak. How do you know they don't truly submit to me? Are you a worm in their stomachs? Shennong scoffed. In fact, Shennong never intended to become the master of the Soul Hall, but Qin Xiaoshang's provocation made him a bit tempted. We all sincerely support young Master Shennong as the master of the Soul Hall. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, and before the words had even landed, more than a dozen Soul Hall experts appeared in the conference hall. It's you, Shennong exclaimed in surprise, because these people were none other than Du Sha and Dong Yuan, who had been separated after climbing the heavenly ladder. It turns out that after these people climbed the heavenly ladder and lost contact with Shennong, they were extremely anxious. As long as the Soul Hall casually sent out a diamond-level expert, they could wipe out all of them. Therefore, these 10 or so people, led by Du Sha and Dong Yuan, first disguised themselves to prevent the Soul Hall from coming after them, and secretly began to inquire about Shennong's whereabouts. Dong Yuan even got information from a familiar squad leader of the law enforcement team. That squad leader told him that there was a very strange smuggler from the lower realm who not only made the Soul Hall's young master Qin Xiaoyu terrified, but also had a close relationship with the first beauty of the Killing Demon Hall, Miss Dai Yunxi, which seemed quite unusual. How dare he put a green hat on the young master of the Soul Hall? Who knows what background this smuggler from the lower realm has? Dong Yuan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He certainly knew that the smuggler mentioned by the law enforcement team leader was undoubtedly Shennong. He immediately inquired about Shennong's whereabouts and, along with Du Sha and others, set out to find Shennong that very night. As for what they would do once they found him, no one was sure. But everyone felt it was imperative to locate Shennong. If he needed their help, they would undoubtedly go through fire and water for him, unafraid of death. They all owed Shennong a life, and no matter what, they would protect him and Miss Dai. Unfortunately, they struck out at the auspicious inn in the south of the city. After pulling the boss out of bed to ask, they learned that there had been 2 fierce battles above the inn earlier. Had those powerful beings not restrained their spiritual energy, the inn would have been reduced to rubble. The guest the boss mentioned was indeed Shennong, but he had left overnight. Everyone guessed that it was the Soul Hall sending experts to kill Shennong. Clearly, the assassins from the Soul Hall had ultimately failed. The victors could only be Shennong. But where had Shennong gone after defeating the experts from the Soul Hall? Could it be that young Master Shun went straight to the Soul Hall for revenge? Someone worriedly asked. It was known that Shennong's realm was very low. Although he had the powerful little sparrow by his side, capable of unleashing the Red Lotus Karma fire, the Soul Hall was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, with too many experts. Moreover, the Soul Hall could summon experts from various places to join the battle at any time. If Shennong ventured into the Soul Hall alone, it would certainly be perilous. It was better if Shennong didn't go for revenge. If he did, they would do everything they could to assist him, to repay his life-saving grace. They were quite fortunate to have arrived, just as Shennong had breached the Soul Hall and decisively ended the battle. He had turned Qin Bubi and the 4 elders of the Soul Hall into his puppets. This outcome was something Du Sha and the others could never have dreamed of, nor dared to imagine. This summarizes everything that happened before they came to the Soul Hall. We are all willing to support young Master Shun as the master of the Soul Hall. More than a dozen people shouted in unison, echoing the determination and momentum of hundreds or thousands. Young Master Shun is both virtuous and talented, with a sense of justice that surpasses the heavens. Not to mention being the master of the Soul Hall, he could easily become the ruler of the Dragon Flame Empire as well, Du Sha said. I think young Master Shun might as well participate in next month's Prince Consort competition to marry Princess Longyan and then ascend to the throne to rule the world. Someone suggested. That's good, but what about Miss Dai? Someone suddenly asked. At this, everyone fell silent, looking around. Only then recalling why Miss Dai was not by young Master Shin's side. Since everyone supports it, I will reluctantly take on the role of the master of the Soul Hall for now, and Shennong did not refuse. Du Sha, Dong Yuan. You two will serve as the left and right attendants of the Soul Hall, overseeing all daily affairs of the Soul Hall. From now on, when killing, there must be no more indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Only corrupt officials, tyrants, and bandits will be targeted. If I find out that anyone dares to kill innocents for money, they will face severe punishment. Also, I will keep Qin Bubi and the 4 elders of the Soul Hall to assist you in managing the affairs of the Soul Hall. In reality, they are merely puppets meant to help suppress those who do not obey the commands and new rules of the Soul Hall. Becoming the master of the hall is certainly not something that can be done casually. One must understand everything about the Soul Hall thoroughly. Shennong had Qin Bubi bring out the thick stack of records from the Soul Hall. He chose only some important documents to review, and surprisingly, he memorized everything he glanced at. Shennong was astonished to find that he had developed an eidetic memory. However, Master, Dusha suddenly hesitated and said, although the Master has asked Qin Bubi and the 4 elders to assist us as instruments to suppress the other brothers of the Soul Hall, ultimately, my and Dong Yuan's cultivation is too low. It may be difficult to command respect. This is easy to handle. Shennong smiled and immediately had Qin Bubi retrieve all the boundary-breaking pills and energy stones stored in the Soul Hall. He first took a small portion of the boundary-breaking pills for himself, while the majority of the boundary-breaking pills and energy stones were all left for Dong Yuan and Dusha. These resources should be enough for both of you to break through your realms, and the rest can be shared with those brothers who are loyal to the Soul Hall. Shennong said, in any case, you all must quickly improve your realms by following me. Only by becoming stronger will you be safer. After Shennong finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the Soul Hall had Qin Bubi and the 4 elders stationed there, these brothers were still not safe. As for the factors contributing to the lack of safety, it was undoubtedly him. The great grace of the Master will be remembered by us forever, Dusha, Dong Yuan. And others were moved to tears. We will definitely not disappoint the Master's cultivation, guidance, and trust. And we will fully devote ourselves to improving our cultivation to serve the Master. It should be known that even a single pill could significantly enhance their strength, which they normally could not even see the shadow of. Because these pills and energy stones are exclusive resources of Brother Qin Xiaoshang. Shennong, in the end, you might just be celebrating in vain. Qin Xiaoshang suddenly interjected without context. You guy, tonight you've been so cryptic, even in this situation. You're still not being honest. Shennong felt that there was some hidden meaning in Qin Xiaoshang's words. You must know some secrets, right? Why don't you just say it out loud? Otherwise, it's so hard to keep it bottled up inside. I can tell you. But you must promise to let me go. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I won't say a word. Qin Xiaoshang pretended to be tough. You're such a bad guy. You could be said to be utterly wicked. Do you really think I would accept your threat? Shennong coldly laughed. You should have seen what happened to Qin Bubi. He has no secrets left in front of me. Xiao Dai rushed up and punched Qin Xiaoshang's head. And in no time, a brand new puppet was born. Speak. What secrets do you know? Shennong asked indifferently. The puppet Qin Xiaoshang could no longer tell any lies. Luo Nanxing breached the demon-killing hall and killed everyone from the Dai family, Qin Xiaoshang said with a dazed expression. But he disguised himself as you to commit the murders. Not only will the people from the demon-killing hall firmly insist that you did it, but I believe that tomorrow, the authorities will also issue a warrant for your arrest. She will never forgive you for the rest of her life. And no matter how you explain, it will be useless. A woman who has fallen into madness will absolutely not listen to any of your explanations. Oh no. After hearing Qin Xiaoshang's account, Shennong was taken aback. This matter was completely unexpected for him. He must quickly catch up with Dai Yunxi and prevent her from witnessing the tragic death of her family. Only by stabilizing Dai Yunxi's emotions can he prevent her from falling into madness. Just as Shennong was about to rush out of the Soul Hall to chase after Dai Yunxi, Qin Xiaoshang was suddenly ignited by a strange fire. And in an instant, he was burned into a black skeleton. This strange fire was exactly the same as the initial state of the Red Lotus Karma fire when it burned people. Chapter 97, 9 Yang Divine Art. At dawn, the first ray of morning light descended upon the earth. In the Qingdi city, among the divine clan, in a secret room, there were only Shun Yu and Shin Fu. Young master, things over there are very bad, Shin Fu said dejectedly. Shennong has already breached the Soul Hall and declared himself the master of the Soul Hall. The Qin Bubi family has all perished, and Qin Bubi has been refined into a puppet by Shennong's contracted beast. Even the demon-killing hall has suffered heavy losses, and no one in Jiuyo City can restrain Shennong anymore. Oh, Shinyu was not surprised by the fall of the Soul Hall. What surprised him was the demon-killing hall, who severely injured the demon-killing hall. The people from the demon-killing hall say it was Shennong who barged into their headquarters in the dead of night, killing indiscriminately and committing all sorts of atrocities. Not only taking lives, but also insulting several female guards and maids, killing all the family members of Dai Zhinshan. Shin Fu then briefly recounted the tragic experiences of Dai Zhinshan and the general circumstances of the demon-killing hall's misfortune to Shinyu. That Dai Zhinshan is really unlucky. Shinyu laughed. The misfortune of the demon-killing hall has nothing to do with Shennong, who brought down the demon-killing hall. Jiuyo City actually has such an outstanding figure. The destruction of the killing demon hall is not the most impressive part. The most impressive part is why this person wanted to severely damage the killing demon hall. What is his motivation? At that time, Shennong was attacking the Soul Hall, so it was naturally impossible for him to split himself to deal with the killing Demon Hall, even though Shennong had really cultivated a clone. The young master has keen insight. Nothing in the world can escape the young master's eyes. Shenfu eagerly praised, saying that Qin Shaoshang has a strategist named the ever-changing Bat King, Luo Nanxing, who is not only cunning and highly skilled, but also adept at disguise. If we talk about who has the greatest suspicion for severely damaging the killing Demon Hall, it must be Luo Nanxing. As for his purpose in doing this, it might be related to Dai Yunxi. Why? As soon as Xinyu heard the name Dai Yunxi, he immediately became interested. Of course, he had heard of Dai Yunxi's beauty, but due to trivial matters, he had never had the chance to see her stunning face. Moreover, the killing Demon Hall had already formed an alliance with the Soul Hall, so he couldn't just intervene, as it would harm his status and reputation in the martial world. Now, however, is a good opportunity. With the Soul Hall destroyed and the killing Demon Hall leaderless, how helpless must the beauty be at this moment? She would need a strong shoulder to lean on. But if he wanted to win over Dai Yunxi, he couldn't be too ostentatious. Otherwise, if Princess Longyin found out about his actions, his ambitions of becoming a prince would surely go up in smoke. Young master, according to the informant we placed in the Soul Hall, Qin Shaoshang has been coveting his sister-in-law Dai Yunxi's beauty, often losing his appetite over it. After finally managing to kill his brother, he schemed to lure the father and daughter of Dai Jinshan. Qin Shaoshang could be said to be overjoyed. He first used a seductive fragrance to incapacitate Dai Jinshan, then threatened Dai Yunxi with Dai Jinshan's damaged soul to make her comply, but unexpectedly, things took a turn. As for how powerful the possessed Dai Yunxi is, no one knows, but Shennong definitely wouldn't be heartless enough to kill Dai Yunxi. Luo Nanxing. Indeed. This person is very interesting, Xinyu said with a smile. Shenfu, you personally go and monitor Luo Nanxing. Make sure to find out his background. But young master, what about Shennong? Shenfu asked in confusion. Shennong is the key. If he sends someone to track Luo Nanxing, doesn't that mean Xinyu would have to send someone else to monitor Shennong? Wouldn't that indicate Xinyu's distrust in him? Haha. Shennong will not let Luo Nanxing go. Xinyu laughed. Tracking Luo Nanxing is, in fact, tracking Shennong. By tracking Shennong, you can also observe Dai Yunxi's every move, because once Dai Yunxi becomes possessed, she will pursue Shennong to the ends of the earth. Young master is wise. The subordinate will do this right away. Shenfu finally brushed away the worries in his heart, and then cautiously asked, young master, how is the competition for the prince progressing? It's going smoothly, Xinyu smiled. I have hired the Death Hall to eliminate 6 potential competitors. In fact, they were never qualified to compete with me, but out of caution, I still sent them on their way. As for the remaining opponents, I will personally deal with them in the arena. Otherwise, how can I showcase my literary and martial prowess? That's very good. I will await the young master's good news. The young master will surely become a dragon among men, a revered ruler. When that time comes, don't forget to promote your servant. Shenfu flattered. Haha, rest assured, if one day I rule the world, I will make you a chancellor. Xinyu laughed heartily. Thank you, your majesty. Shenfu shamelessly knelt down before Xinyu and unorthodoxly called him your majesty. This made Xinyu even more elated and lost in himself. His primary goal was to seize the title of prince, and he felt he was getting closer to that goal. Of course, obtaining Shennong's heavenly Dao star cloud map was also very important, but that required waiting for the right moment. If he forced it, he would achieve nothing. A damaged star map has little value. Young master, Shennong is growing too fast. It's terrifying. Are you really not going to take measures against him? Shenfu finally voiced his concerns. No matter how fast he grows, he is still only in the mid-saint stage. Xinyu replied dismissively. He is still far from the diamond level. Many experts in the Longyan Empire are stuck at the diamond level, unable to break through to the void god stage. Let's see when he reaches the diamond level. Moreover, his father is in my hands. To seek his father and save him, Shennong will surely exert all his strength. We will likely encounter each other faster and have a head-on confrontation. At that time, I will show him some colors. Perhaps if he angers me, I will cut off his path of cultivation. If he doesn't obediently hand over the treasure map, he will be reduced to a beggar for life. Then why not just eliminate Shennong now? Shenfu thought to himself, but he didn't dare to constantly question Xinyu. After bowing to Xinyu, he took his leave. Shennong, I want to see how far you can grow. Xinyu gathered his spiritual power, and energy surged behind him, rolling like a boiling sea, even rising to form a blazing sun. The great sun soared across the sky, burning the heavens, causing all things to decay, and the star river to melt. Its power was too terrifying and domineering. This great sun, once it releases flames, its power is likely not inferior to Shennong's Red Lotus Inferno. And Xinyu has already cultivated this 9-yang divine skill to the 7th level. Chapter 98. No death, no rest. After Shennong listened to Qin Shaoshang's account, he knew that something was wrong. He must quickly chase after Dai Yunxi to stop her from becoming possessed. In fact, he had already delayed too long in the Soul Hall. Even if he rushed at full speed now, he might not be able to stop Dai Yunxi. However, just as Shennong was about to rush out of the Soul Hall, Qin Xiaoshang was suddenly burned to death by a strange fire. Moreover, after the strange fire burned Qin Xiaoshang's body, the blackened skeleton left behind was exactly the same as when he first controlled the strange fire. If the person who was killing rampantly in the Killing Demon Hall was indeed the one who burned Qin Xiaoshang to death, it would undoubtedly deepen Dai Yunxi's misunderstanding of him. It can be said that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't clear his name. Shennong's thoughts raced. Rather than rushing to the Killing Demon Hall to stop Dai Yunxi, who might have already become possessed, it would be better to capture the murderer Luo Nanxing. First, he could clear his name, and second, he could hand Luo Nanxing over to Dai Yunxi, allowing her to personally slay her enemy and avenge her family. With this in mind, Shennong hastily left the matters of the Soul Hall to Du Sha and Dong Yuan to handle, then took Xiao Dai and flew out of the Soul Hall, chasing after Luo Nanxing. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the streets of the city were bustling with people. There were also farmers working outside the city, but both Shennong and Luo Nanxing were flying with their swords, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice their presence unless they observed closely. It seemed that Luo Nanxing was intentionally leaving clues for Shennong, as if afraid that Shennong would not pursue him. For example, when he flew through the air, he would let his sword emit brilliant sword light, which looked like a long rainbow, leaving a long tail in the sky. Skilled practitioners could detect his movements and direction from hundreds or even thousands of miles away with a single glance. Shennong did not understand why Luo Nanxing did this, but regardless of Luo Nanxing's motives, he had to capture this person. The once magnificent Killing Demon Hall was now filled with ruins, charred corpses, and the sighs and scattered sorrowful cries of assassins. What happened? Dai Yunxi's eyes were red, her hair disheveled, and she reached out to grab a dejected assassin and asked. Before the assassin could finish speaking, Dai Yunxi had already rushed into the backyard. The scene in the backyard was even more tragic. Both the elderly and children had perished. Only in the mother's room were there still soft cries of weeping. Dai Yunxi pushed open the door and saw the disheveled Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui was slumped on the cold stone floor, crying uncontrollably, having turned into a tearful mess. Xiao Chui, what on earth happened? Dai Yunxi suppressed her grief and anger and asked. When Xiao Chui looked up and saw Dai Yunxi, it was as if a drowning person had grabbed hold of a lifeline. She stood up and threw herself into Dai Yunxi's arms, crying loudly. Shennong? Dai Yunxi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ever since she saw the charred remains of the corpses, she felt that the killer's method was too similar to someone she knew, but she had been deliberately avoiding acknowledging the answer in her heart. When Xiao Zui uttered the word Shennong, she immediately felt cold all over, her brain dizzy, almost collapsing to the ground. Why would he do this? Dai Yunxi asked with great difficulty. Upon hearing Xiao Zui name the killer, her first reaction was disbelief. It was impossible. She absolutely refused to believe that the killer was Shennong, the boy she had longed for, the boy she wished to accompany and love for a lifetime. Xiao Zui must be mistaken, or perhaps that person just happened to share the same name as Shennong. Miss, that beast is not worthy of your affection. Xiao Zui's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last bit of hope Dai Yunxi had. Xiao Zui, what do you mean by that? Dai Yunxi was already somewhat angry, a wave of nameless fury nearly burning through her insides, destroying her reason and spirit. That Shennong said. Since Master Dai insists on breaking up the couple and obstructing him from being with you, he will kill everyone in the Soul Palace to show you his might. To let you know, he Shennong is the strongest man in the world. Xiao Zui gritted her teeth and said, although Xiao Zui's words had many unreasonable points, if Shennong truly loved her to the point of madness, he should have stormed the Soul Palace and risked his life to save her, rather than thinking of taking revenge first. But Dai Yunxi, gradually losing her sanity, could no longer calm down to think clearly. At that moment, Su Su's intrusion made Dai Yunxi believe Xiao Zui's words even more. Only her clothes seemed freshly changed, still relatively clean and tidy. It was hard to imagine that a beauty who usually loved cleanliness could endure such filth and stench. Su Su, what happened to you? Dai Yunxi's voice sounded strange. Even to herself, as if her physical body had separated from her spirit, her essence boiling like a pot of boiling water, a furnace of burning elixir. The dam of her rationality was being washed away inch by inch, submerged, until it boiled and burned. Miss, I was tormented by Shennong, that beast. Su Su bit her silver teeth, not crying, only filled with endless hatred. She hated herself for being so weak that even after being violated by that beast, she could only swallow her anger and could not kill him to take revenge. In her mind, a single thought echoed repeatedly. Kill Shennong, take revenge, settle the grievances, fight to the death. She even held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps when she saw the killer, she would discover that it wasn't Shennong, and everyone had misunderstood him. "Miss, please don't." Xiao Zhan and Su Su hurriedly stopped Dai Yunqi. "That scoundrel has lost his humanity. Not only is he excessively murderous, but he is also excessively lustful. He can come and go freely even when surrounded by the masters of the demon-killing palace, making them flee in panic. Miss, you rarely practice martial arts. How can you be a match for that scoundrel? In the past, perhaps I couldn't defeat him, but in the future, he will surely die at my hands." Dai Yunqi's eyes suddenly burst forth with two blazing flames, scaring Su Su and Xiao Zhan into letting out a simultaneous scream. Then, Dai Yunqi let out a sharp howl towards the sky. "Quick, tell me, where did he go?" Accompanied by Dai Yunqi's piercing howl, the entire house was struck by an overwhelming wave of energy, exploding with a thunderous sound. Once that wave erupted, it was like a flood that could not be contained. Even the houses in the entire backyard were lifted into the air, flattened to the ground. "Miss, that scoundrel moves like a ghost. We truly don't know where he went." Su Su and Xiao Zhan were pale with fright, and at this point, anyone could see that Dai Yunqi was not right. Song Huanyan finally felt somewhat relieved in his heart. The demon-killing palace was now leaderless. Relying solely on him as an elder was quite difficult to command respect. What troubled Song Huanyan the most was that the life token of Dai Zhanshan had also dimmed, indicating that Dai Zhanshan had also met with misfortune. Relying on a woman like Dai Yunqi, the future of the demon-killing palace was bleak. When he saw Dai Yunqi, Song Huanyan's heart became even heavier. Dai Yunqi was losing her sanity, and the momentum was fierce and unstoppable. "Elder Song, you came at the right time. Dai Yunqi is eager for revenge. She feels she can't wait any longer. This is my father's soul body. Please store it in the soul-nurturing shrine first, then bury my mother and my relatives, as well as all the brothers and sisters of the demon-killing palace who perished. Those with families and the injured must all be compensated. The daily affairs of the soul palace will also be temporarily entrusted to you." Dai Yunqi handed her father's incomplete soul body to Song Huanyan, not caring about his attitude, and turned to leave. "Young master, you entrusted this matter to your subordinate, and I will certainly exhaust myself to handle it. However, I feel this matter is rather strange. To prevent the young master from killing the wrong person, please take a closer look at this painting first," Song Huanyan said, taking out a painting from his storage bag. Unfolding it in front of Dai Yunqi, this was drawn by a brother who loves painting. After battling with the killer, he memorized his appearance to facilitate revenge later. So he drew the killer's portrait from memory. "Please take a look, miss." It was fortunate that Song Huanyan did not let Dai Yunqi see the painting at first. Once she saw it, Dai Yunqi's anger surged even more. "Indeed, it is him. Even if he turns to ash, I will recognize him, that scoundrel." "Dai!" With a soft shout, Dai Yunqi transformed into a plume of black smoke and soared away.